Went right to Nichushkin, lets it go, rebound, score! Oh, captain, my captain! Gabriel Landeskog, his first goal in 1,347 days in the regular season. The Colorado Avalanche smother the Anaheim Ducks and stop the league's longest winning streak at 7. Colorado has won 4 in a row, and they beat Anaheim by a final score of 4-1.
You just need clock management here. You should be able to bleed it out. Another bucket would do it. Jokic for 3 in the game winner. Got it! That ought to do it. There's the horn in Sacramento, and Denver wins game number 1 of a 3-game road trip. The final tonight from California, 122-108. Sacramento goes down. The LA Clippers come up next.
Double Dipperoo.
Double Dipperoo turning into a double winneroo. Did you guys make it? Did you make it all the way to the end of the Nuggets game? If you did, good for you. I did. I'm going to pat myself on the back. Way to go, Brett. Nice job. Way to stay awake. It was 2 different examples of 2 different teams that are going about their business like champs. That's what last night was. The Avs are taking on a Ducks team that carried the best winning streak in the NHL going into that game. Anaheim, the winners of 7 straight. They were scoring at the highest clip of any team in the league heading into that game last night. And not only did you slam the door on the offensive side, Scott Wedgwood's really good this year. I mean, there's no other way about it. He's given up .226 a game. He's got a save percentage at .913. He owns the most wins in the NHL from a goalie. He's playing super well. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to find a game in which he's looked poor. And he had a little stretch kind of towards the end-ish of October. And I think a lot of that was just due to he was out there every single game for him because he didn't have Blackwood healthy enough to be able to, I guess, lighten the load for him. But he's playing at a super high level. And it's about your stars. You know, there's something that always sticks out in my head, no matter kind of what sport you're talking about. It could be hockey, basketball, football, baseball. There's always one thing that kind of is just front of mind when evaluating, can a team get to that ultimate goal? Can you get to that ultimate finish line, which is a championship? What I think about is, during the regular season, there are teams that you look at that are really good, and it's very difficult to imagine scenarios in which that team wins a championship despite them being good. And I'll give you an example. Last year felt like the Minnesota Vikings were kind of that. A very good football team that you just kind of knew weren't championship material.
Are you winning a championship?
And the reason why is because the regular season is about making the proper plays. And the postseason feels like having the right players. It's a big difference. You can play as a team and you can kind of be like all together and you can be this, you know, sort of like ants all moving in the same direction and everybody's pulling on the right thing and you're all building something. But at the end of the day, it's like
Did you say ants marching?
No,
Is that what you said?
we aren't doing Dave Matthews. Dave Matthews has been banned ever since Marty left. Ever since Marty left, Dave Matthews has been off this station. The point is, you have these moments of which teams that are all really good, and you know they don't really have a championship shot because they don't have the horses. And the playoffs are about the horses. And it's a mixture of, like, do you have the top-end players along with the other stuff, which is everything I just mentioned. You have Nathan McKinnon, and you have Cale Makar, and you have Val Nichushkin, and you have Marty Nachos, and you have all these, and you have Gabe Landeskog. When you have the players to go along with it, you're a wagon. And that's what the Avs feel like right now. It's also what the Nuggets feel like. Do you have the players? Do you want to know why last year felt so off? You didn't have enough of them. And I think we all kind of knew it. Ownership knew it. That's why they made a change at head coach and at GM. It's like, whatever you guys have done in tandem to construct this roster is not enough. And so they went out and they got Jonas Valanciunas, and they got Bruce Brown, and they got Tim Hardaway, and they got all these different guys in the offseason. And what you saw from the Nuggets last night was the exact same thing. It's a very, very good, holistic basketball team with the requisite top-end players to get to a championship. Nikola Jokic went 16 of 19 from the floor. And I'm going to put this in perspective for you because there's something that just happened in the NBA the other day that is a prime example of the reason why Jokic separates himself from the pack so much. There has been an insane amount of huge scoring outputs in the NBA this year. Just massive. Like, for example, Tuesday was a pretty wild day in the NBA. Here's what you had. Luka had 38. Miles Bridges had 34. CJ McCollum had 42. Cade Cunningham had 46. Wembanyama had 38. Grayson Allen had 42. It was all over the league, and it's been that way. Here's the separator. Here's the difference. Jokic attempted 19 shots last night, and he made 16 of them. Cade Cunningham and the Detroit Pistons, who have been one of the best teams in the league to start the year, just had a game in which he scored 46 points, had 12 rebounds and 11 assists. And you'd say to yourself, wow, what a game. It's almost Jokic-ish, those numbers. Here's what's not. He had 46 points on 45 shot attempts. He was 14 of 45 from the floor. So here's the difference. Cade Cunningham, who, by the way, I think is a fine player, but that's ridiculous. It took him 45 shots to make 14. It took Jokic 19 shots to make 16. We are not the same. It's about having the players, and you got them. Both of these teams got them. And they have that with the other things that you need, which is depth, which is high motor guys, which is selflessness, which is all the different required details for championships. You got it. But sometimes you pinch yourself. You're watching these games yesterday, and you're like, man, how good are these two teams and your star players on them. Like, how spoiled are you really? That towards the end of the Avs game, you can flip back and forth between the Avs and the Nuggets. And you're like, that's an MVP. And then you switch back, you go, that's an MVP. And then you switch back and you go, that's Cale Makar. And then you switch back and you go, that's Jamal Murray. Like, we are in such a unique place right now when it comes down to these two teams and what they're capable of. I mean, the Avs are on pace. Think about this for a second. With the win last night, that puts the Avs at 27 points through 17 games. I mean, we're talking about them getting to like 140-some points if they stay on this pace. And that is with a whole bunch of games that have gone into overtime and resulted in L's. You have one regulation loss on the year. Do you know what the next closest is? 4. Goal differential for the Avs, plus 25. Do you know what the next closest is? 14. And it's the team that you beat the hell out of last night. Anaheim has that. It's a different level of basketball and hockey right now from basically everybody else that stands in their path. Certainly the Avs have a better claim to that than the Nuggets do because the Nuggets still play in a league where Oklahoma City exists. And they find random nobodies that seem to come up and make impacts. But I've said this before about Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic and whoever's running the Avs. They do the same. They do. They have that same sort of quality. Like Gavin Brindley just quietly signed a 2-year extension yesterday. Why? Because they found somebody who's pretty damn good, who fits into their style of play. And at 21 years old, you can throw him in the lineup and have no questions about what his effort's going to be and what his production's going to be. You know, we'll talk more about that with Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. But it's one of those days where it was a joy watching both of those teams last night because you're just reminded of the talent level that they have. And the great thing about the Nuggets, and we'll get back to this in just a few minutes, the Nuggets are now, like, what's so beautiful about their team at this moment is that the stressors that you've had on your top-end players over the last few years don't really exist anymore, at least not to the level, not near the level it used to be at, because you have actual help. You know, it's not just the starting five has to do the bulk of the business. No, it's another night in which that game was close heading into the fourth quarter before the Nuggets pulled away. But Jokic finishes the game with 33 minutes. That's like the perfect number you want to be at. You know, Jamal got a few extra minutes last night. That's fine. But they're now pushing this one of the league's top offenses, and now you're mixing in a really good defense. You know, once again, I keep talking about that number, that 3-point number. Held your opponent last night to 10 of 33, 30% from 3. It's exactly what it's been averaging over the course of the year. So a lot of things to discuss with both of these teams and those wins last night. Got another game coming up tonight for the Nuggets, which is going to be at 8:30. So slightly better than 9 o'clock. But 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Going to have Jared Bednar join the show at 8 o'clock this morning. Whole bunch to get to. Stick around.
Denver switches the pick and roll. Levine being guarded by Cam Johnson. Head fake, throws out of it over to Monk. You got to hurry. Runs in on Jokic. Layup won't go. Rebound Jokic. Long outlet pass. Dog. Two hands. Cam Johnson.
The Nuggets have a secret weapon they haven't had in a while. And it's not a big, spoiler of, wow, how revealing is this? It's a bench. They have a bench.
Hot take alert. Hot take alert.
It's not some sort of secret as to benches being incredibly important to sustain winning, especially over a longer term. And it helps you not break down over the course of the year. Like the Nuggets have been pretty hurt the last couple of years because they play a lot. They had guys going out and playing 38 to 40 minutes a night. And now you're able to mix in 27 minutes last night for Bruce Brown, 24 for Tim Hardaway, 15 from Valanciunas. That's on top of the 18 minutes that Peyton Watson played, where he was one of the only guys that was going out and playing for you over the last couple of years off the bench. Having a bench unit that you trust, having a bench unit that is, and I've always said this about them for 5 years now, said this about them. You just need to keep the game even. I don't need you to go out and extend a lead. I don't need the bench to go out if they're down 10 to be up 2 by the end of it. I need you to keep the game the same. The goal of the bench for however minutes they play, which hopefully is something like, 20 minutes, around there for most of them, at least. For 20 minutes that you're on the floor, can you keep the game level until the starters come back in? And that's what this unit's capable of doing. They didn't have that before. They didn't possess that before. But Bruce Brown, I think initially when he came back on the roster, it was trying to find his way back to whatever his role was at the beginning of the season, and he's found it now. He's being your typical Bruce, going out and playing really tough defense, not afraid to mix it up with some guys, play a tough, hard-nosed style of basketball, and knock down open threes when they're available to you. And it's resulted in his minutes just steadily increasing. Had 2 different games or 3 different games just this month where he's gotten at least 24 minutes off the bench because he plays a perfect complement to what you need when the starters leave the floor. Capable of handling the basketball, bringing it up. Stuff like that is huge because you don't have a true backup point guard. The Valanciunas part of this is massive. For the numbers that Valanciunas is putting up in pretty limited time, because they haven't really gone to the well of both him and Jokic being on the floor at the same time thing. They talked about that, haven't seen a lot of it. It happened a little bit when AG and Murray were both out a couple of games ago, but he's given you basically 10 and 5 every night coming off the bench, doing it efficiently. There's just not a lot to gripe about with both the Avs and the Nuggets right now. There's not. If you had to sort of draw up a really good, perfect version of the team, both of these teams that you wanted, it looks a lot like this. Especially with the way the Stars are playing. Star players, not the Dallas Stars. There's your Nathan McKinnons of the world. He's got 12 points in his last 3 games. 12 after having 3 assists last night.
Pretty
You look at Jokic.
Pretty good.
Jokic, I don't know if we truly can ever, and I know we say this a lot, but I mean it, if we can truly ever appreciate, it's not just the numbers that he throws out. I think you could make a legitimate argument, and I mean this with all sincerity. Nikola Jokic is the most efficient athlete in history.
I'm a freak of nature. And
You choose the sport. Think of the most dominant players in each sport that they have played. I don't think anybody has done it as efficient as Nikola Jokic. He's averaging 25 points, and he's shooting 64% of the floor. And I know as a big man, you can look at that stuff and say, well, he's when you're dunking and hitting layups like Shaq shot, I don't even know what Shaq shot. It had to be around there because he was dunking the whole time. So just a quick Google search here. Shaq's career field goal percentage is 58, 582. 58% from the floor. Go watch a Shaq highlight reel and show me what he does. Nelly, what does he do? He backs his big keister up to right underneath the hoop, jumps over the guy, and throws it down because he was bigger and stronger than everybody else that was on the floor. He shot 58% on dunks, essentially. Jokic takes 5 threes a game. He shoots mid-range. He shoots from the elbow. He's shooting 65% in doing that. Tell me somebody else in any other sport that has this level of efficiency. I mean, again, what are you going to throw out? Like Usain Bolt? You're going to throw out, the text says Mariano Rivera. Very efficient. Very efficient. He did it for an inning. I think it'd be different if he did it for 7 or 8 every time he touched the mound. I'm not taking anything away from Mariano Rivera. I'm just telling you, Jokic is doing this repeatedly. 20 times a game he's putting up shots and doing that on 65% from the floor over the course of 35 minutes. I will still go back to Cade Cunningham's game from Monday, where he had 46 points on 45 shots. Jokic, that's 14 makes on 45 shots. Jokic had 16 makes on 19 shots. We are not the same. I'm just telling you, it was a joy to watch last night. The Avs and Vitalant are teaming up for Hockey Fights Cancer Month, and this month, if you donate blood through Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer, where you can schedule your blood donation today, you can have a chance to, first of all, win an Avs signed jersey, but second of all, 25% of blood donations goes directly to people that are fighting cancer. It's a very, very important thing that we do. It's a great thing to help out our fellow humans who share this big ball that we all live on. So sign up through that link, Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. Get that signed up, help some people in need, and have a chance to win a signed Avs jersey. Texture says Peak Tiger was the most efficient golfer. I mean, that's probably the closest thing you're going to get. I'm just telling you, it was watching Jokic night in, night out. If you aren't just unbelievably impressed with what you're witnessing, then I don't think I can help you. And I'm not talking to you guys in particular. Just in general, it's a joy. Just a joy to watch. Now, Nuggets and Avs, very fun to watch. Broncos, been winning, don't know how fun. How much fun you're having in watching them. They have a game, though, that kind of feels like this will be one I will say, without a doubt, I will not waver on this. I will make no exceptions. If they beat the Chiefs the exact same way they beat the Raiders, you will not hear me complain. Okay? I will make that promise to you. As I have been, I have been critical of the way you've been winning. And the reason I've been critical of the way you've been winning is because I don't think you can win that way against a better opponent. The Chiefs are a better opponent. But how much better? And I keep going back to the Chiefs are a 5-4 football team. Look at the wins they've had on the year. They have one really good win. It's when their backs were against the wall about, I don't know what it was, week 5, week 6. Backs were against the wall. They needed a dub to keep pace in the AFC, and they faced the Lions at Arrowhead and won that game pretty handily, 30-17. All their other wins are against the Giants, a Ravens team where Lamar was hurt mid-game. They beat the Raiders, and they beat the Commanders without Jaden Daniels. Their losses this year are to the Chargers, Eagles, Jags, and Bills, all teams above 500. So how good are they? And I think the answer to that is they're good. They're good. But when we kind of bring through the typical context of, I say Kansas City Chiefs word association, what do you go to next? It's like league best. I don't know if they're that. Now, I'll also tell you this, that, and here's the really odd part of how my brain is operating heading into this game. Because I really try my best to evaluate teams for what they are now, not what history has told me they are. That's how you're supposed to do this. Like, you aren't supposed to let past things feed into present observations. Now, it's sports. We do this all the time because it's hard to ignore what's happened in the past. But the Chiefs last year lost a single game to the first 16 weeks of their season. They lost once. They really lost once all year. Don't really want to count that last game where they sat all the starters against the Broncos. And in the middle of that, the Chiefs, to me, didn't look totally right. Their offense was sputtering. They couldn't find ways to get consistent drives together. They couldn't put up big point totals like they usually did. And I remember going into that game last year, and I thought the Broncos got a really good shot to beat them. Because they just matched up well. Because the Broncos, their one thing is that their offense, even last year, was very start and stop. But when you're going against another offense that's struggling to put up points and you have a good defense, you're going to have a shot to win, and they should have. This year, the Chiefs have a worse record. They have 4 losses through 9 games. And I think they look better than they did last year, to be honest with you, which is weird. And I think they match up. The matchup for the Broncos against the Chiefs this year is way worse than it was last year. Because their offense is rolling a little bit. And my fear heading into this game is that the Chiefs are going to be able to put up 21 to 24 points against a really good defense. But are you capable of doing that against a really good defense? Like, do you see the scenario in which the Broncos throw up 24 points to beat the Chiefs? And given what we've witnessed over the last couple of weeks offensively, it's kind of hard to see them getting there. So that's the real fear that I have. Now, there is a huge opportunity this weekend. And a texter says Kansas City is somehow the Vegas favorite still. I think they should be. Because how they're going to base this off of is, does basically the national public feel like the Chiefs or Broncos are going to win this game? Everybody just watched last week's game with that Broncos offense. It's going to be hard to say, I have belief that beats Patrick Mahomes. That's going to be your 1-1.
And I've said it again, but instead of saying, sorry, I completely screwed that up. Let me try again. Broncos do a better job than me on Sunday. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. In the words of the great Ric Flair.
But to be the man, you got to beat the man.
And the Chiefs are still the man. I don't care if Travis Kelce is distracted by his wedding and the songs that Taylor Swift is writing about his nether regions. They're still the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And until they aren't, they still are. And so, yeah, I'm scared about this game. I don't care what the matchup says on paper. They're still the Chiefs.
Well, the Chiefs are, again, they have the history behind them, and you can't argue with consecutive trips over like 7-8 years to the AFC Championship game. They're always that. But here's what's on the table for the Broncos. It's something that you haven't had in forever. You got the chance, you got the Excalibur, and you got the chance to behead the Chiefs. Truly. Here's what's on the table this weekend. You beat Kansas City, you improve to 9-2, the Chiefs fall to 5-5. That's a 4-game lead. I know it's like 3.5 or whatever, because they had a bye week you haven't yet, whatever. Point is, you got the tiebreaker on top of it. You essentially got a 4-game lead on Kansas City after week 11. You have the chance to put them totally in the rearview mirror. Do you seize this opportunity or not? Because I'll tell you what, the only people who have had a chance to vanquish the Chiefs in this kind of way have faced them in the postseason in a 1-game sample. That's where you're at. Getting this opportunity has been so incredibly rare for anybody in the NFL over the past about a decade, ever since that witch took over in Kansas City. But you got the opportunity. And I do think this team is hungry for a moment in an opportunity like this. But do you have the offense to do it? Again, we talked about the Avs and the Nuggets. You have this great combination of a good overall team balance and feel with top-end players. When it comes to big games like this, I don't think it's about plays. I think it's about the players that you have. Do you have enough of that offensively to keep pace to get the win? That's what this weekend's about. So a lot more to get to with that. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Jared Bednar is going to join the show at 8 o'clock this morning. Talk about that win last night over the NHL's hottest team in Anaheim. But a little NFL stock up, stock down next. Every Wednesday following the NFL weekend, we get to a little NFL stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Now he's stock up. This is pretty crazy. This guy's been in the league for a long time. And somehow, Matthew Stafford, who entered his NFL career in 2009, might be having his best season of his life. He's 9 games into the season. He's got 2,500 passing yards-ish. He's on pace for 5,000. He's got 25 touchdowns already this season. He's on pace for mid-40s to 50. And he's only thrown 2 picks. It's by far his best quarterback rating that he's had of his career at 114.8. And his team just continues to win. But every single week he's put up numbers. Matthew Stafford over his last 3 games, which is a 35-7 win over the Jags, a 34-10 win over New Orleans, and a 42-26 win over San Francisco. In 3 weeks, Matthew Stafford has thrown for 13 touchdowns. 5, 4, and 4. Done that without throwing an interception, and he hasn't thrown a pick since week 3. He's been absolutely remarkable. And for a guy who always feels like he is on the cusp of his spine shattering in half, he's willing to step in, take the hit in the pocket to make the throw. He's been remarkable this year. And I think, we'll get to the MVP stuff later. I got a huge beef with how the MVP is done. I was very much in the camp that I thought Saquon Barkley should have won it last year. I'm very much in the camp that Jonathan Taylor should win it this year. But it's going to go to Stafford if he continues to play this way because he's a quarterback. So he gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. Been hesitant to throw this out there all year, but I think it's time. It's Bo. Bo Nix. I think a lot of the league has started to recognize this. Now, when you're doing this while winning, I'll remind you, the Broncos have won 7 straight games. The quarterback gets credit for that. But we all kind of see that it doesn't look quite right. In the last 2 games, he has failed to reach 180 yards passing. He has turned the ball over in 3 straight games. And it just doesn't quite look right. Do I think it's fixable? Yes. But you go back to last year, Bo Nix had 29 touchdowns and 12 picks. That was in 17 games. He's already had 8 interceptions through 10 this year. The touchdown numbers are still there. He's still finding a way to put the ball in the end zone. But his big problem is he's been way less accurate this season. A 66.3% completion percentage last year to 60.9 this year. That's about 5.5 percentage points less. That's got to pick up if he wants to keep pace and continue to lead the AFC West. They can't keep putting this much stress on their defense. Bo Nix gets the stock down. Non-quarterback stock up. I've had this guy on the list already, and I think recently, but it bears mentioning again, and he deserves to be on this list again. One of the best teams in the NFL is the Seattle Seahawks. The Seattle Seahawks feature Sam Darnold at quarterback. Their big weapon that they have on offense is Jackson Smith-Njigba, or as our good friend Mad Dog would call him, Nugajuba.
Jackson Smith-Njigba.
He has reached 100 receiving yards in 6 of the 9 games he's played this year. In 2 other games, he's had 96 yards and 93 yards, which was this last weekend, because they threw the ball 12 times that game. He had 82 yards on the first drive, or the first couple drives. He's had touchdowns in 5 different games this year. He is an absolute weapon. He ranks first in receiving yards on the year. He's 5th in receptions, and he gets about 17 yards a catch while being the most targeted receiver in the league. He's been remarkable, and there's been such a jump for his production ever since they left DK Metcalf and traded him away to Pittsburgh. He had a 100-catch season last year. But here's what's crazy. 1,130 receiving yards was his total last year. He's at 1,041 already. 90 yards away from eclipsing the number from last year in half the time. We're talking about somebody that might have a 2,000-yard receiving season. Doesn't just happen in the NFL. JSN gets a stock up. 9 quarterback stock down. So Arizona's kind of a mess. They've had bad quarterback play. They've benched Kyler Murray, and they've gone to Jacoby Brissett. But when you draft somebody number 4 overall, you want to see production from that guy regardless. Wide receivers can do that no matter who your quarterback is. Marvin Harrison Jr. has not been good enough. 3 catches for 33 yards last week. He had a touchdown. The week before is pretty good with 7 catches for 96 yards. But I was just kind of going through those numbers with JSN. Marvin Harrison Jr. was drafted 4th overall last year, is 48th in the league in receptions. He's only got 34 this season. He's 28th in the league in receiving yards. He's got 525. It has to be better. And you combine that with what he did last year, where he was a really big disappointment among Cardinals fans. He's got a case of the dropsies occasionally. He looks different. His body build is different this year. He's stronger than what he was last year, but it still hasn't translated to production. Can you hold out hope that maybe that's just poor quarterback play feeding into that? You could, but I think that you'd have to acknowledge that it hasn't been what you expected for the 4th overall draft pick from a year ago. NFL team stock up. I think you got to give credit to the Chargers. The Chargers continue to roll even with all the injuries they've suffered. They're picking up guys off the street and having them play tackle. Like, it's not ideal. And all they've done in the last 5 weeks is win 4 games. Has it been the best of competition? No. In that stretch, they've beaten the Dolphins, the Vikings, the Titans, and the Steelers this last weekend, but I think the Steelers win is a good one. Their big thing, though, if they can get a defense, or their defense can hold it together, stay healthy enough to keep teams around 20 points or less, I think they got a really good shot still offensively of eclipsing that. And that's the crazy thing. Despite all of those injuries on the offensive side of the football, especially in the offensive line, they've put up 29, 24, 37, 27, and 25 points in the last 5 weeks. The Broncos, who have been pretty healthy on offense, can't say that. So I think it's a huge credit to the Chargers. They get stock up. Let's go stock down. I don't know what the hell's going on in Green Bay. Speaking of bad offense, I don't know what's going on with them. They've scored 20 points in the last 2 weeks. And you could say, well, they played Philly this last weekend. Philly's defense is good. They are. What's your excuse for being at home against Carolina and losing? They've lost their last 2 games, and they've given up a combined 26 points in doing that at home. Now, they go on the road to the Giants. The Giants, they just announced they're going to start Jameis Winston this weekend because Jackson Dart has a concussion, which proves 2 things. God, does Brian Daboll hate Russell Wilson? Why is he still on the roster? Secondly, if the Packers lose to the Giants, it's full panic mode in Green Bay. Full. Because they have had inexplicable losses this year. The L's they have taken. They lost to the Browns, if you remember, in week 3. They lost to the Panthers at home. And now this 10-7 loss, where you lose a game while your defense gives up 10 points, insanity. They got to figure that out in a hurry because they play in a damn good division with Detroit, and now Chicago is 6-3. MVP stock up. I'm just going to say Jonathan Taylor until somebody actually gives him the award. You know what Jonathan Taylor's done this year? He's rushed for 1,139 yards already. And, Nelly, 15 touchdowns. 15 on the ground. He's averaging 6 yards a carry. If he keeps this pace and doesn't win the award, this is just a quarterback award now. Touchdown. Because there's nobody more valuable than Jonathan Taylor right now, especially from the way that he's making Daniel Jones look. So Jonathan Taylor gets the stock up. Let's go MVP stock down. Yeah, Josh Allen, who's always been in this conversation over the last few years, he just doesn't look right. That team doesn't look right. In the last 3 weeks, he's thrown for 4 touchdowns. That's it. He's only got 15 and he's got 5 interceptions on the year. If you remember, part of that Josh Allen experience last year was that Josh Allen only threw 6 interceptions last season. He's already at 5. He's had turnovers in 4 of his last 6 games. They're a mess. If you looked at that tight shot that they had on the sideline when they lost last weekend to Miami, of all teams, and got blown out, he and that offense looked completely discombobulated and lost. So he gets stock down. Let's go. Best game of the weekend?
Oh, yes!
Ironically, it was the early morning game. I thought Falcons and Colts was amazing. Overtime game. You see Jonathan Taylor running the game winner. Absolutely fantastic. Worst game of the weekend?
Take a lap.
Take your pick between Broncos and Raiders and Eagles and Packers. You score a game that combines for 17 points, get the hell off my TV screen. Don't want to see you ever again. And that is NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv. Search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Did I say something about Dable? Why is everybody yelling at me about Brian Dable? What did I say?
You said the fact that Russell Wilson has been demoted to below Winston on the roster shows that Dable really hates him.
Oh, yeah. The Giants, the organization hates him. I don't know why he's still there. My bad. Thank you for the correction. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Went right to Nichushkin. Lets it go. Rebound score! Oh, captain! My captain! Gabriel Landeskog, his first goal in 1,347 days in the regular season. The Colorado Avalanche smother the Anaheim Ducks and stop the league's longest winning streak at 7. Colorado has won 4 in a row, and they beat Anaheim by a final score of 4-1.
You just need clock management here. You should be able to bleed it out. Another bucket would do it. Jokic for 3 in the game winner. Got it! That ought to do it. There's the horn in Sacramento, and Denver wins game number 1 of a 3-game road trip. The final tonight from California, 122-108. Sacramento goes down. The LA Clippers come up next.
Double Dipperoo.
Did you guys make it? Did you make it?
I made it.
I made it.
No likey.
Yeah.
No likey.
I know you're
late.
Vic Sleepy. Let me tell you something. Last night, watching both these games, and I had a feeling that hit me. Like in the middle of watching Nathan McKinnon throw together another 3-point game, 12 in his last 3 games. Watching Nikola Jokic make 16 of 19 shot attempts in a professional basketball game. And I had this like a bright blinking sign in my head that said double parade.
A revelation.
It was just, it's double parade is all I thought.
An apparition?
I can't describe. You know,
Was it
some
an
nights,
apparition?
an apparition, yes.
Want to
Do you know what an apparition? Do you know what an apparition is?
An apparition is a ghost.
What was it that talked to you?
No, I'm telling you, I don't know what it is. It's a bright blink. Like I take 470 on the way to work every day, and they have those signs, and they try and get cutesy with it. Hey, don't trick or treat, drive straight, or whatever, whatever they say, right? It was one of those signs in my head that just said double parade because I'm watching 2 teams that are very, very, very good.
Even beyond that, Moj, beyond that, I mean, the teams are out of this world. What's it like to wake up every morning,
Look in the mirror and go, damn, you're handsome. It's not easy, but you know what? Somebody's got to do it, I guess. Is that what you were going to say?
What's it like to wake up every morning, turn on your television on a given night, and you're going to see 1 or 2 of the best players in the world, on the planet, in the solar system, who reside in Denver, Colorado, and play for your teams here.
We're so spoiled, dude. And I mean, I'm not going to take it for granted, but we are spoiled. I'll watch some other hockey teams, and I think to myself, man, their fan base must be bored. You know, they ain't got one of these.
Yeah,
they ain't got a 29.
Imagine being a Sacramento
They ain't got an 88. They ain't got an 8. If I'm a Sacramento Kings fan, well, it's funny you should say that.
You're from there.
Yeah. I grew up a Sacramento Kings fan. It blows.
You know what?
I haven't been a Kings fan in 30 years.
I'm
just telling you that it's
I don't mean this disrespectfully.
They deserve what they get.
Because I think Sabonis is a great player. But Sabonis is kind of, I can't believe it's not Jokic. He's like the fake version of what Jokic is.
He's dollar store.
He's out of control
Jokic.
Jokic. I call him out of control Jokic.
Watching a guy who's kind of Jokic going up against real Jokic has to be like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, they look kind of similar. Well, they have a similar kind of game.
Have you ever seen those, like a car for sale? Ferrari-ish. What? Well, they put, like, plastic parts on a Fiero, and they call it looks like a Ferrari or a Porsche. You know what I mean? Like you're like what?
A Honda Civic with a Mercedes hood ornament on there.
Right. That's a Fiero, dude.
Yeah,
that ain't no Ferrari. That's a Fiero. Now, it kind of looks like one because you got all the whale tails on it. You got the flared fenders and all that, whatever. That's what Sabonis is. Guys, we got a problem here in town. And this is a serious wood knock. Vic. Okay. We got a problem in the fact that we've got some good teams in this town, man, and we better be prepared. The Avs are really good. The Nuggets are really good. I hope to God the Broncos are really good. They're 8-2. The record is 8-2. I don't know that they're that good, but nonetheless, they're going to the postseason. We've got some stuff going on here. Hey, that Ducks team, let me give all the credit in the world to Coach Q because he's got them turned around. He's got them playing good hockey. They were just eventually the Avalanche will overwhelm you. I was talking to somebody last night. I went and visited some of the clients in the booth or the suite last night, right?
Yeah.
And I was saying, look, they've got some upstart studs. They've got Leo Carlson's a top pick. Cutter Gauthier's a top pick. They got some real players there. But you get these guys in a 7-game series against the Avs, it's over in 5, right? Because you've got pros that are on a mission. And while you can one-off any given game, in a series, they're going to get you.
Well, I said, okay, it's a nice little segue because there's something that...
Don't you segue on me.
Yeah, you know what? You're too liberal with the segue here, bro.
You just throwing a segue at 7:09?
We were on a topic. We were on a good topic, I thought, and all of a sudden you just want to segue your ass right out of it.
That's a great segue.
Thank you.
Come here. Let me piggyback off that. Can I jump on your back?
Yeah, I don't mind a piggyback.
It's one of the things that I've thought about to use an example, the Minnesota Vikings last year were a 14-3 football team that we all knew was not winning a Super Bowl, right?
Right.
You saw it. You're like, that's a good team. But they aren't winning a championship. And it's because a lot of what the regular season is about making the right plays. In a regular season, no matter what sport we're talking about, can your team make the right plays? If you do that, you'll be a good basketball team. The playoffs are about players. They're about dudes. And you show me, legitimately, show me anybody who is stacked with more just straight-up stars than these two teams. Because I'll tell you this, and this is a perfect example to me. There has been scoring like crazy in the NBA this year. Every night, somebody's putting up 45 points. Somebody's doing it. You had 2 nights ago, guys. What were there, Vic? 5 guys put up at least 40 points, and it was Grayson Allen's and Cade Cunningham's and all that, right? Cade Cunningham finished the game 2 nights ago with 46 points, 12 boards, and 11 assists. And you go, man, that's like a Joker stat line. What a game from him. You know how many shots it took Cade Cunningham to get 46 points? 45.
Oh, my God.
He was
kidding me.
14 of 45 from the floor.
Wait. He took 45 shots in one NBA game?
And made 14 of them.
And they needed him to
insane.
win the game. They needed to win in overtime.
But
that is
Jokic
crazy.
Took 19 shots last night and made 16 of them. I actually looked this up, Vic, just last thing real quick. Jokic is shooting 64.5% from the floor. Let's just call it 65. Mm-hmm. And he's not doing that in the way your typical center would, where it's just dunks and layups. He's shooting from everywhere. And he's shooting tough shots, contested shots, fallaways, elbow, everything. You know what Shaq's career shooting percentage was when all he did was dunk? Was 58%. Jokic is shooting 65 from the floor this year. He might be the most efficient athlete I've ever seen. Forget basketball player.
You bring up such a good point. Tell me if you don't react the same way I do, and I watch him play now. When he shoots and misses, I'm like floored.
Yeah.
I'm stunned. I'm like, well, that's not supposed to happen. You expect everything to go in. Like Valanciunas replaces Joker, and he misses a couple bunnies. Valanciunas does. And you're like, wait, that's not how it works. Those go in.
You're a big European. You make those.
Yeah, those go in, guys. What are we doing?
His putback dunk, though. His putback dunk in the second half last night I thought was pretty good. Trapped under the bucket, straight up, bam. Thought that was pretty good.
Well, Big Val's been fine. He's done his exact role. And that's everybody on this Nuggets team has done that.
We're going to have to determine who's Big Val and who's not Big Val. Because we have an OG Big Val on the Avs.
You're about to have a Boval.
Baby Boval is about
Well,
done cooking.
Here's a classic example of what, you just described the efficiency of Nikola Jokic. If you're just because let's be honest, nobody east of Denver, outside of Nuggets fans, nobody east of Denver stayed up for that game. You'd have to be insane. You'd have to be an insane basketball fan to stay up for that, okay? You're either a Jokic fan, a Kings fan, or a Nuggets fan, or an insane basketball fan. But most fans, nobody's staying up for that. It's too late. But they're going to wake up this morning, and they're going to say, okay, let's see. Oklahoma City won last night. Oh, look at this, guys. Shea had 28 points. Shea's such a scorer. Nikola, what did he finish with?
35.
35, okay. Here's the difference. Shea took 19 shots. He was 9 of 19. He missed 10 shots.
Mm-hmm.
Nikola missed 3.
Yeah.
They'd never take his efficiency into account. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Nobody does. Nobody does.
Jokic had
they just look at the number.
Throws, by the way. 3 free throw attempts last night, too.
Let's see. Shea at the free throw line last night. He took 8 free throws.
That's a light day for him.
Yeah. Very light.
Typically it's 18 to 20.
No one ever takes that into account, and it should, because he is, in the words of David Adelman, the greatest, most efficient offensive player to ever walk the earth. Most efficient. He ain't lying.
Jokic during the Nuggets' 5-game win streak is averaging 32 points, 12 boards, 12 assists on 73% from the floor.
That's stupid, dude. Dude, look at, you know how stupid that is?
Do you know the last person to do that? I'm sure you can guess.
Wilt Chamberlain.
Not since Wilt. Yeah. I mean, he's going to be used. There's going to be, like, after his career is done and over with, hopefully 50 years from now. Because I think he can do this when he's 80 years old.
Yeah.
You're going to have not since Jokic. That's what the new standard's going to be.
Guys, are you like me, though? And I get anxious. I just want the playoffs to get here. I'm looking at both of these teams. I'm looking at the Avs, and I'm looking at the Nuggets.
Yeah, there's a lot of runway left.
I just want them to stay together. And
so
let's just start today.
Your assessment after 10 games or whatever it is right now is, I've seen enough. We're done here.
Well, I have.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you.
I don't need to see. What else do you need to see? I mean, listen. I've seen enough to tell you that the two best teams in basketball are the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Denver Nuggets. Let's just move on. Let's go. Let's get to that series and shut down everything else.
It doesn't it kind of give you that what was it, 2014 to 2018 or whatever those years were where it was Cavs, Warriors every year in the finals. Let's go. We know what's going to happen. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go. Speed it up. Like, it does feel that way with, like, this collision course between OKC and the Nuggets. That's going to decide who's coming out of the West, and nobody else really has a shot.
And for the Avs to turn it on the way they have now, where they're starting to find it, right? Like, they got some swag. Moj, did you notice some of that swag last night?
Mm-hmm.
Swag.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll get more into that as we go along. We get Jared Bednar.
We got the coach at 8, right?
Joining the show at 8 o'clock this morning. Talk about that big win yesterday as they end the 7-game win streak of the Anaheim Ducks. A lot more to get to, yes, Moj?
What I love is they're just playing professional hockey. Hey, man, they didn't play a great 60 minutes overall, but they're playing professional hockey. They're making plays, man. They're doing stuff. It's just they're total pros. They're focused. They have a want-to about them. It's good stuff.
So we get back to this in just a second. Stick around. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Hey, Moj. The Avs are a pretty good team. They have really good players. They just ended a 7-game win streak of the Anaheim Ducks last night.
Mm-hmm.
They also got a goaltender who's playing at a really high level right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he was supposed to be the backup.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if he still is that.
Mm-hmm. Guess we'll find out here in about 40 minutes, won't we?
Yeah, he's averaging 226, I think is what the number is for goals allowed.
Pretty good.
His save percentage is .913.
That's pretty good.
And we've said this for 5 years, Moj. You don't need elite goaltending to win with this team. You need somebody who's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And he's fine.
Oh, he's more than fine. The other guy's more than fine. You got two more than fines.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Although,
I bet the coach would tell you. He's probably still sleeping at this point. Or maybe he's up breaking down film. That's what he always does. He's crazy that way. But I think he would tell you that it's a good problem to have.
I would agree with that.
That having two goalies who want the crease and are pretty damn good, that's probably a good problem in his eyes.
You know what's really great is that Gabe Landeskog scored a goal that was
Thank
allowed
God.
to be kept.
My goodness. Were you thinking the same thing I was as soon as it goes in? Oh, here comes review somehow, some way.
And, of course, I'm selfish. I'm sitting there in the stands watching it going, awesome, damn it.
Yeah.
Forsland's calling it, Connor's calling. I'm just sitting there with a brewski in my hand going, damn it.
Oh, that you couldn't
I want to
be
work,
on the mic.
man. Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and let's replay it and have you call
the
it.
moment has passed, bro. I don't work that way. You know me. It's got to be live. And
Oh, you're right.
I don't do Memorex.
Oh no, you're right. You never entertain for the sake of entertaining.
No, I don't. I'm not some little friggin' video arcade game. You can just plug a couple quarters into me and throw a dollar bill in my slot and call me, have me go, rah, rah.
Hey, let me swipe this credit card.
Yeah, swipe me.
Right down the crack. Let's see if I can do something.
I tell you what, you give it a shot, big boy. You give it a shot, Tuffy.
You give it a shot, big boy.
Hey, man.
Oh, yeah.
This is just, it's a fun time. It's a really good club. And I know we got a lot of football to talk about today. I'm just impressed on a nightly basis with their work ethic and their focus. I really am. And even when they don't have it all the time. And by the way, those Ducks, again, all of a sudden it's a pretty good team. They've got the young kids who are really coming into their own. Troy Terry's playing pretty damn good hockey. And then you throw in some of those veterans. They get Kreider in that deal with the Rangers, and Kreider's been reborn. I mean, he looks like a new dude. They're getting good goaltending from Lukas Dostal. They're a good team, and they made a push last night, and the Avs held them off.
When you look at what these two teams maybe didn't have in years past and what they have now, it's actually pretty similar. It was really weird when we were talking about how to fix the Nuggets and how to fix the Avs. Because, Moj, when the Avs were struggling a bit last year, you couldn't. It was hard to identify what the main issue was because they're super talented and you saw it. And it's like after, when they were in the playoff series, could the power play have been better? And was that a big reason why maybe they got bounced earlier than you thought? Yeah, that was a part of it. But you needed to see things come together. And I just think the depth wasn't quite there. And maybe when they made all those acquisitions last year, there wasn't enough time for that stuff to gel. It feels like they got 4 lines now that you can trust when they're on the ice. Like Gavin Brindley, we just talked about him yesterday. You can't not play that guy now. Like he got a
brand new deal. You saw that, right? You had a brand new 2-year contract.
Right after we got off the air, it's like I think they heard our discussion and then called his agent. And they're like, you know what? I think Moser, Lombardi, and Kane are correct on that. We got to keep him around for 2 more
Gav,
years.
you're welcome, all right? No, he earned everything that he's getting. He's played terrific. Yeah, you can't get him out of the lineup. Who would come out? I don't know. Again, these are good problems to have. Part of the issue last year, and Vic knows this, is that you'd never had your complete lineup until you got to, February?
Yeah, right before the postseason.
Help me out, Nelly. You've got a memory like an elephant. When was the first game where they had all their guys. By the way, you know what's so interesting?
Are you including Landeskog in that discussion? Because
yeah,
that would be the third game of the postseason.
Do you know how many guys on this team Landeskog hasn't played a regular season game with?
All of them except for McKinnon and McCarr.
But when you go back to 3 years ago, I don't know how many games he had played on the ice with Josh Manson. Like, it feels like Manson's been around here forever, right? Won a cup in 2022.
Right.
But you remember Gabe was nursing that knee all the way through the end of that regular season. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And then came back into the postseason. Remember that? I don't think he played a game with Josh Manson.
I think
until this year.
I think Manson said that after that. I think, if I remember right, I think after that first game of the postseason, that game 3, or maybe it was game 4 after the Avs won. Somebody asked Manson about that, and I think he said he never played a game with him until then.
Yeah, it's crazy. He hasn't played a regular season game until this year.
Yeah,
it's amazing to me. So that's what they were dealing with last year an awful lot. Now they're looking like they should look, and you've got the best player on planet Earth doing the best player on planet Earth stuff. I mean, what do you say about McKinnon right now? No goals last night, but he had 3 flipping helpers, dude.
He's got 12 points in his last 3 games.
It's ridiculous. He's got 32 points on the season.
Wait a minute. Is he still like 4 ahead of the second place? Oh, no. I'm sorry. He's not 4 ahead of the second place guy. He's now 6.
Yeah. And Leo Carlsson scored last night, so he's playing great hockey. But you see what I'm saying? You've just got guys doing what they should be doing and more, and it's pretty awesome.
In fact, they're 4 points up on anybody else in the league right now as far as total points.
And think about this, Vic.
And their goal differential of plus 25 is the best in the league. The second best is 14.
Yeah. I mean, if they were even this much better in overtime or the shootout in the
I know.
early part of the year, they'd be 5 clear of everybody in the league.
1 regulation
7 clear
loss.
of everybody in the league.
1 regulation loss. It's the best in the league. Second place is 4.
Yeah. It's crazy. And the Ducks are that, I think, because they came in last night with 3 regulation losses and they suffered their 4th, but they're playing terrific hockey. But nobody's.
Did you go or did you watch?
I was there. Yeah, I was there.
Did you guys, by chance, as you left the arena, everybody keeps sending me the photos of lights? There's like a light show last night.
I didn't see the Northern Lights or whatever, Aurora Borealis or whatever it's called. Didn't see it. I tried to see it.
More like Aurora Borealis.
Well, I mean, I see pictures all over the place. Is this akin to, and I'm just curious, for those who went seeking the lights, is this like leaf peeping? Is it the same thing?
Oh, dude, the Aurora Borealis is pretty special. I mean, it's
the light's green and red. I mean,
dude, you know what that means to me?
Oh yeah.
What does it mean to me?
It's light gray and a different shade of gray.
That means nothing to me. I don't see the color. It does nothing.
I'm just glad you're speaking. I thought for a second you had your eyes closed and you painted eyeballs on top of your eyelids.
I'm struggling.
I know. I'm not giving you
just
any
so
grief.
you know. The pregame or the postgame show ended at about 12:20. Got home at 1. And Moser, as you well know, it takes us some time to wind down.
It does. So even after a game, I don't care.
It takes some time, like 2 a.m.
I don't care.
Can you do that, Vic?
What it is.
Can you, during the break, just paint eyeballs on your eyelids and then just sit with your eyes closed on camera?
I'm not as good as Moser is. Moser, you have a gift and a talent to be able to operate with little sleep. I can't.
It's going to kill me eventually.
Well, yeah, you and I lost.
Yeah, I don't want
10,
Moj to do that. But I will say this, Moj, some of your best shows is when you've been on like an hour and a half of sleep. And I don't know what it is. You come in here with an attitude and a fire and a fury.
Well, it's hard to unwind after big wins.
I
mean, that was for the Nuggets last night. I can understand where Vic is coming from.
It wasn't a big win. It's just hard to unwind.
Well, I know, but can I explain a little bit more, please? It's a tight game. It's like 87-85, and it's tight, blah, 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 blah. And then they just say, you know what, screw this. And they just start filling it up and playing terrific D, and they just pull away.
What won the game, the reason the Denver Nuggets won a game last night that they otherwise may have lost last year is simple. Their bench saved them early in the fourth quarter. Nikola goes to the bench. Jonas comes in. Bruce Brown comes in. They've got reserves alongside Jamal Murray. And that bench unit goes on a 16-2 run. a 27-5 extended run. Early in the fourth quarter, when Sacramento cut it to 1, a jump shot by DeMar DeRozan cut it to 85-84. After that, all Nuggets.
Yeah.
And that was with Nikola Jokic, the most efficient player in the world, watching.
Brucey B hit a 3 last night to put him up double digits. Right? I'm like, okay, that's the game right there. Bam. You know what I mean? He just drains one. I'm like, okay, that game over. That's it right there. Good job.
Bruce is back now. I think it took him a minute to try and figure it out, but he's got that little a-hole stuff, that a-hole nature to his game. That's back. He's hitting big shots. He's playing good defense. Yeah.
It's the steals in traffic. It's getting a hand up, and, they were up by 16. He makes a steal, goes the distance, puts them up by 18. Little things that he does that changes the complexion of a game.
Yeah, he's been exactly what he was from a couple of years ago. He's doing that same type of thing. And
so what's going on with all these lights?
Do you know what the Aurora Borealis is?
Yeah, a bunch of clouds and everybody.
No, it's not clouds, says, bro. It's ultra
radiation. I'm undergoing radiation in the sky on the north side.
No.
Okay, do you care to explain?
Yeah, the sun. We have this thing called the sun. It's a star. And it releases charged particles all the time. Most of the time, you don't even know it. But when it comes to the Earth and it goes around the Earth, those particles basically collide with gas molecules in the atmosphere, and that's what causes the colorization and so on and so forth. And the atoms split oxygen and what else? That's something else.
Is that the same thing as photosynthesis that causes the green?
No, it's totally different, bro.
Okay, it's all the same to me. I don't see the colors.
Texture says, guys, don't act like the Aurora Borealis isn't awesome. I think it is awesome. I just didn't see it last night.
I don't see the colors. I don't see them. Therefore, I'm allowed to say, big deal.
Do you know what the sky would look like if we didn't have light pollution? If I didn't live in Parker, or you guys Golden, and you just got lights all over. So is it born in
Aurora? Is only Aurora allowed to see them?
Yeah, only Aurora, and that's Eastern Aurora where there's no lights. They're the only people that get to see the lights.
My people.
Yeah,
my people
Brett's
are the only
people
ones.
out near Kansas.
And it's actually, if you look up the sky does an ID check, and it checks where your address is. Even if you're in Aurora at the time, it will check it and see, what are you? You live in Parker?
You know what?
Tough.
Here's the worst part about
Peter,
that.
I know what it is. I know what it is, dude.
I think all the listeners can agree with me.
I think we know what it is. It's obvious, though. It's different for people that don't see the color variation. We can't tell.
Texture writes in, chlorophyll, more like borophyll.
Hey, the worst part about this, and I think that the listeners are going to be in total agreement with me, is that you saw the look on his face after he made that little joke. Like, he was so proud of that. His Aurora, only people in Aurora can see it.
Uh-huh. I've been to the Aurora Mall many times,
did you see?
And those lights are bright.
Did you see the little smirk on his face?
I know. He's proud of himself.
Like, I just nailed it.
I've been to the Anschutz Medical Center.
Yeah. Well,
that
who has
Aurora? East Colfax, the lights can go flickering, man.
You act like I haven't been prodded and poked and opened up at Anschutz as well, bro.
But I'm talking about Aurora specifically and the lights that they display on a nightly basis. To me, it's no different than what we saw last night.
Great. 303-504-0925. So I do want to talk a little bit about
hold on a second. The 0090 just said flying into Des Moines on a Southwest flight last night and sends this pic. That's flipping awesome,
pretty
man.
Sweet. Let me see.
That's crazy.
It's magenta and green. That's really
that's
cool.
Where you lose. That's where.
Yeah, you would have no idea what magenta even looks like, dude. And you know what? That's a poor gene pool on your part. I don't blame us.
That does look pretty badass. I'm not gonna lie.
That looks awesome.
You know
if that's real,
like?
That's awesome.
That looks like the world's being taken over.
Yeah, it's alien-like. Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Like Tom Cruise has got to bust out of like a some place and come save us or something.
So is that a picture of Aurora?
Yes.
Yes, that's downtown Aurora. That's 225 and Iliff right there. Yes.
If we
Yes.
were living in the times of like Aztecs and Mayans, you probably think the world's ending, right? If you saw that, you're like,
Probably.
all right, that's it. We're done for, aren't we?
Yeah, probably. You're thinking like, oh, God, we're done.
Who pissed off the sun god sort of thing?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Dude, we're getting flooded with pictures now. Greens and magentas and Longmonts.
People love showing off these photos.
Well, it's pretty cool. Actually, it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty
they're
awesome.
all over the social media. I don't know what's more popular. The Aurora photos of everybody living in Aurora or the back patio when there's a big snowfall photo. Which one?
Oh, that one's always great.
You always get that one, too. Hey, everybody, bunch of snow in my backyard. Check it out.
Did you say that?
I put the ruler inside it, and it's 4 inches already.
Did you say that Aurora is 225 in Iliff?
225 in Iliff.
225 in Iliff.
Okay, cool. That's going to be.
Where's that exactly?
That is 225 in Iliff.
Right at Aurora.
So where do I go?
Oh, that was. Oh, you know what that was? That was we're doing the remotes, right?
I know.
We had a remote there, yeah, at the gas station.
225 in Iliff. Where is that exactly? It is right where I said it was. 225 in Iliff. It's right there. Actually says, Brett, get control. No. I like talking about the sky sometimes. Eat me.
You know what I don't like is people who text the show and tell us what you're not going to. We're going to do what we want to do. And if I want to talk about Aurora today, that's what we're going to do.
I'm
so
always
stop
happy.
texting the show.
Hey, some of these pictures are pretty awesome, though. I wish I had. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. We got 150 pictures being sent in right now.
We'll ask.
That's pretty cool.
The head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, if he saw the lights last night at 8 o'clock this morning, so stay tuned for that. I do want to talk about Broncos and Chiefs. And basically, do you think the Broncos, after discussing all of these things about what the Avs and the Nuggets have, which are stars, do the Broncos have the requisite players to beat a team like Kansas City offensively? We'll get to that in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Tell me if this sounds like you. Poor sleep patterns, poor sleep quality, reduced muscle mass, decreased energy, low sex drive, weight gain. All these kinds of things can be due to low testosterone. I'm getting treated for low testosterone at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you can as well. These are absolute pros, and they're going to help you. Don't let low T hold you back any longer. Get back to feeling like you felt before. I did it. You can do it. And it's going to help your life. It's going to make you feel like you used to feel. The number to call them is 720-440-7900 or go online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, so pick one that's by you. They're going to take your blood. 30 minutes. That's all it takes to get the results back and figure out what is going on with you. And they do more than that. They do all kinds of stuff for your dude engine. So if you're suffering from anything right now, to be honest with you, they specialize in men's health, and they're going to take care of you. Works for me. It's going to work for you. Get yourself back. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or give them a call, 720-440-7900.
beautiful. Jared Bednar is going to join us in 15 minutes.
We'll get the lowdown on Nichushkin as well. Left the game last night.
Yeah,
Hope it's
Choo-choo.
nothing major.
So we'll talk to him about that in just a few minutes. To the Broncos game this weekend. I told you guys yesterday, it's this weird feeling that I have because last year the Chiefs lost a single football game throughout the course of the regular season. One. I'm not including the Broncos game at the end of the year where they benched everybody. They were 15-1. And I thought the Broncos matched up really well with Kansas City. I was actually kind of hoping if things fell right, could you face Kansas City in the postseason and then do that? But once they got a bye, it would be like, all right, got to get through that game first, and then you'll figure that out afterwards. I don't feel as good about that now because the Chiefs' offense seems to be better than last year. They're actually scoring points consistently. They've been doing that over the last 5 weeks to a pretty high clip. And the Broncos the Broncos offense has not. And we were just discussing between the Nuggets and the Avs, when you have the amount of high-end players, that's what matters most in games against elite competition. Do you feel like the Broncos offense possesses enough of those guys to beat a team like Kansas City? Because this is the whole point, and I made this promise, Moj, that no matter how the game looks, if it's the exact same game that you saw against the Raiders last weekend and you beat Kansas City, I will not complain on Monday. But the whole point to me doing a little bit of the nitpicky complaining nature after wins is when you play teams like this, I don't think it's going to translate.
In a nutshell, Brett, the answer is no. But thankfully for the Denver Broncos at this point in the season, there are two sides of the football.
Yeah.
And the other side of the football has been saving their bacon again and again and again and again. Can that side save their bacon against the Kansas City offense that, as you pointed out, appears to be better than it was? That throws out Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy and Hollywood Brown and Travis Kelce on any given pattern, right? On any given snap, you've got four guys capable of catching the football running all over the field.
Yeah.
What is the deal with J.K. Dobbins?
We saw that yesterday. I guess they're contemplating putting him on IR.
By the way, we don't pat ourselves on the back very often on this show. But remember when we were talking about this, and people said, why are you talking about J.K. Dobbins like he's got some big injury? And I go, because he said he was fine after the game, and then he got checked out with an MRI, and then he immediately went to Twitter and started screaming in all caps and curse words about the hip drop tackle.
Yeah.
And I go, I don't think you do that unless you got some sort of bad news. And so I don't know how long they're going to be missing J.K. Dobbins, but let's be honest, guys. If there was something that was consistent every game within the Broncos offense, it's that you trusted him. Now,
absolutely. I trusted J.K. Dobbins.
It's a lot of pressure on R.J. Harvey, and they're still going to mix backs. You know they are because Sean Payton does that, but does that mean it's time for Tyler Bidet?
I keep feeling...
Is Jaleel going to be... Is he going to show his face?
Well, I would assume he's going to be active now.
I keep feeling that at some point, somebody's going to figure out how to exploit No Pat Surtain. And damn it, I don't want it to be this weekend. But if there's one person coming off a bye on this planet that can, it's Andy Reid.
Bro, this is the worst week to have these kind of injuries.
It really is.
You got your best defensive player out. You've got a tackle machine in Singleton out.
Yeah.
You've got your
Have
best
they already
running
ruled
back.
out PS2?
Oh,
They
he's
haven't,
not.
but
Yeah, he's not playing
I
this
think we
week.
assume he's not going to play. I think you.
They were looking after the bye week, right? Like give him just one more week. By the way, even if they lose this, well, God, I don't want to lose any games.
But if here's my question though: if they were looking for after the bye week, why wouldn't they just IR him? That would have been 4 weeks.
Because I think they were hoping he could come back a little bit earlier. I don't know. I'm not in his body. I'm not all over his shoulder. I don't know what the problem is. So.
Oh wait,
what?
In the absence of J.K. Dobbins, could they activate? I can't believe it's not Sproles. Deuce Vaughn?
I
Could
don't
they
know.
bring him
Maybe.
up to the active roster? Old 5'5" Kansas State running back.
To be honest, I forgot that he was here.
I forgot he was on the. Is he on the practice squad?
He's on the practice squad still. Yeah,
it's my bad. Look, man,
I can't believe it's not Sproles.
Well, you're taking,
I can't believe it's not Joker.
You know what? Follow me on this one, guys. Maybe this isn't the worst thing, Because the offense has become generic and bland and tough to watch. Maybe that the fact that they have to do some different things offensively, maybe that kickstarts this thing again. You with me?
Yeah.
Maybe they have to think so far outside the box because you don't have JK. You're not going to try to do the same stuff. I hope you're not.
Yeah.
Maybe they do some different stuff.
I certainly hope that's the case. I hope that something turns on. I hope that somehow that faucet opened, you and then water starts flowing somehow. Look, this is a tall task because as I explained yesterday.
Hang on, just quick clarification. Yeah. I didn't know. I actually didn't know this. I thought IR was 4 weeks. It's 4 games. So if you have a bye in the middle, that doesn't count. That's why they didn't do it. Makes more sense. Go ahead.
Look, the fact of the matter is that Kansas City's defense, as I explained yesterday, is pretty damn good. So my thought is you're not going to if you're thinking you're going to put up 27 points against this defense, you're not going to do it. It would take an act of God, in my opinion, for the Broncos offense to explode for more than 20 this week because Kansas City's D is really good. I think your only hope is to have, especially with Kansas City and Andy Reid's and Mahomes the Witch, their ability to exploit your weaknesses on defense and exploit missing players.
Yeah.
Your only hope is to have the guys up front on that defensive line and your linebacking core go insane again. And you know what? They can do it because they do it every damn week. They've got 46 sacks on this season. All you can hope is that, not even with blitz packages, Vic, just get that pressure naturally, organically on Patrick Mahomes.
The timing of these injuries could not come at a worse time because you have a chance to unplug the Chiefs this week.
Yeah.
Like literally unplug them. Take that arcade machine, unplug it, and say everybody's done here. Because if you win
at least out the division race,
Yeah. If you win this game, it changes everything.
Well, dude,
it really does.
Keep in mind, too, they're a 5-4 team, which is crazy to say, right? I bet they're looking at it like they're playing for their playoff lives. If you drop to 5-5, 10 weeks into the season, I don't care who you are. That is very difficult to even squeak out a wild card spot. You got to go on a bit of a damn run.
God, the more you talk now, the more I'm afraid of this game because
he started it.
Yeah,
He's the one who came in all.
Here's what you've done now. You've got a beaten up Broncos team, injuries at key positions. You've got a team that hasn't been playing well offensively. That's been up and down and bland. You've got now a Kansas City team, a proven commodity that is playing desperate football. In addition to they're desperate. They can't lose.
Yeah, they really can't.
That's a recipe for bad.
Although I kept hearing the same sort of refrain over and over again from these Kansas City fans last year with the Broncos. The Broncos would win games, and they would always throw this out there. Oh, yeah? What's their record against teams with winning records? You know what the record is for the Chiefs this year against teams with winning records?
0-5?
1-4.
Who have they beaten with a winning record?
Detroit. They've had their own sorts of struggles against better competition this year. Now, they've never been like smoked. They're always in the game, chance to win. But that little closeout, one-score game record thing last year is completely flipped this season.
It's hard beating good teams.
Yeah, one thing the Broncos do have going for them, though, and this is something that we hadn't seen for a while. Home field, they've been perfect.
What is it, 10 in a row now at home?
Yeah, and 5-0 this year. They've been really good at Mile High. And that crowd is great. So they're going to have things on their side, but they come in as a home dog. Key injuries on that side of the football. An offense that's a clunker. I mean, it doesn't feel good. And you got a Kansas City team that we know has talent. I don't care about their losses, Brett. They still have talent. They got the widget quarterback, and they got a head coach who is all-time, 22-5 off a bye.
22-4.
Whatever. 22-4. Whatever it is, man. The guy coming off a bye hardly ever loses. So you've got some things really going against you this weekend.
I still don't see anything official on J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, I saw a tweet that said they're contemplating putting him on IR.
Chris Thomason has tweeted that.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't see official word from the Broncos is what I'm saying. There is nothing that's been – he is not on any list. He's not on an injury list. we assume he got shaken up.
Vic, are you telling me that Sean Payton didn't volunteer injury information about one of his players? I'm shocked.
It says here. No. So Thomason must have the story because ESPN's using Chris. Broncos are viewing Dobbins as a potential candidate for injury reserve after he sustained a left foot injury in Thursday's 10-7 win over the Raiders. Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette reports.
Okay. So let me just expand on that a little bit. If you're considering a guy for IR, ain't no way he's playing this week.
Right. I mean, if we're to believe Chris, and Chris, I believe Thomason. Yeah. If we're to believe him, then this is it's an issue.
And already the reactions coming in. Well, what'd you expect from Jake? Man, that was a freak injury, guys, gals. I mean, come on.
The injury-prone stuff? Yeah.
I mean, the dude's been really good this year. I don't know what to tell you. Not many running backs. You get caught on a hip drop.
I hate those tackles.
Hey, and they happen much more than you think.
We watched that play over and over again. I don't know what the defender's supposed to do. Well, the circumstance stinks.
I don't blame the defender.
It looked like he tackled him to me.
But I hate what it does to the player he's tackling because you're just dropping all that weight at one moment, and it puts the body in contorted ways that are not natural.
I tell you what, Brett, stand up and let Moser hip drop you.
I could totally hip drop you.
And get a feel.
Yeah, you want to feel?
Let him use his weight.
What are you trying to tell?
Let me use my weight.
I look at it the same way as like the 3 times a game that an offensive lineman gets his legs rolled up on from behind. And it's like, that sucks. Mm-hmm. I don't think you can penalize that. It just kind of happens.
We got Coach Bednar coming right up. We got to get the break. But I'll say this. When I get no sleep, traveling, whatever the case may be, and I do this show, I guess I get a little bit crazy and surly. Is that true?
Yes.
I saw Vic's face during that segment at one point, and he sort of did a squinty thing. Vic doesn't get surly. He sort of checks out when he doesn't have enough sleep, but he looks like his old man.
He's calm.
You look like your old man. You made an easy face. You made an easy-o face during that segment that I haven't seen in a long time. You look just like your old man.
I'm going to sleep so hard after this show.
I'm going crazy.
So hard. Hard sleep.
Jared Bednar joins us next.
Here's Nichushkin. Leaves it for Brock Nelson. Power move behind the net. Nelson tagged up for a moment. Loose stick on the ice. To the point, Malinsky. Shot broke. Went right to Nichushkin. Lets it go. Rebound, score! Oh, captain! My captain! Gabriel Landeskog, his first goal in 1,347 days in the regular season.
Oh boy, did that crowd, dude, I was one of them.
Yeah, how was it?
Well, it was amazing, but number two, I was one of them. When Roach announced the goal inside the arena, the place went insane, standing ovation. It was killer. And you know what? That's part of what's making this whole season so fun.
Let's jump out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Coach, congrats on the win last night. Did we wake you?
No.
Okay, good.
No. I'm at the rink getting ready for quick meeting this morning. Guys are going to have a recovery day and get ready to go again tomorrow.
You're an animal. You're at the rink already. You're
hear
an
that,
animal.
Vic? You take notes.
Yeah,
this is
Vic.
how you get up in the morning and you start getting your stuff in gear.
Well, I wasn't at the rink, but I was at the sink this morning.
Yeah.
My own sink.
Yeah. Coach, we just played that goal call from Gabe Landeskog. How does it feel to have one not called back for the captain?
You broke up on me just for a split second there, so I didn't catch the question.
Oh, I said Gabe Landeskog scored last night. How good does it feel to have one not called back for the captain?
Oh, thank God. Yeah. I mean, you know, it was so great to see. And, you know, I think it was a great boost for our team, too. Not just that, you know, like he's had two called back, one offside, you know, like it's just he's had some tough luck there. And the building went nuts when he scored, especially when they announced his name and everything. So I think everyone was feeling it for him and rooting for him. And then he kind of gets that one and gave our team a little shot in the arm for a few minutes in that game, which was much needed.
Maybe this is taboo, and I don't want to go back in time. But did you ever get a real explanation on that first disallowed one?
Yeah.
It sounds like it wasn't satisfying.
No, I think the league messed up on it. You know, I mean, I should just say that, you know, like it was that was a call made by Toronto Situation Room. And, you know, I think there was an argument over it. And, which to me just kind of tells you like kind of the parameters that we go on is, you know, is there enough information and enough video proof that you can prove that your call is wrong in order to overturn it. Like you have to have like definitive proof. And, you know, whoever was in the Situation Room on that night felt like there was, but I do think that there was some disagreement, certainly from our team and our management team and our coaches. And then, you know, just talking from them, they said, you know, it's a judgment call. It was a tough one. It doesn't happen every day. But I still like feel to this day that they messed that up. And I think they're like, I don't think that was a consensus, you know, yep, that's offside kind of thing. Yeah. And so they shouldn't have overturned it because there certainly wasn't definitive proof, and they let the play on and we scored. So it's supposed to, you know, have to be pretty clear cut that in order to call the goal back. And so that's one that I feel like you should have had. And obviously the next one we just were a little bit offside. Like we were in a battle when Jury dragged it over the line in Edmonton there. So but he's doing a good job, like 3 goals already, and only the last one counts, but it's a good start to the season and certainly was a big goal for us last night.
Coach, what's it like to have not one but 2 reliable goalies, and how do you juggle them?
Yeah, no, it's been nice, and we've kind of felt that way like since we got both guys. Like when we first got Wedge last year, he played unreal for us when we first got him, and then Blackie came in and he took over as the starter. And you want your starter to find a groove that he's you know in the net enough and playing real well and confident and you know because it you know at some point in the year it kind of goes to you're riding one guy for playoffs, but you certainly want to have two guys that can win games, and there's lots of back-to-backs, and especially in a condensed season like the Olympic year, you need both guys. And so Blackie has now played twice. His second game was better than his first game, and it was certainly a more busy game. Like, I liked that game. Not from our team as a whole. We looked a little tired from the night before and a late night getting in the van. But when it comes to like what I think Blackwood needs, that was a busy game. Lots of net front traffic, lots of scrambles where you had to keep working and grinding to keep the puck out of the net. And I thought he did a nice job. So he's still knocking some rust off his game. It's been a long time, right? Like, since last season, since he's only played 2 games now since the end of last season, and we're lacking practice time because of the condensed schedule. So that's good that we have Wedge, and Wedge is playing unbelievable. So I'm just going to try to, for the immediate future, keep both guys going. We may alternate here a little bit and just sort of pick our opponents and look at the guy's history against opponents and making sure they're all feeling good, making sure they're both getting practice time. And then, eventually things settle out and you pick your starter that's going to kind of play more. But I have no problem keeping them both rested and going as long as we possibly can to win hockey games. I think it's part of it. You got to be willing to be flexible in all areas of your lineup and goaltending especially.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, with us. All conversations with the coach are brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. We've been talking the last few days about Gavin Brindley, and we said, gosh, it feels like it's going to be really hard to try and keep him off the ice. And then he was rewarded with the 2-year contract extension. What do you think of the 21-year-old?
Well-deserved contract extension. I know it's a short time frame, but like there's a history with this player, right? Like Chris McFarland, especially in his draft year, really liked him a lot. And I think he's the guy we were keeping an eye on to when we were making our pick, or our pick was approaching, and he got picked right before our pick, right? And history in junior and then into University of Michigan. So it was National Development Team program, which puts out a lot of NHL players every year, guys going early in the draft, and a lot of guys that play. Then he goes to Michigan, has a great year. All of his coaches love his work ethic, competitiveness. Like, he's a relentless player with a great motor and great skill. And, we get him in the Coyle and Wood trade. We get younger. We get some speed and some skill, which it's nice to infuse your team with that. And then he comes here, and who knows? I would say immediately when we got him, it's like, he could be with the Eagles here, but this is a player that we really like. We think he's got a high ceiling when it comes to his ability to play in the NHL and what he could do for us. And he comes into camp, and he just flat out made our team, And we obviously have a deep team. We're pretty healthy to start the season. And, he starts on the 4th line, which is a completely different role than he's ever played. I'm guessing that every team he's played on, he's been on the 1st line, and he's played first power play and been a top producer. And he comes in, now he's on the 4th line playing limited minutes. He starts penalty killing. He does a nice job. Now he's on the 2nd power play doing a nice job. 5-on-5, he's just a dog on the puck. And he's done everything we've asked him to do and done it well. And the more opportunity that I give him, the better he does. Vancouver, prime example, just before he signed, we had some guys struggling. It happens, and we move him up with Nate's line. He helps create an odd man rush right away the first shift, and just from hard work and skill. And the next shift we score. The next shift he draws a penalty and we score on the power play. It's like, and then he scores himself in overtime. So a huge impact in the game when we needed somebody to step up, and we were lacking some legs with a lot of our players. But that line was fresh, and Brins did a great job. And And he's been part of that fourth line who had a great night in Edmonton. And last night they were sort of the line that turned it around for us in the second period to get us going a little bit and helped with the momentum change. So we're just thrilled to get him done. And I feel like the future is really bright for him, and the sky's the limit with what he can do to help our team.
Yeah, plus he's a super good kid.
When you threw him out there early in that overtime, was that just, hey, hot hand, get him back out on the ice?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I just loved what he was doing in the third period, and he just looked like he had more pop in his legs than anybody else, you know. He's not playing as much as some guys, takes care of himself, phenomenal condition, just ready. And that's probably the hardest thing for a young player. When you're used to playing, like, your whole life, you're playing a lot, like 20-plus minutes a night, and that's just what you're doing. You're rolling over the boards all the time. So all of a sudden you're playing, 8 to 10 minutes a night in different situations. It's focus and staying ready, and just like there has to be an internal drive there and a mental toughness to stay ready and then still play with that type of energy. And he's done it consistently the whole season. So when I saw what he did in the third period, I was like, there's no way I'm keeping this guy off the ice in overtime. Like, he can break the game for us, and he did.
Yeah, it was awesome. Hey, Coach, I look at, like, Nate's season. I mean, he's got 32. Kale's killing it. We all know that. You've got really special players. But I think overall for your club, the best compliment I can give, it just seems like every single night, including Sunday, when you don't really have it as a team, they're total pros, and they're finding ways. Is that how you view it with your squad, that, hey, man, we're coming to the rink every day with lunch pails, and we're ready to go?
Yes, that's the difference between the record we have now and just being, good. We're really good right now when it comes to the record, and that is consistency. It's focus. It's commitment. It's just – yeah, I don't know. It's just making sure that we're focused on the right thing. It's the preparation of our guys. It's just the overall professionalism of them right now. It means a lot to us and then you kind of get on this, streak, and you get into a good spot in the standings, and you're like, let's keep this thing going. And it's just grind. It's a mental grind. It's a physical grind at times because the schedule's so busy, and you have your legs one night, you don't the next, but you need different guys stepping up, and you got to find different ways to win. And the best way to do that is just be totally committed to your checking game and, digging in a little extra here and there and all the battles and loose pucks. And it's all those little details that can, push your team over the edge on any given night. And it is a mental grind, but I think our guys are doing a heck of a job with it right now. And, there's just no breathing room. We're back at the rink today and just trying to, do whatever you can do to get the body feeling good for tomorrow. We'll do a little video review so we keep learning and trying to get better and focusing on the right things. And then we're back at it again tomorrow. So, at some point here we'll get a little breather, but it's been a really good season to this point, and hopefully we can just keep it going.
Coach, I'm not very patient. I just want the playoffs to get here. But if I told you can have the last 4 games and you're on a run, and that stretch, the way you're playing now, that's what you're going to bring to the playoffs. Would that be enough? Would that be good? Would that make you content?
Well, I still think that's the regular season to me, you're going to get in all these situations, tight games like the Vancouver game. It throws so many things at you. Like when you're leading by one, another team's pushing as hard as they can, and you're trying to survive, and you're figuring out, how to survive those games and still come out victorious. And then there's other games where you're going to have to play from behind, and everyone's going to have to dig in a little extra. And it's all those lessons, I think, that get you ready for playoffs. I guess if you said, well, we're where we are right now and every other team is where they are right now, I'd take the playoffs tomorrow. But everyone's going to learn a lot over the course of these 82 games. Some teams are going to fall and not be as good. Some teams are going to get much better. So we got to keep getting better ourselves and and not just be happy with their record. Like I say this all the time. It's you get into playoffs and you may finish 10, 15 points ahead of the team you're playing even. But if you look at the last 20 games of both teams and their records and their opponents, they could be exactly the same. Or that team that finishes 15 points behind you might have had a better last 20 games than you. And that's what we're trying to prevent. We want to be really good at the right time. And part of the way to do that for me is just like being really good all the time and keep finding ways to sort of raise your standard and get more critical of your team. So you're paying attention to all the right things and all the right details. And then that competitive level is where it needs to be come the most important time of the year. So I think there's lots to learn. And you learn it through going through different experiences as a team in the regular season.
Is Nichushkin okay? Saw him walk off last night.
I don't know yet. Yeah. 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 I know. He left the game with a lower body injury. And, a lot of it is like you got to reevaluate in the morning, see how he's feeling, what's going on, could be doctor's appointments, all that kind of stuff, to just try and get like a clear, view of the injury and a timeline of return to play. So I couldn't tell you at this point. All we know is he was sore last night. He left the game, and now let's see what happens this morning and hope for the best.
How about the other guys? You got a clearer picture on Gerard and O'Connor, guys like that?
Yeah, so Gerard is like real close. Like he's gonna, I don't know if he plays tomorrow or like we'll find that out later today as well. Full contact jersey the other day in practice, and obviously he's been skating a lot, and he's at the end of his timeline. So hopefully he's good to go either tomorrow or the next game. O'Connor's still working back through things. He hasn't hit a non-contact jersey yet, getting close. Just sort of like the normal return to play, skating every day, ramping up intensity. How does his body react to it? So we're hoping in the near future, but Gerard definitely close. Yeah.
I need to ask one question. That Edmonton game where you're putting on goal after goal after goal. As a coach, are you at the point though when it gets out of control? Like, all right, let's calm it down. Let's ease up. How do you ease up in hockey? You really can't.
Nope.
I mean, what do you do in that situation?
Yeah, you know what? You really, I mean, you're not going to tell the players, hey, let's take it easy. Don't score anymore. That's crazy. That's one of those nights where, like, we're having a really good night, a really good shooting night. They're not having a good night. It happens to everybody. It's one win. We'll take it. We like it. It's nice to have a game where guys explode offensively and get some confidence. And what's funny about that game is, like, you get, like our power play, hasn't been producing. I think it's really turning the corner now. Like it's finding a way every night. But for, 10, 12 games or whatever, it wasn't as dangerous and as consistent as what we wanted, which I think is normal. New coach, new personnel, changed the personnel once already. Just sort of figuring out how it all works together and getting everyone on the same page in that. And our 5-on-5 game has been so good. And then we get that Edmonton game, and, like the power play, I think had like 13 scoring chances, high quality stuff, and we put nothing in the net. And yet, and like, so just even McKinnon, for example, he has probably 4 looks in the power play better than the 2 goals he scored, and he doesn't score in the power play. And then 5-on-5, he's just ripping them in the net, So sometimes it goes that way. I think the only respectful thing you can do is kind of when you get later in the game. We've all been there as coaches and teams that you go second power play unit. If you get a power play late in the game, you like give some of your guys that have been grinding, fourth liners, third line guys that don't get put in those situations all the time. You can put them on the ice, but that's really it. Like you're not going to tell your guys, hey, like let's just cruise to the finish here, because it's just not it's not, developing good habits for what you're going to need to do the next night in Vancouver. You want to keep playing your game and keep playing hard. And, it's the only way to reduce the injury risk and make sure you keep your game in order as a team.
It's a good thing that you're behind the bench and not a guy like me. You're calm and cool. I'd just be going, come on, boys, stick it in their stick hole. Yeah. Come on, keep it up. I'd just be like, let's pour it on, man.
Well, that is the message the whole night, you can take.
But you don't say stick it in their stick hole, right? You don't say it the way that I would say it.
That would be an interesting take.
Maybe you should try that.
You're also thinking as a coach, players probably not, but as a coach, you're hey, if you can kind of hurt the confidence of the Edmonton Oilers, who is a really good team, you're going to keep playing hard because you want them to be doubting what they're doing going into the next night, and you want to feel good about what you're doing going into the next night. So it's all part of it.
Well, Coach, always appreciate the time. Maybe try that before the game tomorrow. Say, stick it in the Sabres sick hole. Maybe try that. Coach, always appreciate it. We'll talk next week.
All right, take care, fellas. Bye.
That is head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Joins us every
sorry, I'm in your way.
That's my favorite Jared Bednar soundbite ever.
But he was so mad. That was after that Utah game. He was so mad.
Yeah, what was that for again?
That was Landy's goal got called back.
That's right.
Nichushkin was forechecking Gunther, and Gunther throws into his own zone. I had to revisit that. I had to get – did the league you talk to the league?
That is the most.
He just goes, yep.
So he was referring to Val,
right?
On what Val's supposed to say? I'm sorry, I'm in your way. Play that one more time.
Well, it was because the NHL said that his actions caused the guy to bobble the puck, and he wasn't even in the same zip code as him. So did he just scare him when he skated by?
Sorry, I'm in your way.
It's the most Canadian the coach has ever sounded.
100%.
Most. All right, back after this.
Look, if you're thinking about a mountain property, a second home, a rental property, maybe even your dream home up in the mountains, you're going to need an absolute professional. And I've got her name for you. It's Moser, and her name is Anastasia Bell. Look, it's an awesome name, right? But she's an even better agent. Broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Her market expertise and experience is highly impressive, and that matters when you're dealing with a sale or purchase like this in Summit County or anywhere you're dealing with a mountain property. You need to know that it's the right one, and you need to know everything about it. So do yourself a favor. Write down this telephone number if you're thinking about it, 970-968-7646. She's there right now. She'll answer, 970-968-7646. She's got exceptional service, personalized guidance through the entire process, and she is the pro that you need. Remember that name. If you're thinking about mountain properties, it's Anastasia Bell. But is Val not allowed to forecheck there? Is he not allowed to?
What do you just think about it. What are you supposed to do? Move out of the way? Just go, okay, just like, oh, sorry, I'm in your way. If you're not, just like sidestep him and let him. What are we doing here?
Jared Bednar is one of those guys. If you make him really angry, I think he says it with a smile on his face. Yeah. It's almost like he's like, "Oh yeah, it's really funny."
Yeah. He punches you with a smile on his face.
Yes, exactly. If you missed any of that chat with Jared Bednar, check it out. It'll be on the podcast shortly. Always like our conversations with the coach, but I didn't like that answer on Val.
No, it didn't sound. It
didn't
sounded
like that.
Little doom and gloom. I mean, just in the sense how he answered it. And I'm not going to read too much into it, but perhaps, Nelly, you could pull up his response when Moj asked about him. Was it you or Moj?
I think it was me.
Brett.
Yeah, he just said he dropped the "don't know yet," and that's never good because the answer wasn't, "Oh, it's just a little thing here. He should be fine." It wasn't that. It was he needs to get checked by doctors, and then we'll find out more.
Well, he said he's sore. He was sore after the game.
Yeah.
Which he didn't say, well, he was in an ambulance. I mean, look, every team, I don't care who you are, every sport, you're going to deal with injuries during the course of a season. I mean, this is a rough and tumble game for crying out loud. If you don't, then you're incredibly lucky. So everybody's going to miss time. Hardly anybody ever plays all 82 games. Hopefully, it's just nothing major. It's just maybe keep him out for a week or two max. Maybe he wakes up this morning and an angel came and touched his lower body and said, "Bing, you're good to go." I don't know.
Hey, Connor just put this out on social media, and when I see these numbers, it's just like, wait, really? I'm like, that's my reaction. Scott Wedgwood with the Avalanche. And that's why I asked about having two goalies, right? Scott Wedgwood. His record with the Avalanche, 23-5-3. 211 goals against, 915 saves percentage, 2 shutouts. 23-5-3.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was giving you guys the numbers earlier. Like, he's got the numbers of a really, really good goalie. 913 save percentage, 226 goals against. Like, that's a
leading the league in wins. Is that what? Did you say that yet, Vic?
No.
Okay, I believe he's leading the National Hockey League in wins this year, or he's damn close to it. Let me take a look. Yeah, he's got 10 wins on the season. He's 2 clear of Bobrovsky and Dostal, the guy he faced last night. That's pretty damn good.
I was looking this up because I'm like, I feel like this is pretty close to what Frankie did as the backup goalie, years ago. Francouz in the 21-22 season was 15-5-1 as the backup goalie, too.
Dang good.
Like
and you don't win. Look, man, after Darcy took that stick in the eye from Johansson in the Nashville series, you don't win without Frankie. He was 6-0 in the postseason that year.
Yeah.
So when you have that guy to rely on, and I don't know what they're going to do going forward. Coach obviously said, look, Mackenzie Blackwood's still banging the rust off the fenders. He's had 2 games in 190 days, for crying out loud. It's great to have that opportunity, and Wedgie's taken that crease and made it his own. He's done a great job. That's a great, great problem to have.
So just quickly here, here's what Bednar said about Val.
I don't know yet. Yeah. 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 I know. He left the game with a lower body injury, and a lot of it is like you got to reevaluate in the morning, see how he's feeling, what's going on. Could be doctor's appointments, all that kind of stuff, to just try and get like a clear, view of the injury and a timeline of return to play. So I couldn't tell you at this point. All we know is he was sore last night. He left the game, and now let's see what happens this morning and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Let me address something. Amato and everybody else. Just because somebody's dealing with injury doesn't mean that you need to point out the fact that I'm a slow healer. It doesn't, what I'm trying to say is one does not correlate with the other. Just because you call me a slow healer doesn't mean that they're going to heal faster, okay? So just stow it.
Couple things here. I don't know what to make of this. Maybe it's nothing. Did you guys notice for the second time this year, somebody on the Philadelphia Eagles retired in the middle of the season? The first one was Zadarius Smith. And
I remember that. Who's now?
Jair Alexander just retired.
He did?
What, he's done?
The defensive back?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
They're done.
He's done.
There you go.
Wow.
So, and I remember, like, Zadarius Smith was having a decent year. He was, like, getting after the quarterback, and then it was just, what's going on there?
Well, you know what?
Why is there something always happening in Philly? Always.
So what? Well, I know he had knee surgery in the offseason, right? What, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Look, I would rather have guys or gals or whomever step away and get themselves physically and mentally right than try to force the issue. That's kind of weird, though. He's isn't he a young? He's a young guy. He's not even 30 yet, is he?
He was like top of the league just a couple of years ago, too. Now he's bounced around team to team lately, trying to find somewhere to kind of stick around. But I mean, like 2 years ago, he was seen as one of the top corners in the league. Like it's weird. It's also just weird that. Imagine this. Imagine the Broncos are playing, and then I guess who would be the examples here?
Riley Moss?
No.
Or whomever? Malcolm Roach just says, I'm done?
Malcolm Roach is just like,
I'm out. Done.
Why? But why?
But why?
But why? So that's one thing. It just hit me a little bit bizarre with what's going on with the Eagles. The second thing is, unfortunately, Travis Hunter's now out for the year. And I don't know what they found, if he had to, if they just,
LCL surgery.
But they had him on IR at first, and I thought he was going to come back later in the year, and then I guess they were just like, nope, we're done for. I wonder if any of that has to do with the Jags not looking good as of late. Because remember, they got that hot start to the year, and then did you guys watch the way they blew that game last weekend to Houston?
Yeah.
It was terrible.
Well, I don't think you voluntarily just undergo knee surgery just because your season looks like it's dwindling.
But no, maybe this is just like get right now. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, I guess it happened in practice, right? It wasn't even during a game.
Yeah.
Well, if the Broncos had not put up 33 points in the fourth quarter against the Giants, I would look at the 26 that the Texans put up against the Jags in the fourth quarter. Was it 20? Help me out, 26?
Yes, 26 to nothing.
26 points in the fourth quarter to win the damn football game. I'd look at that as the most mind-bending thing I've seen in a fourth quarter comeback. Oh, no, the Broncos did it just a couple of weeks earlier.
With Davis Mills.
Yeah, and we saw Davis Mills. Who honestly, if you called him Mavis Dills, I would not know the difference. Mavis
Wills.
Dills.
Have you seen the neck on that guy, by the way? He's got a real Mike Glennon going on there.
Yeah, he does. Well, the tallest neck of all time, like the longest neck, where this guy
let me guess.
This guy took a bite and it took 20 minutes before he got to his stomach.
Steve Grogan.
Steve Grogan, that's exactly right.
These guys don't know Steve Grogan.
They don't know
dude.
Steve Grogan. Dude,
they don't know Steve. You think Nelly knows Steve Grogan? Nelly, do you know Steve Grogan?
Yeah, I know anyone with the name Steve. I know who you're talking about.
Grogan, was that a Kansas State Wildcat?
Steve Grogan.
Did he play at K-State? I don't know. No idea.
You know one thing that stuck out about Steve Grogan, Moshe? He had the largest Adam's apple I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's like he
had like
he swallowed a grapefruit.
Watermelon
He had it looked like a giraffe swallowing a watermelon. Yeah, it's bizarre, man. I'm sure he's a hell of a nice guy.
Took 20 minutes for it to make it down.
Well, look at the size. Right. Describe this when I'm pointing it out. Okay, this is the back of his neck.
That's the back of his neck, yes.
The bottom of his neck.
Yeah.
How far is
that? Dude, that's a big detachment.
Well, I don't know if it's built to scale, but yeah, it's a long ways.
That's a good 6 inches from bottom of the eardrum to the neck.
That, dude.
Oh, more than 6 inches. No, it's like a foot.
And then look at that thing sticking out of his throat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like you swallowed a grapefruit.
Okay, wait a minute. Would you guys rather have that neck or, Nelly, Google Tequio Spikes? Tequio Spikes.
Or Mike Singletary, who had no neck.
I saw
Literally.
Spikes. He's doing like college stuff now for because TNT's in the college football game now.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing Big 12 stuff, and he's part of that crew. It's him, it's Victor Cruz, and I think it's Champ. Look at that neck.
Yeah.
Or would you rather have this one where it's
that
like
is not a neck.
wide?
Well, when he buttons his shirt, he either buttons it around his shoulders or his mouth. One or the other, man.
Would you rather have
However he's feeling that day.
just around the room, everybody? Nelly, I'll start with you. Would you rather have the Steve Grogan or the Tequio Spikes?
Oh, I want the Tequio Spikes.
Yeah,
and
I'd
actually,
rather
Moser,
be Spikes.
point of order, he doesn't button
Good
his shirt.
Lord,
See?
look at that.
Hey,
neck.
what are these muscles here? Is that traps?
Traps. Yeah.
Next to the neck?
But that's not traps.
It's not trap,
That's
dude.
just
It's
straight
it's
neck.
just big
Or
old
are those
neck.
tonsils?
No, it's just a neck, dude. It's just
Got muscular tonsils.
he's a stud.
Dude, how did he play linebacker?
Hey, man, what? I never thought.
Can you imagine that guy checking the blind spot in his car?
Oh my God, dude.
He'd have to rotate his entire shoulders.
That's
You know when you have that little thing in the back of your shoulder blade and you can't turn your neck? You know when you get those?
yeah.
That's permanent in his life.
That's rude.
Hey, Tequila, over here.
I didn't have making fun of Steve Grogan's neck on my bingo card this morning.
Oh, there you go.
I feel
That's
bad
the
for
kind of guy
doing
you
it.
are.
But I'm dead serious, man. That guy, take him 3 hours to eat a meal.
Meanwhile,
Tequila
Spikes is like storing food for the winter in there.
Hey,
come on, man.
All I can imagine is Steve Grogan just chomping on leaves, like high tree leaves.
Freaking Brontosaurus. Hey, Brontosaurus, throw me the football. Come on, man. That's so rude.
Going up to a tree and going,
God, that's so rude, man. That is just.
Meanwhile, Tequila Spikes is over here hanging out with the rhinos, just like put a horn on his nose. He's fine. All right, 303-504-0925.
Why are we? Thank God I'm not the one taking the abuse right now.
NFL True False next.
Dan Caplis Law. If you have a big case, a high-stakes case, Dan Caplis is the way to go. After a serious injury or the wrongful death of a loved one, his 40-year track record speaks for itself. High-stakes personal injury cases, he wins them because high-stakes injury cases are fought at a different level. His firm knows how to fight and win. Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Serious firm for serious cases. If you need Dan's help, call today, 303-770-5551, or hit him up online, dancaplisLaw.com.
All right, get to NFL True False in just a second. Yes, Victor.
Jake Plummer will join us at the top of the hour to discuss Stockholm Syndrome.
Jake Plummer, the expert witness on Stockholm Syndrome. He will join us at 9 o'clock. Little NFL True False.
All right, let's do it, baby.
True or false?
I'm going to get these right correct.
The Broncos will score at least 20 points against the Chiefs.
False. Oh, you know what? Let me take that back. Damn it, they have to do it again sometime.
What leads you to believe? Like, how many times are
I'm
we going to do this?
hopeful, Lombardi. I'm hopeful.
Right? Like, we do this every week. Oh, this is the week. Oh, yeah. This is it. This is it. Yeah, this is the one. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not falling for it. I'm going to wait and see. So I'm going to say false.
They average 23.5 per. They are going up against a hellacious defense. Kansas City's D is almost as good as the Broncos. I'm going to say false.
Okay, true or false? The Broncos defense will hold the Chiefs to 20 points or less.
We're going to reveal our picks with these two true or false questions right now.
I'm going to say false. So? I'm going to say false, dude. I'm just going by what I think. False.
Missing Singleton, now missing Singleton and PS2. It's only a matter of time. You have one of those games, and I think this might be it. I don't want it to be. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, Andy Reid off a bye, dude, is diabolical.
What's his record off a bye?
22-4.
Yeah.
True or false? The rushing game will be fine without J.K. Dobbins.
False.
I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know if it's going to be all R.J. Harvey. I don't know if they're going to throw a curveball at us, but you can't tell me you get better by missing your best running back. You can't. False.
True or false? They are not targeting Courtland Sutton enough.
True.
That's on Bo.
That is, he's your best receiving weapon by a mile, and they've just gone away from him.
That's on Bo Nix.
And listen, part of it, too, we'll talk to Jake about this at the top. Like, defenses know that Courtland Sutton's a problem. But it's not the whole issue.
True or false? The best skill position player in the game is no longer Travis Kelce. In this game, I should say.
Hold on a second. Repeat that.
The best skill position player in the Broncos-Chiefs is not Travis Kelce.
Oh, man.
So who would that be?
So who would be a better skill position player than Travis Kelce?
Yeah, who's got the skills?
I mean, he still leads them. Doesn't he? I think he leads them in receiving this year.
Rashee Rice, Courtland Sutton,
no,
Isaiah Pacheco.
He leads them in receiving still. I'm going to say false. Oh, no. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is the best skill position player.
That's not a skill position. That's quarterback. Skill position is wide receiver, tight end.
Skills to play quarterback.
Running back.
Now you're just nitpicking is what you're doing.
I'm going to say stupid. The question is stupid.
I agree. Question's stupid, but I'll say false.
It's not that hard to answer.
Kelsey's probably still the guy. You
guys make this game so difficult.
He's had like at least 50 yards in like 6 straight games.
I'm entitled to my opinion.
True or false? This will be a one-score game.
True.
I'll say true.
It always is between, except for the season ender last year where Kansas City didn't send anybody, but it's always a close game between these two.
True or false? The Chiefs are favored because people don't believe in the Broncos.
True. Of course.
I'll say true. If you look at the offense the past couple of weeks, outside the Dallas game, why the hell should they believe in the Broncos?
And
I mean,
there's
the defense,
a little bit of
I
here
believe
come
in
the
that
Chiefs.
defense. Yeah, and then also a little bit of Kansas City is. Look, that loss to Buffalo could have gone the other way, but they're still a pretty good team.
True or false? If the Chiefs lose this game, they will miss the playoffs.
You know what? I'm going to go with true because I think they think that.
I think you could break them.
Yeah, you could. You want to break them? This will break them. Hey,
it's a chance to break them.
You want to break the Chiefs? This will break the Chiefs. You want to make the games close? Make the games close.
I mean, as of now, if you look at the records now, they would not be in, correct?
Now, you know what? Yeah. The crazy part is you've got Buffalo hanging around at 6-3, which is crazy if that stupid loss to Miami.
It's kind of that Jags thing at the very end of it.
But listen, Kansas City, they're in a playoff spot right now. Can they overcome the Jags and overcome the Texans? And the Ravens are right there. Oh, let me go back. I'm going to say false. They'll still get in somehow.
Okay. Going around the NFL. True or false? Travis Hunter got injured because he plays two positions.
I keep hearing that.
Oh, man. It's a freak thing.
That's why I asked it. That's what people are saying.
False. He got injured because he got injured. He could have gotten injured crossing a sidewalk in Huntington.
I don't think his body gave out in practice because he's playing both sides of the ball at times.
Okay. True or false? Jonathan Taylor should win the MVP.
They usually like to give it to quarterbacks unless there's a prominent running back. And this year there's a prominent. Yeah.
Should.
I'm going to say true.
He's got 15 touchdowns already.
Yeah, but you know who's playing awesome?
Matt Stafford?
The old man in L.A., yeah. Stafford is playing great football.
True or false?
But I didn't give you my thing.
Hurry up then.
True.
True or false? Russell Wilson should retire right now.
True.
Should have retired yesterday.
True.
To be honest,
it's hard
to watch.
Jameis is starting.
Yeah, Jameis is the man now. Anytime we get a Jameis start, it's a good weekend in the NFL, dude.
True or false? The Packers will finish third in the NFC North.
Wow, bro. Wow.
So you think the Bears will end up with a better record?
He's talking about
asking the question.
The Packers will finish third. I'm going to say false.
I'll say false. I think
Lions are going to win the division.
Something.
I think the Packers will be. Yeah. The Packers,
their defense is too good.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Vic. I mean, look, they've got a differential of plus 37. The Bears are minus 8. That ain't going to last.
True or false? The Steelers will finish third in the AFC North.
So you assume then that the Ravens make a push and that the Bengals make a push. I'm going to say true.
Third?
Third.
Yeah,
I think one of those teams can catch him, not both. No, I'll say false. No, false.
True or false? The Seahawks are the best team in the NFC.
I'm going to say true.
See, the Seahawks or the Rams, and man, the Seahawks look good. The only difference is this. Here's the difference. Stafford is proven in the playoffs.
Correct.
Darnold is not.
Yeah, but we're talking about right now. They've got a showdown this weekend, dude. It's in
That's
LA.
Be a hell of a game.
That's going to be an absolute. The problem is we're going against them here in Denver.
It's an
the same
afternoon
time.
game?
Yeah, it's the same time.
Man, why'd they do that like that? Why'd they do me like that?
Yeah.
Why you do that like that?
No.
Why you do me like that?
Say, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that.
Why is it that a Sunday night game?
But
whatever happened to the
flex? Don't do me like that.
True or false? Kyler Murray will be a starting quarterback next year.
Not in
false.
Yeah, that's false, man. They're gonna figure out a way to get him out of there.
And then finally,
but maybe he'll start. Like, could he go to New Orleans and start right now? The answer is yes. So you know what? That's somebody will pick him up. I'll say true.
And then finally, true or false? The Browns are one more bad Dylan Gabriel game away from starting Shedeur.
I keep saying that.
I'm going to say false because Dylan Gabriel is not an NFL quarterback, and they should have recognized that by now, and Shedeur should already be in there.
Maybe we're coming.
So the fact of the matter is, if they haven't yanked him yet, when are they going to yank him?
I'm with you, Moj. There's something going on. False.
Something. There.
Do you know why you should start Shedeur?
Common sense. Common sense.
I agree. Coach, I agree.
And now, before we get... Vic he almost died. Before we get to Jake Plummer, how about this?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Nelly talked to me, and I talked back.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
That message is to Jake. We're just going to call you.
Yeah, all right. Keys to the game. Not 9 o'clock tip, but like 8:50 tonight as they take on the Clippers.
There's a game. There's another Nuggets game tonight.
Well, you know that. You're working.
So, wait a minute. So I was there until 1 a.m. last night, and now you're telling me there's a game at 8:50 tonight.
Yeah, against
Is that
the
what
Clippers.
you're telling me?
Against the Clippers, that's right.
The Clippers are one of the more disappointing teams in the NBA. We know that they're among the oldest teams, if not the oldest team. They're just not getting it from guys who usually bring it. And the Denver Nuggets right now are playing with some confidence and swag. They didn't have to play their starters a ton of minutes last night. Joker got rest. Everybody got rest except Jamal Murray, interestingly enough. That's the one thing you want to keep an eye on. I see the Nuggets coming out and punching hard tonight, and I think the Nuggets can really send a message to the league. Hell, send a message to themselves that they are not going to be toyed with. Denver Nuggets, make some threes. That's the only element outside of Jamal and Tim Hardaway. Dudes are struggling from three. Cam Johnson continues to struggle from three. He's got to find one. As soon as he finds one, it'll start.
I believe that. What is the deal with Kawhi? This guy is always injured, man. Always.
Trees. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza.
Let's do some snakes.
At Johnson Auto Plaza. Jake Plummer joins the show next.
baby, here I am.
Let's head back out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Always happy to talk to this man. Jake Plummer joins the show. Jake, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, awesome breakdown the other day. Awesome breakdown, dude.
Yeah, you and Nate do a great job with that stuff. It's fun to watch.
Hey, thank you. You know, it's kind of, sometimes we wonder who's listening. Kind of just trying to, break down some of the things that are going on so that everybody doesn't just knee-jerk and start waiting for the wheels to fall off when there are some good things going on, some really good things going on, and other little things that, you're constantly working on. Every team in the NFL, every quarter.
Uh-oh.
Fun. I like the walkthroughs. Getting outside is always a good time. It kind of brings me back to our playing days, me and Nate. It's kind of fun times.
Well, for those who haven't seen it, it's on Guerrilla Sports. Nate Jackson and Jake Plummer go outside, and they break down a particular play, a tendency, whatever. This week, you focused on Bo Nix in the pocket, and I watched that, and I gleaned a ton. I learned so much. It's not always about, getting untouched, and Bo Nix doesn't get sacked. But the way you described it, and you said it so eloquently, it's a great stat not to get sacked, but sometimes you want to get touched. You want to feel pressure because that means you're waiting until the last possible second for the receivers to get open. Can you expound on some of the things you said during that segment?
Yeah, I mean, there's times I'm seeing Bo when the play calling is allowing him to stand in the pocket, go through his progression, hit receiver number one out of the break, get to number two, and stand there. His linemen, they're working hard, as all linemen do, whether they're getting beat or not. They're working their butts off, and there's a few times I'm seeing where Bo is bailing and quick to come off of number one or not trust his vision or trust the flow and rhythm that is being established. And this is just stuff that all quarterbacks go through until you get to a certain level, and then you get a new offensive coordinator and you got to go through it again. It's getting comfortable. It's getting rhythm. It's gaining trust with all of your other 10 guys running the play. And there's moments, there's definite moments where you see the brilliance come out, but then lately in the last couple weeks, Bo's been a little quick off of his first read and bailing to the right a lot. Even when he doesn't need to, and there may be a little bit of a pressure feeling, he's quick to get out. And that's just got to come with trusting the guys around you and knowing I got the space to step up or hitch up and make this throw, make these big throws, get the ball into the interior, get the ball to the tight ends that are going over the middle, get the ball to number two coming out of his break. And I think that goes back to somewhat of the offense that's being called. I'm not sure as we watch, what this offense's identity really is. They run the ball some, and then they throw the ball some, and then they throw a lot of screens. So as a quarterback, all you really want is rhythm. You want to know, when the pass plays are coming in, get the ball to your hands quick, get it out with accuracy, and let your guys play. And we've, like I said, we've seen some great things. And I'm not trying to be critical on anything. It's just things that I know they're working on.
Jake Plummer with us. Jake, we've coined a term on this show called Sackholm syndrome, which we are stemming off of. Sean Payton hates it when his quarterbacks take sacks. Could part of this be he is so much ingrained in Bo Nix's head of don't take a sack, don't take a sack, don't take a sack, that Bo Nix's clock is sped up more than it needs to be?
Yeah, there could be something there. I mean, obviously when your quarterback's getting hit, taking sacks, there's risk of injury. But I'm seeing a quarterback that's quick to get out of the pocket when there's times that if he stands there, there's guys coming open. There's guys coming open in rhythm. And what happens after that? That's the stuff that I want to see. I want to see Ingram coming across the middle, catch the ball, and we really haven't even seen what Ingram can do with the ball. Nothing. We haven't even tasted or seen a little bit of a hint of what he can do post catch. And so I would love to see, some rhythm passing game and establishing a run game and working the play action and boot game off of that, and really just hang your hat on that. I watch the tight ends especially Ingram, in slot, running these like kind of banana-shaped routes where they're drifting away from the quarterback. And as a QB, there's nothing worse than that when you don't know where a guy's going to go. You're not sure what he's doing. I want to see, when I was in the pocket, I wanted to see guys get their depth, plant their foot, come out of the break. Then I knew, okay, the safety's inside. I got this. I can throw this early, and now it's up to the receiver to go get it. So there's talent around him. There's talent in the room as far as coaches. I think to please everybody is impossible, but some offensive efficiency would definitely help in that regard, because I'll go so far as saying you got a defense that allows you to take some risks and take some shots, and we're seeing Bo do that. He's taking some shots down the field and throwing interceptions, and then you hear the announcer, "Oh, you really can't make that throw." And it's like, well, yeah, you can when you got a defense that's balling like this defense is, but you can't rely on that. We need some sustained drives. We also need some good play calling. The third one was what really rattled me last week when they threw the ball with Courtland Sutton, and it's like, it's 3rd and 1, like at some point you put away these trickery-dickery-do plays, and you just hang your hat on the fact that we got 5 guys up front that can smash your face. We got a running back in Dobbins that's hungry and wanting the ball, and he's going to go get it. And then you got a guy like Harvey who's a slash-type player. I mean, you can move him all over the place. So I'd love to see them just utilize these guys, and I think that's what this kind of extended bye week is good for. And then once they hopefully take care of the Chiefs, they got a bye week to go and really hone in on what they're going to do to finish this season out, because they're in prime position to stay on top, and that's where you want to be. That's what you got to achieve.
At least they're finally acknowledging Coach Payton is that there's something going on that they need to fix, and I think that's half the battle. And I may be over the top on this, Jake, but when I watch Sean Payton talk into his play sheet, it feels to me like he's reading the New York City phone book. I mean, it just takes forever. Have you ever had a coach that just fills you with too much? You're like, hey, man, come on, let me play the game. I'm not talking about individual play calls, but just so much stuff, because
he
Payton
had
is
that
a
early
genius.
on with Mike Shanahan.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess Shanny did a little bit of that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens, and you love that. You love a coach that's always scheming and watching film, and got the, like I said, like Shanahan was like a mad scientist. He's coming up with plays that were years and years behind you that, like, oh, look at this play that worked against Baltimore in the red zone, and we'd run it and it would work. It was like sometimes that big play sheet can actually, paralysis by analysis. You got so many options that which ones do you pick? So we're picking a double pass on 3rd and 1. Like, what the hell? How about just 34? Run 34, whatever they call it, right to the 4-hole on the right side of the line and go get a yard, And I think, thinking back to my career in '98, we had that. Mark Trestman, some of you may, a lot of you know Mark Trestman. Yeah. Mark Trestman, great football coach, a phenomenal, cerebral, very smart, intelligent coach that I was blessed to have been coached by in Arizona. We were struggling in '98, and he had just that. He had all these plays, all these things he wanted to do, and he'd get the play call in with 12 seconds left, and I got to go up and orchestrate this under high amounts of stress with not wanting to get a delay of game penalty. So we finally we scrapped all that, and he started just calling plays off the top of his head. As soon as the ball was down, he would relay it through my helmet, and I'd start calling the play on the field. And we went 8 games there, made that historic run, cardiac cards, made the playoffs for the first time in 15 years, and won a playoff game for the first time in 50 years with him just calling plays. We were in no huddle the whole time. I threw for close to 2,500 yards in the last 8 games of the season. So we were rolling. We were playing. We were making 80 plays on offense, and it was beautiful because he wasn't having time to overthink. Let's call this. No, let's call this. And even so much so, I came over and told him, let's just run Hank on one of the most important plays of the game into this clinch the playoffs. I said, run Hank, coach. Huge New York Times, I like how you put it, like call sheet trying to find the play. And I was like, let's just run Hank. And Hank is a tight end over the ball. Receivers run 12-yard hooks. The back, one's in the flat, one's on a swing. It goes against every defense. It works against anything. And so we called that, got a first down, kicked the field goal, and the rest is history. So sometimes a coach can overthink. That's where players can step up and say, "Hey, we need to whittle this down. I'm feeling overwhelmed." And I think with the RPOs and trying to mesh the college game with the pro game, I believe we got a signal caller in Bo that can do anything we ask him. And if we're asking him to do too much, then we're taking away his God-given ability to just sit back there, process the progression, go through it. If it's not there, go make a play, young man, because he's dynamic when he takes off.
Jake, you're playing Kansas City this Sunday. We all know how big this game is, but you may have to play without J.K. Dobbins. It looks unlikely that your best running back's in the game, and we know the Broncos' offense has been struggling. What do you do? What do you do in that situation? You don't have your running back. You're missing key pieces. Bo hasn't been hitting the way Bo is used to. What do you say? What do you do in a game like this?
Well, you know you're going to have to play really well against Kansas City. The Raiders storyline is, they're winless. They're coming in. We should beat them. But this team is a team that's notorious for peaking this time of year, starting to build that momentum, and they're coached by some brilliant coaches that will expose your weaknesses, not only on offense, but also, blitzing you on defense. So it's going to take some dynamic playmaking. I believe you got to go to your guys like Cortland Sutton. Let's get him active early. Let's get these young receivers that are obviously hungry. Pat Bryant has been impressing me. Amazing how much he does for this offense and the things he can accomplish and moving him around. Without your number one running back, it still doesn't matter. You got to go establish the run game. You got to get the ball going downhill to stay in manageable situations and hang your hat on something. Let's not put Garrett Bowles out in the end zone running a route when we need to score. And there's no problem doing that once in a while. Hey, that's great. That's a cute play. It works. You get him a touchdown, but let's just get back to playing that football that we know we can do, and that's downhill, smash your face, we're better than you, because this is a damn good ball club. The Broncos have an extremely good football team, and if the coaches allow and whittle it down, I think that we'll see this offense start to gel a little more. I will say this. When they have had to step up, they have stepped up.
Yeah.
And that's a sign of a confident offense. Mm-hmm. I think it's also the sign of an offense that's struggling to find its identity through those first 2 or 3 quarters. Let's get that established. And sometimes it is. It's weird. It's sometimes better to be less is more. Let's let Bo drop back, take a 7-step drop, and sling the thing into some spaces. But then it takes him too, anticipating, staying on his reads. You see him double pumping a lot. Well, that first pump is when he thinks he should throw, and the second one is when he does. And a lot of times that gets you in trouble. It's like walking to the tee box and you're like, I should hit my 6-iron. No, I'm going to hit my 7-iron. Then you change your mind and you hit your 7-iron and you're short. You're like, damn it, I should have gone with my 6-iron. That first thought is usually right. So, Bo is playing his ass off. This team is 8-2. The defense is solid. Even Sertan not being there, they're still balling. All signs point to this continuing, but teams like Kansas City will come in here and expose your weaknesses, and that's where, they got to be ready and play 4 full quarters, and it'd be nice to see. Also, special teams. It's been a little bit inconsistent, but there's been big plays being made. So tightening up everything this time of year is tough because all the bodies are banged up. It's hurting. You're hurting going to practice. There's no 100% anymore. You're running at 88%, hopefully, nursing injuries and trying to keep that energy level up. And so this is where the whole team comes into play. Even the guys that are scheduling the bus trip to the stadium for a road game, everybody is involved right now to make everything run in a cohesive way. And I'm excited. I think this team's got a lot of opportunities ahead of them. And like I said, they believe in Bo, and that's one of the most important things is that your team believes in the number one there. And when you got that, anything's possible.
Hey, keep the videos coming. You and Nate do a great job. We'll pump you up every time we see them. Tell them we said, hey, someday we'll tell you about the story where you picked up Brett on the side of the road in L.A. someplace and took him. So that's a long story. Also, we're going to steal. I specifically am, but I think we as a show are going to steal Trickery Dickory. Is that
no,
cool?
it's Trickery Dickory Do.
It's Trickery Dickory Do. That's what we're doing.
It's a spin-off of Andrew Dice Clay.
Dickory. We don't need no more Trickery Dickory. Let's just hand the ball off downhill in your face football. That's what I want to see.
Love it.
Jake Plummer joins us occasionally.
Right on,
Let's
guys.
do it again soon.
But
Do the best, Jake. Thanks,
Talk
man.
to you, buddy.
All right, peace, love, and mushrooms.
There you go.
That's right, baby.
Jake Plummer joins us again. He used to have a weekly hit with us, but
that's a hell of a
love
breakdown.
talking to Jake.
That's a hell of a breakdown, though. I mean, look, he and Nate do a great job, and that's a hell of a breakdown on what's going on. And he's also right. Kansas City will pick apart your damn weaknesses.
Yep.
Stop overthinking stuff. Just play just play football.
You know, that got me to thinking. We were talking about necks and Steve Grogan's neck. I wanted to ask Jake about this. When Jake played, and I don't know if you guys have seen him recently. He was at the game the other day. He's lost a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Man. He looks like a normal. I mean, he likes your size in terms of weight, Powder. And when he played, dude, he had to put on artificial weight just to survive the NFL.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at pictures of Jake Plummer, like in 2000, 1999, his neck is like he looked like a completely different human being just to survive the league.
Well, that's that thing where you want your quarterbacks to have something extra around the waist to absorb some hits. I mean, that's the thing that they tell you. By the way,
that team could have won a friggin' suit. Oh, my God. Those friggin' Steelers, man.
always good to talk to Jake when
Vic,
we return.
Vic, am I wrong? They would have won it, right? Am I right? The friggin' Steelers.
Oh, yeah. That's why it remains one of the most heartbreaking losses in Broncos history.
Dude, it does. It does.
They're having another parade if they get by the Steelers in 2005.
Man, that team was a good team. He played his butt off. It just hurts my feelings.
I think, Jake Plummer is a guy that even if you aren't a fan of the team that he's playing for, you rooted for Jake.
Totally.
He's kind of like, sort of like a baker. Is he sort of like a baker?
Yeah. Yeah, you know what?
You know what I mean?
It's actually a great cop, but Jake, here's the big difference. Baker was sort of chased out of Cleveland. Jake was never chased out of Arizona. He became a free agent.
Yeah, he
chose
wanted
Denver.
to come here, yeah.
He chose Denver, and he played great football in Arizona. In fact, he helped revive that organization.
Right.
They drafted him in the second round. They handed him the keys, and they changed everything.
So we'll have the chat with Jake Plummer up shortly. We talked to Jared Bednar earlier. The big things from Bednar was we asked him about Val, and he said, don't know yet, which the tone in which he said it did not sound very positive.
It got us to go,
Yeah. Because it's just, of course, Moser, right when things start to get humming and rolling, you get that.
You know what, the 0012, the Broncos got handled by the Steelers, though. Yeah, I know I was there, dork.
Well, they didn't get handled. What happened in that game, I mean, that's selective memory, is Ben Roethlisberger on 3rd and long was a witch. You know how many times the Broncos defense had them in a 3rd and long situation and Roethlisberger would step up somehow and make a play? It was uncanny.
Yeah, Big Ben, he was just a baby, and he was playing great. Hey, listen, one last thing. Help us, Vitalant, and the Avalanche fight cancer. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is going to be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey, and you want that. So donate blood. Over 25% of all blood donations go to fight cancer. Go to Vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information.
So last night, the Nuggets and the Avs both got a win. There is something about this Nuggets team. It's the first time, even when the Nuggets won their championship, it's the first time you could say this about this Nuggets team. We'll get to it next. So we're going through all these numbers.
Yeah, but when you think about the knowledge that's been bestowed upon this audience today, not from us knuckleheads, but from just two guests.
Jared Bednar, Jake Plummer, yeah.
The amount of knowledge bestowed upon the listening audience, you can't pay for that kind of knowledge. So you could go to MIT and they wouldn't give you that kind of knowledge.
All these numbers that we had yesterday from the Nuggets and Avs wins, as McKinnon continues, he's 6 points ahead of the second leading points leader in the NHL. Jokic threw up a game in which he was 16 of 19 from the floor. He is shooting over his last 5 games 72% from the field. This is the biggest one. This is the most important one. This is a number that has driven us crazy forever, and I kind of thought maybe it's just unfixable. When the Nuggets are playing with Nikola Jokic on the floor, their net rating is a plus 19.7, 7 full points ahead of the highest it's ever been. They are better now by a wide margin on the floor with Jokic than they ever have been.
Oh, so you mean to tell me replacing MPJ with Cam Johnson, who doesn't score as much, your offense is better?
Seems to work. And when Jokic is off the floor, they're a minus 1.3, which is a full 7 points ahead of the best it's ever been. They are basically a net zero when he leaves the floor right now.
Well, I got more.
I didn't think that was possible.
I got more where that came from. First of all, let us respect and honor and cherish what Nikola Jokic really is. And David Adelman has gone on the record saying it, and I agree, the most efficient offensive player since Wilt. Forget since Wilt. Forget that. He is Wilt.
Yeah.
He is the modern-day version of Wilt. And I know people are going to say, oh, well, Wilt's numbers were incredulous. Wilt's numbers were through the roof. Yeah, but he's doing it now, Joker, against today's competition. He's doing it against 7'13" guys. Winning. All right? All right, it's different competition. He is the most efficient player in the world.
I was saying this earlier, Vic, when you go back to that Cade Cunningham game from 2 days ago, 2 days ago, and he was 14 of 45 from the floor for 46 points. And I go, Jokic made 16 of his shots on 19 attempts. Yeah. We are not the same.
Hey, man.
We're not.
Wouldn't you be embarrassed to take 45 shots in a game and only make 14?
Well, if you need them for your team to win, I guess.
Whatever.
You need misses?
But beyond that. And you know, I hear it all the time from OKC fans. Just take a look at those two players last night. The reigning MVP and the 3-time MVP. Last night, Nikola Jokic goes for 35 points on 19 shots. SGA goes for 28 points on 19 shots. Here's the difference. Nikola was 16 of 19. SGA was 9 of 19. Nikola had 3 free throw attempts. 3! SGA had 9, and that's low for him.
We are not the same.
Not the same player, people. Not the same player. One is a machine, efficient machine, hums, just like, just that purr. Whatever. What's that engine you like, Moshe?
I like the Renault V10.
How does that sound? Okay, that's not joking.
Oh, you want the Hemi, the Charger Hemi.
Yeah. That's not Hemi. No, that's not.
Well, then what friggin' engine do you want? You want a combine?
He's one of those engines.
Nelly, do me a favor. No, he's the best sounding engine in the history of sports.
Oh, please don't find the audio.
Is the Renault V10 that was used in Formula One for a long time. They don't use it anymore. It's an unbelievable sound. And then also, like a big Hemi that's just gurgling is awesome.
All right.
So he's either one of those. Whatever you. Okay.
Yeah. That's a jalopy. That was Dennis Schroeder last night. Check out his box score. Anyway, here's what the Nuggets.
If you don't, I'm not going to be satisfied. So unless you find it, I'm not gonna move off.
Don't satisfy him.
I need to be satisfied.
Don't satisfy the clown.
Satisfy me. Now.
I will not satisfy you.
No.
All right.
Dan Hyatt presented these numbers. All right, we're at the 10-game mark. All right, we're at the 10-game mark. You've won 8 out of 10. Is that good?
It's pretty good.
All right, 5-game win streak, 8 out of 10. There are 2 teams in the NBA that have a better than plus 13-point differential. One is OKC, the other is Denver. First time through 10 games that 2 teams have been that good in point differential in the history of the NBA. It's never happened before. Both teams happen to reside in the same division. Let's get to the playoffs, get it over with. With the Nuggets averaging over 120 points a game, 124 to be exact, second best in the NBA. Defensively, guess where they rank in the NBA? Second best, holding teams to 50% field goal shooting in the NBA. They're overall top 4 in both offense and defense.
Okay,
top 4.
They're impressive. I get it. You're just like, and the coefficient of the equation comes out to, okay, dude, we know they kick ass. I agree.
My question
I'm unsatisfied, and I'm not going to be able to listen to you.
Here's my question to you. My question to you is this, because here's what you're going to hear. They've played a pretty easy schedule. Is that a function of the schedule or the way they play?
Who cares? They used to play down in competition all year last year.
That's always my comeback, too.
You're beating the snot out of people. Yeah. You should.
But it's fair to say, though, guys, right? It's fair. And tonight they go to L.A. to take on the Clippers, who are not having a good year. It's fair to say, I'm not exaggerating. They've played a fairly easy schedule, which was more home-oriented than road.
Yeah.
That's a fair assertion.
That's fair.
But they're blowing teams out.
But they're killing people. Yeah. I was trying to listen to your numbers, and I couldn't, Vic, because all I heard was engines playing from a phone while you were talking.
The clown was looking for his business?
He had to be satisfied, I guess.
Always got to satisfy the clown. Go ahead, clown.
Do you have your satisfaction, clown?
That Renault V10, dude, I'm telling you right now, if that doesn't vibrate your stinger, then you don't have a stinger.
Yeah, it's awesome. No. I have.
Thanks, Nelly. Hey, listen.
No, hang on.
Yeah.
I have an audio clip that I must play.
All right.
So cut this nonsense.
Point of order. The Rolling Stones are not nonsense, Your Honor.
What? Are they doing their 80th farewell tour now? Guys, I promise this is the last one.
Dude, I saw them at Mile High last year, and they were killer. I don't care if they're corpses. I just say prop their corpses up on stage and play a soundtrack. I don't care. They were awesome.
That's one of the biggest rackets in the world we got going right now. Bands that were formed 50 years ago doing their farewell tour for the 19th time. Okay?
Hey man, you know what? The more Stones you get.
Are you guys talking about old men? Man, this is where I'm
just
done. Call me back.
Call
me back when we get back to the show. Please.
Yeah, we're back to the show right now.
Yeah.
Listen.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
We talked about this earlier. I asked you guys a question. The Philadelphia Eagles, for the second time this year, had a player retire in the middle of the season. The first was Zadarius Smith. The second is Jair Alexander, who just did this, I believe, yesterday. And I asked you, is that weird? Is there something weird going on there? What was your responses?
I didn't really have a response.
Okay. Fair. Could mean nothing. No, I mean, it could mean nothing. I don't know.
I think it's just a coincidence.
But I've just seen Philly win 1 million football games over the last 3 years, and every time that they start winning again, it's like somebody goes, "I don't like it here." It always happens.
I don't think it's that they don't like it there. I think it's that they've got issues going on. I was reading a little bit during the break about Alexander, his situation.
Yeah.
He's got, like, mentally and physically, he's not right.
Okay.
After his off-season knee surgery, he's kind of screwed up. Or so it seems, and he's doing the right thing for him, and he's stepping away. I bet he's not done ever playing football, but right now he is. He's just stepping away from the game right now.
Has their best wide receiver complained?
Yeah, he's a whiner.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was on a Twitch stream playing Madden, I guess, yesterday.
Oh, my God.
I don't know who this guy is who he's playing on Twitch, but listen to this.
I promise you, you might get 200, and I ain't even trolling.
Hey, if you got me on fantasy, man, get rid of me.
If you got me on fantasy, get rid of me, is what he said.
God, they're the most is everybody in Philadelphia miserable?
The most miserable. Turn the engines off.
I'm talking about all of Philadelphia. All of you. And I have friends that are from Philly. Are you all just miserable?
I have never seen a team with more success, more pissed about being successful. Oh, could you imagine what that place would look like if they lost 3 straight games?
Oh, my God.
I mean, the only optimistic person I've ever met from Philadelphia is Rocky Balboa. Everybody else in that film is miserable.
Well, he believed he could do it, and he did
Everybody else is like, this sucks.
You know how much I can't stand when you talk about Rocky as if he's not a fictional character.
Excuse me?
As if he was a real boy.
Hey,
really?
Hey,
he's
Brett.
not a real boy.
Hey, Brett.
Really?
The meats ain't going to hit themselves, bud. All right?
Really? Fictional characters just have statues hanging outside museums.
He was hitting
the
real
biggest joke I've ever seen in my life.
I don't see any South Park statues from your cartoons anywhere.
God, man. I could only imagine if the state of Colorado, if the city of Denver put up statues to Cartman and we worshipped it in the way that people from Philadelphia worship that stupid statue.
What, Philadelphia? Dude, this is where you're stupid. Do you realize that everybody who goes to Philadelphia, Moser, what's the first thing people do when they visit Philadelphia?
They go to the art museum and run up the steps.
Yeah. Do they do that before they go see Ben Franklin's crap?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, nobody cares about Ben Franklin, but they do care about running the stairs.
I've run the stairs multiple times.
You're damn right.
You know what I did?
And what would you do if you went to Philadelphia there, Powder?
I'm not running those stairs.
Yeah, you would.
I would not.
Yes, you
I
would.
would not. Out of
You're
protest.
a jerk. Well, then you're banned from the city.
Yeah.
I will say this. You know what else I've done there, Vic? I've sledded down the stairs in the snow. Borrowed some guy. He had like a dolphin. Like people were sledding down. I borrowed this guy's inflatable dolphin, and I dolphined down the stairs, man.
Your response is generational because you're too young to appreciate what Rocky was and is. Your version of Rocky's what? What the hell did he watch? You didn't have anything like that.
Well, yeah, E.T.
All I'm saying is this. Joe Frazier was right there to put a statue up. You know, a Philly guy who was actually a boxer, who was really good. Wonder why they didn't do that one.
You don't have
Let's all
anything in your
scratch our
life you
noodles
can
and figure
hang your
this
hat.
out.
You don't have the equivalent because there's no generational movie in your
no,
era.
you're right. You're right.
You didn't have crap.
Why give it to the actual great boxer from your city? Instead, let's give it to the fictional character.
Hey, nerd, who's your guy? Harry Potter?
For what?
Is that your guy?
For what?
Is that your movie?
Probably, yeah.
Is that the movie that moves you? You and Harry?
No.
Hey, Vic, unlike Rocky
Harry
in the
Potter
first
movies are good.
Unlike Rocky in the first movie, Harry Potter actually wins. So there you go.
Wow. Hey, let me tell you something.
You don't understand the movie.
Cut
your hair.
Brett, I'm with you.
Freak.
I do love some Harry Potter. I do.
They're good movies.
Yeah, they really are. I like Rocky too.
I mean, why do we always get back to this every time we talk about Philly?
Because you
bring it up all the time.
Every time you bring it up.
I can't say Philadelphia Eagles without you saying, yeah, well, Rocky did this.
No, my point of
as if
contention
Rocky was your father.
No, my point of contention is everybody in that town is miserable. All the time.
Well, you know
I
what,
could
dude?
I could insult your mother before I could insult Rocky.
You're probably right.
You know, I'm telling you right now, man, it just feels like this world is miserable now. Like people they choose to walk around being miserable wretches all the time. Why? Have a Diet Coke and a coffee and chill.
Who?
Listen to
A.J. Brown?
Listen to some Hemis fire up.
Don't you dare do it again.
Why?
Don't you dare.
That sounds broken. Like if that was my engine, I would think like there's a wrench somewhere in there that's rattling.
Well, it's because you're an idiot. Dude.
I mean, it sounds like the sky.
Yeah, that sounds...
That is the sky.
That sounds like...
This segment...
I'm controlling the mics now. Fact checker next.
Oh, man, dude. You make me laugh sometimes, dude.
Hey, my boy. What? What happened?
Just something Moser
we were singing the Rocky theme during the commercial break.
to different lyrics.
Singing it?
To different
lyrics.
Getting and then it was followed up. Just, I'm in the studio with a 5-year-old. I'm in the studio with a 5-year-old. I've never seen a grown man just spend 5 minutes listening to engines. It didn't stop. We got a 65-year-old man. I'm sitting in a silent studio with the only sound being like, that's all I hear. And he's got this big smile on his face.
Maybe you want a truck for Christmas? Maybe you want a little truck? Get you a little truck for Christmas?
I was like, I'm going to get him like a Tonka truck or a train set for Christmas or something. I have to.
He's so easy to entertain.
Man,
I mean, what? He's the kid. Hey, give the kid the phone so he can leave us alone.
And he said softly to himself, so killer.
Hey, man.
Oh, God.
Dude.
It's so funny.
I was at a car show this summertime in my downtown, and this guy had this 1,100 horsepower Murder Nova.
Yeah.
And he started it at
This
noon.
wasn't an invitation.
I know. I'm just
saying
it's just really cool stuff, man. Really
anyway.
cool.
Hey, so my boy Ryan Green has this stat, and it's remarkable when you think about it. And again, you don't take it for granted. You soak it in, you respect, and you appreciate where you're at. Overall, the Nuggets, Broncos, and Avs right now. What an autumn it's been for Denver Pro Sports. Overall,
don't you ever say autumn again. It's fall.
Yeah, we call it fall, dude.
Denver Pro Sports in the fall. Overall record, those three teams, 27-5-5. At home, those three teams, 16-0-2. In the month of November, those three teams are 10-1. I defy you. I challenge you to find another city that can boast those kind of numbers from three major sports franchises right now. It doesn't exist.
But
not even Philly.
No, not Philly. You know, LA's got two teams cooking. Not three teams cooking. They got two teams cooking. It's a great point. It's a great point, Vic.
I mean, I don't know how you can get much better than what we got right now with all these teams. And
the Kings have 20 points. I mean, it ain't like here though.
Teams like cities like LA and New York, they almost don't count because you have your selection of like 17 teams.
Not allowed.
Like, shut up.
Not allowed.
You got two teams. Stop with all these teams.
Yeah, you got two of everything.
You don't get to just pick and choose which teams you want. It's not how it works.
Yeah, I do not include them in this. We are not the same. Nikola Jokic, if you guys missed it, over his last 5 games. And I really want you to heed these words. Nikola Jokic is shooting 72% from the floor over his last 5 games while averaging 32, 12, and 12. Stuff that you can't do in a video game. Legitimately. It's been unbelievable. Now, a few points of order here. Just a few quick stories we can breeze through because I did want to mention these. Josina Anderson said yesterday that Cordell Stewart wants to pursue a collegiate head coaching opportunity and that sources say there's interest in the open Colorado State job for Cordell
I'm
Stewart.
told that's fake news.
Yeah, I would think that they would want somebody with a little bit more experience to take over that program.
Well, are you saying for Colorado State or for Cordell?
Well, I'm saying it's easy for anybody to say they're interested in a job. It's another thing to have mutual interest.
Yeah,
I'm interested in the head coaching job of Colorado State as well.
Yeah, they don't care about you.
I've decided to show some interest.
Here's the other thing. Speaking of college coaches, did you guys see?
Has he coached?
No, but has Vic? Michael Vick has Deshaun Jackson, who's now a coach.
It says here he accepted a voluntary, in 2025, he accepted a voluntary offensive coordinator role with South Forsyth High School in Georgia. If that's your experience, you ain't getting hired at Colorado State.
Well,
sorry.
Dion did coach high school and then 2 years at Jackson State.
Yeah,
but
Jackson State, that's a stepping stone.
Okay.
And he kicked butt there. I'm just saying you don't go straight to CSU.
Hey, DMac, I'm sure he's going to talk about it during the PhD show. He sent me some video of this internet doctor, because there's a bunch of them now on the internets, who is diagnosing the injury to J.K. Dobbins.
I don't. Okay, go ahead.
And I know you're watching video, and all of a sudden you think you know what happened. We don't know, but this doctor seems to think it's and you've heard this term before in Denver sports, a Liz Frank injury, which is a grade 2 mid-foot sprain is what he diagnoses. And this video, he's going on and on and on. He's talking, it's 4 to 6 weeks. Man, if it's that easy to be a doctor where you're just watching a replay of a video saying, yep, Liz Frank, 4 to 6 weeks.
And what's that guy's name that's always doing, is it Chow? Is that what's his name? That an injury happens, he's like, that's going to be a sprained AC joint that's at least 6 weeks. And you're
Let him diagnose. Have him look at videos of Moser just replaying car noises and see what...
Well, this is
see
what
he
I'm talking
can
about.
diagnose.
How does a doctor just...
You know what? A guy getting excited about the sound of a Renault V10 or a Dodge Hemi, that's not out of the ordinary, bro. That's not like some weird thing. It's very natural.
Let me give you a couple of things just real quick, by the way. Did you guys see that Brian Kelly...
Where are my car guys? Where are you? Help me.
LSU went up to Brian Kelly. They're like, I know your buyout's $54 million, but how's 25 sound?
He's like, how about 54?
No. And then, all right, fine, 30. And it's like, we aren't negotiating here. Money.
You owe me them, and they're trying to say that they didn't really fire him. And now they're firing him for like,
what is he, Milton from Office Space?
They're going to lose. LSU is going to lose. They're going to owe him $54 million.
Just pay
the money.
You made the decision.
You're damn right you did.
Speaking of money, I know that we all get bent out of shape because Chris Bryant gets paid a lot to not play for the Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't the worst contract in baseball. Anthony Rendon is now 35 years old.
We've talked about this.
He has missed 605 of 810 games over the last 5 seasons.
My goodness.
In the 205 games he has played, he has an OPS of just 666. He is projected to be the highest paid third baseman in baseball this year.
That's unreal. Dude, when he won
need a full season of KB.
$38.6 million.
Brett, how long ago did he win a series with the Nationals? When was that?
5 years ago, I think.
Okay, do you remember that series? You're like, this guy's
amazing.
Stud. This guy is clutch. This guy's everything. You've heard nothing from him since he took that money. Nothing.
It's stealing. He had hip surgery. He missed the entire 20. I mean, this guy's just a mess.
Didn't he have a quote last year where he's like, they said he missed like a spring training game because of a family thing. And he's like, well, I got to go see my family. And it's like, I know that everybody puts their family above their profession. It's what you should do. You shouldn't say that out loud right now. You shouldn't do whatever. Sorry. Just had to hang at the house yesterday. It's like, haven't you been hanging at the house a lot of days lately? Isn't that
but we had a plumber coming over and they give you a window 4 hours and I couldn't leave.
The HVAC guy just had one time that he could show up. I'm sorry.
In all honesty, what do you do in that situation? Because my daughter's got that problem going on. If you and your significant other both work and they give you a 5 to 6 hour window, what do you do?
Bro, I ordered a fridge and they said your delivery window is 8 to 8. And I go, that's not a window.
So what's the answer?
I don't know. Here's the answer. Help us, Vitalant and the Colorado Avalanche fight cancer. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation in any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. Nelly.
Nelly monitors the
That's
mistakes.
right. I did it.
Today's
I think you are. Yes.
Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I guess Moser is the captain now. Good call. Yesterday, we made a new term on this show. We coined Sackholm syndrome, and we made another one today. Jake Plummer was on the show and had a way to describe that 3rd and 1 weird failed trick play to Cortland Sutton from the Raiders game.
It's 3rd and 1, like at some point you put away these trickery-dickery-do plays, and you just hang your hat on the fact that we got 5 guys up front that can smash your face. Trickery-dickery-do plays.
Trickery-dickery-do.
Trickery-dickery-do.
Hey, tell me you weren't thinking what I was thinking, Moj. A little Andrew Dice Clay.
Hickory-dickory-dock.
Trickery-dick.
Can I just say one thing? I'm offended. Moser feels like, let me get a hold of this steering wheel and get us back on track. Said the guy who was going for 5 minutes.
Brett, you're not doing your job when you have to rely on Moser to get to the wheel and steer it home.
I didn't have to rely on Moser. Moser had too many engine sounds in the last segment, so he forgot to do a read. So then he had to fit that in.
Hey, Moj, tomorrow when I pop in, I'm going to get you a nice little Tonka set. Get you in the corner during the timeouts. Make sure.
What if we gave you an airplane? Would you go during the show?
I thought you were off tomorrow.
But just to make sure you're good. Just make sure you're good.
Okay, iTunes, Spotify,
I'll
Moser,
take
Lombardi,
it.
and Kane.
If you got a Tonka trunk, I'll take it. Please. I'm always down for a good Tonka.
Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Trickery-dickery-do plays.
You just need clock management here. You should be able to bleed it out. Another bucket would do it. Jokic for 3 in the game winner. Got it! That ought to do it. 116-106. Denver leads it by 10 in Sacramento, and Denver's going to win game number 1 of a 3-game road trip in Sacramento.
Here's Nichushkin. Leaves it for Brock Nelson. Power move behind the net. Nelson tagged up for a moment. Loose stick on the ice to the point. Malinsky. Shot broke. Went right to Nichushkin. Lets it go. Rebound. Score! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Gabriel Landeskog, his first goal in 1,347 days in the regular season. He scored in the playoffs in this building on that end of the ice, and now he's got the crowd to their feet again in the regular season as Colorado takes a 2-1 lead.
Recognize greatness when you see it. Both the Avs and the Nuggets take down their opponent last night in a double dipperoo. The Avs rolled the Ducks. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure this is the second time this season the Avalanche has stopped a 7-game winning streak by their opponent, right? Didn't the Devils have a 7-game winning streak when the Avs put an end to that nonsense, and then the Ducks were on a 7-game winning streak?
It's almost as if the patron saint candle of narcissism, Saint Sean here, has been working for the Avengers across all Denver area sports since we started lighting these candles.
You know what I was thinking? Shout out to Saint Sean. What's up, Saint Sean?
What's good, man? Do you like that? The patron saint of narcissism?
Yeah, that's exactly what he is.
Is that good?
That's exactly what he is. Do you think, you know what? I was thinking about this last night while we were here watching both the Avs steamroll the Ducks and the Nuggets take care of the Kings for the second time in 8 days. Was this. The Nuggets and the Avs make all the hard things look easy. That's how good they are. And in comparison to the Denver Broncos, who make everything look hard. You know what I mean? Like what the Avs and Nuggs are doing right now is not easy. It's not easy, but they're making it look easy. The Broncos are just as hot as those two teams, but they make it look hard.
It don't look easy.
No, it does not look easy at all.
You know what's the patron saint is going to make things easier now that he's lit up this week. Yep. Even though the injury report for the Denver Broncos isn't awesome.
It's listen. This seems like a perfect game for JK, right? Against the Chiefs.
Is he good?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we're gonna know for sure today when we'll know for sure when they unleash the official injury report. But according to people around town, that JK might be dealing with that foot injury, and I don't even know if he's going to be able to go. So then you'd have no Alex, you'd have no Patrick, you'd have no JK.
Marvin Mims Jr.
Oh, that's right, I forgot. But see, I think Mims will be back.
Ben Powers.
That might just be me.
I'm just talking big picture of all the guys that you technically do not have. At least it doesn't look very promising you don't have.
Yeah. So it's listen. I can't believe your Denver Broncos are 8-2, and the very first article on ESPN right now is how much concern is there about Denver's playoff potential? ? Listen, it might be a little early for that. If the Broncos beat the Chiefs this weekend,
did you see that our guy Karen A. Reed?
No,
was placed on the injured reserve list.
No,
remember the linebacker, the University of Utah player that. He was a training camp acquisition, and then he was added instead of Lavelle Bailey was the guy I loved, and Karen A. Reed was added instead.
Well,
so he just went on the injured reserve list yesterday.
And they said goodbye to Bandy yesterday, right? Didn't they just cut him out, right? Like they were like, all right, see ya, Bandy. Good looking out.
So here are all the players that potentially are going to be out from how you started the season. So, okay, we'll go, and it's starting to add up. Michael Burton, your fullback, he's out, but whatever. You've been fine with what's their guy's name? The fullback that has like one catch on the year.
Oh, come on, text line, help me out here. I'm
just drawing a blank on it.
Is that Jaleel? No,
he's a Colorado State guy. He played at CSU.
Prentice, Adam
Prentice,
okay.
Nicely done. So whatever. Okay, so Matt Henningsen, defensive end, out for the season. Nick Gargiulo out for the season. Michael Burton out for the season. Drew Sanders still on IR. He was eligible to come back. Not much movement on Drew Sanders. That's frankly where he's lived his entire Broncos career, has been on the injured reserve list or in some type of transitional time. Ben Powers still on injured reserve. Matthew Pert still on injured reserve, the offensive tackle / guard, which led to my guy I love, Alex Palczewski, starting out left guard. Lucas Krull, injured reserve. Frankly, probably maybe including our guy Evan Ingram, maybe our most dependable pass catching tight end. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then Jonah Ellis, man. Do you realize that Jonah Ellis, he came out of the game against, he came out Thursday night, was out for the remainder of the game against the Raiders.
Yeah,
so he's questionable. Nate Adkins has been gone. He's your jack of all trades tight end.
You know
your
what
Swiss
I'm thinking,
Army
though?
knife tight end.
This might be pie in the
Marvin
sky
Mims
stuff.
Jr., by far your best return man.
You might get Patrick back, though, right? This is why you didn't put him on IR. You probably,
For this game?
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about the Chiefs, man.
I get it. He could.
I didn't bring patron saint of narcissism, Sean, to beat the bye week.
No,
I don't want to beat the bye week. I want to beat the dang Chiefs, and I want to get to 9-2, and I want to win the AFC West.
I get it.
Is that too much to ask for?
No, it's not too much to ask for. And if you beat the Chiefs this weekend, you're almost guaranteed to win the division unless the bottom falls out. You're going to win the division if you beat Kansas City this week. If you don't beat Kansas City, in case he gets that win, then everything's up for grabs.
Man. Chargers.
It's up for grabs.
Chargers.
You're still on that chart. You think Harbaugh is like Sean Payton's kryptonite?
He just look at the numbers. It's not a thing.
How about this question? I was wondering this too. So I was looking at all the power rankings for the Broncos and what the NFL bigwigs think about the team here in the Mile High City. And everybody keeps talking about the defense, and they're like, hey, Vance Joseph's going to be a head coach somewhere next season because that defense is crazy. What is the offensive version of Vance Joseph's defense? What's the offensive version of Vance Joseph, man-on-man, aggressive, we're going to come for you? Like the Broncos need 27 sacks to break that 1984 Chicago Bears record for most sacks in a single season. 27, that's nothing. They could get that in 3 games. You know what I mean? 3 or 4 games.
There have been a few games where they've had 7, 9 of them.
So, you know what I mean? So, what's the
Imagine
offensive
they had 7
version?
the rest of the year.
If Sean Payton was like, I want the offense to match the defense, what's the offensive version of a man-to-man, aggressive, we're going to sack the quarterback defense? What's the offensive version of that?
I think it's physical. It's leaning into your strengths. It's leaning into your offensive line. It's unfortunately you can't say it right now, but J.K. Dobbins, when healthy, if he's healthy, then great. Lean in all the way. You got R.J. Harvey, who's proven to be a really good back. And you got to start unlocking the guy that you're at least compensating to be your wide receiver 1. That's Courtland Sutton.
Do you just need force more targets to Courtland? More targets?
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's that Bo Nix is so hell-bent on proving to this league, proving to his head coach that I can play within your structure. Therefore, I don't just say, I like that matchup, and I'm just going to go throw the ball to that human, irregardless of what your stupid system says for me to do.
Yeah.
Because there's times where it feels like his play, I'm talking about Bo Nix, of course, his play is resembling someone who's trying to please, as opposed to saying, that dude right there he's our best receiver. He's a much more sure-handed guy than Troy Franklin.
But Poe loves Troy. It feels
like
why. More and more he's targeting Troy than Courtland. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I bet you the stats.
Do we think that's good?
No, not necessarily. But that's the problem with Troy. Troy has the same issues as Bo, and I'm sure it's a young football player in the league kind of problem, where sometimes they look amazing and sometimes they look terrible. And there's a wide margin in between the two. You know
want
what
to
I
hear
mean?
Something crazy? This is from Ian Hartitz, who's a known Bo hater, whatever. But he's throwing out some stats. This stat was from Thursday night. Bo Nix and Troy Franklin have connected on 2 of 24 targets, and that's an 8.3% rate when ball has been thrown past 30 yards.
Ooh.
Downfield over the past 2 seasons. That is the worst catch rate between quarterback and wide receiver in the National Football League.
That's so wild.
Remember the opening touchdown versus Buffalo? That was one of them last year in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of your 2 catches of 24 targets down the field. And then the other one was that scramble drill that Bo Nix just chucked it out on a broken play to Troy Franklin against the Colts this year. Okay. So literally, the only time that you've completed a ball down the field in 24 attempts have been in losses to the Bills and the Colts.
Man.
And every other time it's been an incompletion. It's been a failed, I call them long foul balls. Like,
yeah. Yeah.
And the crowd goes,
It's so weird.
Sorry, that actually was updated at the end of the game. It was 2 for 25 now.
2 for 25?
2 for 25 on deep throws. And I'm just telling you, man, just coaching the game, that's an atrocious rate where you got to start doing some self-reflection and say that ain't working.
Isn't that the exact opposite of what Mahomes does? Because the thing that scares you about Mahomes is he does that Mahomes magic where your defense has him pinned in and locked down, and all of a sudden he's like, oh yeah, watch this 62-yard play I'm about to break off out of nowhere. That's what scares me the most about the Chiefs. It isn't everything else. It's the Mahomes magic. And he still got it, right? He's still got that Mahomes magic. He can still do that thing where the play breaks down, and the next thing you know, it's a touchdown for Kansas City, even though it looked like it was going to be a sack for the Broncos. Or do you think that this defense can burn the witch at the stake? You know what I mean? Like, if Mahomes tries to hold on to the ball and do his Mahomes magic against this defense, does that mean that Benito and Cooper and Allen are going to get to him and sack him? I don't know. What do you think, Coach?
I mean, I think that you can just trust what's happened in the past, and the Denver Broncos have gotten after every quarterback they've faced.
Yeah.
Even Daniel Jones. The numbers weren't great. The pressure rate was elite.
Yeah.
The tight window throwing percentage and throwing under pressure rate that Daniel Jones had in that game against the Broncos, I think that game in and of itself elevated him to an MVP conversation.
Ooh.
I mean, truly, because it was that good against a team that's frankly made every other quarterback that they've seen have a miserable day at the office. Now, let me talk about this. In the past 5 weeks, these are great weeks for the record for the Denver Broncos. He's won every game, right? What's the winning streak at right now?
7 games.
7 games. What's the home winning streak at right now?
5. They've won all 5 of their home games, right?
Well,
but going back to last season, it's the longest home winning streak in the NFL,
it's
right?
It's at 10, my man.
Okay.
It's at 10.
Okay.
It's a good time right now to be alive in Denver, Colorado.
Yeah, nobody's losing in this city.
Nobody.
Now that the Rockies are in their offseason.
Yeah, they're chilling, man. Like we don't have to contribute to all this bad ball right here. How many in 5 weeks? How many targets would you guess Courtland Sutton's had in those 5 games?
In 5 games? 30.
Yeah, just south of that.
Really?
Which isn't good.
Really?
29. And Troy Franklin's has had how many?
50.
41.
Wow.
So who's wide receiver 1?
Troy.
And Troy Franklin.
Right?
Do we as Broncos country, 303-504-0925. Are there things about Troy Franklin that Broncos country likes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is he also frustrating?
Yes, he is.
Do we feel like he drops some passes?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Do we feel like at times like there's a ball in the air and he puts his hands up like he's like got his like fingers are the wrong way?
Right. It's like a force field. Yeah. I get exactly
the
what
answer to that is yes.
Yeah.
Are there a bunch of throws dating back to last season where we think like Bo Nix uncorked a beauty? Troy Franklin did get behind somebody, and for whatever reason, it just looked like it was 2 inches off.
Yeah, the connection's just not there.
Can we also admit that Courtland Sutton, when targeted with frequency, that dude does come down with the football.
He makes those catches, yes.
He's strong. He's I would say he's acrobatic in the air. He allows his body to get contorted.
Mm-hmm.
He's got strong hands, not small hands and smells like cabbage. He's got strong hands, and the Broncos need to get back to doing what they do, and that's playing to their strengths. So attacking offense is run the dang football. Lean into that strength.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we say it every freaking week. Run the ball and feature your wide receiver 1, Courtland Sutton. 10 targets Not por favor. Es necesario.
Bo Nix is especial. Bo Nix is special.
He'll be a lot more especial with that.
Are the Broncos, though? Are the Broncos? We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to answer the question, are the Broncos pretenders or contenders? That's next. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. We're 8 days away from Thanksgiving, people. Thanksgiving, 8 days away. Next week is Thanksgiving.
No wonder my wife's starting to kind of get things all dressed up and ready at our house.
Does she
got
decorate
family
for Thanksgiving? Oh, does she really?
Well, no, Coach. Yeah, I'm going to call you Coach. Coach. My wife dressed up on Halloween as Christmas.
No.
She was like Santa suit.
She had
like Christmas lights on her person.
Oh, she's one of those people. She's one of those Christmas crazies.
And then the tree was up.
Oh, no.
Nighttime.
Oh, no.
October 31st.
Oh, no.
I don't think Thanksgiving is in 8 days. But
oh, it's not next week? I thought Thanksgiving was next week.
It's November 27th.
What? Wait, are y'all drunk?
No,
I'm pretty sure Thanksgiving is next week.
That's from the Google machine right there.
Wait, hold on. Let me look.
KJ did something smart that you didn't do.
What is it? Oh, my bad.
He did Thanksgiving 2025 USA.
I was looking at the Thanksgiving potluck we're having here at the station.
Oh, that sounds fun. I want to do that.
That's next week.
Hey, what's your favorite Thanksgiving meal? Or like a side or thing?
Oh, you know what?
You like the bird?
Brisket.
Oh, yeah, you're texting.
Brisket. Yeah, brisket.
Dude, that's not Thanksgiving, though, man.
I love turkey, but brisket, yeah, no. I'm
like
just
finding smoke rings on Thanksgiving Day, to me, just doesn't hit.
No, man, no.
I do like that fried turkey, though. I lived in the Deep South for a minute.
Have you
that
done
fried
that?
turkey, that
have
was
you? I mean,
good.
there's people who burn their house down trying to fry turkey.
It's not the best idea.
Have you done it? Like, have you fried a turkey at your house?
I was the recipient of it.
Oh, and you're just like,
we fed our whole team at Western Kentucky with the fried turkey. So we had like huge vats of grease outside of the stadium, and we had all these people frying turkeys at one time.
Wow!
Probably should have burned down the stadium. Probably would have delayed me getting fired.
Right? Yeah. You see,
stadium
that's
on fire.
Chess.
Yeah, that would have been
Coach
good.
still gets a job.
That'd have been real good. That's some Hugh Freeze type stuff right there.
We want to talk
some
about
Brian Kelly type stuff right there.
Bro, listen, Brian Kelly. Did you see that LSU's like, you know what? We didn't actually really fire you. And when we do, we're going to fire you for cause so you don't get that $54 million. And now it's just going to be lawsuits all over the place.
So have you noticed who's telling the story right now publicly?
Well,
it's Brian Kelly's attorney.
Okay.
I had heard some things on some pretty good authority, and I'd call it less than 2 degrees of separation, where there were some for cause things that were happening at the very beginning.
Wow.
So of course Brian Kelly's attorney said, we didn't know about it until like just 10 days after he was terminated. Now the problem is that LSU made the big mistake putting out a press release saying that it was because of performance.
Right.
We just didn't live up to the expectations of the on-field performance, so they're screwed.
Right.
Brian Kelly, that in and of itself, Brian Kelly gets all the money.
Right. That governor should have never popped up. Like they should have.
The governor was a moron. The AD got fired shortly thereafter. He was a moron. LSU's stupid,
and they're going to end up having to
pay
him
the 54.
Though, man?
Like, no offense to the southern part of the United States, and I do love my best friends in the world live in Kentucky. Man, there's a lack of there can be, KJ. You're not one of them. There can be a lack of intellect in those parts of the country. Thank you.
Well, listen, I also, when you shake a man's hand and you both put your name on a piece of paper, you need to honor that, man.
Yeah,
and
you do, but there are clauses now in there.
You told him $54 million. It's in the contract, $54 million.
Yeah, but
and
there
now
are clauses.
You're trying not to pay him $54 million.
There are clauses about some stuff that happens behind the scenes.
Well, they
Brian
tried
Kelly
to hand him a $25 million check. They were like, take 25 and go away.
If he was dipping his chip in some foreign salsa or something like that, you never know.
Man, it's going to get ugly. It's going to get ugly between them. You know what? I do. Okay, we're going to talk Broncos here in just a sec, but I do have one. ESPN is reporting the Giants and Packers play this weekend. Jackson Dart's not going to be able to go. You know who ESPN is reporting the Giants are going to start at quarterback this weekend?
I don't know, but I think there's going to be a revival.
Is
there a chance? Is there a chance, KJ?
There
might be
leap right over
revival.
Russell Wilson and start Jameis Winston this week.
Famous Jameis
is getting the start this week.
The pastor has spoken, and we have seen some hard times here in Manhattan, New York. My brother Russell Wilson. It didn't go quite so well, but the Lord will lift my brother up. Jackson Dart, my brother from another church.
So
the church in Utah. He got a little banged up. But I have prayed away.
Preach.
All those pick sixes.
That's right. The interim head coach was like, hey, he has to go to Russell Wilson. Kafka has to go to Russell Wilson and be like,
it's all
brother,
Jameis, man.
We're going with
Kafka
Jameis.
wants the job. That's what I would have said long ago. Give that man the job, and he will give you your bread.
Man, if Jameis Winston and the Giants beat Jordan Love of the Packers this weekend, I'm going to – there's some issues going on in Green Bay.
Packers are buns right now.
I can't believe that's going to happen.
You know what, man? I'm just going to say it, and I said it maybe a little bit yesterday. I got a hard time watching the Matt LaFleur coach offense right now.
Yeah.
And my guy Jordan has trust me, his hands are dirty. There is blood on the hands.
Yeah, but it feels like he could
Jordan
do so
Love.
much more than what they're using him for right now.
They're gross, man.
Yeah, I don't know. They got to figure that out.
They have you want to talk about clunky and chopped up and personal fouls, not even personal fouls, like pre-snap penalties, formations they're a poorly coached offensive football unit. And so I don't think the Broncos, when you watch the plays, don't look like an inherently poorly coached, inept offense. They just look clunky.
Right. They
look without, there's no flow, no rhythm.
Right. No yardage. It's just like,
But it's not like you line up and you get a big play and Jordan Love throws a dime down the field and it's like there was a lineman that checked in the game that was covered up and it comes back for a -5 and, your repeat first down, it's 1st and 15 instead of explosive play down the field.
Yeah.
That ain't what the Broncos are doing. Broncos don't look like they're incredibly undisciplined. I think they look undisciplined on special teams.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you have that many penalties on special teams. You got a leadership problem.
They have 82 offensive penalties. Is that what it was? I think I read that. Obviously more than anyone in the NFL. And you're like, where is that coming? Where's the discipline on offense coming? I mean, just penalty after penalty. And it's some of those pre-snap penalties. It's got to freak you out as a coach, right? That's got to make you nuts when it's pre-snap penalties. You know what I mean? Like I get every once in a while a hold or a pass interference, but the pre-snap penalties are driving people. All right, I got this one for you, Coach. I got this one for you. Jeremy Fowler yesterday. Listen, power rankings come out. Quarterback rankings come out. Like the Ringer. They have the Broncos as the 7th best team in the NFL, but they also have Bo Nix ranked as the 24th best quarterback.
No es especial.
In the end, I was like, come on, man. They got Drake May as like the 7th best quarterback in the league,
Bo Nix es muy malo.
That's exactly right. Muy malo. Yeah, that's exactly right. So here's something that Jeremy Fowler wrote yesterday. I want to give it to you, and you give me your comments on it. He had this to say from his Pretenders section of the Pretenders or Contenders. Bo Nix still has a few things going for him. He has a knack for moving the ball downfield, even when it's not pretty, and he's clutch in the fourth quarter. But recent struggles from Nix and the passing game suggest the Broncos could be destined for an early playoff exit, despite their defensive dominance, if the offense doesn't improve. Now, I don't think he's saying anything crazy in that statement, but yeah, you agree with it.
And I just want the Denver Broncos offensively, and I believe this is going to happen. I think that your demon quarterback, Bo Nix, and I'm talking about when he's playing and he looks like he is on fire. And we've seen it, guys. Mm-hmm. Don't let recency bias get in the way of what he did in the fourth quarters against the Giants and the Eagles. Don't let recency bias get in the way of what he did in the entire game against the Dallas Cowboys.
But he looks like a different player. It's hard.
How long ago was the Dallas Cowboys game, bud?
Oh, I don't know. Two weeks ago?
It was just how many games have you played since that?
Just one, right? Wait, no, two games.
He played a terrible game against the Raiders, and then what's the game before that?
Oh, the crazy game
Texans.
against no.
Texans.
Oh,
Raiders and Texans.
You're right. And
Raiders and Texans
janky
were
too.
Gross.
Yeah.
Let's call it like it is, okay? Can we just all take a little bit of a breather, get some good oxygen, breathe in the carcinogenic air of that St. Sean narcissism candle, and realize that two things have happened in those last two games. One, you played a road game inside a dome against a team with the number one defense scoring and yards in the Houston Texans.
But you won it.
You found a way.
Bad.
3 days later, 3.5 days later, I mean, you take travel and do it. 3 days later, you're playing another football game.
Yeah, and just
your
one
10th
of the
game
ugliest games you played in a long time.
And you did it with well-documented 40 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Okay?
Yeah.
So before we decide to just toss all the dirt on Bo Nix, the same people, the same ones of us that were saying after the Cowboys game, which came off the heels of the ending of the Eagles game, which came off the heels of the ending of the Giants game. We got ourselves our Elway, baby. We got ourselves our Manning. And now all of a sudden, we got to go draft a quarterback because Sean leaked that to our guy, Colin Cowherd. And maybe, you know what? Maybe Sean did that. One, two, maybe he didn't do it at all, just to be fair. I don't know that.
I probably think he did.
I think he did.
Sure.
But I think it was twofold. One, to motivate the player.
Yeah, just kind of keep poking.
And
Because that's Sean's way of motivating, right? Is
if that's
poking
the case,
the bear.
I'm great with it.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Because I think Bo will do what? What does the Bo-bot always do?
He's restart.
Time to reset, respawn. I'm going to hit the power button, power cycle.
Yeah.
I respawned, restarted, rebooted, recalibrated. Time to play the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And Bo's played well against the Chiefs. I know he played against a non-Chiefs Chiefs team.
Yeah.
But he also played very well on the road at Kansas City against a team that was arguably the hottest team winning football games in the NFL last year during the regular season. So all that to be said, I fully expect Bo Nix to have a great response game against the Chiefs. Is it going to be 42 points in perfection? Probably not, because the Chiefs are good. They are good on defense. They have championship pedigree, but they're not a perfect team. They are a team with plenty of flaws.
Right. Well, they'll be at 500 when the Broncos beat them this weekend. They'll be 5-5. Where's the biggest growth potential with a football player? Like you coach high school, you coach college, you see where's the biggest growth potential? When does a young player grow the most as a football player?
Well, what's the Saint Sean candle is the patron saint of what?
Narcissism.
So I'm going to answer this in a narcissistic
All right, let's
way.
go. Let's do it.
The biggest growth potential I've ever seen for a player is at the quarterback position. And it's when they're coached by me.
The Packers need to give you a call, man. Jordan Love ain't reaching his potential without you.
Hey, I think the Packers could probably match Altitude's, their hourly wage.
Maybe,
what do you think?
Maybe. I don't know. What do you think the quarterback coach makes in Green Bay, man?
I'm obviously
I don't even
completely
know who the quarterback
kidding.
coach is in Green Bay.
He stinks. Say that. But obviously I'm joking about that, kind of, even though I do have a pretty high view of my ability.
Like how much
to
more
develop
ceiling? I
quarterbacks.
guess the question is how much more ceiling does Bo have right now?
He does. He has ceiling, and his ceiling is in his confidence. His ceiling is tied into his feet being right. And I think his ceiling is also tied to what we've already seen is when the synergy is right between play caller and quarterback, it looks completely different than what we witnessed in the last 2 weeks. Would you agree?
Yeah. That's why I said the Broncos make winning look hard compared to what we saw last night with the Avs and Nuggs, who are doing hard things, but they make it look so easy. How do we get the Broncos to there? But or is it just that you already have to go out and win a title and have that kind of swagger to you?
Is Bo Nix, and KJ, you're following this closely because I'm excited about the player, but it just hasn't materialized yet in a winning effort by a franchise. Does Bo Nix, the player, in the last couple of weeks, and frankly even through a bunch of this season, does he feel like Cam Johnson a little bit?
Yes.
Where it's a bit.
Well, see,
you're in a rut.
Yeah. But
you look like that guy's gonna be all right. I think, right?
Yeah, but see, Cam is still like he's not knocking down shots, but he's playing mad defense. You know what I mean?
But Bo's playing mad fourth quarter ball
you're right,
in a majority of these games. Or Bo's using his legs to take off when he really needs to. I would just say do it a little bit earlier, kid.
But
why not?
Cam's like option number 4 and Bo's QB1,
I agree.
man.
I agree.
That's a massive
but
lot
you
more
could argue
responsibility.
that the current form of Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, basically as an offensive juggernaut, not to mention coming off the bench, Tim Hardaway Jr., that's a freaking dude. And, all the different pieces.
And Valanciunas was, he got to double.
Dude, he's awesome.
He can put a lot of numbers up in a little amount of time. You give him
awesome.
9-10 minutes, and he'll give you some numbers.
And you know what? You know what's happening for Jonas Valanciunas right now? Is that he's getting if he wants it, he's getting a career extension.
Yeah, that's
because he's not getting crushed with minutes.
He did mention how much more fun it is playing for a team where these games matter. He's like, you can feel them matter. They matter. Even these regular season games, they matter.
How how long ago does that Palathinaikos thing seem now? He seems very happy.
Like
He's
a year or two ago.
He's an incredibly well-spoken. There's very little
guy.
accent.
Yeah, he's a smart guy.
Not that an accent makes you non-well-spoken, but he seems like he's almost a first or second generation American.
Yeah, no, he's great. He's been a big boon for your Denver Nuggets.
But Broncos country, relax.
That's not going to happen.
Bo Nix is going to have a good football game. I didn't say great. Bo Nix is going to have a good football game against the Kansas City Chiefs.
All right. Broncos country has no chill. They're not.
You know what I predict happening in this game?
What's that?
Is that the narrative, and this is what happened when everybody speaks with such hyperbolic statements.
Mm-hmm.
The narrative is going to be turned on its head. The defense that has been saving Bo's bacon the entire year is probably going to have some moments of being exposed.
Ooh.
You're probably going to give up some points. And it's actually going to be like, well, these games, we all have been there. Bo's playing pretty good. Come on, defense. What I mean, where have you been? Why are you not there now? Where's this Bo been? Now all of a sudden you got him and you're resting on your laurels? That's what I predict is going to happen in this contest.
Ooh, okay.
I think the Broncos win it.
Yeah.
I think the Broncos win it, but I think there's going to be some uneven play on the defense.
This is going to be
side of the
another
ball.
fourth quarter game. It's going to come down to it.
It's what the Broncos do, isn't it?
It's what the Broncos
They even
do.
did it against the Titans.
Yeah.
And
I don't see the Chiefs blowing
Jets.
them out, right? You don't see a Chiefs just blowout victory.
No.
I mean, despite what Andy
When's
Reid
the
does.
last time you felt like the Chiefs were really capable of blowing out a good football team?
I don't know. It's
been like 4 years.
Even though they won 15 damn games last year, they kept winning them at the end. They were doing that Bronco thing.
They were doing the Bronco thing.
Yeah, they were doing the Bronco thing. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, CFP playoff poll. Well, I guess the P in CFP means playoffs already. But you get what we're talking. We can talk a little college football next. Ooh.
We got college basketball?
Listen, I love me some college hoops, baby. Matter of fact, the tournament this year is going. I love the tournament. I love the field. I love it. And there's enough good players in ball this year that it's going to be a fun tournament. But no.
Name one active college basketball player right now, Berto.
Oh, Cameron Boozer. We were just watching him the other day.
I could not name one right now.
Cameron might be.
AJ DeBosta.
Ooh, we got two.
He might be there. Well, there's a couple of Boozers now at Duke, right? It's Cameron and his brother.
What's their last name?
Boozer. They're Carlos's Boozer's kids.
Oh, how many he got?
Yeah. Well, he's got. Well, I don't know how many he's got. He's got two that play ball though, and Cameron's going to be a top 3 pick at least.
Hey, KJ, you ever seen the Beijing on Carlos Boozer? That is a first-class Beijing. I would dare you, especially if you don't know what the Beijing is. Berto, you look like somebody who might never have heard of the term Beijing.
No, never heard of it.
If you have not ever heard of a Beijing, I would dare you today on the Google machine.
Oh, now I'm definitely not doing that.
Type in Carlos Boozer. It's not illicit. You can do it at your work. You can do it at church. You can do it in front of your priest.
Don't trust, Coach. Don't do it.
Dude,
don't do it.
My word is my bond. And I would look up Carlos Boozer and then Beijing.
Is this has something to do with
it is right there.
Janky hair? Yes! Is this what we're talking about? When he painted
the paint on hair, bro.
Yeah. This was the worst thing he's ever. You're right. This is so
There's
bad.
one that's even worse than that, KJ.
Look at that, man.
Go ahead and find that.
That's what the Beijing is, where you just paint your hair on?
It's a paint on, and then then you sweat, or it gets like a couple days in.
Yeah, it starts greasing you up. It starts leaking on you.
I would also advise you. This is the worst.
No!
This is the worst. When you get the light shining down. I mean, it's basically. KJ, will you explain the process of a Beijing?
What's this about?
Well, simply, man, it's when you have to put a slicking across hair that is not there to make hair appear to hold over hair that isn't your hair.
So
Carlos
it essentially
is a smart man, but this is a terrible decision.
Would you agree, KJ, that it's used predominantly for people that want to make sure that you fill in on your edge, on your lineup?
That is correct.
So you fit so LeBron James.
That is a perfect example.
LeBron definitely needs some of that.
I mean, man is on that Beijing train.
Right.
I would say, man, if you ever want to watch something crazy, go to like TikTok or Instagram Reels and just say type in process of getting a Beijing. It is wild.
Listen, I mean, I know dudes are crazy about their hair sometimes, but
hey, if you had a photo shoot and you were kind of not feeling great about your lineup, your edge, would you get the Beijing?
No, because I can confidently say I have uncles that look good bald, and I would just go ahead and just be done.
Yeah, I like that bald, man.
Boozer would look good bald. This was crazy. This is crazy, man. Shave it off. But yeah, that's what I had no idea. That's what the Beijing.
You don't want that Beijing, man.
All right, college football CFP bracket was just released, the newest one, and we want to talk a little college football here right now. Your 4 teams with a bye: Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and Alabama. Your teams playing in that first round: Ole Miss would take on Texas, Miami and Texas Tech would play, Notre Dame and Oregon, and South Florida and Georgia. But we got some games this weekend that might change exactly what's going on. Remember, we got a couple of ranked games on Friday. Oregon takes on Minnesota in the Big Ten on Friday night in Eugene. Clemson and Louisville. KJ, you think Wisconsin's got anything for Indiana in the Big Ten? I mean, I don't know. They're going to house Wisconsin, aren't they? Indiana's going to house them.
Dude, it's not even a question. I think Indiana's going to look to make a statement after letting Penn State come back last weekend.
Yeah, and they had to win it on that crazy catch.
Oh, man, one of the craziest catches I've ever seen.
Wild.
Crazy.
Like, he was like at a 45-degree angle, still got those feet. You know what I mean?
You want to know what my dad calls that kind of player?
Yeah, who? What?
The guy that caught that football for the Indiana Hoosiers.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 different types of people that play that position. That guy right there, Omar Cooper Jr.
Look how dumb.
My dad would say that's not a receiver. That's a receiver.
Yes, sir.
He is a receiver.
Look at that's crazy. That was a crazy good catch.
Hey, I want Omar Cooper Jr. I want you here in Denver.
Signetti is still just popping off, man. Put a microphone in front of that dude, and you're going to get some kind of crazy.
Do you like it? Are you here for it? Or
I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
I don't like it. I think it's
like keep popping off as much as you want, but then again, he's not my coach. Man? What's that? It comes around to get you.
The proud get humbled fast.
Listen, that karma comes back. That karma's going to come around and get you eventually, as much as trash as Signetti's talking about. How about, so we got Notre Dame at Pittsburgh. Pitt's
kind of bowling.
Pitt's ranked number 22 now, so they might have a chance against Notre Dame, but Notre Dame is fairly heavily favored in that one. But this
who the CU Buffs got?
Oh, I don't even know. After they lost to West Virginia, I'm like, I'm out.
This is their second bye this week.
Okay, so they're not playing anybody.
So
I mean, I would have liked to see Juju back out there. At least you got some of that.
Did they have they had 2 buys in 3 weeks?
They sure have.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's the craziest thing. I don't know who put that schedule together.
Weird way to do it. But all right, Coach. I mean, Iowa takes on USC in the Big Ten. That should be pretty fun. Blah blah blah.
Who is it?
Ohio State and UCLA.
Kind of a sneaky game here. What about Minnesota, Oregon?
Yeah.
My old boat rowing buddy that fired me after a 9-win season. He's 6-3 currently.
I think Minnesota's gonna get housed by Oregon though. I think Oregon's going to put
It's
it
funny
on
because Minnesota's won some good games.
Uh-huh.
They have some their win against Michigan State was good. Their win against Nebraska when Nebraska was undefeated. They beat Nebraska 24-6. Great win. And then their win against I guess that's it. That's about it. They got crushed by Iowa.
Yeah.
41-3.
Well, and we're talking about Iowa putting up those points. You're like,
rushed by Ohio State 42-3. Yeah. They got crushed by Cal Berkeley 27-14. So you're probably right.
Yeah, they're going to get rolled. So there's 2 games. So there's 2 games that are really interesting. There is, well, unless you think Neuheisel's got something for Ohio State when UCLA takes on number 1. But
just for the record, everybody has claimed in white America that Jerry Neuheisel was the interim head coach for the UCLA Bruins when they beat teams like Penn State. But then when they've lost, it's not his fault.
It's not his fault.
No. Jerry Neuheisel, I think the shine is worn off just a bit in terms of him getting the full-time gig.
Yeah.
And Tim Skipper, for the record, was the interim head coach when UCLA beat several of the teams that they beat. Just to be clear, I know Jerry has really cool long locks. Yeah. He looks like sunshine,
flowing,
and he does the post game little chat, cheer for the fight song, and water bottle and spraying. Yeah. He's not the interim head coach.
2 games in the SEC against ranked teams. Georgia hosts Texas, and then we got Oklahoma and Alabama. Are we going to see an upset in either one? Can Oklahoma beat Bama? And can Texas take down Georgia?
Oklahoma can absolutely beat Bama. Bama can get got. Ty Simpson's playing really good football, but that's the same team that got housed earlier in the year by Florida freaking State. Do you remember that? What in the world?
I mean, it was their first game of the season. It's the only loss they've had. I mean, so.
This is not Nick Saban's Alabama. I'll just keep reminding people. I don't know when they're going to get got, but they're going to get got at some point.
But, I mean, if they beat Oklahoma, they're winning out because they got Eastern Illinois and Auburn after that. I mean, they're not going to lose to Auburn. How about Texas, Georgia? How you feel about Texas, Georgia?
Texas is pretty hot right now.
Yeah. Yeah, they got that crazy win against Mississippi State. I thought Arch was going to miss some time with that concussion, but he came.
No, Arch has been
right
slinging
back.
That bill.
They had it was a comeback win against Vandy, right? They upset Vandy, and I think they came from behind to get that win, right? Or was it Vandy? I don't care.
Is Texas one of the most confusing teams in college football?
Yes, because they could very well beat Georgia this weekend. The final game of the season for Texas is against Texas A&M. Oh, baby. And if Texas can beat Georgia, then they'd hop 2-3 spots. They'd be the 6th, 5th team in the nation. They take on Arkansas, but then they get Texas A&M. Oh, that's going to be a massive game in the SEC. Texas and Texas A&M on November 28th. What is that? That's the day after Thanksgiving, right? It's coming up on us.
But I thought Thanksgiving's I thought it was tomorrow.
It's like 8 days away. It was 8 days away.
Now it's what?
Now it's like I can't do that.
14 days away?
14 days away? Yeah.
15.
15. There you go. It's 15 days away. Thanksgiving's 15 days away.
You guys are crushing.
having a really good segment.
Just dumb.
Hey, Berto, let me ask you a question, man.
Yeah.
Today kind of the end of something special?
Yeah. Yeah, today's the end of
it. More to talk about with that.
Yeah, we'll get to it. Matter of fact, we're going to talk Broncos and Chiefs offenses next. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Reinemy. That's the head coach, Mike Sanford, and KJ Granderson, a.k.a. Usher's younger, better-looking cousin.
Yeah, but isn't that Lil Jon on the isn't that Lil
Lil
Jon with this? He's spinning that up.
Yeah, I can't do the Lil Jon, but you know what I mean. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I still can't do it.
Yeah. How can you not do it? You have the most gruffled voice on planet
I
Earth.
can absolutely be one of those hype dudes. Like you know what I mean? If KJ ever had a musical career, I'd just be like, everybody get up. Get up, put your hands together. You know his name.
Put your hands up.
You know his name.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
I absolutely can do that job, man. That'd be easy.
I would love to be the hype guy.
Yeah.
You know what else I could be? I could be like a boxing, like a boxer or UFC man. The guy that's talking to him all the way down the rink.
Yeah. You could be
on
that
the way
guy.
down there, be like, you the champ.
Yeah.
Champ, you got this. They can't see you. They ain't know what you about. They ain't know how you been training.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right. That'd be a great job. So either way, welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Wednesday, November the 12th.
Oh, this is interesting.
And what?
We got Bron back. I didn't even know.
Oh, LeBron's coming.
Guys, I had no idea that Bron wasn't
They
playing.
assigned him to the G League?
Did you know LeBron wasn't playing?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Sciatica? What's it called, KJ? It's sciatica, right?
That's exactly.
That sounds like old man attica.
That's exactly what it is. But this is crazy. They're like, hey,
this.
LeBron, you going down to the G League for a conditioning
You know what's
stint.
good, though? He can go hang out with his little son, man. He can
That's
go
true.
down,
Maybe
hang
that's
out
why they're
with
sending
Bronny.
him down there. He can play with Bronny again. Yeah, so he's going to head down to South Bay for the Lakers NBA G League affiliate and will participate in his first full practice, including 5-on-5 plays. So he's just going to go down there and practice. He's not going to play for the G League.
Does this make me a bad sports talk radio host that here on November the 12th, I had no idea that LeBron James was not playing for the Lakers?
No, because
currently.
the Lakers are good, and it has nothing to do with LeBron right now. It's got to do with Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic. Matter of fact, the Nuggets just hopped over the Lakers with that win last night. The Lakers were in third, and now the Nuggets are in third, right? The Nuggets and the Spurs are.
And the Lakers, they got an absolute behemoth coming to town tonight, OKC.
Oh, OKC. Well, see, OKC played last night too, but they housed that team. Matter of fact, we did it again. There was one game. There was one game in the NBA last night that was close. That was within single digits. Every other game was a blowout. The Nuggets have won 5 straight games. 4 of those have been by double digits, man. The NBA is now the haves and the have-nots. There is no in-between. Teams are just getting rolled.
Watching last night was probably the first full Nuggets game that I've watched this season.
Okay.
Just full fairness. I'm in playoff mode, coaching a team, and I'm also very, very locked into everything. In fact, I was so locked in watching the Nuggets game that my best friend in the coaching profession, who has had an unreal year as the offensive coordinator at Kent State, a team that was like 0-12 the last 2 years.
Now they winning.
They beat Akron and won the wagon wheel, man. One of the great MAC rivalries on a Tuesday night. I had no idea. I woke up and I saw
what's going on?
I looked on his story on Instagram there. His team's holding the wagon wheel. I'm like, Kent State hadn't held any kind of trophy for a long time. So I was locked in watching.
You stayed up and watched that Nugget game, man?
I
Because
did,
I'm not sure
man.
how many people else
Yeah,
was
it's really
hanging
weird.
with us.
It's strange. I have no idea why.
Yeah, that fourth quarter started like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah,
Or
I was in it till like 11:38 or something, like a moron. But it was fun. I was just kind of watching how the flow of things go. I wanted to get a little bit more feel for how Cam's playing, Tim Hardaway Jr., Valanciunas. But I couldn't help. But I think probably why I kept watching is because every good sporting event needs an antagonist. And I could not believe how ridiculously petty Russell Westbrook was.
Yeah, man. Well, that's Russ. Russ.
He makes a shot in a meaningless regular season game. He's like, you ain't seen me, bruh.
Well, did you see?
You ain't know what I'm about, man. You don't know how I'm made. I'm like,
was it the third? I think it was the third quarter. It was close. Like Sacramento kept it close in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he
but
couldn't put him away. But.
Joker had a crazy shooting night. He shot 85% from the field. He was just knocking out shots. But he goes to the free throw line. And the whole time Joker's shooting free throws, Russell Westbrook's just talking mad trash to Joker. Just talking and just yelling. I mean, Joker just knocked him down. It was fine. But I was like, look at Russ being Russ. He's just like, he's just saying the craziest stuff down there. And I mean, it doesn't faze Joker at all. But I'm like, yep, there's Westbrook being Westbrook, man. He's gonna talk mad trash no matter what he's doing. But yeah, there's fans who love that about him. And coaches that hate that about him. You know what I mean? But Russ is going to do what Russ does. All right. We've talked so much about the Broncos defense. I have right here in my hot little hand a comparison between the Broncos and the Kansas City Chiefs offenses. And I mean, I don't have to go through all of them, but let me give you some examples. Like net yards per game. The Chiefs are 7th in the NFL. The Broncos are 13th. Yards per play. The Chiefs are 9th. The Broncos are 18th. Points per game. The Chiefs are 9th. The Broncos are 17th. Possession average. The Chiefs are 5th. The Broncos are 19th. All these net yards rushing. The Chiefs are, that's actually one that goes the way of Broncos. How about that? They're 9th and the Chiefs are 12th. But what it is, it looks like all these offensive metrics are in the top 10 for the Chiefs and right at the middle of the pack, if not a little bit lower, for the Broncos. So what do you think that says about both those offenses? But despite, the Broncos are 8-2, Chiefs are 5-4, but the Chiefs offense it looks like a mile and a half ahead of where the Broncos are right now.
They have a quarterback that's been there. He's done that, and he is not in his sophomore slump.
Yeah, that's true.
But I'd say that Bo's sophomore slump is magnified because of the last 2 games that I keep going back to. Mm-hmm. It had more to do. He didn't play well, okay? And I'm not all of a sudden a Bo Nix apologist, but I also don't believe in shoving a bunch of dirt on him and kick him 6 feet under. Bo played against the number 1 defense in pro football on the road, found a way to win the game. The Broncos did, and the defense. They knocked out C.J. Stroud from the game. Mm-hmm. And then you played a game on short rest in 40 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and you played like crap. Bo's going to respond. But that's a pretty big sample size when you're talking 10 games, right? Statistically.
And you know what? I heard somebody say this, and I think it was somebody on the morning show, I think, that was like, you know what? The things we've been seeing this season, we saw this in camp. We saw this in the preseason and in training camp. They were struggling like this, and we're like, yeah, whatever. It's just camp. They'll get it together. But now you're over halfway through the NFL season. It feels like they're still having some of those struggles. And you're like, well, where's the disconnect there? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like it's been an up and down. It's like we saw this weeks ago, and you're still dealing with it. So how do you get it right? How do you get it right? Or what do you have to do this weekend? What can you take away from Kansas City offensively that it makes it a better opportunity for you to get the win? Because you can't take away Mahomes, because that's what Mahomes is going to do, that thing. He's going to do Mahomes things. Unless, can you
go back to it, man, and I've said this multiple times this year. Mahomes is going to have to deal with Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and Zach Allen and John Franklin Myers.
He might get hurt this week, because you know how Mahomes loves to hold on to that ball, and you know how much this Broncos defense loves to hit you. I bet you they're going to get, although we have it right here, sacks allowed. The Chiefs are 8th and the Broncos are 2nd. So it's not like either one of these offensive lines are giving up a lot of sacks. You know what I mean? Especially the Broncos, man. What does Moser say yesterday? Bo got hit only 22 times the entire year, and the Broncos hit Geno Smith 22 times in one damn game. It is. Listen, I love to complain about the offense because I love to watch great offensive football. I love greatness. I love great quarterbacks. But as long as you have what this defense can do, there's no game you cannot be in and cannot win.
Let's talk about in Kansas City, 9-0 Chiefs a year ago. Let's see, not quite to the day, I don't believe.
But it's pretty close. Yeah, I don't mean
fairly close.
November 10th was the day of that game.
That's 2 days ago.
Yeah, November 10th was that game last year, the first game against Kansas City.
Okay.
The crazy field goal. Your boy Alex Forsythe, right?
The reason that we all get to live with Darren Rizzi in our lives is because of that fateful day.
Right, because that's when
Ben Kotwica
got
got his eye. All right, let's go back to that day. First off, Bo Nix fue especial.
Oh, really?
He was 22 of 30. Would you take it right now?
Yeah, I'd take that tomorrow. On Sunday for sure.
Just shy of 70%, right? Mm-hmm. He was 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Bo Nix, the runner, not much. QBR was 63, which is fine. Rating was 115.3. Good. Bo Nix outplayed Patrick Mahomes, who had 42 attempts to get to 266 yards, only had 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions, but was sacked 4 times, 23 times at his own building.
Yeah.
By this Denver Broncos defensive front. And guess who got them sacks a year ago?
Who was it who got him a year ago?
Jonathan Cooper, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, and John Franklin Myers.
Yeah, and that party's still here.
It's here, and it is even, it is, you know what, listen, that party right now, pre-gaming for that party in the backfield that's going to happen in Patrick Mahomes' lap, it's listening to some Lil Jon right now.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito's in the locker room saying, hey, JFM. Hey, John Cooper. Hey, listen to this right here, man. We got Lil Jon. Yeah, we're going to have a party in the backfield.
A party in the backfield. There you go, party in the backfield.
We pre-gaming right now.
Right there, right in between Mahomes,
We're pre-gaming like a bunch of 43-year-old single women right now. Is this not the jam that you would have?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Pre-gaming before you go to the club?
Oh, yeah. I mean, once again, I can't do it.
Trying to look for a 28-year-old young man?
Yeah, just cougars out there showing your claws.
Just Lil Jonin.
KJ, give me a Lil Jon. Give me a oh yeah. Come on, I know you can do it. Yeah!
Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good.
How many sacks does Nick Bonito have this weekend against?
2.5.
2.5. 2.5, so it's going to push his sack total to 11 or 12 or whatever it is.
It'd be good. It'd be good.
12 sacks on the season.
Back in the lead.
I can't believe that the Broncos only need 27 to break the all-time record. Because, I mean, they're going to get that. They're going to get that before they're going to have a game to go and stuff. Well, I mean, obviously they're playing one more game than the 84 Bears did.
So I know some people, and so do you. Fortunately, we know some people that have a fairly big role at Empower Field on Sunday.
Yeah.
Namely, the guy that says, Patrick Mahomes, pass intended for number 87, Travis Kelce is
incomplete. Yeah.
So do you think that our guy, Connor McGahee, C. McMurder, do you think he can have some influence so that every time there is a Nick Bonito?
Patrick Mahomes. Oh, you mean you want to hear a oh yeah?
I want it to be no. I want to lean into party in the backfield, and it should be the theme song. It can be kicked off with some form of Connor McGahee saying, and the sack in the backfield is from Nick Bonito, and we have ourselves a party in the backfield.
Yeah.
I mean, how lit would that be?
I think Connor would probably get fired if he did that. If he just grabbed the microphone like in the middle of the play when Mahomes is dropping back,
but then
he's
on
like,
the big, but seriously, on the big jumbotron, you all of a sudden have Lil Jon going, yeah. And then he's one of these
every sack.
He's one of these kind of aged out artists that's not doing probably very well right now. He would love to come to the playoffs and be the guy live.
Lil Jon, I don't know.
After a JFM sack, he'd be on the mic, they'd go up to him in that booth where they do the raising the flag or whatever.
Hold on, we need to call Connor, because when Connor spent that year working for the Vegas Golden Knights, didn't him and Little John become homies? Was it Little John? I think it's Little. I think Connor and Little, you never believe this because McGahee acts like he's 89 years old. You know what I mean? But I think he's homies with Little John.
Are you talking about when he and Moser go on historical trips and they go to Gettysburg and
they're like, hey, Little
they
John,
actually pretend
you
like they're
come and hang out with us?
Oh, yeah.
I think I'm almost certain it was Little John, because yes, it wasn't Wheezy. It was that year, because he was in Vegas and Little John was in Vegas and they became We have to ask Connor about it, but I'm
number 99, Zach Allen has kicked off a party in the backfield. Yeah.
All right, you know what? We're gonna take a break. When we come back, it'll be KJ's NFL notes. Yeah.
Yeah. Loveland Ski Area is open, and so you can have a party, not in the backfield, but a party on the slopes. And I'm going to be doing that here very, very soon, hopefully after a long playoff run. bring my family up to our home ski mountain, and that is Loveland Ski Area. And it is, as I've said, open for the season. Day 3 today. It's a perfect time to get your mind right, to figure out your plans for winter recreation in the greatest state in the union for it. So with a dedicated beginner area, Loveland offers one of the most affordable ski school programs in Colorado, and learning or relearning to ski or snowboard, it's never been easier. So you got to do this. Check out Loveland's 3-class pass, which is a great deal. You take 3 lessons, and then you earn a free season pass for the rest of the winter. You can do this for yourself, do this for your kids. And group lessons include rentals and lift tickets, so getting started is simple and stress-free. Loveland Ski Area, which is affordable, approachable, easy to get to, and fun for the whole family. Learn more today at skiloveland.com. Yeah.
All right. Welcome back to the morning sprint. Shout out to Little John. But also, before we get to KJ's NFL notes, we got to head out to the hotline. We got to head out to the Ramos Law hotline. We are joined by the voice of your Colorado Avalanche.
Yes.
The Han Solo of hockey.
Do we know for sure? Well, let's just ask the man himself.
Right. So, welcome in Connor McGahey. Connor, what's up, man? How you doing? That was a late night game. That was a nice one, though, last night. Good job.
Morning, boys. Yeah, thank you. It's a good win. Late nights for everybody, Nuggies and Avs, but just handing out W's all over the place feels good.
All right, so here's the conversation that me and Coach Sanford were just having. We were talking about somehow we got Little John involved and you involved, and then it occurred to me once we were talking about you and Little John that I think you and Little John are actually friends. Am I correct in saying that the weirdest number you have in your phone right now is Little John's phone number?
Okay, I mean you're making a little bit of it up, but
never ever let the truth get in the way of a good story, C-Mac Murder.
Okay, but hey, no. But Lil John and I did I think it was 2 segments together. The initial season of the Vegas Golden Knights, because I was hosting at the desk there at T-Mobile, and Lil John was. I mean, Vegas was doing it like New York or LA does, where they just bring in all the local celebrities and, they're, Vegas born and all that stuff. But Lil John was like one of the guys. And so he came on and, with his Lil John jersey on at the desk inside their T-Mobile, literally it was like, yeah, like every other answer. And it was hilarious.
And then you guys became best friends.
I don't have Lil John's number. I don't have the digits, but there was a picture with him and I.
Okay. Nice.
That's as good as I can do. I feel like Pawn Stars. Best I can do is a picture with Lil John.
Okay.
Connor, at the conclusion of the second segment, did Lil John look over to you and say, Connor, you can do it all by yourself for the rest of the – is that what he did?
He did.
I think he did. Is he also a big Civil War historian, big Revolutionary War and Civil War buff like you and Moser are?
I did not get that feeling from Lil John.
Double check.
No. But, I mean, everyone's full of surprises, but initially, no, I did not detect that. Correct.
If you're not going to bring Little John to the game, the other idea that Coach had was you just grabbing the microphone on Sunday and just popping off during plays. When Benito, you know what I mean? Just
Benito.
Really, add a little juice to the game. I'm assuming the NFL frowns on that, like the PA announcer just popping off on the microphone.
I don't know. Here's why I can't do that, fellas. Like, can I tell you the harsh punishment that the NFL levies? If you do anything under 20 seconds on the play clock or after the center touches the ball, one violation is a warning. Repeated violations, they take away draft picks from the Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah, and then you'd have to explain to Greg Penner why you're the reason that they lost their first-round draft pick?
But it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't have to explain anything. I'd be fired
no.
long before that.
Listen, Connor, it's not going to matter because the Broncos are going to pick up 2 first-round picks with the Sean Payton and the New York Giants trade. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be elite.
Don't get Connor involved in your weird dreams.
Okay, stop. I get it.
Can't wait.
Well, I mean, you're going to be here this weekend, right? The Avs are on a homestand, right? You'll be at the game on Sunday, right?
I will. I'm going to do as much of the Broncos as I can because the Islanders are in town, night game.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
And I'm kind of bummed that it's a 2:25 with the big show of CBS coming in town instead of we're playing the Jaguars at 2:05. It's a 25 kickoff, so that takes 20 minutes out of my day. But I still think I can do a majority of Broncos before I head over to Ball and call Avs Islanders. I'm planning on doing both.
What is the pass of the baton? Is that CU Buffs, voice of the Buffs in the PA take over?
Voice of Coors Field in the Colorado Rockies, Reed Saunders.
Nice.
If need be. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Reed's a good dude.
All right. So you're telling me right now that when I announced that you and Little John were best friends, that's not exactly true.
That is massaging the truth.
They vibed though. They vibed.
Yeah. We took some pics. That's about what I got.
All right. So if Little John's not the most famous person in your phone, who is?
Boy. That's a good question.
Or the weirdest person, the one person we wouldn't think is in your phone right now. Who is it?
Tim Tebow?
You got Tebow.
That's
What
a
you
good
hanging
one.
around with Tebow for?
I don't know.
That is a weird number to have, yes.
That's a weird number to have in there. I have, speaking of the Islanders, legendary defenseman Dennis Potvin.
Oh, okay.
I have his number.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, obviously, there's but I think that the strangest one would be Tim Tebow.
Okay.
And he's pretty darn famous.
Yeah, he is. That's a good call. But yeah, that was a weird one.
This is one of my weirdest ones right here.
Jock Peterson?
Remember Jock Peterson?
Why do you got Jock Peterson's number in your phone, Coach?
Little known fact about Jock Peterson. He was high school teammates in a football environment with Devontae Adams at Palo Alto High School, and he actually had better statistics as a wide receiver than Devontae Adams.
Really?
So I was evaluating recruiting Jock Peterson.
Interesting. And he was like, "No, I'm going to get that baseball money."
He got paid. And then he was able to get fat for a living, as opposed to football where you can't get fat for a living as a receiver.
Yeah. In baseball, you can do whatever you want. All right, Connor. Well, thanks. I'm sorry. I thought I don't know why I thought you and Little John were connected to the hip, but for some reason we started talking about you and Little John, and my brain just was like, "Hey."
Well, I mean, you were in the ballpark. I'm not a celebrity chaser guy. You know what I mean? I'm not name dropping all over the place. Like, I don't really care, to be honest with you. But yeah, no, there was a couple segments and some pictures taken. So if you want to call us best friends because of that, then cool with me.
All right. I mean, he has a concert in Dubai this weekend. Like, Lil Jon's performing in Dubai this week, so he's still doing it.
Okay, then.
He's still doing his thing.
You hopping on the PJ, Berto? You got that host money? Hopping on
No, I don't think that's in the future for me. But all right, man, we'll talk. When's the Avs next game? I mean,
we play the Sabres tomorrow night. Oh, are you working?
Yes, I'll be. Yeah, I'm working. I'll be there with you, brother.
You'll have your apple bottom jeans with the boots and the fur on. I know that.
All right,
Sure
Connor.
will.
Well, thanks for spending some time with us. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a good one.
I love you guys. Bye bye.
Love you more.
See ya. That was Connor McGahee, homies with Little John. I knew there was something there. I knew they were hanging out or something. But either way, good call. All right, it's time right now. KJ, do your thing.
Well, as many have heard by now, J.K. Dobbins is reportedly potentially on the verge of potentially being placed on injury reserved, as reported by Chris Thomason of the Denver Gazette.
Oh, I knew that. That was from yesterday.
Well, that was from yesterday. But the thing I wanted to bring up with you guys is, obviously, we won't know until later today whether they're officially going to do it or not. If they decide to do it, what is the contingency plan? How do you structure the running back room?
RJ Harvey.
Is it just RJ all the time?
And then
just
give me some Jaleel McLaughlin. I don't want to see.
You want to see
reactivate? Reactivate Jaleel McLaughlin. Have Bidet be your third down protecting back. Whatever. Cool. Just don't throw me screens, please.
I mean, but this is what you want to do against Kansas City is run the ball. You want to run the ball. So how many carries is RJ going to get if he's got to be the primary
20.
option?
Cool. 20. Give him 20.
All right. I'm here for it. But
because that man, if he gets a crease, that dude can run. Yeah. He's got high end top speed. That might be could be a strange blessing in disguise because J.K. Dobbins does have burst. He obviously has great vision. He's got great toughness and breaks tackles and finishes by finding leaky yards, right? Mm-hmm. But he doesn't necessarily consistently have the home run.
Right. Like, nobody's going to catch me. I'm gone.
RJ does have some of that. I mean, is he the fastest guy in the league? No. Mm-hmm. But does he have home run potential to finish and find pay dirt on a 50-plus yard run? You betcha.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be sweet?
It'd be great. I'd love it, man. A coming out party for RJ Harvey. Well, I mean, probably when he scored 3 touchdowns.
I mean,
coming
the
out
way the Broncos been going 3 and out, you don't have to worry about saving your backs.
No, yeah, just feed them. Feed them.
I mean, just have them roll out there. They're not getting in these consistent 12 to 15 play drives.
Yeah. No, I get.
So
what
what are we even talking about with the rotation? Just freaking play the best one.
Yeah, but no, that's not how Sean does it, man.
Well, he should
He's got
change
his
that.
personnel packages, and nobody's gonna mess with his personnel packages.
We'll keep throwing swing screens to Tyler Bidet.
Doesn't matter how much Bo hates it and yells about it. All right, KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
I counted. I've counted Tyler Bidet's screens on the year.
And listen, Coach, we're going to keep counting. He's not going to stop us from counting.
No, he's not.
Travis Kelce was on his New Heights podcast, and one of the things they got into was Broncos Chiefs coming up on Sunday. The 8-2 Broncos versus the 5-4 Chiefs.
Spill the tea.
Here's Travis Kelce trying to be as modest as he can about what he expects coming up this weekend.
It's going to be a 4-quarter, heavyweight battle. I'm here for it. I love these kind of games. Denver's not the easiest place to go in and play football, man. That altitude gets me every single time, and it may not make me play terrible, but it definitely makes a difference when you're playing up there. And I'm excited for the challenge, man.
The Broncos did a great job against Brock Bowers on Thursday Night Football. Do we expect them to have a similar game plan against Travis Kelce?
Hold Travis to one catch? That's what Brock had, right? One catch?
That's exactly what he did.
I don't know. That's tough. I don't think you're going to hold him to one catch, but is that what you're just like, all right, we're shutting Travis down. Kelce, you're getting nothing this game.
You want to hear some crazy stats now?
Yeah.
As I squirrel you?
Yeah.
Do you realize that Tyler Bidet has run 74 routes this year?
No.
Do you realize that he's been targeted 18 times and only 10 of those have been catches? Yet nearly all of them have essentially been failed screens. Do you realize that his catch rate over expected is negative 25.7?
That seems like a bad number. That seems like it's a bad less than ideal.
Bro.
So, you can't be running those plays anymore. You certainly can't do it against Kansas City. They'll make you pay. Yeah. If you keep going 3 and outs against Kansas City,
we just got a funny text.
What do we got?
Just saw Tyler at 7-Eleven. He really is tall, and I'm sitting there like I'm talking currently about Tyler Bidet.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dang, man, why is Tyler Bidet at 7-Eleven right now?
No, it's Tyler Polumbus.
It's Polumbus.
No,
he loves 7-Eleven.
You can't. Tyler Polumbus looks like Jack Reacher, man. He looks like Jack Reacher. He is nothing but a big slab of muscle now, is what Tyler is.
He looks like former UFC fighter Tim Sylvia. Tim the Maniac Sylvia.
What the hell is Polumbus getting at 7-Eleven?
He always comes in. He likes, and he's actually right on this. 7-Eleven has a sneaky good electrolyte beverage.
Oh, do they really?
It's their own brand.
Oh, and he loads up.
It's way cheaper than the Gator. It's just because he's a just like me, big water drinker.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you flush your electrolytes, so you need a little pop of them.
Yeah, like right now, Tyler looks like full on superhero, he's
an Avenger. He is the Avenger on the station.
Swole. All right, KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
We just got an update out of Baltimore. Lamar Jackson did not practice today, so if there's anything of significance, we'll make sure to bring you the latest here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But that is the first reports coming out of Baltimore.
Well, that's their season if he can't go, right? You can't be losing. They're playing Cleveland. They're in Cleveland. So I guess not having Lamar ain't the worst of it because Tyler Huntley, right, could probably beat the Cleveland Browns.
And he knows the playbook because he was just there.
That's
in the preseason.
But still, you can't. Yeah, that might be it for the Ravens. One player gone, and your season is gone as well.
Well, we'll see.
You're right.
We'll take it one step at a time with that. But to a player who will not return this season, and that is unfortunately wide receiver cornerback Travis Hunter, as it was officially announced yesterday that he did have surgery on his LCL, and he should be back up to speed within the next 6 months, according to Ian Rappaport. So this appears to be kind of a long-term recovery here. Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen, he stepped up with a little bit more of a serious tone today at the podium. He said, quote, "I understand there's a lot of questions about if he'll remain a two-way player and all those kind of things. All of that is very premature. And at the end of the day, like every player on this roster, he'll be evaluated at the end of the season and we'll be able to give him his three best in the things that we did, what we need to continue to improve on." and the things we need to build on. But right now, our complete focus is on the Chargers and getting ready for Sunday, and quote.
They're definitely going to use this as an excuse to put him on one side. I mean, it might help him too with his growth, but they're going to like no more of this two sides of the ball stuff. They're going to throw him on at the wide receiver position, right? And be like, all right, man, you're wide receiver one for us right now.
Agreed.
Because I mean, right? I mean, this is exactly what they're going to do. But even if the injury wasn't caused by all the reps he was playing on both sides of the ball, I think they probably want to, like, you know what? Maybe we should have started him on one side and let it build up until we. I don't know. I love Travis. I like to see him both sides. But yeah, he's going to end up being a wide receiver for his career. All right, KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. So a couple of quick hitters here. In case you missed it earlier, Jameis Winston has been announced as the starter coming up on Sunday versus the Green Bay Packers.
Sorry, Russ.
That may be it for Russell Wilson. That may be it for Russell Wilson. And then another story coming out of the NFC East that I didn't expect today. Jair Alexander, he has decided to step away from football as what he would call to focus on getting right physically and mentally moving forward. That was a little interesting to me because that's the second Eagles player to just retire mid-season out of nowhere. And this is a guy who was an all-pro just a couple of seasons ago. So is this an Eagles culture thing, or is this genuinely Jair trying to figure out what's next after coming off of off-season knee surgery?
Well, I've followed Jair Alexander closely because I was following Jordan Love, a former player, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's always hurt. He's always malcontent. And he seems to be in the middle of all kinds of controversy at all times.
So this might help the Eagles.
Yeah, this is a Jair problem.
Yeah, not a Eagles problem or an Eagles culture problem. It's a Jair doing his thing.
Jair has got issues.
The Eagles are the Sunday night game this weekend, and they will host the Detroit Lions. That should be a good game, right? That's 6-3 Lions, 72 Eagles. They're in Philadelphia, PA this weekend. I believe you can hear that game right here on the station. Correct, KJ?
That is correct.
All right. What's next?
No, don't start counting.
Well, last but not least here, we have an update out of Arizona. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. underwent surgery for appendicitis. Appendicitis. There we go. See,
I love when the Mississippi comes out.
The Mississippi comes out. Dude, I've been doing so good. I did so good for 10 minutes there. And then the Mississippi
and you got your Mountain
out.
High Appliance read that Mama was proud of.
She's so proud.
You know
As a matter of fact, she just texted me. She was telling me how proud she was.
To be fair, KJ, when you start looking at appendicitis and appendectomy, they're two different words.
Yeah.
So I've been there. I've been there.
Are they the same thing?
Well, the appendectomy is the surgery that you have when you have appendicitis, and ultimately you have the surgery when your appendix bursts.
Oh, okay.
And Coach, he's right in his wheelhouse there. And the reason I say that is because I've been seeing different reports on the two words today. And I was like, well, which one is it? And so you guys just saw me stumble in real time there. Nonetheless, he's out this week, and Adam Schefter is reporting that it could be possibly longer. Adam Schefter is also reporting that Cards wide receiver 2, Zay Jones, tore his Achilles versus the Seahawks. So we have MHJ out. No Kyler Murray, no Zay Jones. I mean, where do the Cards go from here?
Nowhere. I mean, their season's done already, man. You know what I mean?
Are they on the verge of blowing this thing up, I guess, is essentially what I'm trying to ask here.
Yes. Blow it up, baby. Blow it up. Yes. Why wouldn't you, man? I mean, you're going to move on from your quarterback. You're going to move on from Kyler Murray this offseason, right? Like, I mean, they got San Francisco this weekend. You ain't going to beat the Niners. Like, they're starting Jacoby Brissett, right? Like, yeah, they're going to get a top 5 pick, and they're going to pick a quarterback with a top or something like that, right? That's exactly what Arizona's going to do, and then just blow it up. Matter of fact, Marvin Harrison doesn't even seem like he wants to be there, right? Marvin Harrison Jr. is like, so that you might have to trade him too. Whole bunch of malcontents, but all right. Thanks, KJ. Good work, man. Good work. What you got? What you laughing at?
I'm just laughing. Just you. Count down the moments here, man.
Yeah. It's Gone too soon.
Oh, man.
Let's take a break. We'll wrap up
It's
the morning
something unconditional. And in the end, it's right. Up you had the time of your life. We'll be right back. Oh, you chucklehead, you Birdo. My favorite Birdoism is a chucklehead.
It's done. It's over, folks. It's over.
What's over? The morning quickie?
The morning quickie is done, people. It's done.
This is the last day of the morning quickie.
Alex Ryanemy is back tomorrow. He's back. It's back. It's over. Woohoo! I'm gonna be asleep at this time tomorrow. Your boy's gonna be in bed still.
No,
He's gonna be in bed still.
Raj, is the morning quickie over?
It's not over.
How long has it been, Berto?
It's been 8 weeks, man.
Okay.
We've
Me
been
and
doing this
KJ
for
actually
8
counted
weeks.
it up as like 6.
Is
but
it?
we predicted that you would say 8.
No, what?
'Cause
September 22nd till November. What is today?
It's the 12, brother.
It's not what?
It's not 8.
Man, my math is so bad.
That's what we said. We literally
So
had this conversation.
bad. I thought for sure it was like 8. No. So yeah.
Well, here's
shout out to Raj for coming back.
Raj is
baby.
coming back.
Is he gonna bring Is he gonna bring the baby with him?
Yeah, we're gonna get. It's gonna be the morning nursery.
The morning sprint.
The morning dad girl.
The morning sprint plus Camille. Cammy and the crew. The morning sprint. Cammy and the crew. Yeah, I got nothing. That's about all I got.
So, I'm gonna compliment you on a couple things, Berto.
Oh, thanks, man. You don't have to do that.
Don't for all those out there. Don't let me get emotional right now, man. My Texas friend right here, Texas forever.
I'm not dying.
You got to get you one of these, man. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose, baby.
Yeah,
Texas forever, man.
Yeah.
I got to tell you this. We had our very, very good friend Raj had to take care of his wife and family and baby and healthy baby, healthy family. Now, all I can tell you, my friend, and this is something that I think it transcends a radio show, is that you're a great teammate.
Oh,
you really are.
Thanks, Coach.
I was telling you yesterday or today before, when I get on my little research binges and you see my head down, you do a really good job of let me researching. And then you'll kind of keep talking, keep going, and then you'll talk to KJ instead of being like, what do you think about that, coach? Right. I'm saying like, I don't know. But you're also a great teammate because you never complain. You just come in here and kick butt, take names. You're up late. You do so much for the listeners here in our market. You do a lot for us here as friends. So we'll talk a little bit of Broncos and recap here in the last couple minutes. But it's been a really good 8 weeks. And so my man KJ put
9,
together
almost 10 weeks.
This was like almost 7 years.
It was very close.
We're
to
coming
that,
up.
yes.
I think we're coming up on a quarter century. But my man KJ and myself, but a lot more KJ, who's the best on the ones and twos, put together a little compilation.
Oh no!
Of the morning quickie.
Oh no!
With Mark Bertinoli.
Oh no! Let's not do this. It seems like a terrible idea.
The one person that you don't buy a gift for
is the baby.
Is Alex Ryanemy.
Oh, that's
Do
true.
not buy a gift for Raj.
Right, Raj has got more than enough.
No, and
He's
you know what?
fine.
He kind of has grown up in that generation where you would see a male get a gift at the birth of a child.
Once you get to the NFL, no more orange slices and blue ribbons.
Yep.
Like, you got to suck it up and let's go. Perfect is the enemy of good enough, which means if you're trying to be perfect, sometimes it gets in, especially in sports, if you're trying to be perfect, it gets in the way of being good enough to win.
Oh, man. I feel like that.
Perfect.
I feel like you just spoke to me.
Touchdowns. They need touchdowns. A John Cooper strip sack into a Nick Benito.
Scoop and score.
Scoop and score. Yeah.
A thick six. A thick as sixer.
We're getting reports of a massive major trade. Ooh.
It's a blockbuster.
A blockbuster trade, you said. Let's see what it is.
Oh, my God.
What the hell? What is this? No, I never saw this coming.
Whoa.
I never saw this coming. Are you kidding me?
1 week later.
Wait, what? What? Hold on. We got breaking sports news. What?
Whoa.
What? Wait. Okay. Man, I was just having a normal Monday.
Let's make sure this isn't like
right.
Ian Slapaport.
No, it's Ian Rappaport.
At Rap Sheet, not like at Map Sheet.
Wow. So Ian Rappaport is reporting that the New York Giants are firing head coach Brian Daboll. Altitude Sports Radio is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Tune in tonight starting at 6 for Packers Eagles on your home for primetime football. Altitude Sports Radio. 92.
Morning sprint. Berto, you killed it.
Thanks, Coach.
KJ,
Thanks. It's been a lot of fun.
KJ continues to prove to me he's also just an unreal.
A lot of fun.
KJ continues to prove to me he's also just an unreal teammate. Brings people together. He's one of the best in the land. at producing a show. He's awesome with music and just being quick. He has got a quick finger, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's just ready. So I've enjoyed the heck out of these. I think does Camille turn 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been almost 2 years now.
Yeah, it's been 2.
It's been a long time. But listen,
I mean,
take that vacation if you got it.
You had dark hair and a dark beard when you were hired as part of the morning sprint fill-in team.
A loving marriage,
and
crashed and burned.
How many kids do you have
now
now?
and then? Well, now none. She got them all. She got the house. She got everything, baby.
She took it all.
She took it all.
Those 2 years. Started out as a batch.
So you know what? And my final thing here, I want to ask Coach this, KJ, and you can be part of this conversation too. So last night before the Nugget game started, the head coach of the Sacramento Kings kind of went up to his pregame presser and pitched a fit. Well, he didn't. KJ, how would you describe what Doug Christie did?
Dude, he acted a fool yesterday.
He went kind of crazy.
I don't know which media member he was attempting to attack.
Somebody,
but I mean, goodness
and we talked to Kaz, and Kaz talked to some of the local media there in Sacramento, and somebody set Doug Christie off. And Doug Christie did like a 90-second, 2-minute speech where he was like, to all the haters out there, to all the people who hate what we're doing, I just want you to know we're coming for you. Like he did this whole speech, but then his team went out and got smacked by the Nuggets. So I don't know how much that helps. But Coach, have you ever just gone up and gave he took no questions. He just gave his little speech, stood up, and walked off. And here's what and I want to know, and it didn't work. It did not work. But have you ever lost your mind in front of a microphone as a coach?
Never have.
Because Doug Christie was
for some
fiery
for
last
some
night.
strange reason, even as some media members have always have been maybe targeted me.
Mm-hmm.
I've always realized it's their job to create content, write stories, do radio shows.
Yeah.
And so it is what it is, man.
Yeah.
And so I always went out of my way knowing full well that eventually the game of football was going to kick me out of the college ranks. I was going to be a member of the media on the other side. So I used to shake every single media member's hand after every game press conference and just thank them for covering the team, even if they said something horrible about me or asked me an awful question.
Yeah.
So when there are times where I get a little anti-Sean, it's because I think there's a way that you can go about your business and respecting people that are doing their jobs.
Right. Yeah.
And you know what, Berto?
What's
You
that?
did a great job.
Thanks, Coach.
And
It's
I
been
love
great
you.
hanging with you.
We're neighbors.
I love you back.
We're neighbors.
Yeah, we're right there
So
now.
we might be able to grab one libations.
We're going to get
in the town of Little.
We're going to get riggedy wrecked in Littleton one of these days.
Little fun. It's going to be wild. And
It's
and as my boys call him, Tanner Dan, also proud Littleton native.
Yeah, he can come drink
join
too,
us.
man. Yeah, you can come hang, man. It'll be good
We
times.
can imbibe a little bit.
It's going to be good times.
Little
But
imbibing.
for the head coach, Mike Sanford, the man, the myth, the legend, for KJ Granderson, for Alex Ryan and me, I'm Mark Bertinelli. Thanks for listening to the Morning Sprint. PhD is next.
I'm okay with moving goalposts. I do it all the time.
Another victorious night for the Avs and for the Nuggets. We'll dig into that in just a little bit. Broncos, Chiefs by the numbers. There's a way to beat the Chiefs. There is. There's a way to do it. It's not easy, but you can do it. But we start today to get your reaction, Tyler and Scott. And, hey, welcome to the show, Scott. What time did you get into Los Angeles last night?
I got in a hotel room about 2:30.
Wow. Damn.
LA time. Probably turned the lights and everything off about 3:30.
All right. How's everybody feeling okay, relatively? I mean, that's a rough travel for a game day later tonight. So maybe
I can't speak for everybody else. My I'm tired.
Yeah.
I'm tired, boss.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
These NBA. Hey, real quick. How many games do you expect Jokic to play this year? Out of 82, what would be the right amount for him to play, in your opinion?
I think he'll probably play 70 plus.
Okay. So a few he'll take off, right?
Well, maybe. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think there's always these little injuries that pop up, right? He had the wrist thing.
Yeah.
Missed a couple games, had a shoulder thing once. I think those little things will pop up. You've got a legitimate backup center now, so that hopefully you can fill those games, although he took a nice shot in the inner thigh yesterday with a knee.
Ooh. Dope.
So.
Hey, listen, all I'm pointing out is Jamal and AG took like a scheduled night off the other night on a back-to-back. Mm-hmm. And they can do whatever they want. I'm not pounding the table for anything. I'm just saying it'd be understandable hearing what your travel schedule was on this back-to-back, this ridiculous NBA schedule where games are starting less than 24 hours apart. If the big fella just, taps out here tonight, I'd have no problems with it. How do you guys feel about that?
It's the way of the world nowadays. I mean, it doesn't even feel like it's a big conversation to be had. I don't know if tonight's the night, but I got no issue with them having some load management with Jokic. None.
Yeah, it's early. They've only played 10 games, right? 8-2. Is that what they are right now?
They are 8-2.
And really had a shot at a last-second shot on both of those to win it in regulation.
Yep.
So, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think you'd go to him. You got to be honest. I'll say this: he didn't look tired last night.
No, he looks great, and I'm sure he'd be fine playing tonight. I don't think that's it at all. I think it's just like piling up the rest where you can. That's all. It's just listen. Like I said, Jamal and AG took a day off when they both could have played. That happened for a reason, and it was great. It was fine.
Well, it helps when you've got a team that's capable of going on a 13-point run or whatever it was without Jokic on the court.
That helps. That helps.
Yeah.
What was it? Was it like 13-14, something like that?
It was 14-2.
16-4, Dan just said.
To start the fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great run by the second.
They had one of those. They got down 6 or 7. I thought they had a 14-2 run in the second quarter. Yeah, the fourth quarter. Yeah, the second unit to start the fourth quarter. Yeah, that was a heck of a run.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, Scott, because when you're able to go on a run like that without Jokic, that helps you to keep the minutes and managed.
How funny is it?
And I didn't even look. How many minutes did Joker even get last night?
I can effort that for you. By the way, as I do that, how funny is it that the Nuggets and the Broncos have the exact same record right now? How about that?
Yeah, that's funny.
Joker only played 32 minutes last
night. Not everything has to be funny, haha. Not everything has to be funny, haha.
Well, you asked how funny, so
it's not funny.
Well, you inherently were asking for a response.
It doesn't have to be funny at all. In fact, it can just be downright boring and stupid and somewhat ironical.
Isn't it ironic?
33 minutes, don't you think? I can follow you on that. 33 minutes. By the way, not to be a jerk, but Tim Hardaway Jr. and Bruce Brown both had more minutes than Cam Johnson, who was 0 for 3 from 3 last night. But, whatever. We'll get more into the Nuggets.
It kind of is whatever, but I see you trying to make a case here for 2 days in a row. That's interesting.
I think it's fair, Scott. I think it's fair.
Oh,
I
got somebody joining my party
well,
here.
look, to Scott's point, are they winning games? Yeah, of course. But would it be better if he made some threes? Would that be cool? Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool.
The answer should be, will he get to where he's making his shots in one of those games where they need him? It's safe to say through the first 10 they haven't needed it, but who's to know? And again, let's say Joker doesn't play. Guess what? Cam Johnson's got to play better.
I'm all about it. We'll get to Adelman and his comments about Cam Johnson because we have another night of defending Cam coming up, and we'll get to the Avs as well. We'll look at the Chiefs and the Broncos by the numbers. But the news yesterday after our show was over was about J.K. Dobbins, and this sucks. And you knew there was something. We suspected there was something going on when he put out a profane tweet about MF hip drops and how the NFL has to ban them. I hadn't seen the hip drop until yesterday, but now I've seen it like 10 million times, and it's a hip drop. It's kind of a weird one. It's not as pronounced. You wouldn't have even really noticed it, I don't think, in the game. I certainly didn't. But if you slow it down, you look at it, he's like, oh, okay. Because it was a hip drop kind of from the side. But it wasn't called, and that's the play that apparently his foot got rolled up on. This could put him out for the entire year, or he could miss maybe just a couple of weeks.
I'm sorry, are we talking about the year?
Maybe.
That's what you're hearing behind the scenes?
No. There's a doctor who specializes online about NFL injuries every week, and he went through the possibilities.
What exactly are they saying the injury is?
They're not. He went through the possibilities of what it could be if this is a foot injury that he suspects it could be. He just went through a bunch of possibilities.
That sounds like proper science. It could be a year or it could be 2 weeks.
Well, it's one of the – we'll see. We'll see. But Chris Thomason put it out there yesterday that he is suffering from some sort of foot injury like this, and we'll get word today.
Well, this is the story with JK, unfortunately, and I don't mean to say this in a negative way because JK has just been such a delight. He's been so fun to watch. He's a powerful runner. He runs through things. He's got great energy. He's a spark plug on offense. So I don't mean it as a shot, but this is the story of his career. J.K. Dobbins is a damn good running back on every team that he's ever been on, and he gets hurt on every team that he's ever been on. So, sometimes guys just get snake bitten, and there's nothing that you could do to prevent a situation like this. It's not like I'm saying it's his fault, but it is unfortunate because this is the story of J.K. Dobbins' career.
Hey, listen, if this is a situation where it's not that bad and he isn't even going to miss a game and it's just, out there, fine. It was scary hearing what the possibilities might be with it because, at the worst, it's in the same range as like the Liz Frank stuff, which we know is terrible. So hopefully we'll find out more details today. But you do catch a situation where watching the Chiefs, Scott and Tyler, like the Bills just beat them, which is crazy, by attacking them with the running game, just kind of Woods just kind of up the middle over and over and over again. And man, oh man, that's the way to attack, I think, this Chiefs defense. Although they hadn't given up a 100-yard-plus runner in like 28 straight games, the Bills didn't have a problem with it. And I think that's the approach the Broncos should take too. So let me ask you guys, who's stepping up? If it ain't Dobbins, are we ready R.J. Harvey?
Yeah.
Are we ready Jaleel McLaughlin in some sort of role? What are we doing here?
Well, you'll see all of the above, right? So Jaleel has been the odd man out this year. Tyler Bidet has gotten the call up to be on the 53-man roster. Tyler's been your third down back, your screen back. And Jaleel has not been activated for all but one game. I believe Jaleel was activated for one football game this year. So Jaleel McLaughlin will get activated, and R.J. Harvey, it's time for the young buck to shine, right? He will get the majority of the carries, I would imagine. And then he divvied up between Tyler Bidet and Jaleel McLaughlin. I wouldn't mind seeing Jaleel get some more carries because, Jaleel is a spark plug. I'm not saying he needs 10 to 12 carries per game, but I wouldn't mind seeing him get 4 to 6.
By the way, a mile long, 3 inches deep, not Woods, James Cook. My bad. Apologize right off the bat. Correcting me before you can get to the text line. Scott, how you feeling about it?
I have no faith on any of the other running backs. McLaughlin has had moments in the past, but as Tyler just pointed out, he's only been active for one game. It'd be interesting to see how many plays he actually played in that one game he played in. But Bidet is. I don't, just a guy has gotten into such a negative term. I think you don't play in the NFL, really, right? I don't know if he's anything special. And the rookie, to be honest with you, I haven't seen growth from him. I love him in the passing game. I love him as a receiver. But I haven't seen any consistency, and it's maybe because Dobbins has, gotten the bulk of the quality carries. I know this, if you want to beat him, it's not just that running game, but we've been saying it since training camp. If you want Bo Nix to look better, make sure you are running the ball so the play action is actually a legit threat and he's moving people around. So if you're not able to run the ball, if they get up there and without Dobbins you're unable to run the ball, it's gonna be a tougher night for Denver to win.
What impresses you about the Chiefs defense, or what do you think is sort of, hey man, they ain't all that on defense for the Chiefs?
Well, do you have the rankings there?
I do.
I
do.
Read them off real quick.
Sure. Yards per play, they're 6th in the league. Yards per game, rather. Points per game, they're 4th in the league, which is pretty interesting considering they're 12th in the league against the run, but they're 7th against the pass. So pretty strong. Actually, that makes sense. On takeaways, they're 9th, or 22nd rather, with 9. Not that great. On third down, they're 21st in the league. Not that great. In the red zone, they're 23rd in the league. So they kind of just sort of stop you. And what really helps them quite a bit is they're 5th in the league in time of possession. So what the Chiefs really do is make you take your time.
Yeah, so what their defense is, it kind of reminds me of 2015 a little bit, is they'll give up some yards. They're kind of middle-of-the-road defense in the majority of their categories, but they're good in the one category that matters the most, and that's points per game. So they're giving up, like you said, 17.7 there, which is just barely behind the Denver Broncos. But in every other category, they're kind of middle of the road. George Karlaftis was a guy that I thought so George got a contract extension probably a month or so before Nick Bonito got his. And I was thinking, that's probably a good measuring stick of the type of contract that Nick Bonito is going to get. Well, George is a good football player. He's got 5 sacks on the season. He's also got 8 quarterback hits. He's doing a good job, but he's not the player that Nick Bonito is. They still got Chris Jones on the interior. He's got a couple sacks, and Chris Jones has been doing this for a long time. Their corners, I think, are pretty talented. But I think this is a team that you should move the ball well.
Yeah.
And then it's, okay, can we convert once we get inside the red zone?
Yeah, and here's the Bills.
Go
ahead.
What are they again? What are they points allowed? You say 4th?
4th,
Yeah,
17.7.
They're basically the exact same as the Broncos.
They're stingy. The Broncos are 17.3. This has all the makings of on paper, it's like, no, definitely not a laser show. Like something like, well, I don't know, maybe a laser show from Pat Surtain. Because when we come back, we'll talk about the Chiefs' offense. Now, the Chiefs' offense is, hey boy, it's something
coming around.
Surtain playing QB.
My goodness gracious, we'll dig into that coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If the man machine ain't what it used to be and erectile dysfunction is part of your story, all right, well, let's stop ignoring this. Let's get back in the game and create some excitement in the life when it feels like a big dud right now. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Research shows that men can draw apart from their partners when ED impacts their sex life. Come on now, let's go. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. Amazing location in Castle Rock, but they're up and down I-25 at Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So what you do, you make an appointment, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That initial visit's only $99. Get that consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment, so let's go. Call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
it's going to be a 4-quarter, heavyweight battle. I'm here for it. I love these kind of games. Denver's not the easiest place to go in and play football, man. That altitude gets me every single time, and it may not make me play terrible, but it definitely makes a difference when you're playing up there. And I'm excited for the challenge, man.
Is that Kelsey? We'll see what they do with Kelsey. It was interesting against the Bills.
Broncos been good against tight ends this year. This is an unusual feeling, not having tight ends crushing us for once in our lifetime. Done well against Jake Ferguson against Cowboys and Brock Bowers with one catch, something like that.
Yep.
Can I say a no dumb statement?
Sure.
Yeah.
And this is no reflection on his career, but this isn't the best tight end they faced this year.
I would agree with you on that. Listen,
Kelsey.
No, but you know what? He's not having a bad year, though, Scott.
No,
I mean, you're absolutely right. Of course, he's not the best tight end they faced this year. But Kelsey's numbers are pretty damn solid.
He's
really come on, it seems like, in the last 4 or 5 games.
Well, he had kind of a dud first half against the Bills, except they went to him late. You know what's funny watching the stupid Chiefs? You really do think you've got him beat. You really do think they ain't doing nothing. They can't get anything going. They're just whatever. Mahomes is this, that, and then it's like, 3 plays, 80 yards, touchdown, like out of nowhere. Like the Bills have Kelsey completely contained, and, then he catches a pass for like 25 yards. Well, where's he been the whole first half? But he didn't kill him. He's got 540 yards on the year, though. I mean, Cortland Sutton has 590. So Travis Kelce is just a pinch behind Cortland Sutton.
He's on track for a 1,000-yard year as a tight end.
And they didn't have Rashee Rice for a good chunk of the season. Well, they got him now. And they put him, everywhere. They put him in the backfield. They put him in the slot. They put Rashee Rice is their, he's their guy. He's the guy that Sean Payton supposedly wanted, right? But he's the Joker. And then they got Kareem Hunt, who's doing all right, and I don't know, man. And then they got Kelsey and Mahomes. So when you look at their offense, it's,
well,
they're the Chiefs, right?
Their first 2 games, they start the season 0-2, I believe, and they score 21 against the Chargers and 17 against Philly. And then since that second week, they've scored 22, won that game, 37, 28 in a loss, 30 in a win, 31 in a win, 28 in a win, 21 in a loss. So their offense, and whether that coincides with Rice and everybody coming back or not, their offense has picked up over the last 4 or 5 weeks.
All right, you're right about that. And it's not a coincidence Rashee Rice comes back and they're just better. And Travis Kelce, you're right, is having a good year. But encouraging, the Broncos have shut down 2 other really good tight ends. So I don't know if I'm overly worried about Travis Kelce killing him on this one.
But you don't have Alex Singleton, so I would definitely be wide awake for it.
We're gonna have
I like Justin Strnad, so I'm down with Justin. I think Justin's a very rangy linebacker, so I think he does pretty well in coverage. But you are going to be down a starting linebacker.
Do you think we're going to have Pat Surtain back?
Nope, I don't.
Why?
Well, if you've just followed and again, I don't have any true insight on what the actual timeline was, but the original consideration was to put Pat Surtain on the IR. And if you go on the IR, what that means is that he would have to miss 4 actual games. It's not how many weeks it is, it's how many games you have to miss. And the reason why they didn't put him on the IR is because you got the mini bye week before the Chiefs, and then you got the bye week after the Chiefs, which would mean that you could, in the same time span of 4 weeks, you could miss 3 games rather than 4 games. So I'm just kind of manufacturing that. I don't have any true evidence to say that's what the real timeline was, but it feels to me like they were hopeful for about 4 weeks rather than 4 games.
So you think it was more about the Commanders than the Chiefs at the end of the day?
Well, yeah, I think it was about getting them back for as many games as possible. So, I'm not necessarily saying it's about the Commanders. Obviously, they would rather have them back for the Chiefs than for the Commanders.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping.
I'm just giving you a realistic timeline.
I was kind of hoping it was more about the Chiefs. And, listen, we'll see. We'll see how everybody does. You're probably right. It's probably a 4-week injury, and why miss 4 games if you don't have to? So I guess I was just holding out a little hope. I was trying to stay a little bit more optimistic.
Well, who knows? I mean, again, I don't have any true insight on it. I'm just using deductive reasoning here.
That being said, yeah, the offense, the Chiefs, wow. Points per game, 9th, 26-1. Yards per play, 9th. The only thing they're a little down in is rushing, but, I mean, Kareem Hunt's legit, and then they're 12th. It's not that bad, that's for sure. 5th in passing. Mahomes has only been picked off 5 times, and they're +4 in giveaway takeaway, which is 10th in the league. 5th in time of possession. They have the ability, and they do shorten things.
Which that's not what you historically think of when you think of a Chiefs offense.
No, that's way different than the way they used to be. So it's definitely they're using a different approach there. They don't turn the ball over. They have not fumbled the ball once this entire year. And sacks, they're pretty stingy on that too. They're 8th in the league. The Broncos are 2nd in the league on that. 3rd down, 9th, and 3rd in the red zone. This is a crazy, potentially awesome offense. But it seems to work best when it's under duress. It doesn't necessarily come out of the gates like that, Tyler and Scott. It takes them a little time to sort of get the wheels underneath them.
Well, not as long
they
as
are
us.
the Chiefs. They still got a hard core.
Right.
A hard core of championship pedigree, right? I mean that's the key with them right now. That even when they don't play good, they kind of stay in the game. And God forbid, what you want to do is keep them within striking distance and give Mahomes the ball. So they're still a high pedigree team, and I said it yesterday. This right here, it's not a must win, but it has a chance to say a whole lot about who you are going forward.
I will say the things the Broncos do the best offensively is their rushing game, and defensively the Chiefs struggle just a pinch in that department. The Bills put 144 on them, and for the first time in 28 games,
okay,
Cook
cool.
ran
We don't
for
have
over
our
100
starting
yards.
running back. Sorry.
Well, is that out? Okay, but
I mean, so let's just think about this from Sean Payton's perspective, right? You're a coach that's got a really good running game, and yet you just can't use it because you can't help yourself. And so you'll get to it at the end of the game when you're trying to close out a game, and then when the game's all said and done, the stats actually look halfway decent because you ran the ball 9 times out of your final 12 plays, right? So the stats look pretty decent, but if you're using your eyeballs, you see a coach that is afraid to actually call running plays, right? That's with J.K. Dobbins there. Now let's take J.K. Dobbins out of the equation. You've got a young buck in R.J. Harvey that he clearly doesn't trust that much. You really think that Sean Payton's going to be calling a ton of running plays? I don't. I think in his mind, he's going to be like, all right, I lost my starting running back. Let's get away from that.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you what
and that
presents
means you're going to
itself.
put the ball in the hand of Bo, who seems to have been struggling the last couple weeks.
It doesn't add up that's the way to attack the Chiefs. It's interesting watching that Chiefs-Bills game because the Bills are the only team in the league. How about this for They're the only team in the league that runs the ball more than throws the ball. The Buffalo Bills with Josh Allen. More running attempts than passing attempts. And when they do throw the ball, it's conservative. Really wasn't crazy. And what really killed the Chiefs were passes to the tight ends. Josh Allen uses tight ends. Kincaid and, the other guy there. Forgetting his name. But he used their tight ends to scar them up. I'm just telling you what it is. They use the running game and the tight ends, and I think this is things that Sean wanted to do or said he wanted to do but hasn't really done. But boy, oh boy, does that help out a quarterback, guys.
Hey, if you really want to do something, you don't need to write it on your play sheet. It's pretty simple. I mean, you can say all that you want to say. You can say the right things. If you really want to do it, you got to put something in Sharpie just to remind yourself. No.
All right. Well, bigger question. When the most obvious thing to do is the thing that you hesitate doing the most, what do?
I'd be shocked if R.J. Harvey got more than 13 to 14 carries in this game.
Well, that would be disappointing if he's the primary running back, if that is the case. Gosh, that really is not the way to go here against the Chiefs, man. There is room to run against them. James Cook had 27 carries for 114 yards, guys. 27. They have another running back, Ty Johnson, but he only got 2 carries, and Josh Allen ran 26 times.
Kind of acting like they're bad against the run. They're not bad against the run.
They hadn't allowed a 100-yard rusher for 28 straight games. No. But they're a little bit soft there, and James Cook and the Bills scarred him up. They just sort of went after them from the jump and didn't relent. So to your point, like they didn't have to write it down. This is what they were doing.
Yeah.
And then it made the pass. Allen still threw for 273 yards. I mean, he still threw the ball. The difference was, like, it was Dawson Knox. He only had 1 catch, but Dalton Kincaid had 6 catches for 101 yards and a touchdown with a long of 47. So their 2 tight ends had 7 catches for a combined 131 yards. This is what Sean wanted to do with Evan Engram, wasn't it? Use him in this type of role. Have this kind of attack, wasn't it? It's so much easier for the quarterback than trying to fit it into small spaces and running around and all that sort of stuff. Josh Allen wasn't breaking a sweat in this game, guys. Where am I wrong here?
Well, I think you're wrong in terms of the season as a whole. I think you saw a game that they got exposed a little bit, but I don't think they've got too many deficiencies. I don't think they've got a real big deficiency in the running game either. Combine that with the team that is really with the season as a whole is pretty stout against the rush, and we're now down a running back. I actually don't know if that's going to be the most effective way for us to attack them.
How would you attack the Chiefs?
Well, you always have to have as much balance as you possibly can. So, of course, I want that. I'm just being realistic about what I think is going to happen.
You have a bad feeling on this game, don't you?
No, not particularly. I think the Broncos are going to play well. I don't have a whole lot of evidence for that. I think that if you're following the evidence, you're going to see an offense that's just been bad, and you're like, well, why are they going to fix it? Sometimes I think this team is weird, and they can play better against better opponents, and they play worse against worse opponents. My hope here is that you just elevate your game against the Chiefs. I don't know if you're going to win the game, but I'd be shocked if they weren't competitive.
And I'm going to stick with this, too. When we find out, 7 games in 30-some days, or something like 39 days or something like what it was?
They were busy.
I think that Thursday, they played like crap. I mean, they really did, and yet they did enough. And sometimes in sports, especially pro sports, sometimes that's good, man. Sometimes you just got to get a win, right? Mm-hmm. Cam Johnson, you're sucking right now, not shooting the ball well. God dang, you got to find a way to keep winning games when you're not playing well yet. That's what I'm looking at last Thursday for, is they looked to me like a team that needed 3 extra days off, right? That looked like a team that needed Friday, Saturday, Sunday off, and hopefully that recharges some batteries. I don't know if Tyler's ever said this, but working with Logs, it's the first time I ever got to work with an NFL guy, and we went deep in the weeds a few times about your bodies, and obviously when Dave played, you didn't have the training facilities and all the equipment that these guys have now. But he always told me, he said, man, you just hoped you felt good by Saturday. If you're playing that many games and now you've got a short week, throwing in on a Thursday, I can understand a lackluster performance. I'm almost throwing that Thursday away. You got to win. That's all that matters.
Right.
I think they're going to play better too, and that's why I say it's not a must-win. But I really think we got a chance to see, with a little rest, what this team is capable of. I'll be shocked if Bo Nix doesn't have his best game in a month.
Wow. Oh, well, that's a low bar, but okay.
Well, that's fine. I'll be shocked if this defense isn't just fired up. I wish Sertan was playing. I think I'm with Tyler. I think they're gonna have a good game. I think they'll play good. I don't know if they're capable of winning yet. Sometimes you've got to. What's the old saying in boxing? To be the champion, you got to beat the champion. And I don't know if is their mindset there yet that okay, it's time to move the champion on. It's time. I don't know their mindset. I don't know where this team's mindset is as far as believing that they can be a champion.
I think the Broncos squeaked this one out. You want to talk about disrespectful, by the way? How about the Broncos, who are 8-2 at home against the Chiefs, who are 5-4? and the Broncos are 3.5-point dogs.
Feels about right to me. Does it really feel disrespectful? You watched the last couple games?
I'm saying that's an 8-2 team against a 5-4 team at home.
Yeah, but you watched the last couple games?
I've paid attention to it a little bit, yeah.
Right, so I mean, does that really feel disrespectful?
That's on the bulletin board, though. That's talked about. And just like Tom Brady, and no one believed in Tom Brady in Tampa Bay, and he found a way, said, no one believes in us, and we suck, and never. And he used that for motivation. Here you go.
Yeah, Chiefs are 5-4. They're 1-3 on the road, and guess what? They're favorites. Let's go, boys. What do you say?
Hey, I would say this. Do you guys agree with this? This is almost a must-win for Kansas City.
Oh, I do agree with that. And, yeah, for sure. I mean, if they want to reach their real goals, they got to win this. They got to sweep the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, it means as much to them. I mean, it should. But then you get to the question of, like, year after year exhaustion. Like, where are you when you're the core of the Kansas City Chiefs? You're that coaching staff. You're Mahomes and Kelsey. Like, seriously, where are you?
Well, I think that's a fair point, but even teams that are exhausted can get up for big games, and there's no denying the fact this is a big game even for the Chiefs.
No doubt about it. I agree there.
Oh, this is a monster. This is listen, the Chiefs have earned the right that every weekend their name is highlighted on the schedule of whatever team they play on, right? And it may stay that way as long as Mahomes is the quarterback. Every time a team plays Kansas City, whether it's Washington or Buffalo or Baltimore or Cincinnati or Raiders or whatever, that date is highlighted. Denver. That date is highlighted, and they've earned that right to be that. And you're right, there is some exhaustion in the every day we can't. They're at the point now that I'm not sure they can beat really good teams at 75%. And in the past 4 or 5 years, I would say there was games they beat teams when they were 75%.
I think the Broncos squeaked this one out, fellas. Close. Good. Like 1917, field goal palooza for the Broncos.
I honestly wouldn't be shocked at all. I think it's going to be a very competitive game. And I'm not sure who's going to win it right now, but I think the Broncos are going to have the capability to do it.
All right. Hold on. Oh, wow. Well, we have a fun signing for the Broncos. Jeff Legwall will join us in an hour, so stick around for this one. This is kind of out of the blue. The details on this coming up next.
All right, guys, gals, hey, if you're in the market for a new or a pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer since my rookie year at Phil Long Ford, and I keep going back because I think the relationships matter in life. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. They get me in. They get me out. They respect my time, and I always get the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer who walks in the doors over at Phil Long Ford. It's one-stop shopping at Phil Long because they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot over at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Knicks on the roll, and a dart to the 30-yard line. Courtland Sutton on the run. Or rather, down the sideline, little Jordan Humphrey. Humphrey with the touchdown, 41 yards and a score. And Denver continues to roll up 37-6.
Just out of curiosity, Dan, how many little Jordan Humphrey highlights are in that folder?
I just remember the one from the Falcons game last year, which is the one we just came back with. I don't really. Did he score another touchdown last season?
I'm saying the fact you found one little Jordan Humphrey highlight is pretty impressive. Good job.
When did the Giants cut him?
They didn't cut him. He was on their practice squad, so he was like an up and down guy.
He was on the 53 also.
He was an up and down. He was an up and down guy.
Because he was making plays the week before the Broncos played the Giants.
The Giants had like all their guys hurt, and little Jordan Humphrey was the star. But just like Bandy or whoever, or some of these guys for the Broncos go up and down. That's what his story was. And of course, if you're going up and down, that means you're on a practice squad at the time. You can be signed. The Broncos, according to our guy Adam Schefter, who will be on with us tomorrow around 1:40, and Jeff Legwall will be on with us in about an hour from now for more Broncos news. But the Broncos are signing little Jordan Humphrey, according to Adam Schefter, off of the Giants practice squad. Okay, wow. That tells the Broncos made a bunch of roster moves actually yesterday. And I thought when they sent Bandy, they cut him, and I'm sure they're going to probably put him back in the practice squad. I assumed that was because Marvin Mims was going to be okay and back. And now I wonder, do they just see that little Jordan Humphrey is just better than Bandy and Mims isn't going to be back? What's your take on it?
I'm not sure. I think that they've got legitimate value in little Jordan Humphrey. They value him. I mean, we know that. He's been around the block. We know he's a Sean guy.
No doubt.
He does bring a lot of value in the blocking game as a wide receiver. He is pretty good with that. So I think it's more so than anything else, just an opportunity to bring back a guy that you do value, that you think is good. Don't know if it has a direct impact on what's going on with Marvin Mims, but it very well could be.
All right, if it's not Mims, and Schefter does right, it's likely he'll play on Sunday. So they're not just he's signed to the 53.
Don't you if you sign a guy off a practice squad, don't you have to put him on the 53?
You do. So the plan
for a minimum of 3 weeks, he has to. If you sign somebody off somebody else's practice squad, they have to be on your 53 for a minimum of 3 weeks. You sign your own guy, you can bring him up and down.
All right, so let's say it's not for Mims. Let's say Mims is healthy and is back, and hopefully he is. Why? Why?
He needs his woogie. His woogie. We said that last year. It's his woogie, right? Little Jordan Humphreys is Champagne's woogie.
I think it's Woogie, but I'll go with Woogie if you want to go with Woogie.
Yeah, 1 inch deep, three.
I know. I'm the same way. I'm sorry. Don't need to be correction, please, on Woogie or Wooby. I know what you mean.
Well, Wooby is trademarked, and I just didn't want to get us in trouble.
Thank you, Scott. You're always thinking you're 3D chess in a checkers world.
That's right.
I heard you use that last time.
We've always been a little bit light on wide receivers. We were carrying 5 until we had to bring up Michael Bandy because Marvin Mims was banged up.
Yeah.
So there's, generally speaking, been room for another wide receiver if you wanted one.
Okay, who's if it's not
and let's also whatever we think about Jordan Humphrey, he's bigger than Bandy, and now you bring in a wide receiver that you're probably not going to have to really go over a lot of the terminology. I'm not sure the terminology has changed from a year ago to today, so it's going to be an easier adjustment to bring a guy off the street, so to speak, to come in there and actually be able to be an active participant.
Well, does this say anything about how you feel right now about Pat Bryant?
No.
It doesn't?
No.
Because Vele ain't here anymore, and he's a bigger receiver, and Pat Bryant's a bigger guy, so it's got nothing to do with that.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It might, but it shouldn't. Pat Bryant's going to be a player. I think Pat.
Cool.
Bryant's
I'm just trying to figure it out. That's all.
If there was anybody that it would impact, it would be Trent Sherfield, not Pat Bryant.
All right. Is it a Sherfield? So that could make sense. That he's just a better option, perhaps, than Sherfield. Boy, Sherfield had a great training camp, though, and it just is like the season has been.
That's been the story of his career. Every training camp, that dude is balled out, and then the regular season comes around, they're like, he's just a special teams guy.
Guess how many catches Sherfield has on the season?
0.
3 for 21 yards.
Well, Pat Bryant doesn't have a whole lot more.
No, he doesn't. You're right. And listen, at 6'1", that's Sherfield. Little Jordan goes 6'4" and change, right? He's just a bigger dude. Pat Bryant has 10 catches on the year.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
But they have been exciting catches when he's had them. I mean, he's had a couple big gains in there. He had a 43-yarder. He had another 38-yarder that got called back. He's had some big moments when he does touch the ball.
So maybe this isn't about Mims at all. Maybe this is just about a combo meal that for whatever reason you're not getting what you need out of that type of guy.
Well, Lil Jordan, if you're just talking about X's and O's, if you're talking about the role that you fill on a football field, he definitely is not filling a Marvin Mims role as a wide receiver.
Correct. Correct. So there's got to be another reason, right? This has to be some sort of indictment on somebody else, somewhere else, that they're not getting what they need. I mean, and I don't know. Mims right now is questionable. We'll see. He's already missed 2 games. It's a concussion, right? Who knows? Who knows when you're going to be back from that? But I would agree with you. Like Bandy fills in the Marvin Mims role, smaller guy, punt returner, that sort of thing.
I wonder who returns punts now, because with J.K. Dobbins out, I don't think you want to risk putting R.J. Harvey back there.
Well, my guess is that Mims is coming back, and this is more about something else that they need on offense.
Maybe.
Because you're right. This doesn't make sense one for one in terms of that. Bandy for Mims actually makes way more sense, I guess. It's more special teams.
Does McLaughlin return punts?
I don't see why he couldn't.
He's definitely returned kicks. I don't know if he's returned punts or not. The punt returners they have listed are Mims, Riley Moss, and Barron. At least that's according to the Broncos depth chart.
Put Barron in there. Let him do something.
You get a little frustrated with Jahdae Barron's role?
I mean, not really. I'm just playing.
Yeah, we're a little light there in the punt returning department, aren't we? McLaughlin is listed as a kick returner if you needed him with Tyler Bidet and R.J. Harvey. Hey, man, maybe it's time to get Jaleel McLaughlin back on this team, guys, and do something.
Well, he's going to be. I mean, it's simple as that. He'll be activated now that J.K. Dobbins is out.
Okay. So how are we feeling about all this? How are we feeling in general about all the injuries that are popping up these days?
I think it's relatively normal. I mean, if you get Marvin Mims back, that's great. Obviously, Alex Singleton's out. I believe Pat Surtain is listed as questionable, but I think he's going to be out as well. And then there really aren't that many injuries after that, DMac.
Well, inside linebacker's interesting, isn't it?
You lost a guard. You lost your guard Powers for the year.
Is he out for the year?
We don't know yet, but if it was a torn bicep, in all likelihood, yeah, that's a year long.
Yeah, you got Jonah Ellis is questionable. Drew Sanders, is he ever coming back?
Well, he's on the IR.
Obviously, yeah, but was that for the whole year too? Was it that a year out injury? I didn't think it was. I don't know. Who knows? Kareem Reed is the latest inside linebacker. He was a undrafted guy who made the team. He's one of those dudes who was always in a great story. Well, he's on IR now. Alex Singleton, we know what he's dealing with, which is remarkable. He ain't around. So your linebacking core is, I mean, it's Dre Greenlaw and Justin Strnad and a lot of wish and hope right now. Like they don't have any backup inside linebackers. Okay, that's kind of weird, huh? So we'll see what they do there. I don't know. They're a little beat up. They're as beat up as they've been all year.
That means you're gonna. I guess you're gonna start seeing more Dre Greenlaw, right?
Well, I don't know why Dre Greenlaw would come off the field at this point, Tyler. I mean,
yeah, he should be full time by now.
Yeah, I would hope. And Strnad probably isn't. Strnad has done such a remarkable job, don't you think, in general, on this team. Been here for years, has kind of come in and out of the lineup, but is so steady Eddie. Man, he's been fantastic and sometimes makes incredible plays.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy that was a special teams player for 4 or 5 years, and that's all that he did, for him to get thrusted in the starting lineup last year and this year as much as he's had to play, He's been a real asset to this football team.
All right. Well, there you go. That's the latest and the greatest. Again, we'll have Jeff Legwald on at around 1:45 or so. So plenty of news about the Broncos here today. And if you just missed it, little Jordan Humphrey has been signed by the Broncos off the Giants practice squad. 2 big games for the Avs and the Nuggets last night. What does it mean for the Nuggets going into tonight's game? And Gabriel Landeskog. There was somebody who was giving him a really hard time about not scoring, and it's not who you would expect. Details on that coming next.
Shot broke, went right to Nichushkin, lets it go, rebound, score! Oh, captain, my captain! Gabriel Landeskog, his first goal in 1,347 days in the regular season.
Runner down the lane misses. Rebound comes down to Bruce Brown. Top of the key to Valanciunas. Back over to Murray. Murray for three. Jumper's no good. Rebound comes down to Valanciunas, and he dunked it home on the putback. That's strong right there.
Now Natchez, McKinnon back on this near wing. Up top for McCarr holds. McKinnon fakes the one-timer, keeps it himself. Backdoor feed, tip, score! It took a deflection, and it's a Marty party.
High right side is Bruce Brown. Brown throws top of the key over to Jamal. Jamal goes to the left, got double teamed, dribbles out of it. Now he's guarded by Keon Ellis. Three. Good! Oh, that's large for Denver. Nuggets have their big lead of the night, and it's in the fourth quarter. They're up by 11.
Nelson leaves it. McKinnon taps it wide. He's got a man wide open. It's Parker Kelly. Go ahead and Sally. Taps it into a wide open net. 4 points his last 3 games for Parker Kelly. And he may have put the icing on the cake for the Colorado Avalanche.
You just need clock management here. You should be able to bleed it out. Another bucket would do it. Jokic for 3 in the game winner. Got it! That ought to do it. 116-106. Denver leads it by 10 in Sacramento. And Denver's going to win game number 1 of a 3-game road trip in Sacramento.
Nuggets 8-2. Annoying Oklahoma City is 11-1, but Nuggets are right there. The Avs, not only do the Avs have the most points in the NHL, you realize they're 4 points ahead of the next competitor there at 23 points, which are the Ducks and the Stars. They got 27 points. They're 11-1-5. And, we'll just throw the Broncos in and having the most wins in the NFL too, tie with a couple of teams.
Pretty good highlights in the city of Denver right now.
We are.
I actually enjoyed last night. It sucked that the Nuggets started at 9:00, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't make it up for the entire ending there, but it was fun to be able to go back and forth between the Avalanche and the Nuggets. The Avalanche ended right about halftime in the Nuggets game. I did go to sleep at halftime in the Nuggets game, though. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It was close at halftime.
I know it was, and then when I saw the score this morning, I was surprised to see that they took it over. Obviously, they did that at the start of the fourth there when Jokic was on the bench, but it was a surprisingly close game.
Yeah, here is Scott Hastings with Jonas Valanciunas after the game.
How good is this team playing right now?
Good. As long as we're winning, it's good. We have ups and downs during the game, throughout all the game, but we find the groove, we find energy to keep it up and win the game. So that's beautiful.
Now you know this team real well. You hold Sabonis to like 5 or 6 rebounds, 7 rebounds. That's pretty good tonight.
Well, we collectively doing job, defending, helping each other on offense too. We just having fun. We play together, sharing the ball, getting guys open. It's fun to play that way, and hopefully we're gonna continue.
And it seems easier when you're open, you get it. Joke's open, he gets it. Bruce Brown gets it. This is a very unselfish team right now.
That's where the fun comes in, to find open man, knock down a shot and stuff. So it's fun. So hopefully we're gonna continue that.
Keep it going tomorrow night in LA.
All right.
Hey, by the way, good. The beard off. Thank you very much.
The beard off. Scott, I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed in you. Just a pinch.
Oh yeah.
Because you talked to Tim Hardaway Jr. in the locker room too, and I was like, you just talked to Jonas about the beard.
Oh,
Hardaway's rocking the same sort of thing.
But you know what? I got a relationship with Big Val right now because we always talk beard. He was telling me about beard oil and stuff like that. Tyler probably knows all about that. So I've started a relationship with him on that, and I didn't think about it. Plus, I got a different vibe from Tim.
All right, but I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. Scott's going to go with the Beardo comments like back to back. It's going to be great.
It's funny that came up because as I was watching the game last night, I was watching Jonas shoot some free throws. And, I've been keeping my beard relatively tight now for a while. And I used to have the big old bushy beard. I was looking at that, and I was having such beard envy. And that watching Jonas might have been enough to convince me I need to bring my beard back.
Well, it's an interesting beard growth that it doesn't go like straight down. It kind of goes out, and it's thick.
Yeah.
By the way, you got to watch Death by Lightning on Netflix about the assassination of President James Garfield. Why? For politics? No. For beards. Like every single dude in the late 1800s had the Jonas Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway beard. You got to see it. Every single one of these dudes had that like thick, pointy out, not down, but out sort of beard. It's wild. So fashion from the 1800s.
I guess you got to put stuff in it or something.
I don't know how you do it.
Did you know that Abraham Lincoln did not have a beard before he ran for office? That he grew that because he thought it would make him more electable?
I did know that. There's he's depicted that way.
Yeah.
So yeah, but 1800s, late 1800s, strong for that kind of beard. So Valanciunas and Hardaway, and well, maybe you, Scott. Because yours is getting thicker, isn't it? You're working on getting yours thicker.
Yep.
You're not just doing thin and down. You want to do thick and out.
Yeah, I brought my beard conditioner. Maybe I'll put some in before the show's out.
You gotta do it so it's like thicker and like out like those dudes. But
do you use a conditioner when you shower, Scott?
I do. Not all the time on the beard, but probably every twice a week, 3 times a week.
Yeah, that's crucial. You need some beard conditioner.
Well,
yeah,
Scott,
I can really tell a difference when I do it. I did have a beard moment. Tyler. I had my very first beard moment that you probably know more about. I have learned there are certain foods you probably shouldn't eat with a beard.
Hey, we call those flavor savers, Scott. Save a little bit for later.
Well, now my beard's different than yours or Val's in that mine's a little bit white, right? We had spaghetti and meatballs.
Oh my God!
And so we had dinner and we had fun. And listen, I got Warden and Junior Warden at home. Don't say anything to me while we're down there, having dinner and we watch a little TV. So I'm going to brush my teeth and tuck Elle in the bed. And I look in the mirror, and the whole center section of my beard, all the way down, is red. It's like it's just, I guess, where the noodles, where you're putting in the plate and the noodles come, and I'm like, why didn't you guys say anything? But it's the first moment I've had where I said, oh, okay.
Okay.
I've had crumbs in there, but I mean, this was like full on sauce stained.
No, that's solid though. That's respect.
All right, let me give you some Nuggets, good news and bad news. What do you want first?
Bad news.
Cam Johnson is 8 for 37, 21.6% from 3 this year. That's not good.
Nope.
You want the good news?
Not for a guy that shot 41% last year.
Correct. You want the good news?
Yeah.
The Broncos' three-point defense is number 1 in the NBA at 30.5%.
Wow. It's impressive for the Broncos to be doing that.
The Nuggets,
I can't
sorry.
believe they played that well.
That's okay. I deserve it. Nuggets' three-point defense is number 1 in the NBA, 30.5 against its opponents.
That's interesting. Scott, why?
Well, they're just you've got more guys that can challenge. You added a when they talk about different speed and ability to play basketball or football or anything else, it's not just with the offense. It's being able to get to the corner. It's being able to challenge from here and there. And they've got more guys. When they added, Cam and Tim and Bruce, you've added 3 guys that are energized bunnies that challenge shots.
All right. Can I ask you another question then?
And I just don't think they had those guys last year.
Listen, we all know Michael Porter Jr. defensively was bad, period. And maybe it's that as simple as that. And it probably wasn't all on MPJ, but he had a significant role in it. Obviously, MPJ offensively is 10,000 times or where it is now.
Not last year.
Well, he was a little better than Cam Johnson last year, and he's a lot better than he is this year. That's for sure. but defensively fine. My question to you is, well, how important is Cam Johnson in this defense? I mean, obviously it's better than Michael Porter Jr., but last night when you needed to shut down a team from three, it was Bruce Brown closing the game. And Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. both played more minutes than Cam Johnson. So if Cam Johnson is really that important and that good and that effective defensively, why isn't he closing? And so it makes me wonder, what is the value of Cam Johnson? Where are we going here?
What was Bruce Brown? What was Bruce Brown's 3-point shooting?
Well, I don't know. I can look that up, my friends. I can do that, I think, if I got the game here. I'll try to find it.
The point was Bruce Brown and Cam and Tim Hardaway both making shots. Cam's not making shots. That's why it's not closed.
All right,
It's good. It's good to be able to close and say you're going to stop everybody, but that's just not reality. So you've also got to be able to score while you're stopping. Bruce Brown hit a monster. I think he had 2 monster threes in the fourth quarter.
All right, Bruce Brown was from three. He was 2 for 3. And Hardaway was 2 for 6. So collectively they were 4 for 9. That's great. Cam Johnson put up another goose egg in 3 attempts. So let me play you David Adelman defending Cam Johnson, and I just want us to have a honest conversation about what's going on this year.
Yeah, I just think he's got to make some shots. That'll loosen him up. I think his floor game has been fine. As of late, he's played really well off the bounce and found people tonight. He found the pocket a few times in Nicola. And it's one of those things with our team. We finished some games with Peyton, with Bruce tonight, Tim. And I think that's who we're going to be. We have a lot of guys that can have an impactful night. And it's about the 5 that are playing well that night together. But I think Cam, as he goes through this process of learning our guys that have played together forever, and he's the new guy. I think once he's more comfortable with that, finds his spots out there with our main people that have been here and been the cogs for this team forever, he's going to be fine. And it's on me to make sure he's comfortable out there and make sure we're getting him opportunities to do what he does well, like getting to his right hand, creating catch and shoot opportunities for him. So that's my job.
Listen, I understand Jamal's great. AG is great, and Jokic is the MVP of the league right now. So I don't want to blow anything unnecessarily out of proportion. But how much longer are we going to make excuses for this guy not to be able to hit a three-pointer?
Well, I do think it's interesting. How long does the new guy thing last?
That's a good question.
You got to get pretty close to the point of the season where you're not necessarily a new guy.
Well, Tim Hardaway's a new guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, Jonas is a new guy, isn't he? Scott?
Well, but it's also a big deal between coming off the bench and starting to. There's more pressure on a good team coming off a bench. Starting a game than it is coming off the bench.
Hey, we can make Cam Johnson come off the bench and lighten the load if he wants, if you're saying that's the trick. Is that
you are down? Are you just trying to create something on an 8-2 team that's not there, or are you just being the typical muggles that to me seems like they don't know basketball when they're saying this?
You tell me, brother, because it's 10 games in and the guy hasn't had one good game, as far as I can tell, offensively.
What? Well, I thought didn't he have 17 in one game?
Yeah, but to be fair, we did just point out how well I just did the Broncos, how well the Nuggets are playing defensively against the 3-ball, and I do think he's a huge part of that.
Fine. I'm just pointing out he wasn't out there closing the game last night. It was Bruce Brown. And I'm pointing out that Hardaway and Brown had more minutes. Not a lot, but they had more minutes than Cam Johnson as well. Listen, whatever. I don't care. The team is winning. They're putting up over 120 points a game. Their defense is better than it's ever been. I'm not trying to rock the boat. I really am not. But I'm just curious how long we're just going to sort of wait for Cam Johnson to come around, Scott. What's fair? And if I'm not being fair, fine. I'll shut up about it.
I don't think you're being fair, but I don't think it's bad to question. He's not shot well. David Adelman just played the soundbite. They said the same thing. And some guys, when you're called in to replace a guy that was a big-time three-point shooter and you're not making threes, you're asking why. But if it was a detriment to the team, I don't know, you wouldn't be 8-2. So there is some positives that are going on. I just think, and going back to what Tyler asked, how long does it take the new guy? Who's Mr. Nugget right now? Who's kind of the heart and soul for the fans, Mr. Nugget?
I'd say it's Aaron Gordon. I'd say it's Aaron Gordon, yes.
Yeah. Do you remember Aaron Gordon? I think when he was traded here, he had 25 games when he got traded here. He shot 26% from three in those 25 games.
Okay.
And I was talking with somebody yesterday. It reminds me a little bit of the transition Aaron Gordon had when he went from Orlando to here, where he's the big dog on a crap team, and now you come to a pretty good team with higher expectations, and it took a little while to mesh, and he did not shoot the ball very well. So I think it will take, and listen, I always say 20 games for a team in the NBA before you really realize who they are and what they are. So we're at the halfway point of that. So we'll see if in the next 10 games Cam doesn't pick that up as far as the shooting ability.
All right. Good enough.
But I think it'll take some time. And again, I still point out this: you don't have the luxury of Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway coming off your bench if you didn't make that trade for Cam Johnson.
That's exactly what I was just going to say, Scott, is that even if Cam Johnson doesn't ever materialize, if you were going to tell me that you got the bench of your dreams that we've been drooling about, that we've had problems with for years and years, and you got the bench of your dreams at the expense of losing Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Johnson doesn't really develop into anything, cool. Like you are a better basketball team because of that.
All right, well, listen, these are first world problems, I understand.
Here's another thing, too. You've also got three starters right now that are averaging over 20 points a game.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, if you're talking about
that's kind of freaky, isn't it?
It is, and Christian Brown is steady Eddie. It was nice to see Christian have an okay shooting night from 3-2 last night, 2 for 5. Hey, there you go. There isn't much to complain about. It's just it's just an eyebrow. It's not a huge concern. Good night.
No,
though.
it's something to write down and go back and check on it in 10 games or so and say, we're still not going. But again, if say he's shooting 28, 29, 30% at game 20, and the Nuggets are 15-5, what's our concern level?
You're right. And listen, man, how many games did Michael Porter Jr. end up on the bench in the last 5 minutes? A lot, not a little, a lot. So hardly the end of the world.
And that was with a lesser of a bench.
Well, you could make.
I'll say this: listen, Michael's had 2 or 3 30-point games already, right?
Yeah.
They're 1-10.
Yeah. Hey, listen.
How impactful is those 30 points?
I totally get it. Listen, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Gabe Landeskog scores his first goal, and it's funny who he really needed to prove that to. You'll hear that. Plus, no dumb questions. Jeff Legwald at 145. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone can cause a host of problems. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts. Just like, what am I doing? I just don't feel like myself. Because, guys, hey, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year. It happens gradually. So it's natural. It happens. But it doesn't have to stay that way. If low T's got you down, then the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can get you back in that game. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. It's a simple 10-question, yes or no. Takes a couple minutes, schedule a consult, and you go from there. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options. Hey, it's only $99. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Great location in Castle Rock. They've done a nice job sprucing it up. There's 4 other locations up and down I-25 in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So call my friends today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Here's Nichushkin. Leaves it for Brock Nelson. Power move behind the net. Nelson tagged up for a moment. Loose stick on the ice. To the point, Malinsky. Shot broke. Went right to Nichushkin. Lets it go. Rebound, score! Oh, Captain! My Captain! Gabriel Landeskog, his first goal in 1,347 days in the regular season. He scored in the playoffs in this building on that end of the ice. And now he's got the crowd to their feet again in the regular season as Colorado takes a 2-1 lead.
So the Avs win.
I kind of like this song, by the way.
It's catchy.
It's pretty good.
The Avalanche were playing this in the locker room as their celebration song.
I feel it.
After they won.
It's a good celebration.
Scott,
Von Miller used to play Katy Perry.
It's a catchy damn song. Land on the sea, the sky. Have you gone down the wormhole, the TikTok wormhole, where you're like...
Yes, I do have the internet.
Like watching 1,000 people doing the Ophelia dance?
Yeah. It's kind of enjoyable.
I had to laugh when the Avs were playing this in the locker room. So then all the media comes in and they immediately shut the music off. And it's just like,
the fun police
God.
is here. They're going to write about Ophelia.
There's
DMac, turn the music off.
Hide the wands, hide the magic.
Yeah, hide the fun. This is funny. Gabe scored, and it wasn't taken away, which is good. And so here he is talking about who he had to really answer to about this.
Maybe a little bit, but I think for me, I've tried to just kind of focus on my game and what I do on a shift-to-shift basis, and the outcome is what it is. I try not to focus on the outcome, just kind of surrender that and focus on what I can do on a shift-to-shift basis. And but having said that, obviously you'd like to go home and know that you at least got one on the score sheet and then just kind of move forward with it. So my son will be happy tomorrow morning when he wakes up to the news, so that'll be good. He keeps asking me, and I just got, no, not yet. So this will feel good.
That's pretty funny, man. Like, your kid's old enough to, like, understand a little bit about what's going on. Daddy, why aren't you scoring any goals?
Well, son, would you quit bringing it up because it's really a sore subject?
Wouldn't that be funny, man, if that was like some sort of skit? Oh, my God, enough, kid. I'll score when I score. Daddy, when are you going to score a goal?
My daughter told me yesterday that my biceps look tiny.
Oh, she knows how to cut to it.
I said, you know what? I appreciate that. I was starting to feel myself here a little bit.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I needed to keep on grinding.
Hold on. Did you show her the pictures, though?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Yeah. Did you get on TikTok and show her?
Uh-huh. You haven't been on my Instagram?
Oh, we've seen the Instagram. Yes, we have.
I was talking to my daughter there.
Oh, I see. Has she been on your Instagram?
Probably not.
Okay. So, hey, happy for Gabe, right?
Yeah, block her.
Like, that's good for Gabe off the schneid. Man, they are playing so well. They scored a goal 28 seconds into the game. The Ducks did tie it up, but it's funny how just doing something really good right off the top can sort of get you going. And it's another game with Wedgwood in net, who's been, incredible for the Avalanche. So, what do we have here, guys, at goalie? How do you guys want to describe what we got going on?
It's not a problem. I mean, I'll say that. A problem is when you don't have a goaltender. This is not a problem. This is a blessing.
Yeah, you start the season. Your starting goaltender was injured. You come in there, which we've said even last year anyway, that they may have the best backup goalie in all of the NHL and the best 1-2 goalie situation. So your starter goes down. Your other guy, who's listen, he's not a spring chicken. I think what'd you look up yesterday, DMac 36. But he comes out and is playing great, and now that's just more and more rest you get to give your starter. Like I said, this thing will flip around. You get around 25, 30, 35 games, and then we'll see how this changes a little bit. But also can light a fire under that guy that when he gets his chance, Blackwood, when he gets back in there, he's going to try to keep it for as long as he can too.
Scott Wedgwood with the Avalanche is 23-5-3. This is Connor McGahey with these numbers. 2.11 goals against, a 9.15 save percentage, with a couple of shutouts. I mean, that is outstanding. Here is Bedsy with the morning guys, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane about the situation.
Yeah, no, it's been nice, and we've kind of felt that way like since we got both guys. Like when we first got Wedge last year, he played unreal for us when we first got him, and then Blackie came in and he took over as the starter. And you want your starter to find a groove that he's in the net enough and playing real well and confident and because at some point in the year it kind of goes to you're riding one guy for playoffs, but you certainly want to have two guys that can win games, and there's lots of back-to-backs, and especially in a condensed season like the Olympic year, you need both guys. And
all right, so that's kind of interesting. Like probably after the Olympic break, you got to make a call on somebody. Like it's just you're just going to need that guy, and for the playoffs, you don't want to be flip-flopping in the playoffs. You don't have back-to-back games in the playoffs. There's plenty of rest between games. So at some point, you got to go with somebody. But listening to Bedsy there, it seems like, hey, we'll play it as it comes, and we have until, probably after the Olympic break to make a decision. Does that sound relatively fair?
Yeah, when is that in February?
Yeah, it's mid-February. This year, or 2026, this season.
I think it's in a deadline that you can kind of give to the public, but you're always making a decision. You're making a decision right now. You're making a decision in a week. You're making a decision in a month. There's always a decision about who the best goaltender is. And then publicly, maybe it's a little bit easier to anoint someone by then, but privately, it's not any different.
Well, the decision last night is how do we beat a team that's won 7 games in a row and is right there with us in points, Anaheim, in the Western Conference. And the decision was Wedgwood. And now that might be a different decision against the Buffalo Sabres, who are in last place in the Atlantic. In fact, they're in last place in the National Hockey, or the Calgary Flames. How's that working out for Cadre? They're actually the worst team, and Buffalo's 29th in terms of points so far. So you're playing one of the worst teams at home. Blackwood, right? On Thursday? Right?
I don't know anymore. Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm just taking everybody at their word here.
Well, let me ask you this.
I thought you didn't care
about
this.
Deal if Wedgwood has played himself into the starting goalie? Is that a problem?
Absolutely not. No, not to me.
Never a problem when you got players playing well.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out if you're saying, hey, we want him to kick the rust off. Hey, we want this. Hey, we want that. Well, we don't want to do it against the Ducks, obviously, because they could have, and they don't. They didn't. But you have the second worst team in the league coming in on Thursday. All right. That seems like kind of a no-brainer. I'll be shocked if Blackwood doesn't play against the Sabres on Thursday. There's no reason for him not to. And then you bring in the Islanders on Sunday, and I would assume Wedgwood's back in there. So, listen, I think what Bedsy is saying, and I think it's an interesting situation where clearly right now Wedgwood is probably your best option, but certainly you want to get Blackwood in the mix, and you don't have to make your mind up until after the Olympics anyways. Everybody cool with that? Listen, these talk about first world problems, but these are the issues, how small they are with the Nuggets and the Avs. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about the best problem, Scott, in the world right now.
Right.
How lucky are we?
Well, but listen, aren't both problems the same? And both problems deal with depth?
Yes, and how much you have.
And the blessing that you have a little depth?
God, these teams got to win championships this year, don't you think? We got to have a double parade.
You got to get 1 out of 2 for sure. Double parade would be amazing.
It'd be amazing. If it's not going to happen this year, when exactly is it going to happen? Okay, and now we're seeing
if not now, when, right?
You're talking about the Broncos, right?
I got the Broncos still pegged for 26. Not this year. I don't know, though.
I don't know anybody that's talking about this year. And I don't mean that as like, of course they've got a shot. If Bo Nix is if he can turn it on, if this offense could go from bad to middle of the road, if this offense can play like the stats say they play, I'll put it that way. Like if you just look at the stat line, you'll be like, oh, that's a respectable offense. But we all know that it's because of a couple anomalies. If they play like the stats say, you are capable of winning the Super Bowl this year.
By the way, according to reports, Jared Bednar did confirm at practice today. Mackenzie Blackwood, they had an optional skate today that finished just a little bit ago. Mackenzie Blackwood will start tomorrow against the Sabres. So there you go. Okay, let's get into No Dumb Questions.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Jeff Legwald in about 10 minutes or so. Little Jordan Humphrey was signed to the team. No dumb question. Do you want to see Taylor Swift at Empower Field on Sunday?
Yeah. I like me some Taylor. I'm over the Taylor hate. I enjoy me some Tay-Tay.
Okay. Scott?
I could care less.
Okay. Doesn't matter to you whatsoever?
No, I prefer that the officials aren't FaceTiming her before the game like was happening last year. That would be preferable considering we've got a referee crew that is throwing as many penalties as anybody this weekend.
No dumb question on the Shot Mazda text line. Scott, how has the game of basketball changed from 1990 to now? What's the biggest difference?
The physicality. The physicality is the biggest difference. I mean, we're looking at plays 2 games ago, the last home game, of flagrant fouls because a guy slapped another guy's arm when he's going in for a layup. And we're calling those flagrant.
Is basketball better now than 1990?
The guys, maybe. I don't know. I'll be real honest with you. I feel like the Denver Nuggets are playing more of a 90s style basketball than they are the analytics shoot it 50 times from the three. I've talked to a lot of people. And kind of NBA people. A lot of NBA people are tired of hey, let's watch this team shoot 63s and this team shoot 50.
No dumb question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Scott.
No, so is it better? I think the guys overall are all better athletes. It's a 12-month, 11-month out of the year job now. In 1990, it was still probably, season ended, you're taking a couple months of drinking beer and playing golf.
Are the Thunder going to come back to reality, or is this they're 11-1?
Reality.
How about this?
They're
11-1.
Reality.
11-1, and the one game they lost, they had a 21-point lead in.
Wow.
Dang.
I mean, are we looking at a 70-win season for them?
Could be.
Damn.
I'd like to see who they've beaten, though. I haven't even paid attention to that. Have you?
No, I have not. I mean, it's the Western Conference, so I assume it's the same, cast of characters the Nuggets are playing. Relative to, as Sean Payne would say. Tyler, for you, no dumb question. Has Russell Wilson played his way out of the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I think he might have. That's a really hard thing to do, to actually play your way out of the Hall of Fame. Russell Wilson never plays another down after he's a Seattle Seahawk. I wouldn't say guaranteed Hall of Famer, but I would say really, really good chance of being a Hall of Famer. Unfortunately, it's not like Tom Brady, where Tom Brady had one bad year at the end of his career. Like his final year was like, all right, it's time to shut it down. That was a short little blip in the radar. Russ has got like half his career going on like this, like this is going to be an extended period of time that you've got nothing but bad connotations with Russ. Shoot, he just got surpassed by Jameis Winston with the Giants. They officially announced that Jameis Winston is going to be starting for him instead of Russ.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
Oh yeah,
it makes sense though. Wow, so he's the third. How much money is he making this year?
I want to say it was like 12, something like that.
Man, that is something.
It actually might have been more than that.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more than Sam Ehlinger's being paid to be the third-string quarterback for the Broncos. The jinxie of all jinxie questions on No Dumb Questions.
It was a $10.5 million deal worth up to $21 million.
Oh, I'm going to guess he's not going to get all those bonuses. I'm going to guess he's going to fall short of some of those bonus incentives. The jinxiest No Dumb Question of all time. Will there be a double parade?
Hell yeah.
Great opportunity. By the way, the
How
King,
would you do?
Oklahoma City has only played 2 teams above 500.
All right, if you're saying it's phony, then fine. If it's
I'm not saying it's phony. I'm just saying you beat the Atlanta Hawks, who are 6-5, and you beat Houston. I think Houston's above 500. At 6-3.
Well, the Nuggets have beat Minnesota. They're 7-4. They beat the Suns. They're 6-5. The Warriors are 6-6. And after that, so that's 3.
So you beat who you're supposed to beat.
They beat the Heat. Okay, they're that's 4. They Nuggets have beaten 4 teams with 500 or so records or better. So, I mean, you play who's in front of you, right? You do what you can do.
Yeah, you play who's in front of you.
That doesn't matter. Double parade. Would the city do, this is super jinxy, would they do just one parade, or do you split it up and both teams have their own parade?
I think you got to split it up. I think each team's got to have their own day.
Oh, my God. What are the logistics of that?
If you were decided to have it on the same day, though,
how could you do that?
You would have honestly, you'd have to make it a state holiday. Absolutely shut down, except for bars and restaurants, every single business in downtown Denver, because you're easily crushing that million people parade, aren't you?
Let me ask a dumb question. Has a team, like a hockey and basketball team, because their seasons are the closest aligned, has that ever happened? Has there been one city that had a hockey and a basketball championship in the same year? Ever?
Probably. I don't know.
Question.
Dan, I don't recall it.
I'm looking.
Now, I'm sure there's been, say, a Super Bowl and maybe a hockey or basketball or baseball. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure Boston probably has done championship parades in the same calendar year. I'm sure they have. But I don't recall, like, the Celtics and Bruins winning in the same year. Because inevitably, the way the calendars are now, it's going to happen not only, like, it's going to happen practically at the same day, the way things are.
Boston did never do this.
No NBA and NHL teams have ever won their respective championships in the same city in the same year.
Wow.
The closest was 94. The Rangers won the Stanley Cup, and the Knicks lost in the NBA Finals.
Wow. So it's never happened, and it almost happened one time in New York.
And the Devils won the Cup in 2003, and the Nets lost in the NBA Finals that year.
Oh, okay. They were both in Jersey at the time?
Right.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so it was close.
Not the same city, though.
Well, I mean, where are the cities for those teams? I mean, what are we doing here with those teams? I mean, boy, the Meadowlands, Jersey City, Hoboken.
Secaucus and Hoboken would have been swamped.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, Jeff Legwold, the Broncos have made some pretty significant roster changes. Leggy with the details next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, first off, know that you're not alone. It happens to the best of us. I know it's a bad feeling, but there is something you can do about it. Just call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. And it's always comforting when you know that a company believes in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Let's go to Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Okay, a lot of moving parts here, Jeff. Why don't we start with little Jordan Humphrey? What's the thinking about bringing him back onto the team?
Well, they obviously believe they need a little more from the offense, and I would think he's taking snaps from Sherfield at this point, but until he gets here, and I see how they're fitting him in, that would be my assumption right now, and it's sort of what it's been conveyed. But they, Humphrey jumped at the chance. If you're on a practice squad, you do have a choice of, if you want to go to somebody's roster or not. He obviously didn't hesitate because he knows he's going to play some snaps here as soon as Sunday.
Do you think it's an indicator that someone's sort of in the doghouse, or is it more they just like little Jordan Humphrey that much and they want to bring him back?
Tyler, I think a lot of folks, it's a crowded doghouse, I think, on offense. I mean, I think
Fair
they're just
enough.
trying to. Well, I just think they're trying to make whatever move. You're pretty limited at this point. That they're not going to be able to claim anybody in waivers. I mean, they're down near the bottom of the waiver claim order now that the trade deadline has passed. So, they would be one of the last teams there. So their only way to really add anybody is off other people's practice squads or guys who are still unsigned. So, I think that's why you saw him dive into two guys from other teams' practice squads at this point that they think can come in and give them some depth. And Humphrey, we all know Peyton likes him as a player and will play him significant snaps in a lot of different sets. I just think they believe he's a bigger version of Sherfield and can do things better physically in that regard.
I'm going to go down the alphabet, and I'm going to stop at the letter M's. McLaughlin and Mims, will we see them this weekend?
Well, Mims, I think is he's practicing. He practiced last week and will practice this week. So I think he's on track. Now, it's always a little murky about where guys exactly are in the protocol, but if you've reached this point, you're pretty close to playing in a game with probably one more clearance from the physicians. And McLaughlin, I would think they have to. I think the Dobbins thing is going to end up. Nothing's official yet, and I think he's still gathering information, and the team's still trying to figure out what he wants to do. But it's pretty clear to me he's going to miss some time. How much time, I'm not sure yet, but I do think he will miss some time.
What do we know about Dobbins?
Just that, it's a foot injury, and they're getting it checked out, and they want to figure out IR or no IR. What's the return timetable with the bye week thrown in there? So I think, they had a roster spot open to add Humphrey, so they don't have to do anything right now. But that decision's going to have to come, I would think, before the bye or during the bye, maybe.
Well, since we're on the doctor route, one last one. Any news with Pat Surtain?
Yeah, I think they're still on the original timetable I've been given, which was after the bye. They hoped he would be able to be ready to start really pointing toward playing in a game. I don't think they would rush now at this point. Get out of this week. I think they will likely give the players most of next week off. So I think the post-bye week is still the target for Surtain.
Hey, we've talked about it, Jeff, this week, and obviously a monster game. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's a must-win for the Broncos, but it's a good test to see exactly where you are, how much all those games in the short period of time affected you, and did these 2 or 3 extra days really help you get back on track. But that being said, this is almost a must-win for the Kansas City Chiefs, isn't it?
Well, I think now that the Chargers have kept themselves in the mix, even with the injuries in the offensive line they've had. They've been able to keep themselves in the mix. So I think, the Chiefs probably look at any and all AFC West games at this point as got to have them for the tiebreaker situation, because you got two of the teams with the two of the better records in the league in your own division. So that means you can't drift too far behind. So I think they are up against it, and they're probably as healthy as they've been in a little while. The Chiefs are, but I keep thinking, there's still too much there for them not to be in the playoff conversation next month. But they are going to have to hold it together in division play here, because they are sitting in third already, and that's not really a familiar place for them.
How does Bo get better?
I don't think it's all Bo. I think it's fun for us, all of us. And I've written about Bo, so I'm in the crowd too. But his footwork is obviously not even what it was last year, and I thought it at times last year, and I said it on your guys' show, that his footwork, when his accuracy drifts, you immediately know what it is. His footwork is not what it should be. And other than fourth quarters this year, he's one of the least accurate quarterbacks in the league, and that is directly tied to his footwork. And that is certainly something he can address, as well as the coaches. But I think, they could help him a little bit. And I think if they treated him a little closer to what they did as a rookie, maybe a little more limited menu, maybe run it something a little more closely to the limited menu that a 4-minute offense is or a 2-minute offense is. Maybe work that part of the play card a little more and see if he settles down. But through all the decades I've done this, one of the trouble signs I look for in draft prospects and NFL quarterbacks is when you leave a clean pocket and why. And I think that is a troublesome sign for Bo, because I see him moving and leaving clean pockets when he doesn't have to.
All right, well, enjoy hearing Sean here in a few minutes, and maybe he'll yell at Luke Evans again. That's always fun, and we appreciate it. Lots of big game, and we'll see how they can do after this mini bye week. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Hey, can I ask Jeff one quick question while we got him on here? Jeff,
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Don't be so
ready.
He's there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Have you heard of? Do you know of? Or I don't know what the other option would be. Is there any type of rift developing between Bo Nix and Sean Payton?
I don't know that, again, I know a lot of that is out there and going around. I guess I would start by saying quarterbacks and the play caller argue more than most people think, through the season. I don't think it's like a major issue right now. I think they are two of the many unhappy people around the offense, and they just happen to spend the most time with each other. So I guess I wouldn't call it a rift, but they're probably not like singing Kumbaya arm in arm through the meetings all day. I mean, they're one of the least productive offenses in the league overall, and I don't think anybody involved is too happy with that.
All right, good stuff, Jeff. We appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. Good question, Scott. We'll get to the big question of the day, and it circles around what it takes to beat the Chiefs next. J.K. Dobbins likely to be out for an undetermined amount of time. Little Jordan Humphrey joins the team. Pat Surtain out on the schedule that was anticipated, which would not have him here. Guys, big question of the day as we sink our teeth into the Kansas City Chiefs this week. What's the best way to beat them, all things considered?
Well, it starts with mistake-free football, right? And then it goes to complementary football. Because you're probably not going to have a totally explosive offense against a very good defense. Like Kansas City's defense statistically looks like they're kind of middle of the road, but they're really good at the one that matters, and that's in points allowed. They sit just behind the Denver Broncos at fourth, averaging 17.7 points per game. So mistake-free football gives you a chance. Complementary football wins you the game. If you play without mistakes, you've got a chance. If you play true complementary football, meaning, hey, defense has got to do their job to maintain field position. Offense, hey, when you get the ball, you don't necessarily have to score, but you do have to pick up a first down or three so that you can ensure that punt is going to trap that Kansas City offense as far as you can go. So those would be the two biggest things that I would say.
Scott?
You got to control tempo. In my opinion, you've got to control the clock a little bit. Back in the day, the way you beat Peyton Manning when he was with the Colts is you didn't let Peyton Manning on the field. And I think the way you beat Kansas City is limit Mahomes' access to the goal line. Not only when he's on there, but not even allow him to get on the field. So I think you've got to go from – gosh, it'd be interesting to see if what the average of what they're averaging 3 and outs is. It 6 a game? I think their punter is averaging 8 punts a game or 7 punts a game. So is their 3 and outs 5? I don't know what it is. That's got to be cut in half. That you got to limit the 3 and outs as much as you can. And I just think you got to stay on the field. You got to win positioning on the field. And you got to take advantage of scoring opportunities. You can't get a block punt on the 29-yard line or 24-yard line and punt it 2 plays later having lost 2 yards.
But if you block their punt, you got to score on the 14-yard line. You got to get a touchdown.
You got to score. You got to score on that. Exactly.
The ESPN is previewing the game right now. Patrick Mahomes is the slowest quarterback on average to let go of the ball, 4.08 seconds. That's the slowest in the league. Is that good news? Is that good news for the Broncos, who have the best pass rush?
Potentially. I mean, I don't think that when you look at that number, he's slow for a different reason than every other quarterback because he's confident. He's confident. He trusts the routes. He trusts the scheme. He trusts his offensive linemen. And what he trusts more than anything else is his ability to get out of danger if danger does come. So I wouldn't take that stat as as something to drool at.
Okay. All right. What scares you the most about the Chiefs?
They have given up 17 sacks, though, by the way.
Just what's that?
The Chiefs have given up 17 sacks.
How's that?
It's decent.
It's all right,
it's top 10 in the NFL.
Yeah. What scares you the most about the Chiefs?
They're Kansas City. They still have a championship mentality. And the longer you hang around, the more confident I feel they get. This is an opportunity game for you to say we've arrived.
Do you care that Andy Reid's 22-4 following a regular season bye week?
Yep.
Okay. Is there just still something about the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
I mean, they're one of the hottest teams in the league right now.
Does Travis Kelce scare you?
Yeah. Not in the way that he used to scare me, not necessarily in terms of like yards after the catch or dynamic plays, but the dude still knows ball. He still knows how to play the scramble drill with Patrick Mahomes, and he's still got over 500 yards as a tight end halfway through the season. So anybody that's saying Travis Kelce is having a bad year, you're just wrong.
Well, I was going to go, who's a more dangerous weapon, Travis Kelce or Rashee Rice?
Rice is more dangerous, but Kelce's a smarter football player.
Scott?
Rice is the more dangerous. Listen, their offense turned around when he came back.
It sure did.
I mean, it changed. It became vertical, and all of a sudden it feels like, Tyler, that all of a sudden you got that threat on the outside. All of a sudden it's sure like seemed like the inside opened up more for Kelsey.
Yeah.
How much does it matter that the Chiefs are 1-3 on the road this year and the Broncos are 5-0 at home?
Who the Chiefs played on the road? Do you know? I mean, we can look it up.
I can look it up. Don't know it off the top of my head. But
Was Buffalo in Buffalo, or was that at Kansas City?
Buffalo was in Buffalo, yeah. Buffalo was in Buffalo.
So
and the Chargers. No, actually, that was a home game in Brazil, huh? Okay, all right, technically.
Well, whatever. Count that as a road game.
They beat the Giants on the road. Okay, they lost to the Jaguars 31-28.
Yeah, that one was surprising.
They lost. They actually haven't played a lot of road games. Look at that. Well, they're 1-3, right? So
they
you're
lost
not
to the Bills,
and they lost to the. Where are they 1-3 here? Because where are the road games? Bills, Jags,
Chargers.
Giants. Oh, it was the Chargers? So the Chargers counted. Okay, fine. So the Chargers was technically a road game. We could throw that out the window though, right? Because that was so goofy in Brazil.
I mean, look, do I think it matters that you're playing them at home? Yeah, it helps a lot.
The Broncos win this game, then what? The Broncos lose this game, then what? What are the two sides of the coin here?
I don't think that there is a then what if you lose the game. You've got everything in front of you still.
No big deal.
This is not the end of the world. You do need to beat them. It makes it tougher. You got to beat them on Christmas Day out in Kansas City. That is on Christmas Day, right?
It is, yes.
Yeah, so you're going to have to beat them on Christmas Day out in Kansas City if you want to win the West and if you want to have a number one seed. But you've got everything in front of you, including a number one seed, even if you lose this game. You win this game, and all of a sudden you're talking about Super Bowls.
Listen, having traveled and played on Christmas Day on the road, you need to win tomorrow, and then that way that game won't matter. And it's hard to fire yourself up to be away from your family on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day and all that different stuff. And then you can go out there and maybe even do what the Chiefs did to you in the last game of the year last year. It won't matter. So take care of business this weekend, and the path gets a lot clearer to getting a home playoff game and or two, if not more, by winning this week.
Does it matter how they win?
This week sets it up, man. This week sets the whole road up in front of you and just makes it wide open.
What if the Broncos win in kind of a, unimpressive way like they beat the Raiders? Do you care? What if it's some sort of weird,
not this one,
12-10 game, something like that? You don't score a touchdown. It's 3 field goals.
You care about those games when you beat the Raiders like that. That's when you care about it. When it's a bad team, when it's a team that you feel like you should be putting your foot on their throat. You beat a good team, you beat the Kansas City Chiefs like that, you take a win however the heck you get it.
Yeah, this team beat the Raiders 31-0, by the way.
There you go.
What, the Chiefs? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, it was disappointing against Vegas, but then we got to, we probably didn't consider it enough, or I didn't. The whole goofy short week thing, is so dopey. And you know what? Another thing we really didn't discuss was the weather. We really didn't bring it up. We didn't say, well, what about this? What about that? We should check the weather. What's Steve Jobs say the weather's going to be on Sunday, boys?
Snow.
What? I don't have that. You got snow? Oh, you're joking. I got 67 and sunny. By the way, what the weather this week? My God. We're in November here in Colorado.
Beautiful.
Dude, it's kind of ridiculous. Now, the weather's supposed to be...
I do hate it being dark at 5 o'clock. I'll tell you that much.
That sucks.
Golly, I hate that.
It's the worst.
Daylight savings is the stupidest thing of all time. Jonah Ryan had it right on Veep. If you want to campaign on something to change, let's be more like Arizona and get rid of daylight savings. Who are we doing that for?
You would think if there was ever something that both sides of the aisle could come together on, that would be the one.
Well,
no. First side that puts it out there, then the other's going to hate it. You know what? Here's the argument. One is, do you want your kids going to school in the morning in the dark, or do you want to have your dad drive home in the dark after work?
I care more about Dad. I care way more about Dad.
Well, we know that answer.
I'm a big dad.
When I was in Portland, we were in Portland. I think that was before daylight savings. I got up in the morning and I looked out. I called the warden. It was 7 o'clock Portland time and it was still dark a.m.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
well,
crazy.
Arizona just told everybody to pound sand. Like, we're just not doing it.
And there's some place in
Good for
Indiana that
Arizona.
does the same
you're,
thing.
You're right. There is some place, like a small area, like a county or something.
Yeah.
You're right. I forget.
Wait,
There's
inside
something-
of Arizona, you're saying there's somebody
No,
that,
in Indiana.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's some little pocket of Indiana that
It
just
says forget the state. We're doing our own thing.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, we got to look that up, what that is. But, Scott, I'm familiar with that, too. So it's really weird. Like, it's just a different time, and, you drive over state boundaries. But, Arizona, New Mexico, all that stuff, too, I suppose.
I got a buddy I was talking to on the way to the airport Monday after I got the show, and he lives in Tennessee. And I said, well, I got to be, to check in with you. I said, I got to remember you. And he moved from California. I said, you're on Central Time now. And he goes, nope, I'm on East Time.
What?
And I'm like, he's in Tennessee and he's in Eastern Time Zone?
Yeah, the weird Tennessee's in
That's crazy.
Tennessee's there. I think Cincinnati's there. Detroit's in the Eastern Time Zone. I mean,
I knew
it's
Detroit was.
It's kind of
the one that always threw me
Detroit
off
is
was
an
Indianapolis.
hour west. Chicago isn't.
It's bizarre. What's that?
Indianapolis or Indiana. That throws me off.
Why?
I just.
Are they in the Eastern Time Zone?
They are, aren't they?
Golly, man.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't even know. But I'm with you on the time zone crap. The time change, it's for the birds, man.
Yeah, Indianapolis is Eastern Time Zone. That does not feel like Eastern Time Zone.
That doesn't make sense.
No.
What do you go 10 feet to the west and you're in Central? All right, I'm with you, Scott.
Tennessee, Kentucky. Basically, the Central Time Zone splits the state in half.
Okay, that's dumb. The whole thing is stupid. By the way, fun Nuggets game last night. Fun Nuggets game. Nothing like 9 p.m. tip-offs in the regular season for no reason at all. Like, awesome.
For national games, and it's a national broadcast, which always the breaks in between go from 2.5 minutes to 4 minutes. So every game is always longer too.
Dude.
Listen, we flew from Sacramento to here, and we were getting off the airplane at like 1:45 at night.
What the hell?
Come on, man.
Is this true? Is this
I'm
true?
with you.
Because I remember this being on the ballot a while back. Somebody says that Colorado voted to get rid of daylight savings, and it actually passed, but it's still we haven't changed anything. I remember that being on the ballot, but I don't remember if it passed or not.
Make it happen. And listen, I'm not going to necessarily give the Nuggets a free pass, but if the Nuggets don't win tonight, I'll understand, Scott. You're not going to win them all. And in a road back-to-back, less than 24 hours with ridiculous scheduling, I get it. And I do think there'd be a big difference between starting that game at 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock for the reasons you're talking about and the travel and the stuff that you guys just went through. So whatever. I hope they do win. And I'll give you this too. I'm gonna butter your biscuit a little bit here, brother. I went back and forth between Peacock and you guys. It's way better. And I know that maybe that's a little bit of a homer take in the whole thing, but I just think you do a better job with it. Like, I think I understand the game better, top to bottom, and the presentation of it is just, frankly, with you guys better. So, for whatever that's worth, probably nothing.
It.
But it's,
I did speak with Terry Gannon before the game.
Here's the problem with NBC, real quick, on my high horse. They're trying too hard. I know they just got it, the whole thing. They're all excited about it. But golly, man, chill out on certain things. It's just like, oh my God, it's a Tuesday night in November, okay? They don't understand the game, which is another weird thing. It's a bizarre presentation of basketball.
Here's the funny thing also, and you can tell the NBA is really acquiescent too. So when you're doing a side-by-side with a national carrier, obviously the star of the game, and when the Nuggets win, we always do a player for you right after postgame, right there from the floor. And, Joker had 35 in, whatever game he had last night. Get Joker. Well, NBC's going to take it. Well, how about Jamal? He was monster in that fourth quarter. No, NBC takes their first two choices. They get their first two choices.
Okay.
So they got Joker and Jamal, which is cool because I wanted to talk to Valley. I look at that when I get a chance to do the player interview, and I don't know if you've stuck around.
Of course.
If you're already on the elevator in those home games.
Yeah.
I'm trying to take guys that had a good game, obviously, but we don't get to talk to all the time. I had Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway and, just different guys. Val last night. I want everybody to see and meet all the guys. I'll have Val. That's the first time with a camera in his face that I've talked to Val. I've talked to him, in the hallways and on buses and stuff, but I thought he was outstanding.
I thought you guys were going to be best friends.
We are. Well, the beard is pulling us together. The beard. Hey, next segment, I'm gonna show you a little product I got and see if I got to ask my big brother in beards, which is Tyler.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I have a proper thing that I can use.
Okay, I'm excited to see it.
All right, we'll get to that. And Dan Buds, Quinn Sander, Let's Football Go coming up next. By the way, that is a killer impression of Gabe Landeskog's son right there. I mean, that is. By the way, in our seemingly never-ending quest to get things wrong.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
As we're being corrected by a lot of texters.
The police.
It's the same time right now here in Colorado as it is in Arizona.
Right.
What we really want, I guess, is we do want daylight savings.
Yes.
But we don't want to ever get off of daylight savings.
Here, all I want is
we want to
sunlight.
keep it like
That's
it
what
is
I want
right now. Yeah.
We want more light.
Yeah.
So, and apparently in 2022, Colorado did pass a we don't want to be part of this anymore thing, but there's a federal act, according to this text.
Well, then how the hell did Arizona do it?
I don't know. Passed in 2022, won't be implemented until the federal government repeals the Uniform Time Act of 1966.
So did Arizona do this before 1966?
Yeah, but hold on a second. We don't want what's happening right now, though. Right? We want more daylight. So
listen, I'm not smart enough there for this. Just give me
Okay.
daylight, okay?
Let's go. Thank you.
We want the spring schedule.
Yeah,
That's right.
More sun. Can we just get that done, politicians? Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quince Tanner. Let's football go.
All right, it's Chiefs weeks. Chiefs and Broncos will play at Empower Field at Mile High at 2:25 on Sunday. They got the big game. Nance and Romo on the call. The Broncos are 8-2, leading the division. The Chiefs, a surprising 5-4. Here's Patrick Mahomes, fellas, from today on the Chiefs still wanting to win the AFC West.
That's always our first goal. It's like the first goal we have that Coach Reed puts up is win a division, and we understand that it's always a challenge, and you have to go up against really good football teams that are scouting you all year long, and so we've been really good at that over these last 7, 8, 9 years, whatever it is, and so we got to continue to get better and better, and we have a lot of division games in front of us, and so if we can go out there and handle business and do what I think we can do, we can find a way to win this division, and so everything is kind of out in front of us. We just have to go out there with the right mindset.
A little bit of a humble brag there from Patrick Mahomes. Let me ask you guys this question, okay? Take away the records, take away all of that stuff. Right now, today, who's the best football team in the AFC West?
Denver Broncos. Because at the end of the day, the best defense, I think, would win out. So I'll say the Denver Broncos. Tyler?
If you're asking me what team I think could have the most success in the playoffs, which I think is the same question there, Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, is that the same question, Dan?
Yeah, that's basically what I was getting at.
Yes,
who's
that's
the best team?
All right. So I thought you meant just kind of how it exists right now. I mean,
No.
I'm not going
Well, I think it's the same thing.
I'm not going to bet against the Chiefs in the playoffs because their experience matters.
Most likely team in the AFC West to reach the Super Bowl is?
Yeah.
I guess it's the
Hey,
Chiefs.
here's the cool part. I mean, I think we would all reluctantly have to say the Chiefs just because, number one, it's a respect deal. And number two, it actually feels right based off the momentum going on in the season. But the good news for Broncos fans is that I'm telling you, this team is not that far off from having Super Bowl aspirations. It is going to take a change offensively. You are going to have to start producing offensively, but you don't have to go from bad to elite. You just have to go from bad to mediocre. Just play like the stats say you are as an offense, and you could be a Super Bowl-worthy team.
Scott, you want to stick up for your Chiefs? I know they're your home team.
I was going to go Raiders.
Okay. Next question, Dan.
Fellas, Chris Thomason of the Gazette is reporting that he was told the Broncos are considering what to do with running back J.K. Dobbins and his foot injury. He was told, meaning Chris Thomason, that placing him on IR is being considered. So if J.K. Dobbins does go to IR, what do you think the Broncos' plan should be at running back after R.J. Harvey? Who would you like to see get the bulk of the reps after R.J. Harvey?
After R.J. Harvey?
Yeah.
Oh,
Who do they need to bring in? Is it Bidet
Saquon
season?
Barkley.
Do they get Jaleel McLaughlin in there? What do you guys think?
Well, R.J. Harvey's
They
up.
lose.
Go ahead, Scott.
Go ahead, Tyler. No, I'll be simple. They lose Dobbins for the rest of the year. They're done.
Oh, jeez. Wow, Killjoy? Really?
Oof.
This year, as far as the running game goes.
You think Dobbins is that valuable?
McLaughlin's not an everyday. McLaughlin's not an every down back. Harvey still doesn't know what it looks like in the 1 and 3 gap or the 2 and 3 gap. So no.
Damn.
They're in trouble.
They're done if Dobbins is out. Yikes.
They're in trouble.
Tyler?
I don't fundamentally disagree with the statement that Scott just made, but I've got hope for RJ Harvey. Like, listen, at some point, a young buck needs reps to get better. And if he can utilize these reps in the first few weeks that he's in there, if Dobbins is out for an extended period of time, we know that RJ is a weapon in the passing game, right? So if he could if he could become effective in the running game, and we've had a couple examples of it, not a ton, but if he could become effective over a period of the next 2 to 3 weeks at a proper rate of growth, then I would have hope. If he doesn't, I think Scott's on to something.
Next question, Dan.
Guys, the New York Giants will start Jameis Winston at quarterback on Sunday.
How about that?
Against the Packers if Jackson Dart is not cleared from his concussion. I don't believe he's been practicing, so it looks like he's not going to go. Winston will jump ahead of Russell Wilson on the depth chart following the firing of Brian Daboll. Jameis last played in Week 15 last season with the Cleveland Browns. Over the offseason, the Giants signed Jameis to a 2-year, $8 million contract. You guys surprised that they jumped over Russ to start Jameis Winston?
Did you watch the last game? No, I am not surprised. Tyler?
No, especially when we looked up Russell Wilson's contract a little bit earlier, and it was a $10.5 million deal that's worth up to $20 million. And you know that that's going to include a bunch of playing time incentives. That's going to include a bunch of, probably even just active roster incentives. So for them to surpass him, nah, Jameis is far more exciting.
Scott?
Russ is probably a better overall quarterback, but hey, don't think teams, if they can save $5-10 million here or there, they ain't going to do it.
Dude, how is Dylan Gabriel starting this week for the Browns? Like, why is that still happening?
That's Steve Podesta.
Yeah, exactly. Tomorrow, actually, he's got a little presser. We could.
Are you gonna ask him?
I don't know, man. I'd like to.
Are you getting nervous about this one?
No,
you don't
I'm
get
not,
nervous about anything.
I'm not nervous about it. It's
But do you want to start off on the very wrong foot?
Yeah, I know. I'd like to talk to him. I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'd rather do, in all honesty? I'd love to have him on the show, and let's have a good, cool conversation, and we can just sort of bring it up there. That's what I'd really like to do, rather than screaming at him at a press conference for a guy that nobody knows. So I'd rather do it that way. But we'll see. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Next story, Dan.
Lastly, guys, we've been wondering about this, but Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen said today that it's still too early to determine whether Travis Hunter will continue as a two-way player. The rookie receiver and quarterback underwent surgery on Tuesday to repair his LCL in his right knee. Hunter will miss the remainder of the season following the procedure performed in Dallas. Liam Cohen declined to speculate on Hunter's future role during his Wednesday morning press conference. The coach emphasized that all player evaluations will occur after the season concludes. He went on to say, I understand there's a lot of questions about if he'll remain a two-way player and all those kinds of things. All of that is very premature. What do you think happens with Travis Hunter?
Well, let me answer your question with a question to everybody. Is he a better corner? An NFL, is he a better NFL corner or a better NFL receiver?
I don't know that we have enough evidence to really answer that right now, do we? My gut tells me that if he wants to play simply for the most amount of money, I know people would say play wide receiver, but you got to play well enough to get a big contract, right? So I would argue his most simplistic route to becoming a stupidly rich man is to play corner.
Okay. All right. That's an interesting way to phrase it. You think he's a better corner?
I right now, I mean, if I were to, okay, right now you have to decide, I would say right now, corner.
Yeah, I think him playing both is that train is about to roll into the station, and you got to make a choice.
We got a guy at Denver that needs to be the next two-way player.
I think it would be easier.
Hey, don't bypass that.
What's that?
I'm curious what Scott was just saying.
I think we got a guy that plays defensive line that should be your tight end. And I'd like to see Tillman. I'd like to see Tillman get a handful of snaps in the offense. I really would.
Serious, Scott. I'm having a Scott conversation in front of Scott. Tyler, is Scott being serious here? Or is
I'm dead serious.
I don't know about in the open field because there's a huge difference between defensive line and knowing how to effectively run block. I'm sure he's powerful, but I would love to see him utilized in goal line situations.
Okay. Because 6'6", 280, 6'6", 280?
Hey, let me ask you this.
Or however big he is. What is he?
Other than your tiny tight end, who they still haven't utilized enough.
Ingram, yeah.
And by the way, another way if you want to win this game, get him the rock Sunday. That might help you a little bit. But does Tillman not run better than all your other tight ends though?
Oh my God, he runs pretty good. But you think he runs better than Troutman?
Yes.
You think he runs better than Atkins?
Well, Atkins is hurt still, ain't he?
He is hurt.
Bigger. How tall is Tillman? 6'5", 6'6"?
I'm looking it up right now, as a matter of fact. Why don't we just activate he is 6'4", 247. Actually, gosh,
Dude, that's tight end size.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's tight end size.
You know what? Yeah, you're crazy until you make kind of sense. God, he is exactly tight end size.
Yeah.
That's interesting, actually.
They should absolutely use it down there on the goal line.
That is actually kind of interesting. Oh, my God. Was
That
Scott,
should be a question.
Scott onto something? Dude, I don't know when it's going to happen because I got shut out this week. Scott, I promise you. It doesn't make sense post-game.
Oh, I can't wait for you to ask it so you can get that dumb, just the coach will give you, hey, what a dumb question.
Scott, I've asked questions on your behalf before. Next Monday or whenever Sean does one of them Zoom calls, I'll throw it out there.
You can always protect yourself by saying, this question's really from Scott Hastings.
I won't.
That's fine.
I've done that in the past.
Your best friend from Indiana.
I won't throw you under the potential bus like that. I've done that before and it did not go well. I thought somebody would take it with a grain of salt and have fun with it. No, it was bad. We could have somebody ask.
One of the biggest miscalculations is assuming other people's sense of humor.
Oh, yeah. Swing and a miss on my part on that one. Learn my lesson. I think it's a pretty interesting question. Listen, is Sean about to talk? We should ask him it right now. Sean? God, could we get that note to somebody out there? BK, should we just send a note to BK? Just have him ask it for us?
Hey, who asked the dumbest questions?
I'll ask.
Let's just have BK do it.
Why not, right? I'll give it a shot to him. Let's see if he can pull it off, right? He seems eager to please. So I'll throw that out to him. Let's see if it can happen next. Seriously. Let's see if it can happen next. All right. Well, we have we've made contact with our guy VK. He said he actually asked Tillman about being a tight end in the locker room last weekend, and he said he did not make any promises, but that'd be fun. Hey, Scott, we say it here, it comes out there. I mean, that would be kind of fun if we could do that. Pull that off
that
here
would
today.
be kind of cool and if anybody would do it. Our guy BK.
Yep. So they're supposed to start this presser at 2:15, but it hasn't sniffed 2:15 this entire year. So we got it up on the big board, and if it happens, it happens, and we'll bring it to you with Sean Payton. There's plenty to talk about. My gosh, what is up with Surtain officially? What's up with Dobbins? Little Jordan Humphrey, what role he's going to have? Can you make DeAndre Tillman a tight end? The critical questions. So
critical questions.
Scott, you want to go over this stat from Andy Bailey about Jokic? You want to roll this out? I can read it if you want me to, but it's a fun one.
Yeah, read it. I thought it was an interesting stat, didn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's got a classic movie reference from Adam What's-His-Face, the actor in Step Brothers, like the smarmy older brother. What's that actor's name, man? He's in Severance. Gosh darn it.
He's in Severance too, right?
Yeah, he's a good actor. Anyways, you know how smarmy was like,
Catalina wine mixer. He was the older brother that organized it.
So Jokic has generated 240 points from his assists this season. 240 points from his assists. That's 26.7 points per game and 2.24 points per assist. So, yeah, assists are pretty important. That's the line from Step Brothers there.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess it's important.
It came off, if you see it, it came off, the guy was replying to a tweet where some guy is obviously a Giannis fan. Well, Giannis have to average 45 points because apparently assists are more important than points. And I think this was out before last night's game, so you could add whatever those points were. But, dude, if you're averaging on your assist 26 points a game for others, and you're averaging 26 points a game, I mean, he's contributing 52 points a night.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, when you think about it like that, right?
It's nuts, man. All right, what are you guys doing tonight? Oh, my God. What are we doing here?
I'm going to the Intuit Dome, who has the worst seating arrangements for broadcasters.
Where are you?
Well, as I was told this recently, when they built Intuit, they got the design. Of course, you know how architects and pencil pushers are. They get done, and somebody goes, where's the announce team sit? So they don't really have a way to get up for announcers. You have to go basically cross one side of the building to the other side of the building, take either an elevator up, cross back down this hallway, go through a VIP lounge, up out into the bowl, and then up again.
Oh, my Lord.
Or you can go to the far side of the court opposite the Clippers bench, go up to the first bomb entrance, go in that way, take a left, now go through that VIP area, and then back out into the bomb, and then back up.
So what row are you in?
High. I don't. Probably double Z.
Because you guys were, you were in the second row last night.
I know you've kind of poo-pooed the home court advantage that place creates, but it looks pretty dang cool on TV to me.
Yeah, it does look cool. I'll give you that. You're right about that.
Yeah, I think the mindset behind it was a good idea, but I don't know. I mean, other than you played offensive line against teams in hellified arenas, stadiums.
Mm-hmm.
Other than the noise and being able to hear the step count, did it really affect you?
Well, you're asking like the wrong position group. Offensive line is arguably affected more than anybody else by the noise because it's not just the play count, it's not a snap count. There's so much communication that has to go on between the five guys once we get up to the line of scrimmage that, I think it affected us greatly.
So it affected you from a schematic standpoint, but it didn't scare you.
No, but sometimes it would definitely put me at a disadvantage if I'm getting off late on the ball.
Yeah. in basketball, they get loud and blah, 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 and listen, in the crowd waving stuff behind you and all that stuff, those little sperm balloons and all that stuff.
I'm sorry, what?
Those long white sperm balloons.
Hello. Only a couple get through.
You're like
Only takes one.
If you're so bad of a player that you're actually seeing all that, then you probably aren't real strong mentally anyway. Right? I mean, come on now.
The Clippers have lost.
Sperm balloons might distract me.
Clippers have lost 5 in a row, and they're without Bradley Beal, and Kawhi Leonard.
How about you get rid of Powell, who is playing? We just saw him in Denver.
He's a Nuggets
He's
killer.
Averaging 25 somewhere to sign Bradley Beal, and you're paying him probably $30 million more than you would have had to pay to keep Powell.
That's pretty wild. That's interesting decision making. So are the Clippers a dangerous team because they've lost 5 in a row and they got something to prove, or is this another we're going to roll over sort of team?
No, they're a dangerous team because they got veteran guys and Hall of Fame guys on their staff. They also got the added revenge factor of not liking how they got knocked out of the playoffs.
Okay.
So and listen, don't think of them going and getting Lopez wasn't because, once we lost our center, once, he went out of the game, we didn't have anybody to match up against Joker. That's an anti-Joker pickup. So, yeah, I expect them to probably play their best game they've ever played. Listen, they were sitting home resting, watching, whatever, this Hill Street Blues. They were watching Hill Street Blues reruns last night.
Wow.
While Denver was playing a game. So, well, they're about that old. They probably remember when Hill Street Blues was on.
I gotcha. I got. We're going Hill Street. We're not even doing.
Are we talking about Varsity Blues?
No. He's going deeper than NY. We're going deeper than Sipowicz. We're going the generation before Sipowicz.
Yeah.
We're going Hill Street Blues.
I don't know what Sipowicz is either.
The NYPD Blue. We're going before that. You don't know Sipowicz? Oh wow.
Symbolism.
Well, how about this?
Symbolism.
They're sitting at home last night watching The Shield.
There
got
you
it.
go. Trying to gen it up there for Tyler. Make sure he understands that they were not doing anything yesterday. All right. Well,
hey, by the way, I watched that guy that I watched a movie. Do you
Congratulations.
guys remember the story a handful of years ago? That dude's like 59. And he had a year eligibility left in college, and so he went back to college, and they let him play.
Wow. What
do
college?
You remember that? Oh, it was a 3A school.
Oh. Okay.
But ESPN was covering it. It was a big deal. But it's kind of his life story, if you will.
Wait, what sport? Football?
The guy that played The Shield. He was he had daddy issues. His daddy was tough on him growing up as a kid, and so he was one of those kids that always fought. Got kicked out for beating up the quarterback or something going into his senior year. He was a linebacker, all-conference, defensive captain, blah, blah, blah. And the school basically suspended him. And so fast forward, he's 59. He's an old dude. And somebody talks to him in a reunion, hey, you got 1 year eligibility left. And so he looked into it and changed his life around, became a mentor to these kids, and it's actually a pretty good story. But the funny thing is, in the reels after the movie, they have that guy that was the Shield, that bald dude actor. He plays that linebacker coming back, and the real guy that did this story was on the set, and they were meeting him, and this actor goes, and they're just practicing football and playing TV football, right, Tyler? He goes, dude, I don't know how you did that.
Right.
He goes, I'm dying out here running, just doing these drills, running and stuff. So anyway, it's a cool story if you look it up. I remember when it happened, and it was you kind of felt.
Are you talking about Michael Chiklis from The Shield? Am I right on that in terms of an actor?
The guy that was also the first thing in the first Fantastic Four.
Yeah, man, nailing it. All right, so you like the so are you pregame on Altitude TV at 7:30? You guys started, I guess, and
I can't remember. I got to get back. Hold on.
The game's at 8:30, our time.
Okay, 7:30 start here, so 6:30. 6:30 we're on pregame here.
Yes, 7:30 here. So 8:00 here on Altitude. No conflicts tonight. So, how about Berto pulling Raj coming back tomorrow? Berto's the yeoman's work for the past few months. So Birdo tonight at 8 o'clock. Game at 8:30. Vic was really laying into the "it's late" on your post-game show, by the way. I mean, Vic was breaking out coffee makers, and Vic wouldn't shut up about how late it was on your post-game show, which to me was kind of funny because like it's late for Vic, but anybody who's watching it is like, I'm up. I'm watching it. Like,
but Tyler went to bed at halftime, right?
I did.
Okay, fine, but like that's fine. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm watching you, it's not that late. It's like when I'm awake. What difference does it make? Am I making sense on that?
Here's where Vic's going. He's going, my alarm's going off at 5 a.m. to do the morning show.
Yeah, I think Vic wanted everybody to know that. Like,
well.
Really? No.
I mean, no. Vic wanted sympathy for the. Come on, no.
I mean, I get it. It's late, but you're on. I'm watching. Like, let's hear about the game. You were on there with Jonas, which was cool. You're talking. You gotta listen, man. You gotta bond beard wise with Hardaway Jr. too. Okay, you gotta go beard to beard with Hardaway Jr. as well.
Well, I believe I've been doing a coach's interview, and so tonight we're going to sit down pregame and do it. And I'm going to sit down with one of the assistant coaches, Andrew Munson. He's sporting a nice beard too.
All right.
So maybe I talk a little beard, but maybe I get this whole beard thing
Yes.
within the team going a little bit.
Yes, I think the beardos have to have a beardo bond.
Yeah, the
beardos. The beardos, like beardos, like you.
Yeah.
So who would the beardos on the team be?
Well, the captain is for months might be the captain for the coaches, who I'll talk to tonight. I got to go with Val. Come on now. Valanciunas, that thing, even our beardo here in studio, he's kind of envious of Valanciunas' beard.
Hey, Christian Brown's he's new to the beard club. I don't know that I love his beard, but he's welcome. I mean, he's allowed to hang out.
Hey, Sean's. Go ahead, Scott.
Joker's doing something.
Let's. I don't mean to cut you off. I love you. Sean is talking right now.
Speaking of beardos.
All right, let's get a little bit of Sean here. See what he's got to say.
There was a meeting Bo had with George, myself, Alex, his wife, and they went through everything. And at that very moment, there's more certainty or clarity now. But at that moment, it puts kind of everything in perspective relative to, our players' health, our health. And, I'll let him speak on behalf of the procedure, but the news has been real positive, and he's obviously one of the important leaders of our team. He wanted to talk to the team first, and he did that at the start of the week, and he's got our full support.
Coach, how surprised, or what was your reaction when he told you he wanted to play on Thursday night?
Wow. Well, it was strictly his decision, and I think he had discussed that with the doctors, and he felt like, that was going to be fine. And then, immediately after, then he was going in for more tests and then eventually a surgery. That's just who he is. And our questions or comments were more of how can we help support? That's the approach that George and I took.
It sounds like coming back with Will Jordan, which went into that process.
I think just as we're into this run, having depth, we know the player really well. One of his strengths is his football IQ. He can play a lot of different spots, and I think it was we had that roster availability, so we'll see how that plays out. Mike Bandy's done a great job we wanted to make sure that during this stretch we had the depth at that position, and but you know exactly what you're getting from him, and that's a real good trait to have as a player. Then you can put him in these places where he can excel. And it was unusual seeing him on, the opponent's sideline a few weeks back, but we're glad to have him back.
All right, it's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. We'll monitor that. Nate and Andy will in terms of whatever news comes out. What are you guys' reaction to, here we go, Dobbins to Little Jordan, a bunch of roster stuff going on.
I'm sorry, you added an extra syllable. Can you say that again?
With what?
It's Lil Jordan.
Oh, I apologize.
Come on. It's Lil, okay? Lil. Respect the art of being a Lil. It's huge, man. Lil Jordan Humphrey is back. Is everybody going to go out to the game on Sunday? And it's just like Brucey B being back with the Nuggets. Lil! Everyone's that fired up to watch some perimeter run blocking from a wide receiver. This is huge, guys.
Why?
Big
Why
time.
did they do it?
Sarcasm coming out strong right off the bat.
Why did they do it? I don't get the move. I don't get it.
Snarky Nate right from the jump.
At what point were you like,
does Trent Sherfield
got to give me some Lil back in my life?
Bad that we had to get Lil
I don't
again?
know,
Man, signed off the practice squad, though. So Sean Payton got his due. Lil is back. Lil Jordan Humphrey is back here in Denver. I guess that's
all right, let me try this one. You concerned about
the Chiefs?
You concerned about Dobbins being
Yes.
out?
How can you not be? You don't think
Who's
he
not?
needs to star in the offense if you're going to get something going down the stretch, period.
Yeah,
and now I don't know if he's going to be back. Chad Brown told us yesterday, and we saw it with Ryan Clady. We saw it with Champ Bailey. Unfortunately, I got to say, I don't remember even seeing Ryan Clady back on the field. Champ Bailey was never the same once he tore that thing. So, and Chad told us, look, he may get back out there.
The LCL.
No, he's got the Liz Frank. The
LCL.
Liz.
I got you. I'm sorry, I'm getting my
sprained
stuff.
foot. The LCL. You're thinking Travis Hunter.
I'm thinking Travis Hunter.
No. Chad Brown's talking about Dobbins, and Chad, of course, a lot of these athletic guys.
So we're thinking this is a Liz Frank sort of deal.
That's what the midfoot sprain is.
Okay.
So it's. I don't know, man. Don't love it. Yeah, I'm sure. Scotty, did you ever do anything to the old Liz Frank?
I listen. I'm just going. There's two ways the doctor told me you could try the orthotic, especially my age. I ain't running up and down the football field or anything. But you can kind of just rehab it, treat it. Orthotics. Hopefully, it's basically the bones in your. Is your foot bones, Nate? Metacarpals. Is that what the foot is? Metatarpals.
I thought it was tarsals. Tarsals are in the foot, I think.
So metatarsals in the foot, metacarpals in the hand, yeah.
Yeah.
So metatarsals, they basically.
Well, you're really on something today, aren't you?
They almost become disjointed, and they slide and move from where they're supposed to be on the foot.
I don't need that.
So if it's supposed to be like that, they kind of go over like this, and it's funky. So my age treatment is, just basically orthotics. He said if the orthotics don't work, what they do is they go back in, they do an operation, place the bones in the proper position where they need to be, and put a plate in there.
Can I be honest? As Scotty was describing all of that, this is what my brain went to do. I'll just let you guys in for a moment. So we were talking about the difference between the carpals and the tarsals. So if you experience pain while typing with your feet, is that tarsal tunnel syndrome?
Tarsal. I will say this, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking the same thing.
Thank you. This is what I was wondering.
Right. You and Nate were both thinking about people typing with their feet.
Well, I was like
tarsal.
Yeah. Give me. All right, hold on. Time out. Say you can type with your feet. Let's just.
I'm sure somebody can.
Somebody
all
can.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
How much typing and what job do you have that you now have inflammation in that?
What if you don't have arms?
Well,
no. Okay.
You know what?
So what's your job?
I bet you end up getting more turf toe if you're a foot typer. I bet it's more turf toe injuries.
What kind of chair are you sitting in? What kind of chair are you pulling off right
let's
there?
walk through the person who's typing too much.
Yeah.
Not that they just can do it, but they're doing it too much.
There is a stenographer, a court reporter,
stenographer,
etc. Who is
a court reporter.
They don't have arms.
Yeah.
They're the Jim Abbott of court reporting. and they are out there just
So
Mavis
is it-
Bacon with the toes.
So is it
I follow a lady on
keyboard
Instagram
on the floor.
who
Hold on, I wanna
doesn't
hear
have
this.
arms.
No kidding.
I follow a lady on Instagram who doesn't have arms, and it shows her daily how she. And one of them was she was sitting on a chair like at an island in the kitchen with the computer open, and she was sitting there pop.
Yeah. No. I understand people can do it.
Probably,
texting?
I was going to say, she probably types faster than Andy does with his hands.
There's no doubt. Everybody does. Somebody that pecks literally with their nose types faster than I did.
But you're
that
telling
accounting class really paid off.
You're
instead of
telling me
taking typing.
the woman you follow on TikTok with no arms who's typing in her kitchen does it so much she needs treatment for
So she's
joint
got
inflammation.
metatarsals. Yeah.
It probably happens.
She wear a funky brace for that too.
It probably happens. It's
Well,
like the
why
Black
don't you
Knight
make,
from
fun of
Monty
the
Python.
affirmed?
Yeah. Find this out for me. Hey, who's playing tonight, Scotty? Who's suiting up for this showdown at the Intuit Dome this evening?
Well, like I told those guys, we landed, got on the bus probably 2-ish at the airport. I think I turned my lights off at 3:30.
Oof.
Which is really weird for a flight that's like an hour and 15 minutes, and you don't lose time zones.
The game was late last night. Stupidly
late. It was a late game. I do not know. All guys that have missed, in Jamal and Aaron, you think they'd be the usual suspects.
Yeah.
But both of them played real well last night. DMac threw the idea, why don't you just make this one of the rest nights for Joker? So, I don't know. I haven't heard anything sitting in my little room.
Would you have to call up Deron Holmes if you sat Jokic tonight?
No, you got Zeke Nazi.
Again, would you have to call up Deron Holmes if
I suppose you could do that if you wanted to. Scotty, last night's Jokic performance, 35, 15, and 7, 16 of 19. And on a night where, they were uneven offensively early on in that game, but like his ability to just destroy Domantas Sabonis and Drew Eubanks, he got to his looks every single time. He's making every floater in the world. Adelman talked about how his wrist is clearly feeling great because anything that he put on the rim fell through the bucket last night, which is generally what happens with him when he is at his very best. Like, we could sit here and have the debate of, like, what's the greatest Jokic game you've ever seen in your life. I don't think that's what last night was, but last night was, like, it was like peak 10 out of 10, A+ vintage. Like, that's when I turn on Chris Marlowe and Scott Hastings doing a Nuggets game to watch Nikola Jokic play basketball, I hope that's what I get to watch, and that's what we got to watch last night.
Yeah, and then hits a dagger 3 late, right when they'd cut it to 7, right?
Yep.
So I'll give you a little quick side. I think I've told you guys this before. I always keep just very, 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 very unofficial kick out passes, wide opens, and so I keep Joker possible assists and then wide open missed shots.
What was his potential last night?
17.
Come on now.
You know what's funny about him too?
There was 2 or 3 of them that did lead to free throws.
Yeah.
So, you get the basket and get fouled. I don't know if you saw this stat. I sent it to the guys. I'll read it to you. I know you'll appreciate this, Nate. I got sent this last night. Joker, and I think this was before last night's game. Joker has generated 240 points from his assists this season. That is 26.7 points per game. And that's an average of 2.24 per assist.
More than 2 points per assist.
Yeah, right now.
My God.
Right now, that's what he's doing.
You know what's funny about this, guys? And like, anecdotally, I thought they shot like garbage last night. And then I looked at the box score in the fourth quarter. 39% from 3 last night. That's fine. That's not bad.
They were really good in the fourth quarter.
They were really good in the fourth quarter. And like AG hit a couple of really cool threes off the bounce last night. Bruce had a great shooting night last night. What was Jamal from 3 last night? Was 4 of 9. Yeah, you'll take that every time.
I think going into the fourth quarter, they were shooting 29% or 30% from three.
That bench run last night of Jamal, Bruce, Hardaway, P. Watt, and Valanciunas in the fourth quarter, that was magical. It
was not real good in the first half.
No. Valanciunas was out of rhythm, I thought, in the first bench go around. He was getting good looks. They weren't falling. He was much more comfortable in the fourth quarter last night. He was really good. One other note here, Scotty, and I want to get your thoughts on this or how much you're kind of tracking this. In the quarters, and Adelman is trying to get more of these, and it's working, but in the quarters when Joker re-enters late, like fourth quarter last night, I think it was the 4:50 mark when he came back, I've noticed it takes that starting unit like a minute or two to rev up and get going again. I think we're adjusting to a world, like in a weird way, it's a challenging adjustment to a world where Joker doesn't have to play 39 minutes a night.
Well, what did he get again last night? 32? 32 something.
Phenomenal.
32 and change.
Yeah.
And you got your backup center you're talking about Val a while ago, plays 15 minutes, gives you 10.6 boards.
Yep.
In 15 minutes.
Incredible.
I mean, I don't know what more you can ask for him. You know what? You could tell Joker, and I thought this was big when he did come in the fourth, because remember, he actually went out like at the 2-minute mark in the third. So he'd been sitting down for, 8 minutes or so of
his legs crossed over there. He was as comfortable as he could be.
And listen, he's got a back thing on that's keeping his back heated up.
Yeah.
I saw him icing all sorts of body parts after the game. But I thought the key was when he got back in there, and he was in there probably 20, 30 seconds, and he had one of them little easy close-in floater layups. And I'm like, every player, when you're sitting down, that first shot, especially if you played a lot, and then now you're sitting for probably real-time 30-plus minutes.
Yeah.
You are stiff. I mean, it's a hard thing to get going, especially 285 pounds, 290 pounds, right? So I always thought that was big, that they can get him a little baby easy thing, easy layup if they can. So, no, listen, I sat last night where our seats were doing the game. The guy next to me was a Memphis Grizzlies scout, and the guy next to him, Kevin Gamble, which I know Kevin a little bit. I want to say he's Cleveland. Oh, no, Houston. He's with Houston. He's a Houston scout. So I was talking to both of them during the game at different times, timeout. I'd reach over and talk to him. But I talked to Kevin, and I said, you know what people miss? How great his hands are.
Yeah.
He had 2 steals where, I don't even know. It might have been Schroeder thought he had one snuck in there, and all of a sudden that big paw goes down there. And then it's like Spider-Man. The ball just kind of sticks to the hand. Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, there's a transition going the other way. And you should have seen Kevin Gamble's eyes light up. And he goes, "Dude, I ain't never seen a big guy with hands like that."
Oh, he was perfect last night. That was just, again, it's peak Jokic last night. You got a really good Jamal game. You got an excellent bench game. It all was great. And you guys were wonderful on the late night call last night. Scott Hastings, Chris Marlowe, they're back at it tonight against the Clippers in L.A. We shall see who suits up there at the Intuit Dome. Scotty, have a great call tonight, buddy. Thanks, man.
All right, boys, I'm going to go try to take me about an hour nap.
All right, Hastings resting up for late night basketball tonight. Kreckman and Lindahl. All right, we're going to check in with Sean Payton as soon as we get back. To find out how much he dismissed any questions about J.K. Dobbins, as well as his thoughts on getting ready to take on the Chiefs. Nick Kosmider will join us today at 4 o'clock. We'll break down the Kansas City matchup with him. The Avalanche won last night. Lil Jordan is back, and the Rockies have to figure out the Chris Bryant thing. We'll get to all of that here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Andy Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, Mark Springer producing the program. We call it the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's right here on KKSE Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, crank the BOC, Spring. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on a Wednesday afternoon. Andy, it's that time of week when we start paying attention to injury reports powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. We don't technically have the injury report yet, but
there's been spies at practice known as our media brethren.
But Sean Payton was asked about it, and this is one of my favorite times of the week is when we play the audio of Sean Payton getting asked about injuries. This is where Sean Payton shines. This is where the media shines. This is a stare down between a whole lot of people that are just enjoying this entire process. So let's start here, okay? Andy, we know there's a J.K. Dobbins injury. We know it's a foot injury. We know that he is certainly dealing with pain, and it doesn't feel terribly likely that he shall play this week. That's what we know. Now, Sean Payton doesn't want to answer any direct questions about Dobbins. So I want to hear this question. The way Spring set this up for me, we were on air, so I didn't hear this live. This is actually my first time hearing this. But I'm curious to hear the gymnastics with which this local journalist attempted to get information about the Broncos' injury status at key positions. Roll this one, Spring.
Sean, you potentially could be without some players on Sunday.
Yeah.
Just how do you feel about the depth of your team and your resilience heading into such a big game?
I think it's our league. You've heard me say that, and we've played teams earlier in the season that have been in this position. I won't get into any of the individuals, but it has to be the next man up, and we just finished a pretty good stretch. Now we'll play one game in 23 days, I believe it is. So yeah, I mean it is what it is.
Question: you could be without players, Sean. Yeah, sometimes you're without players. The end.
One that Thomason who's already
is as much as I hate the is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's what it is.
What it is.
What it is.
What it
is it's not looking great.
You could be missing players. Yes, sometimes you miss players.
In our league.
It is what it is.
He went next man up in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that. Any skins on the wall? I didn't hear skins on the wall.
No, he's not. His is in our league.
In our league.
With Mike Shanahan, it was in the National Football League.
National Football League.
With Foxy, it was skins on the wall, and with Sean, it's in our league.
In our league, relative to the injury that has been sustained.
I wonder why he doesn't do look. Look.
He does listen, though. He's big on
He wants
listen.
you to listen.
Listen.
Which I appreciate as a radio guy.
Yes. We don't need to be looking at anything. Okay, so that was Chris Thomason in the Gazette. Excellent local reporter. That was a strategy. I respected it. Again, quality stare down between the two parties right there.
Well, and the local media, as you've kind of hinted at, they've got to go about this judiciously if you actually want some answers.
Right.
If he comes in with his Dobbins plan, then I'm guessing Sean, I'm not talking about injuries. There is no but.
Okay. So, Spring, let's hear the next one, which this was kind of more I
to
believe,
the point.
on the
They'll follow. Now, hold on. Is this leggy? They lead it to leggy? I thought it was going to be left up to leggy. All right.
Okay. Let's see who fell on the sword for everybody. Roll it, Spring.
Are you guys still evaluating IR potential for JK?
Yeah, nothing's been decided. Attention to and how you want to handle them.
Are you guys still evaluating IR?
You know who that was, don't you?
That was our guy, Luca. Yeah.
Evan.
Luca Evans. My name is Luca.
You evaluating IR? Sure.
We are.
Shut up, kid. I am such a fan of. I almost get as much out of a Wednesday press conference as I do of a Sunday game sometimes, just listening to the battle of the wills between Sean Payton and the local media. Give that to us one more time there, Spring. This is, again, potential for IR for J.K. Dobbins.
Trying to be finished. Are you guys still evaluating IR potential for J.K.?
Yeah, nothing's been decided yet, and at some point, there'll be more clarity with him and some of these other players.
Evan.
No buts. There's no but.
IR potential for J.K.
Is that crystal clear?
Yeah.
Got it. There's IR potential for J.K., which certainly, like Andy, if that's one of those answers right there that if anybody was holding out hope that J.K. Dobbins was going to miraculously heal and play on Sunday, that doesn't feel terribly likely.
No, man. I mean, we're stuck.
There's IR potential for J.K.
Yeah, we're stuck just waiting to see. Is he coming back before the end of the year? Are you going to have him by Green Bay? You know what I mean?
Sure.
You got some pretty important games still to play.
Yeah.
Last I checked.
Well, here's the good news, Andy.
They're 8-2.
I have even better news than that. They're probably going to be without J.K. Dobbins this week, but don't you worry, man. Big number 17 to the rescue.
Now he's 84.
Oh, is he now? Didn't he used to be 17?
I think he was,
okay.
But then he went 84.
Okay. Do we know what he is this time?
No idea.
Okay.
Can't be 84, I don't think.
Who's 84?
Don't we have an 84?
I don't know.
Did 84 get cut? I can't keep up. This is the time of year where you and I, back in the Vic Fangio days, you and I would be like, oh, that's a guy.
This is
plays
a guy
for us.
Well, this is a guy. Lil Jordan Humphrey, late of the New York Giants, who will be starting Jameis Winston this week. Lil Jordan he's available. The Giants were willing to see Lil Jordan exit off their practice squad. Why is he back here, Sean Payton?
I think just as we're into this run, having depth, we know the player really well. One of his strengths is his football IQ. He can play a lot of different spots, and I think it was we had that roster availability, so we'll see how that plays out. Mike Bandy's done a great job we wanted to make sure that during this stretch we had the depth at that position, and but you know exactly what you're getting from him, and that's a real good trait to have as a player. Then you can put him in these places where he can excel, and it was unusual seeing him on the opponent's sideline a few weeks back, but we're glad to have him back.
He's back, Andy. Lil Jordan back in a Broncos uniform. By the way, Sean Payton having his Gus Johnson moment up there today at the podium.
Yeah, what up? Give me a little Sean.
Elamar Copran touched a wow.
I wish he would have just done Oxford. Had a failing college football.
College football. It's like he sounds like Billy Corgan just got done with a 4-hour gig.
It sounds like the woman just said, "That's it, I'm leaving." Please come back.
Yeah, Lil Jordan is back.
84 is available.
They like the player,
I guess.
Okay, sounds good.
I mean, nothing against him, but whatever.
31 catches, 293 yards last year.
He had some yak. They could use some yak on this team.
Yak.
They could use some yak.
They could use some blocking. What?
Both 84 and 17 are available.
Who else is hurt?
Well, Mimsy thinks coming back.
Right.
And again, Mike Kliss tweeted that he was seen out there for the portion of practice the media got to see.
Does Sherfield suck that bad?
I guess, man. I don't know.
Okay.
I was not pining for a little more Lil Jordan in our life, but, whatever. He's back.
That's the difference between you and Sean Payton.
Back again.
What are you doing?
Lil's back.
You're doing Johnny Cash doing Eminem.
Yeah, I could. Like that Dirt remake that he did with 9 Inch Nails.
It's kind of what you were veering into. I liked it. So there you go, everybody. That's what we know about Broncos injuries right now. Powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Okay, so what does carry distribution look like on Sunday against the Kansas City
All right,
Chiefs?
well, I talked to DMac, who's kind of monitoring the thing there in the old green room.
The thing?
That used to be the no room.
With the stuff?
the thing over there.
Why'd
It's got a couch
we
now.
have to move rooms?
Because you did a podcast from the podcast studio, did you not?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Full screen?
I'm a part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I thought about hitting Hastings up early, but I think he's going to have to get on the bus. I don't know. I guess Sean does go on to praise Jaleel McLaughlin.
Likes him so much that he's given him a carry all
right,
year. Yeah.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So it'll be McLaughlin, Bidet, and R.J. Harvey, and I think they're gonna. I think R.J. Harvey sees a lion's share unless he loses yardage or it isn't working
or fumbles,
and then maybe Bidet. Yeah, you're right. Fumbling.
That'll do it.
Ask Audric Estime. By the way, we had a few people text in about Audric Estime yesterday. Could they go get him back since apparently we like the old boomerang
Good
player?
question. Where is he?
He's a Saint and he's on the active roster. He's not available to be signed. Like Lil Jordan was hanging out on the practice squad. Thus, you could swipe him. Swiper, no swiping. But since Estime is on the active roster, you cannot. They'd have to cut him.
So much like Dorothy Mantooth, he is a Saint.
He's a Saint.
Okay.
You're gonna take her to a nice dinner and never call her.
This Chiefs defense,
they're pretty good.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it, and
they're not waiting to the playoffs to get good. They're being better right away.
There's there's some. There's your Chris Jones. There's your George Karlaftis. There's your Drew Tranquil. Your Nick Bolton. Your Leo Chenal.
Yeah. Here's what concerns me the most about this game for the Broncos. And it's not necessarily that I think the Chiefs have some awesome team, because if you they are 5-4 for a reason.
Flawed team. Yeah, flawed team.
They're a flawed team.
Yeah.
What I'm worried about for this specific matchup is I do think Andy Reid and Mahomes and Kelsey and Spagnuolo and Chris Jones are probably sick of hearing about how all the national media took up the cause for the Broncos. And the Broncos were the chief team, pardon the pun, that was causing the Chiefs to have dirt thrown on them. The Broncos were the team in all the preseason summertime hype about how it's going to be their division and they're the ones coming for it, even though they not won a playoff game since Peyton Manning was the quarterback.
I might have said that a time
and
or
I
two.
think the Chiefs might be a little salty about that. And now they've had 2 weeks to get ready for it. And look, I tell you all the time, I was in Kansas City in all that rain the last time we played there on a Christmas, and Andy Reid loves the Broncos so much, he decided to use Dontari Poe as what I dubbed the Fat Tebow pass and rub it in the Broncos that night. So I wouldn't go.
Oh, this is a legit rivalry.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
this is legitimate.
Again, after all the preseason hype, because I think Two Lattes got a hold of Sean in the summer too when we had Peter Schrager and everybody, Dan Orlovsky. Remember all the team nobody's talking about. I'm sure the Chiefs would like to send a message, really not only to the Broncos, but to the whole NFL media. You better shut up. This is our division.
Also, Andy, if you look at like the the assorted different, your playoff predictors, your unpredictables, all these websites that are, tracking
the number crunchers,
the potential for the postseason. Did you realize if the Chiefs lose this game on Sunday, I believe their probability to win the AFC West goes down to like 7%.
Well, you've said they're already staring outside the wild card.
Yes.
They need this game.
No, this is an absolute must-win, have-to-have-it game for Kansas City.
Is this the first time we could see a desperate Chiefs team in the Mahomes era?
Ooh, great. I like the way you put that, because that's pretty much what it is.
I don't think we've ever seen them need it like this.
Yeah. This is a week. What is this? Week 11? Yeah, week 11. This is a week 11 game they have to have.
You go to 5-5 with the Chargers and Broncos both having wins on you.
Yeah.
Good
luck. It only takes a couple of stupid more things to happen for Jacksonville for them to snake the 7 seed from you, and suddenly you're on the outside looking in, which would be a really bad look for those guys. Like this is a game where the Broncos are facing both a combination of the Chiefs are good and the Chiefs are desperate.
Well, the other thing I
Gotta
thought
have
was
it.
working against the Chiefs was the Ravens. But we're back on Lamar watch. Did you catch that today?
What's going on with him?
Soreness in his knee, did not practice. And now, again, John Harbaugh came out and said, don't worry about it. But, yeah, you got fined for telling people not to worry about it. I'm going to be – I'm back on Well, I'll believe it when he's out there.
We very much are getting to the get him to Sunday time of year.
Yeah.
And that's throughout the NFL. Like everybody's body is broken now. Get the guy to Sunday, and that's all the Ravens pretty much have to do right now. It is just wild too when you look at it. Like Kansas City, if the season ended today, which it doesn't.
Well, we wish it did. We'd take that 2 seed.
The Chiefs would be on the outside looking in at the playoffs, and yet they're the betting favorite to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, what do you think that is? Are you surprised by that?
It's what they're doing offensively right now. Their offensive metrics are basically as good as they have been in the Mahomes era. Their offense it really is no joke right now, and it's gotten better since Rashee Rice has come back. I think Travis Kelce has had a little bit of a late career renaissance, and I think honestly, I think some of it is teams aren't afraid of him anymore.
Sure.
So like he's making more plays because nobody's bracketing him anymore because they're just like, go ahead and catch it. It's not like you're not gonna take off and run 45 yards on us. We'll tackle you if you catch it.
Yeah, but the problem is he's still darn good at getting open and enough space to pick up first downs.
Sure is.
And that's all they need.
Yeah, he's not dead yet. That's a future Hall of Famer. That's one of the greats to ever play that position. This is a This is a very compelling game. This is the biggest game of the Sean Payton era. I will say even more so than the playoff game a year ago, because this is the one where if you win it, you have laid out the red carpet for you to go and walk into an AFC West championship and snap those guys, grip of 9 consecutive AFC West championships. The Broncos can do that in this game on Sunday. This is as big as it gets for Denver. In addition to being as big as it gets for Kansas City.
There's another reason why the Broncos need to be desperate here, even though you got 8-2, because you don't want, we saw this in 2016. You don't want the game in Kansas City on Christmas to count for your playoff chances, if you will.
Right.
In this case, I think it would be their divisional chances. I think they'll make the playoffs regardless. But don't be rolling into Kansas City on Christmas Day playing for the division. You don't want that. Bury these guys now.
By the way, I'm looking right now at inpredictable.com, which uses the betting markets to rank strength of schedule in the NFL. According to inpredictable.com, the Broncos have played the 3rd easiest schedule in the NFL so far.
Well, that's why we had said they feasted. 7 of their wins came against teams with 3 wins or less. Now, I don't know how that got updated after the weekend, but they haven't exactly beat up on the big boys.
They are now up against and facing the 8th most difficult schedule the rest of the way.
Sounds about right.
In the NFL. So this is, it's time to pull on the big boy pants and go win a division. This is where, you kind of separate it a little bit.
By the way, can I give you an Andrea Lindahl bad take?
You may. This is the other Andy Lindahl.
This is my wife.
Yeah.
And I'm watching, I was watching Avs, I think, at the time. I don't think the Nuggets had started yet. So I'm watching the Avs, and we had to talk about that at some point.
Did it have anything to do with the orange uniforms of the Anaheim
Ducks? No, it had to do with Travis Kelce. So she's talking to her mom on the phone and doing one of those things where, we're in the same room, so I'm hearing a bit of the conversation.
Okay.
But for some reason, my wife says, I don't know, I just feel bad for Taylor. She just can't go watch her boyfriend play football the way everybody else does. I was just like, are you kidding me right now? Did I just hear that? I'm going to go sleep in the basement tonight. You really just say that?
She's a billionaire.
Yeah, she's got a lot of money. She can own the damn stadium. You know how much she made on her last tour? She could probably build a tunnel so nobody would ever see her in the stadium again.
I would say most, not all, but most, would be willing to trade their, seats at the 40-yard line in the friends and family section for
billions.
For multiple yacht money.
Yeah. Yachts?
For I will land my helicopter on my yacht.
You realize she could probably buy an NFL team if he wanted to keep playing. All right, honey, here, I'll get you one.
Also, if she really wanted to, you know what she could also do? Just watch it on television like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Because guess what? You'll see everything a hell of a lot better than you do at the game.
You know what she could do, too? She could really just go full stunt woman.
Uh-huh.
Helicopter in, shoot a zip line Batman style to the suite, and just slide on out of the copter into that thing.
Remember
now, that would be cool.
Remember, wasn't that like what Lady Gaga did at her Super Bowl
Yeah,
performance?
she just jumped into nowhere. We're like, oh, she just jumped. I wonder where she really just jumped to.
That's what would be funny about it for Taylor Swift. Everyone would look at her and go, "It's been done already."
Yeah. You're copying people again, hun. Madonna's going to come out. I already did that.
Yeah, exactly.
I already zip-lined out of a copter.
That's Andy Lindahl, everybody. I am Nate Kreckman. You are listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Let's talk about those Avalanche. We snapped a skid, a drought last night with that Avalanche 4-1 victory. We'll celebrate it when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Here's Nichushkin, leaves it for Brock Nelson. Power move behind the net. Nelson tagged up for a moment. Loose stick on the ice to the point. Malinsky shot broke. Went right to Nichushkin. Lets it go. Rebound score! Oh, captain! My captain! Gabriel Landeskog, his first goal in 1,347 days in the regular season. He scored in the playoffs in this building on that end of the ice. And now he's got the crowd to their feet again in the regular season as Colorado takes a 2-1 lead.
Hey, shout out to Connor, who every night updated the ticker in his notes before going into broadcast that game to make sure he had it specifically down to the day, March 5th, 2022, to November 11, 2025, 1,347 days between regular season goals for Gabriel Landeskog. Connor McGahee, well done, sir. Well done, sir. Very.
That guy likes math.
He does. Good job. I like that. Good to see Gabe score.
Good to see Gabe score. Bad news today because one of the players mentioned in that highlight was Val Nichushkin, who's getting some imagery and things of that nature, and it doesn't, like, Bednar basically said, we're going to be without him a while. We don't know how long, but it's going to be a bit.
Not great.
So, I've got to tell you, watching that first period, really even halfway through that game, man, the Ducks can skate with the Avs a little bit.
They're
Second
good.
half of that first period,
yeah,
they kind of took the speed and gave it back at them. The Ducks are a better team than I expected to see out there a little bit.
That Leo Carlson, that guy's pretty good. Yeah, they got some players out there. They also wear orange.
Yeah, what's the deal?
I don't know. I don't like it. I don't care for it.
Don't know.
The Avs, I hope the Val thing.
Yeah,
I hope they
not
prove
great.
to have the depth they need to survive something like this. Although I will say, at least right now, Val's been good, but Val has not been as good as he's been in the past couple years at the start. So we'll see how big ultimately this is going to be. I mean, you're not psyched to be without him, and I don't love, hockey will never tell you point blank what it is. How bad do you think Sean Payton wishes he was a hockey coach when it comes to that?
If he could just go lower and upper body.
Right, and people would just kind of leave it alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Culture. Well,
culture.
It's too bad, pal. It's the NFL and the entire world's gambling on
Yeah,
it. They
everybody
need
wants
to
to throw a couple bucks down on your game.
Nathan McKinnon had 3 assists last night. The point streak is now at 10 games for big number 29. 11th career point streak of at least 10 games. That passes Joe Sakic and Peter Stastny for the most in franchise history.
They asked an interesting question. I think it was the sideline guy. I couldn't remember his name. I didn't care for the play-by-play guy last night. He was fine, but didn't love him.
Did you flip over to...
Could have used a little Moj.
Speaking of play-by-play guys, did you flip over to any of the NBC broadcast of the
Now, to
Nuggets
be
game?
honest with you, I just thought it was on Peacock, and I wasn't going to deal with that mess. And then the next thing I know, I don't know why. I think I went upstairs to my bedroom and popped on, and for some reason I'd had Channel 9 on.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, this game was on Channel 9?
Yeah, it was on NBC. It was so the broadcast crew was Terry Gannon and Jamal Crawford. And I thought Crawford's analysis was good. I like to flip back and forth when there's local and national. I was with the Altitude dudes the entire fourth quarter last night. Terry Gannon, who's like a very prestigious sports announcer. He's like a big Olympics NBC guy. He does the figure skating.
Okay.
And
I know the voice then.
Yes, he's very professional. I didn't know this about him. I actually Googled him last night. He was on Valvano's NC State national championship team.
Really?
Yeah. So he knows buckets. And I was like, mechanically, he's very good, but he's got the voice of a figure skating announcer.
Yeah, we don't need that. You can't cross over.
It doesn't really cut through the din of basketball noise. And so I was just at times I was just kind of I know what you're saying is good. I just what?
You're doing the job well, but I don't like your tone.
I can't hear
I
you.
don't care for you.
I can't hear you.
We're not in a quiet arena as everybody's waiting with bated breath to see if you land the triple axel.
Pump it up, dude.
They asked last night, is Nathan McKinnon the best player in the NHL? And I'll be honest with you, for a long time, I felt like Makar's probably the best player on this team, even.
Yeah.
Because of how good he is at his position. I don't know. Nate might be stealing the crown. How about them describing Nate? He had the opportunity. They had a breakaway and something didn't go right, and he got hacked off. They couldn't tell if he was mad at Taze, if he was mad at his stick, but he was mad at something.
He's always
mad.
mad.
And he came back and he was screaming. He was smashing his stick until the thing was disintegrated.
So let's see, three more assists last night, Andy. He's 14 goals, 18 assists, 32 points. 32 points is the NHL lead. That is 6 clear of last night's foe, Leo Carlson of the Anaheim Ducks. By points per game played, he's at 1.88, which is of guys that have played 7 or more games so far this year. That's number 1 in the entire NHL. Like right now, he's, again, sample size small. They've played 17 games. This is a Hart Trophy campaign. Just like sample size small, they've played 10 games. This is an MVP campaign already for Jokic.
That was the next question.
We're
I was
already
gonna
in
have.
that place.
If we had to take out the old sword and knight someone as the best athlete of Colorado, the best professional player,
yeah,
Jokic or McKinnon?
I'll go with the 3-time MVP.
Yeah, man, it feels like Jokic. I'm telling you, Jokic may be the dude when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
I know the John Elway fans get upset with us every time I say that, but Jokic is putting together a resume and a trophy case that no other Colorado athlete has ever achieved.
He was so good last night. Last night was one of those where, because honestly, a lot of dudes kind of started slow last night. Road game in Sacramento.
Oh, it felt like they were tired.
Late
That
game.
felt like a sleepy game.
It was kind of. Jokic essentially kept him in him, and then everybody sort of everybody met him in the moment. By the fourth quarter, Jamal was great in the fourth. Bruce Brown was great in the fourth. Everyone else kind of caught up to him. But he was also the reason why they had that lead.
Do you feel like this team, I feel like, as we try to figure out characteristics of this thing in the early going, they still tend to play at their food a little bit, but they're better in the second half at stopping it much sooner than a year ago?
I'm glad you brought that up. I want to make sure I get this note correctly. Hyatt had this today about what this team is in the third quarter so far this season. The Nuggets' third quarters are absolutely ridiculous right now, which is kind of like that's what these teams kind of get to, right? Okay, first half, get the blood pumping.
We're getting into the game.
Right, yeah. Make some shots. You go in, you talk at the half, you come out with a very clear plan, and then you just go out and destroy everybody. Right now, let's see, third quarters, the Nuggets are 32 points per game. That's second in the NBA, plus 6 in third quarter, second in the NBA.
Pretty good.
Remember, death lineup warriors? That was always there. They would come out. You'd go into the half and you'd be like, "We're up 1. This is going great." And then you'd look up at the end of the third quarter and you're like, "We're down 19. What the hell just happened?"
Because you got Steph and Katie.
Yeah, because they all woke up.
Who was the other guy that I forget about? Klay Thompson.
Yeah. Draymond and
cup
Iguodala
checking everybody in the paint.
Yeah, they were pretty good. They had a thing going. Hey, Nick Kosmiter's going to join us coming up here on the other side. Hey, Nick had some stuff on Bo Nix and what Bo Nix is not doing well. Very specifically right now. Don't just answer everything. Very specifically what he's struggling with at the moment. That's kind of a regression year over year. I want to dive into that. Plus, Nick will have updates on injuries and Dobbins and everything else in the matchup with Kansas City. We'll do all of that with our buddy Nick Kosmiter. We're talking Broncos Chiefs next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I hold it in my hand. That's not true. I'm looking at it on my laptop. The Broncos injury report, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Here you go, everybody. 3 listed full participants today, that being Jonathan Cooper, Marvin Mims, and somebody named Garrett Wallow.
That is the linebacker they signed. He got hurt right away. They were using him on special teams. And with Karene Reed going to IR with a hamstring, it looks like Garrett Wallow now will get on the carousel and take his place. But they're basically kind of the same guy.
Excellent work by you tracking that news.
Broncos dark web, baby.
I will fully admit I had not. Nate Adkins did not practice today. J.K. Dobbins did not practice today. Foot. Jonah Ellis did not practice. Once again, hamstring. Trent Sherfield did not practice. Toe. Alex Singleton did not practice. We know why. And Pat Surtain did not practice due to the pectoral injury that has caused him to miss each of the last 2 games. All right, Nick Kosmider, he also did not practice today, but he watched the first 20 minutes of practice, and he joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nick Kosmider covering the Broncos and the NFL for theathletic.com. What's up, Nick? How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. Let's start with the J.K. Dobbins injury. He hasn't gone on IR yet. What do we know as to what's going on with the Broncos' number 1 back?
Yeah, Sean Payton said today that is still kind of being decided. Obviously, this is one that he suffered in the third quarter of Thursday's game, and they've kind of been doing evaluation since then. Looking at the schedule and trying to determine the best course of action. It's a good sign that he wasn't put on there as the week began, but of course that could still happen at any time. Just like with Pat Surtain's injury, it helps that the Broncos obviously have a bye. This week, they're in a stretch now where they only play, 1 game after having played the game on Thursday against the Raiders, just 1 game in 23 days, and that's the game against the Chiefs on Sunday. So, that could ultimately help J.K. Dobbins' case, but it certainly looks like at this point it's hard to see him being available for the Broncos on Sunday. Not out there at all today while we were there. And obviously unfortunate. This is a guy who has already 772 rushing yards. That's most for a Broncos running back through 10 games since Willis McGahee way back in 2003. For an offense that has struggled to hang its hat on much of anything, he's been kind of that one constant for Denver throughout the season. So, game plan obviously alters if you don't have your number 1 rusher to the degree that they've used J.K. Dobbins this year.
We were tossing this one around before. Let's have you get in on it. What do you think carry distribution looks like on Sunday against Kansas City?
Yeah, I think probably a little bit more even spread than we've seen. Like J.K. Dobbins this season has 153 carries to 50 for R.J. Harvey, who's obviously a distant number 2 in that backfield in terms of rush attempts. I imagine that you'd probably get some more even spread with Jaleel McLaughlin perhaps becoming the number 2 on Sunday, so that Tyler Bidet can still fill that third down role, or maybe you even have R.J. Harvey do some of that as well. We'll have to see how that goes, but I think it'll be a little bit more of a shakeup. I don't necessarily see them giving, R.J. Harvey in this kind of game, 20 carries. But again, in order to beat this Kansas City team, you're going to have to run the football. That's just going to be a consistent thing that you hear throughout this week, because the Broncos have struggled mightily early in games because they're behind the sticks consistently. So they need to run the football early, and they also need to avoid penalties. They've been penalized 40 times on offense alone this year. That's the 3rd most in the NFL. Their batches of 3 and outs are directly predicated on the fact that they are facing 3rd and long way too often, particularly early in games, and that's the real focus going against Steve Spagnuolo's defense on Sunday.
Why did they bring in Lil Jordan Humphrey again, Nick? What was the need there?
Well, the need is with Trent Sherfield. I'm not sure how long this toe injury that he has is going to keep him out, but it would signal that perhaps they're bracing for, maybe a multiple game absence for them. Sean Payton didn't give any specifics on his or any other injury today, but with Humphrey, it's a familiarity, right? Like if you're pulling somebody in that knows that exact same role, that's really kind of what they're looking for. I mean, Sherfield has kind of been their guy to be that 5th receiver, to do a lot of stuff in the run game. But you still do need some threat of a punch from that position. Little Jordan Humphrey had 31 catches last year in that role for Denver. Sherfield only has 3 this season for Denver. So I think they're still kind of looking for, a little bit more production up and down the roster. If you're going to have 5 receivers up on game day, like, they need to be at least a threat to catch the ball, and they just don't have that right now. So I think with Humphrey, it's a familiarity thing. I'm not saying he's going to go out and get targeted 10 times, but he knows the offense, and you don't have that learning curve, which is not necessarily easy to find at this stage in the season when you have an injury.
That is Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. Subscribe, read his stuff, because it's the best that there is. And today, Nick, you dropped a stat that anecdotally, I think I had noticed this. I did not realize the numbers on it. This is from your latest. Bo Nix, while throwing on the move, supposed to be one of his strengths, right? He has completed only 46% of his league-high, you added by far, 95 pass attempts that have come outside the pocket. That ranks 28th in the NFL, and that is well below his completion rate of 59.5% last year. Okay, so guys, I remember, and we had this conversation amongst the 3 of us over the summer, which was like, Bo Nix needs to be better at throwing outside the pocket versus just being a tuck-and-run scrambler. He has done less scrambling, but he has also gotten worse as a thrower outside the pocket, one of the many contributing factors to his struggles so far this season. All right, Nick, so let's put it all into context. Put a finger on it. Why has he gotten so bad at this?
Well, I do think that there is a marriage of deciding to run or deciding to be less aggressive in that manner, and then the number of attempts that you have because you're choosing not to run. I just think that there's a lot of times where he's outside of the pocket and is trying not to run, is trying to see a play through. The problem is when you bail right early in a route progression, you've quickly cut off a number of your potential options. And there's times that Bo tries to keep those options open even as he moves right. We saw that a couple times late in that game against the Texans where he moves right. He knows that he had Evan Ingram working something over the middle of the field and tries to stop short and off balance, kind of throw it back across the field to Ingram and miss that badly. I think he's just getting caught sometimes in between decisions in a way that's not only affecting his accuracy, but is affecting his decision-making as to when it really would be prudent to move up the field and run, and therefore, create more choices that defenses have to make to combat what you're doing. Again, I just think that there needs to be a little bit more simplicity. And I know that, look, you can't treat every defense and every run or pass opportunity with some predetermined position like you're, in the batter's box and saying, I'm swinging at this pitch no matter what. But I just do think he's getting caught in between some decisions outside the pocket, and all those things are kind of contributing to, an accuracy that just has not been there to the same degree. He can still do it at times. Like his throw to Pat Bryant on the run right before hitting the line of scrimmage was on the money, 44-yard gain, and in a low-scoring game, it really ended up being the play of the game. So it's not as if this is not going to be an important part of his diet. But again, I think there just needs to be a little bit more efficiency in choosing how to attack those plays.
Nick, it's kind of a weird question, but I know you're dialed into national narratives, and I got to imagine we haven't had a chance to talk to you since, our guy Colin Cowherd decided to come out, and then he made some just what seemed to be 180 against the grain statements from what he said up to this point about Sean Payton maybe being frustrated with Bo Nix, and he's not a patient man, and he'll change him out if he has to. He's regressed horribly and all this stuff. And Chase Daniel kind of, all the Sean people kind of putting out this narrative that maybe Sean's starting to get frustrated with his young guy. But I feel like the locker room is Bo Nix's. What is the mood in there? What's the temperature in there with some of this stuff going on in the background?
Yeah, I think the locker room has his back in just kind of unquestioned terms. We were talking a little bit to Mike McGlinchey in there today, who typically tends to have a pretty good pulse to that thing, and he seems to think that some of the criticism of Bo is unwarranted. He said we're not doing him a lot of favors. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, like a lot of these penalties that they're committing are not on the quarterback. Like it's not just some avalanche of pre-snap penalties. Like there's been a little bit of that, in there. But by and large, it's been other stuff. It's been offensive pass interference. It's been holding. It's been, false starts and things like that. So it's like we've got to do a better job of helping them out. The Broncos have 23 drops, according to Pro Football Focus. It's the second most in the league. So, again, I think that the view – and Sean Payton was a little bit more adamant today in terms of saying, like, the slow starts that have attributed to our struggles are collectively on us all to fix. So I think that the locker room unquestionably has us back. Look, however those narratives come to play, like, I don't really truly pay maybe as much attention as I should to it at times, but because I just know in there they look at it as a collective problem. They really do. It's not this issue where they're thinking it's easily identifiable to be the quarterback or any other person. They think they're close. They've just tripped over themselves a little bit too often. And the explosive play capability has been there. We've seen it. That they still rank high in terms of explosive play rate. So in their mind, it's a matter of if we can clean up and stop putting ourselves in bad situations, we're going to be in a lot more, second and medium, third and shorts that allow us to get to some of these explosive plays more often.
All right. Jake Plummer was on the morning show today. We'll probably play some of his comments a little bit later. But one of the things that he picked out was, and he'd gone back to his own experience in Arizona, saying we simplified the offense, and he suggested get all this personnel switching out of there. Do you see any signs? Is there any suggestion that maybe that's a part Sean Payton would be willing to take out to make things easier on Knicks? Because again, Nick, I'm sure, well, you were at the game. I don't know if you heard it on the broadcast and back, but they caught him on the mic screaming, "Get your bleeping personnel in here." I know it's something that frustrates him when they're slow to get personnel packages in.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be sort of like this idea that he's going to change the way it's fundamentally that he coaches or calls plays. I just kind of think that's a fool's errand to think that that's going to happen. Like this is how he has always done his offense, and maybe there is some rankling that happens to that, and it does put a demand on the receivers and everybody else to kind of always be on their game. But the upshot of that is that it does make it hard for defenses. To really get keys on you. And that's what they're trying to do. As much as they've struggled, they still have been able to hit wide open stuff. Like I said, the explosive stuff is there. Some of that could be simplified, but I also just think that the execution part of it, is just as much a culprit of what's going wrong than the way that he's switching personnel. I mean, again, when they're pouring 44 points, on the Cowboys or even against the Colts, a good defense on the road when they have things going, it's less of a problem. Does it cause some stress? Yes, but I think that the upshot of it is that, like, hey, that's how it's always gone, and that's what they now know. But I also just think, again, he's not going to change that. Like, right or wrong, that's how they're going to play, because he believes that is their upper hand in terms of not letting the defenses just know who your X is, who your Z is, where they're going to be lined up, and then be able to key off those things.
Yeah, so get on board. That's going to be Sean Payton's view of it all.
I don't like the answer. I don't think Nick is wrong.
Yeah.
I don't like the answer.
That's Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. Get his stuff right there. He'll have all the latest, the J.K. Dobbins injury, the fallout from all of that, getting ready for the Chiefs. Nick, good stuff, dude. Thank you.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, Nick Kosmider with us right there. Yeah. Hey, I got a big Bronco question to ask you when we come back, Andy. I'll put it to you this way. This is how I'll tease it. Is the glass half full, half empty, or half Peyton? We'll talk about that next.
Hey, guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And on Wednesdays, we talk about erectile dysfunction because, unfortunately, it's a problem that many men deal with and maybe don't seek the help right away that they could, or put it off, or maybe just don't want to talk about it at all. But if this is you, if you're dealing with ED, you don't need to put it off. Get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go talk to folks that can help you, that have options for you. Matter of fact, they've got options that work and treatments that work over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic when the pills or the herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that'll even have you last in an hour or more if that's what you're after. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED has been affecting your intimacy, make sure the last time it happens is the last time. The first visit's real easy over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You schedule that. You can do it right online or give them a call. It's $99. It includes a medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and after they look at those results, if you're advised, you can take a test dose. And if the test dose is not working in the office, your visit's free. They have an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling your old self and ready for action the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins and the Springs are both included, North and Central Denver, and a revamped location in Castle Rock they're really excited about. Make sure you get up and see that one. The main number to get all the clinics is real easy. It's 720-440-7900. They'll just have you punch in the number of the one that is closest to you, or you can just go and get this all handled at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, congratulations to
who? Me?
I think it's Steven. I hope it's Steven. We'll go with Steven. Steven Harshbarger from Denver.
Sure.
He is our second chance drawing winner from Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays, going to the Avalanche game against the Islanders on Sunday night. We'll be back with more tickets to give away to a future Avalanche game next Tuesday. We'll go with Steven Harshbarger. Nice job. He got it. So yeah, guys, if you sign up for the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/, you can win those tickets, and it's very cool. So yeah, we end up giving away 5 pairs of tickets on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday spring, I think. Yeah.
5 total.
Yeah.
4 one each show.
Yeah.
That second chance.
Totally. Sometimes I'm just hoping one of you guys read the email closer than I did.
That was the email.
Okay. Good.
I didn't even see the email. Did I get the email? I think I got the email.
Somebody got an email.
No. Used to have a guy that would read news and like to do rip and read.
Uh-huh.
And if he knows who he is, I still love you, but you know it's true. We'd be like, he was surprised by his own news. Because the way he would read it.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
There's a strike at the grocery workers union. Yeah. It's been all over the place. You're in news. You didn't know that? That's right there what you did to me. Part of my own show. Oh, we gave away another pair of tickets.
We did.
Hey, great.
We did.
Technically, we didn't.
Second
The
chance
web did, but-
drawing. Somebody did. We didn't do it.
Is that the Raj pair since he's in charge of that thing?
I don't know. Somebody did. Okay. All I know is
say that name again.
Harshbarger.
That's yeah.
Hashbarger?
Yeah. Now Harshbarger I like.
Harshbarger. That's a good Cuthbert name, by the way. Harshbarger.
Harshbarger. He runs about 5'9", 115, but I'll tell you what, he's tough to get a hold of. Harshbarger actually sounds like that's a larger Midwestern name.
It does.
I would probably go more 6'3", 280.
Enjoy the game, Harshbarger. I think you're going to have a great time. All right. So here's my question on the Broncos, okay? Because they play the Chiefs this week. Kind of a big game. I don't know if you've heard. 3.5-point dogs at home. Here we go. AFC West on the line. Broncos 8-2. Chiefs 5-4. Let's do this thing. Okay. With where this team is at right now, and living in the post-Raider game world, which is the only way we can talk about all of this, where they won 10-7, but boy, it looked shaky at best, right? As have a number of these victories so far this season. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 realities, and you tell me which one of these sounds more accurate to you, and how you're feeling about it in this moment, Andy, my ambassador to the Bronco Dark Web. The Broncos are 8-2. Their offense isn't very good. The quarterback isn't even that good. And yet they lead the AFC West. This is awesome. Strap in. Let's do this thing.
Giddy up.
The overachieving Broncos. This is fun. Or the Broncos are 8-2, have the best pass rush in the entire NFL, have the Defensive Player of the Year about to come back from injury, have 2 All-Pro candidates up front in Nick Bonito and Zach Allen, and hell, let's call Hufanga an All-Pro candidate as well. In many metrics, the very best defense in the entire league, and they're about to waste this thing because the offense can't stop getting 3 and outs and punting the ball away. This is not awesome. This is massively frustrating to watch right now, and heads have to roll if this team doesn't do something big this year.
I don't know. So in both statements, I'd have to edit a little bit out, but it is funny because at the end, heads have to roll. I haven't seen too much of that. Although we're not to the end of the year yet. That could be the addendum to the take point. But talking right now.
Generally, the dark web folks, their only
they always want
satisfaction
some blood.
is if somebody is fired.
Yeah, that has to happen. And on the other side, I'd get rid of the quarterback part because here's how I think it falls with how you look.
Okay.
And again, Yes, I read all these tweets on my dark web timeline every Sunday as I watch a game.
I mean, Andy, I can give you the metrics. He's not good.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that with you. But here's how I think it falls, much like politics. Which party are you attached to? And which side of the aisle are you coming at the issue for? If you still love Bo Nix and you believe Bo Nix is the future and this is the guy and everybody else is screwing him,
then Sean's the problem.
Then it's they're 8-2. Shut up, enjoy it. We're gonna go. The defense is good and we're coming.
Yeah.
If you don't believe that Bo Nix is the guy, and frankly, you maybe have even tweeted out when is Stiddy going to get in, because I've seen a few of those in the last couple of weeks.
That's fun.
Then you take B, where this is the greatest defense ever, and we're about to waste it, and what the hell are we doing? And this guy sucks, and we got to get a new one.
I mean, like, look at what this defense is doing, and some of the metrics on this offense right now, 17th in points per game. If you were more respectable in that category. If you want to go into the nerd stats, you can, but none of them are particularly kind to what this offense is right now. It's very clear. There is an imbalance in what this football team is doing. Like, you give up 15 points on the road to the Houston Texans. That's very good. You give up 7 total points to the Raiders. You give up a single touchdown in any NFL game. Your defense ruled. Your defense kicked ass and dominated. There's no other way to look at it. And you would look at it and you would say this is people use 2015 all the time of like, well, you can do something great with it. Yeah, 2016 also did happen.
Yeah.
And that was another team where the defense was phenomenal and the offense couldn't hang, and that team didn't even make the playoffs.
Because they broke at the Patriot point where they held Tom Brady to 150 yards, a low score in the Patriot game, and the offense could not get enough done to beat the Patriots at home.
Yeah, like that. Typically, for the large part of it, teams that underachieve offensively underachieve overall. We know that. Like, look at any of the offensive metrics, and you look at the top of it, and there's your Colts, your Lions, your Bills, your Rams, your Seahawks. Like, all the awesome teams in the NFL generally are at the very top of those metrics because scoring is kind of the most consistent thing in pro football. And there's just a lot of variance in defense.
All right, text in and let us know, because immediately I feel like we got one from each side of the aisle.
Sure.
303-504-0925. Is it half full, half empty? They're 8-2. The offense may not be great, but the defense is awesome, and we're going to get it done. Or they're 8-2. The defense is playing out of its mind, and you just don't believe it can continue. Things are about to happen. We've already got one from the 590. Feels like McDaniel's season. They're about to go lose 7 in a row. And Tony says, Sean is the problem, boys. So I think that would, Okay.
I want to respond to that with a question here, okay? And again, here we go. Is the glass
half full or half empty?
Or half Peyton? Follow me on this.
There's your half Peyton. All right.
Here's the half Peyton part of it. All right. Sean is the problem, is what I'm hearing right now. All right. Bo Nix by QBR is 18th. By passer rating is 27th in the NFL right now. They punt the ball away more than anyone else in the NFL. They have one of the highest 3-and-out percentages in the entire NFL. The offense is not good. Isn't a coach's job to overachieve, to use a Sean term, relative to his talent level? And if I was looking at that, I would say you have those numbers working against you, and you're 8-2.
Yep.
That's by its definition is excellent football coaching.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yes, you're right about that. It's excellent football coaching. And look, he's designing. Here's part of the problem. For those that say Sean is the problem, and I'm not totally disagreeing with you, because again, Nick Kosmider's statement, and again, we'll maybe hear from Jake Plummer later, but when Jake says, simplify it for the kid, don't worry so much about these getting your 9 formations in, but Nick Kosmider, and I think he's speaking the truth when he says, Sean says, this is how I do it, and I'm done. It feels like this year Sean has said, I'm done altering a lot of things like last year. We're going to do it more my way, which means you're getting more personnel groupings, and we're trying to run more plays that we weren't running a year ago. And in some ways it is out of necessity, as we've pointed out, because some of the things they were doing are not working anymore. The other defenses are ready for it. That said, though, I think what's harsh for those that are the glass half full is what you said, last hour. By the numbers, the Broncos have had their easy part of the schedule, and you said they've had the third easiest schedule, and the 8th hardest finish is about to take place, depending on what happens with those teams on the way down the stretch.
By the betting markets, yes, which is one way to be able to measure it. There's no perfect measure on strength of schedule, but that's one way to look at it. That it's about to get much more difficult, and it's getting more difficult for this offense at a time where it's going in the wrong direction.
Right.
And so that has to concern you. Like offensively, will it be better if it's simplified, or does the mixing of personnel groups then create advantages for Bo Nix that would not be there for him otherwise?
It's a great question, Nate. I don't know, because, again, Sean is scheming guys open.
He is.
And they're not hitting the plays.
To that point, Andy, average separation, according to True Media, the average separation Broncos receivers, third best in the NFL. Third best in the NFL is what's getting handed to Bo Nix. And he's missing those throws.
Which
so
you can't have.
Right. And to your point, like, that's why the explosives have hit. That's why they're there. Those throws that Bo is sailing, Troy Franklin down the field. Sean had to scheme those up to be able to open those things up. Like, a big part of it, and that a large part of the frustration that exists in the friction between coach and quarterback, we know what it is from Bo. It's clearly the personnel. We heard the hot mic moment the other day, okay? And Jake Plummer echoing it. Like, that makes a ton of sense to me that a quarterback would feel that way. Sean Payton's response would be, why'd you miss the open guy?
Yeah, you're right.
It was there.
And remember,
I got it for you.
Wasn't it Moose Johnson in the Houston game where Bo missed the throw to Evan Ingram and Moose was beside himself as just an offensive guy going, you spent all game setting that up. You got to hit that throw. But now, of course, Bo comes back next play and
next throw. and what's so weird about it is that next throw, it's like he was – I think Danielle Hunter was hitting him as he threw the ball.
It was a harder throw.
The pocket was collapsing. His feet were sound, and he put it right on the money. It's one of those throws you look at and you're just like, do that all the time.
Yeah, if you could just do this more often, we'd be good.
Like, I get it. Life in a collapsing pocket is challenging. I understand that part of it, but also, like, there's a lot of zeros in that paycheck. It's kind of what they pay you to do.
Well, and again, Nick brought up that according to PFF, the Broncos have way too many drops. What was it, 23 drops? One of the tops in the NFL, if not the top. I can't remember how he put it. But the problem is you come back week after week after week and you talk about it, he's getting plenty of time.
Yeah.
So, the drops suck, but Bo's also not utilizing, because you just talked about it right there. When there's a clean pocket, you got to stay home. And what Chase Daniel criticized, which I do think is fair, but again, this is a second-year guy. I mean, you can't expect him to be all the way there yet. But Bo has to get to the part where he starts seeing some of these things that his jitteriness is taking him away from. And I understood the jitteriness in camp, but as we've gone through the year, he's not getting hit as much now that he's not facing that thing every day. Some of the jitteriness needs to subside.
The only two teams that are seeing their own quarterback pressured less than the Broncos are Kansas City and Pittsburgh. That's it. A 26% pressure rate. That's where he's got to be better. Like, you do have that offensive line in front of you. I bet, you could go talk to Justin Herbert right now. You could go talk to Bryce Young right now, and they'd be standing there going, hey, can I get that?
Yeah.
I'd like that.
Aaron Rodgers says a little bit too.
Yeah.
Frankly. Hey, how about you said Justin Herbert? Did you see the breakdown of all his guys on X?
No.
How bad they all are?
Oh.
I'll have to go find it.
You can
and send
see
it to
it,
you.
man.
It's terrible.
You can see it when you watch that game. Like, that guy's got to carry that team on his back. Like, Bo Nix is not asked to do that here in Denver. Now,
well, he may get to now.
Yeah, now without
they can't
Dobbins,
figure out the run game.
Now without Dobbins in there, I will say this. Okay, I'm really curious. This is kind of a good kind of a put up moment here for RJ Harvey, and I like him, man. He's fast. He's elusive. He's and now, like, RJ Harvey gets the opportunity. Well, I say this.
We think he'll get the opportunity.
We think he'll get the opportunity to get into a lather, get into a rhythm as a primary ball carrier and kind of get something going, and that tends to help players.
Yeah, what I'm hoping for RJ Harvey is he'll get the Lions, as you said, Lions' share of the carries. That'll lead to better feel with the offensive line. And I think Jeff has told us, because of this zone game, this zone run game blocking scheme that they're running, this is another reason why they liked him. And hopefully he's picked some things up from J.K. Dobbins, and maybe this will be something where you're like, man, why were we worried about that?
Yeah.
A little like Crawshaw. Why were we worried about that?
Yeah.
Now, another game notwithstanding. But listen, it's going to be interesting to see how they go forward with this. I'm going to be curious to see how Sean continues to solve some of these problems. I'm going to ask you this question because, again, we got a few of the texts. Just asking the question, folks. Is there any point where Jared Stidham comes in? Is there any point where the frustration gets too much with Sean that is now, I think, been put out there by some of his people, as far as the media guys, the Colin Cowherds, Chase Daniels, all that, where we actually see a Jared Stidham? Because I'll be honest with you, going into this year, I couldn't imagine a scenario at all where Jared Stidham would get some playing time if Bo Nix was healthy. Is it because somebody just said, who's got good footwork? Jared Stidham. That was just one of the texts. Are we inching towards that point or not?
I don't think we're there yet.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I don't think we're there
but
yet.
How long before we are? As long as they have a comfortable division lead,
okay.
Is that not on the table?
Okay, so you and I were both we were in the stadium, and we watched Peyton Manning play one of the worst halves of football
ever. As he set a record.
As he set
it was so awkward.
A hollowed sport record.
It was a Thanksgiving before the divorce, and everybody knows it.
Well put.
That's what that thing felt like. Nobody was happy in that stadium,
right.
And neither was Manning.
Right. Yeah.
They're going out to try to honor him. He was like, everybody get out of here. Just let us run a play.
Mashed potatoes with a side of tension.
Yeah,
okay,
that's right.
That's what you got at that meal. If you get one of those, maybe, but I think it would require like a full just fall on the face, like standing on the sideline going, what the hell is going on right now? Which, to be fair, there have been dropbacks in the last couple of weeks where I've been sitting there looking at my television going, what the hell is going on right now?
Yeah. What happened there?
Yeah, why is it getting this bad?
And then you see some of these replays these guys cut up on Twitter where they were like, here's a receiver,
yeah.
here,
Yeah, and here he is hitching and, not having a solid base under it, and he's bouncing around and all of this frustration that everyone's dealing with him. Like, I still think there's improvement to be had in there.
I also think this is a second-year guy that's going through a tough second year.
He really is.
But we do have to remember it is the second year.
It is the second year. He is also, he's what is he, 26?
Well, listen, Nate, I mean, at the end of the day, I'll just say it. Whether people like it or not, there's a reason why there's scouting reports. What has me concerned for the long term is the arm strength playing. And again, Chase Daniels said it, the breakdown by your guy, Ben Solak.
Yeah.
He talked about how when Bo gets in these bad throwing habits, the arm strength to not throw off platform the same way, that's what's really hurting.
He can't get away with it.
That's why we've got to get back to the proper. Again, he's got all the arm strength he needs to cut up the league. We saw it last year.
Yeah.
But the footwork and the platform has to be right, and it's been screwed up all year. I'm not worried about that right now. All I'm worried about is you figuring out how you take advantage of a heck of a defense. And for everybody texting in, I'm not the one telling you to go to Stidham. We're talking about Bronco Dark Web. We're talking about what you Broncos country want to see. And I've seen more texts of put Stidham in than I ever thought I'd see this year.
Andy, my take on it right now is they're 8-2.
Right. But if all of a sudden
they're 8-2 and you have the best defense in the NFL, you got to win games right now. This is it, man. Like in this league, windows don't last forever, and you've got a quarterback on a rookie contract. You got to strike while the iron hot. That dude has to play better. Sean has to coach him better. But you might have the greatest pass rush in the history of the league. Don't
screw it up.
Pee it away. Okay.
Hey, I'll tell you this. I think Bo doesn't feel hot seat or a hook threatened until there's like one Sunday, if they get to a Sunday where they either win or they get tied with the Chiefs or the Chargers, whoever it is.
Yeah.
But if they feel like someone's going to catch them, then that's maybe where Sean starts thinking about stuff.
This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio. Andy's got a football list for us when we come back.
Don't you love a list? It's not even a summer list.
I want to.
There's a Bronco on this list.
Ooh, let's get listy next. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here. Top of the hour. Latest on the Broncos injury report, their wide receiver acquisition, and more drama in Philadelphia.
Of course.
But
first,
first,
it's tasty.
Andy, give us a list. What do you got for me?
All right, so this comes out from ESPN today, and it's the 2026 NFL free agency list of the top 25 folks who are set to get paid.
To hit the open market.
Number 1 is Trey Hendrickson.
Yep.
Number 2 is Tyler Lindenbaum. He's a center. Does this team need to think about a center free agent signing or no? Stay young. Already spent your money a couple of years ago. Good to go there. Would you think about him? That's not the main point of me bringing this up.
I was going to say, I have felt as though the interior of the offensive line's been really good this year.
I was just curious.
Yeah.
There are some people that feel like center is a little bit of a weak spot there, but I'm with you. I don't think Wattenberg really has been all that bad.
I was going to say, have there been snapping problems? I haven't noticed it.
No, and
Okay.
I think, look, with McGlinchey, I think I would not be surprised if Palczewski, Wally Pips,
Ben Powers, yeah.
because he's going to be a cheaper option. Wait
Yeah.
and see. Here's another one I wanted to ask you about specifically because he's already kind of done this to people. Daniel Jones is number 3 on the list. Signed a 1-year deal with Indianapolis, has a $14 million salary. Going to be 29 as he enters 2026.
I can't imagine a plan if they let him walk out the door.
Okay, but how much are you giving him?
And they love him.
I know they do. I'm with you, Nate.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
But remember, Daboll loved him too his first year, to the point where they gave him $40 million a year. And then what happened? They ended up cutting him, and now Daboll's fired. Is there any buyer beware after that played out just a few years ago?
I guess there always is. I would trust Shane Steichen a lot more than I trust Brian Daboll. So no, I don't. I just believe he'll get paid, and he's the Colts quarterback for the next 3 to 5 years.
What do you think that number is, though?
It's a great question because, like,
I don't think he's set the market guy.
Exactly. Like, clearly he and his representatives are gonna, they're gonna want Dak Prescott money. I think you kind of counter that with, okay, man, like we gave you an opportunity to revive your career. Let's work together on this. And I think you probably, I think the best situation for the Colts would be get him in a number around $45 million per.
See, I'm with you there.
Yeah.
I just wonder, is this a bit of a 8 years later, another Brock Osweiler?
Sure. I know what you're saying.
I can get a fat contract and I don't have to be here. George Pickens is there. Braden Smith, an offensive tackle from the Colts. He's going to have to get paid. That's the top 5. Okay. There's you want to go see it. It's on ESPN.com. Jalen Phillips is on here. Mike Evans is on here. But look there, sitting at number 13, John Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
He is, what's his, let me see. He's going to be 29 next year. I guess when they traded for John Franklin Myers, I felt like this old vet from the Jets, which I had some impression the way I saw him described when they made the trade, that this is maybe a guy in his 30s. He's not even going to be 30 next year.
No, he's okay. So
what are you going to do with that?
So let me tell you, with John Franklin Myers is I think when they didn't get it done before the start of the season, because there were a lot of contracts. They had to get Benito done. They had to get Zach Allen done. They had to get Cortland Sutton done. Like, we know everything they had to get done, and there's only so much money to go around. And, like, inevitably in salary cap football, somebody is going to get, left on the outside looking in. That was JFM. So he's in a contract year, and he's having a career year.
He's been tweeting.
Yes.
I would very much have liked to have been paid, or at least he was tweeting in summer.
Right. My sense on it is that he will hit the open market, and he will get paid at a rate that the Broncos will not touch, because DJ Jones has been paid, and Zach Allen has been paid, and Benito's been paid, and Cooper's been paid, and Surtain's been paid, and Hufang has been paid, and Greenlaw's been paid. That's an expensive defense.
Well, and who's the LSU kid they get? I know he hasn't played as much this year.
Q Robinson?
He's
Savion Jones.
Savion Jones,
yeah.
Thank you.
You drafted him, and he was 3rd or 4th.
He's a guy I think you're counting on to maybe be the John Franklin Myers piece.
Yeah,
right?
like eventually you need guys to be that. But this is, he's got 4.5 sacks so far this year. Like, JFM is one of those guys that
he's been good.
He's been excellent. He is a dominant player. This pass rush, man, like I watch him every week, and I just marvel at it. And like I love talking to Chad Brown about this stuff on Tuesdays because it's like right now, is the Broncos pass rush dominant because of the push that Zach Allen and JFM are getting up the middle, or is the pass rush dominant because of the speed at which Benito and Cooper come flying in off the edge? And then the answer is just yes.
Yeah, it's both.
And Vance Joseph has coached these guys so well. It is so rare to see anybody out of position on this defense. Like, this is a pass rush. The reason why it's so good, and you saw with the Raiders last week, like, Max Crosby is as good as he's ever been. He's phenomenal. Anytime that they would show like those all 22 shots from the zip line cam directly overhead, and he's just wrecking it. And he's getting home, and Bo Nix is just like, okay, I'm just going to move over here. Well, in Bo's case, it was normally like, I'm going to sprint outside the pocket and throw an incompletion. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they didn't finish those plays. They didn't get home and sack the quarterback. That's what the Broncos do because it all works together so well.
Oh.
Like, the edge guys don't go too far. The middle guys are always there with the push. It is so cool to watch every week.
Yeah, how many times have you, and I think of Elvis Doomerville once upon a time, how many times did Elvis get around the edge and the quarterback had everywhere to go? Just matter of fact, on the Flacco fling, Doomerville was going to track him down, but nobody was coming from the other side, and Joe Flacco just ran laterally and got away from him. There's no place to go with this because Cooper's coming one way. When he's been healthy, Jonah Ellis has done it too. Benito obviously is always coming, and there's no place in the middle of the pocket for you to step into because they're pushing those guys back too. What's that look for?
It is such a complete pass rush.
Well, and the secondary helps too because there's no getting the ball out quick because when they do have Surtain in there, you can play up tight on the receivers if you choose.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, also a part of it, Andy, is like this team has been spending considerably. You know, they did this past year, and it also has to get to a point. And George Paton is generally drafted well, but it's like roles have to increase, and that's going to happen. And you know, especially like this defense, if it in the end does what it's supposed to do and comes away with 76 sacks or whatever they're on pace. I think they're on pace for 78 right now, which would break the 84 Bears record by 6. Like that's the kind of defense where owners are going to be looking at their GM and going, I want somebody off of that defense.
Yeah, and if they were to win the Super Bowl, let's just say, then John Franklin Myers is like, all right, who's paying me?
Yeah, or even
I got a ring.
A deep postseason run, whatever it is. Yeah, that's it'd be cool if they could somehow
I'd love to see it.
Keep him, but that doesn't he profiles as the guy that cha-chings on the open market.
Oh, yeah. He's the Broncos had Alan Aldridge off their first Super Bowl defense, a linebacker that played here very well. He went to Detroit and got paid.
Yeah, teams love to pay defensive linemen.
Because they're going to say, they signed him from the Super Bowl champs.
Yeah, and also D linemen are just hard to find.
They are.
And
look, he's been a great acquisition.
Yeah, really.
Jets probably wish they hadn't done that deal.
Really savvy move by George Paton. Nice job on that one. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. That is next. All right, let's go. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We start with a Bronco injury report. Obviously, everybody is interested, dying to know what's going on with number 1 running back, RB1, if you will, J.K. Dobbins. Mark Springer, what's happening?
Yeah, J.K. Dobbins did not practice today with his foot injury. The Broncos injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Today, Sean Payton was asked this in terms of relative to the idea of putting J.K. Dobbins on IR.
Sean, are you guys still evaluating IR potential for J.K.?
Yeah, nothing's been decided yet. And at some point, there'll be more clarity with him and some of these other players.
Nothing's been decided yet. Okay.
No but.
The Broncos are going to, I would assume, they're going to do everything they possibly can to not put J.K. Dobbins on their injury report and hope that he is going to be back as quickly as humanly possible. It's, they're not the same caliber of player. Don't mishear what I'm saying. But, in terms of, importance to what they do to that side of the ball, he's kind of he's got a Surtain level impact on the Bronco offense.
Go back to every big drive they had. I would wager 80 to 85% of them involve a big J.K. Dobbins run. And frankly, against what was it, the Giants game, I don't know if there was a Dobbins run because it was Bo providing those runs.
Well, it also includes the 4-minute drive that they closed the game out the other day against the Raiders. It was largely on Dobbins making plays, and that's how they won that game.
And frankly, he didn't even look like himself,
right?
But still was powering ahead for 5, 6, 7 yards.
Yeah,
so.
Last drive against Houston, he got going, Bo got going, and that's a part of how they won that football game. So yeah, you have to have him out there. His impact on that side of the ball is obviously massive. RJ Harvey's going to get an opportunity, but the Broncos would very much like a world where J.K. Dobbins does not have to go on IR. Should he be required to go on injured reserve, the games he would miss would be obviously Chiefs on Sunday, at Manders after the bye, at Raiders, home against the Packers.
Yeah, don't love it.
Yeah.
Probably going to want to run the ball against that Packer defense the way they were looking the other night. Remember, they allowed a single touchdown as well.
Would like to be doing that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Broncos today brought back Lil Jordan Humphrey. They signed him off of the New York Giants practice squad. Here's Sean Payton on why they brought back Lil Jordan.
I think just as we're into this run, having depth, we know the player really well. One of his strengths is his football IQ. He can play a lot of different spots, and I think it was we had that roster availability, so we'll see how that plays out. Mike Bandy's done a great job we wanted to make sure that during this stretch we had the depth at that position, and but you know exactly what you're getting from him, and that's a real good trait to have as a player. Then you can put him in these places where he can excel, and it was unusual seeing him on the opponent's sideline a few weeks back, but we're glad to have him back.
Sean's not doing great. Coming out of the mini bye, thought Sean would be feeling a little better. Somebody get him some throat coat. Michael Bandy. You're going to be all right, Sean.
Mike Bandy.
It's a long football season, man. It's a long season. Trent Sherfield's got a foot injury. Lil Jordan knows plug and play. Just throw him out there and he'll go block. That's it. Makes a ton of sense. It didn't work out for him with the Giants this year. He did have 4 catches for 55 yards when they beat the Eagles earlier this year on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
That's the extent to Lil Jordan's Giants career. He's back.
He got signed in the offseason. He got released. He got the old Bronco boomerang treatment before they even started a game.
Yeah.
And then they brought him back, and then I was like, man, this guy's just destined to never really be. He's the guy you like, but you don't love.
He's
Mr. Expendable.
But he's also like this is how you get a consistent NFL paycheck is find a coach out there somewhere that loves you and have a very specific skill set that he needs you for.
Yeah,
and that's
he's
being
a good blocker.
a blocking wide receiver.
Well, and now, because you had said, man, Sherfield must not be good. I didn't offer any protest to that comment. Then we find out Sherfield's got a toe injury.
Yeah.
And as Nick said, if it's going to be multiple games, well, there you go. He needs to be able to come on back and get the blocking.
High five. All right, we have a big Sunday night football game. We have the Lions and the Eagles, and
I'll be waiting all day for Sunday night.
Yeah, you can hear that game on AM 950 this Sunday night on the Altitude Sports Radio family of stations. Hey,
wow,
yeah,
nice.
We're plugging it, baby.
Family of networks.
Yeah. So for the Eagles, AJ Brown, he's still upset. So this time,
is he upset again, or is he still?
No, he's upset again. Listen to this.
Okay,
listen to this.
So he goes on this this live video game streamer's channel. His name is Janky Rondo.
Okay,
he's playing Madden.
Okay,
he's playing Madden.
He's hanging out
with Janky Rondo.
Yeah. So AJ comes on. And he says if you got him on fantasy, if AJ Brown's on your fantasy team, you should get rid of him.
I promise you, you might get 200, and I ain't even trolling.
Hey, if you got me on fantasy, man, get rid of me.
Boom.
Okay.
If you got me on fantasy, get rid of me.
Get rid of me.
Did he tweet it too?
He also said that his life is a bleep show now.
It seems to be
because he said, "Hey, how you doing?" He goes, "Oh, you gonna how you doing me?" My life's a bleep show, cuz. You gonna how you doing me?
In his free time, he's hanging out with Janky Rondo. I mean,
it's Tuesday. No, it's Wednesday now.
The next place he's gonna get spotted is at a poker game at Paul Pierce's house. Like, how bleak is this right now for AJ Brown? This is grim. Hanging out with Janky Rondo.
He's with Post Malone after Janky Rondo. What other?
Okay. Well, I don't have him on fantasy, so I got that going for me. He was targeted 3 times the other night against the Packers. I mean, to be fair, nobody put up numbers in that game. He saw 6 targets the week. Well, not the week prior, but against Minnesota. In the last game, he had 4 catches for $121 and 2 tutties. It really does seem that A.J. Brown's biggest problem right now is A.J. Brown.
Yeah, it's the big diva wide receiver route, right? Like, it's funny because you think about, could you trade for some of them? Or
is it diva, or is it just like this guy's going through it?
I don't know, man. But doesn't this feel like I don't want to compare character of the two, but this feels like the sagas of Antonio Brown, the sagas of Terrell Owens, the sagas of, just pick how many receivers. Well, frankly, Stephon Diggs goes through this. Just these guys, they get the spotlight, then they're sick of it when they're out of it.
The quote from Nick Sirianni, this is via WIP in Philadelphia. Here we go, Spring.
When you say it was kind of business as usual with AJ, I mean, his latest comments, made it seem like it's not business as usual. Like, how do you kind of reconcile that with him?
Yeah, guys, I'm close to being done answering these questions with this. Like, he's working hard, and he is a big part of this game plan, and it'll be a big part of the game plan going forward.
Hey, but you're not gonna be. Because he's going to keep going, and until the production gets back to what it was, they're not going to quit asking you. You can tell them you're done.
They're 7-2.
Yeah, they got a little Bronco thing going on.
Yeah, they're 7-2. They're the defending Super Bowl champions. They have the highest probability to get the number 1 seed in the NFC. Yeah, he wants that guy out there.
They're allowed to jump off sides constantly on the tush push.
Unbelievable.
That thing was unreal the other night, man.
How hard is this?
That thing is unreal.
You know what's so funny is I was listening to Harlan call that game when I was driving home the other night, and yeah, like they're they're going back and they're looking at that replay and just like, what are we missing?
How are
here?
you not having a flag?
How is this? And that side of the argument of, well, it's a difficult play to officiate. That one wasn't difficult. That's just a false start.
Yeah, that dude is offsides. That was like the tackles. What was it? Kansas City's a couple years ago. Frankly, Lane Johnson for the Eagles used to get the big kick, right? Is it just right on the line of just being an illegal step to cut off the rush route? Which funny is, speaking of the tush push, Nate.
High five. Yeah, so Dan Campbell, Lions head coach, commented on the tush push today. Here's what he says about it.
I don't. Well, here's why. I'm a purist, man. You take something else out of the game, then we're taking the next thing out of the game. Then you're taking another thing out of the game. Then pretty soon we don't have pads anymore. And then pretty soon it's you're only playing 30 minutes. And then pretty soon it's, so that's why I don't want to take it out of the game. There's a. It's something, a team's got a niche, they found something, they're good at it, and it's for everybody else to stop, and it's unique, and it's physical, and more than anything, I just don't want to take anything else out of the game. I just want to leave the game alone. That's me.
Back in my day, the proper tackling technique was putting the crown of your helmet right in somebody's jaw.
Next thing you know, we don't have any plays we're allowed. I don't even know what we're doing. Now we're doing the stupid Pro Bowl games as regular games in football. That's what happens. For a guy that I was like, you really are not going to work out. I've grown to love Dan Campbell. That's why I had to get Spring to play that. I knew they was going to be just perfect.
This is what I love about Dan Campbell is like in so many ways he is this like super progressive, like subscriber to advanced analytics and looking at win probability and going for it and being aggressive and going after it. And I listen to Dan Campbell and I'm like, yeah, that's my guy right there. And then you listen to that and you're just like, oh yeah, like Dan Campbell thinks concussions are for sissies.
Well, and he also likes to he likes to get a quad shot espresso at Starbucks and pull it into his Ultra Nitro hepped up coffee, which I don't even think's allowed to be done at the store, so that he just gets an instant kidney stone the minute he's done with the drink.
Oh, I love him. He's so great.
He is.
Never change, man. Never change.
But
Dan
I love
Campbell.
the answer. There is a part of him that I think, is it ugly football? Probably.
Yeah.
But again, stop it. Everyone's got a thing. And it's amazing how many other teams suck at it.
It truly, Andy, like I came around so hard on that because after the first year they did it, I was like, get this crap out of here. And really the reason why I said it was because it was gonna take third and short and fourth and short and just make it a freaking joke. Okay. But here's what I've discovered with the larger sample size is nobody else can do it.
Yeah.
That's like
Look at Geno Smith the other night. I don't even know what he thought he was doing.
What the hell was going on that play? And then Josh Allen getting stuffed in the AFC Championship game. It's just like, it's not a cheat code. Like, you have to be excellent at it. Now, again, credit to the Eagles that they can false start that way and not get a flag. Like, good job on them. Also, shout out to the Denver defense, which is so friggin' good that they never even gave up a third or fourth and short in that game and never even had to see that play. So that's a little bit of what Campbell's looking at right there is, hey, you know what? Denver found out how to beat the tush push. Don't put them in that situation. Play dominant enough defense, and it's not going to be a problem. So, yeah, I'm with Campbell on this. We're ultimately going to get rid of it, and I know that's going to happen, but I don't think it needs to be done. I think this is a bunch of whiners getting their way. And finally, Spring.
High five. So Jackson Dart is hurt. He is
concussed for the fifth time.
So he is out.
Brian Daboll's still looking around the injury tent.
Yeah. As the Giants host the Packers on Fox this Sunday. It's actually be Drew Brees' debut game, Giants-Packers. There on Fox. So Jameis Winston is starting. You've seen the Jameis quotes everywhere. I'm not going to play those. What I am going to play is QB3 for the Giants. Russell Wilson.
Ooh.
He's spicy.
He's back, baby. This time on Cameo. Russ is on Cameo. You can get a Russell Wilson cameo for $333.
Come again?
Ooh.
I mean, I guess his number is 3.
Ah, yeah.
Give me the number. How much?
$333.
Is that how many teams he's been on this last 2 seasons and his number?
Also, I just want to let everybody know you can get Andy for like $332 less than that.
$3. You pretty much name your price and I'll do it. I don't think I've rejected anybody yet.
Get ready to cringe. Here's Russ promoting his cameo.
What's up, guys? Russell Wilson here. I'm super excited about doing something I've been wanting to do for years. You guys have been asking for. Inspirational videos about faith, life, sports. Anything you guys need, come your way. Unlimited videos on Cameo.
Dude, when did he record that? Like this week?
I don't know.
Can he make an encouraging video for Jameis Winston to go out and start ahead of him?
How about Kafka paying the $333 to get him to encourage him to be a good backup?
How about Kafka getting his first and perhaps only shot of his life to be an NFL head coach, and he just said, I'm not going down with the Russell Wilson ship.
I'll tell you this.
I'm not doing that.
I think that's a huge part of it. Also, remember, there's a ton of playing time incentives for Russ, and I'm sure Mars and Tish are like, nope, that ain't happening.
Nope.
You're benching him.
Nope, this is already a mess. Get him out of there. Jameis Winston will start this week against the Green Bay Packers. The Pack is 6.5-point road favorites in Jersey. So there you go, everybody. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Okay, Jake Plummer this morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane said, simplify, man. And Sean Payton got asked about simplifying, man, for the Broncos offense. We will hear from both of them next. How much can Sean Payton help out his quarterback, Bo Nix? Kreckman and Lindahl. Broncos have offensive problems and a really good defense, and now they play the Chiefs. That pretty much that sums up our radio show for today, right, Andy?
Yeah. Avs are awesome. Nuggets are awesome.
Yeah, they're all awesome.
Will the Broncos season keep being awesome after
Jokic,
Sunday?
awesome. Jamal Murray, awesome. Bench, awesome. Valanciunas, fourth quarter Valanciunas last night. Whoo, that was beautiful. Tim Hardaway, awesome. Cam Johnson, not making shots yet.
Listen, you want to know who was awesome? Scott Wedgwood. The Wedgie.
The Wedge Man, quite good last night.
You call him Wedgie. We ever get to the bottom of that?
I think you can.
Well, I can't both be Wood.
No. Somebody could be Woody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could go that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't do the other thing with Blackwood.
That's what I was going to say. So he's got to be Wedgie.
Can't.
One's Wedgie, one's Woody.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Wooder? Woody and Wooder. That's usually how the hockey things go.
It's either an ER or an IE or Y, I suppose. That's the direction that they go with their nicknames.
Oh, and Gabe got a goal. That's awesome, too.
He did. His first goal in...
was a review. Nobody was finally offside.
1,347 days. Regular season goal, that being March...
That's true. You're right.
5th, 2022. He did score in the postseason last year, but great job by Connor to have that number for us. The Nuggets will be in action this evening in LA against the Clippers. You guys look at Twitter more during the show. Have we seen any updates as to who is sporting a uniform tonight for the Nuggets or not?
I have not.
Jamal and AG going to
probable
take the night off? Probable.
Would you?
Probables. Okay, Bradley Beal is done for the year. Kawhi Leonard is out tonight for the Clippers. Defensively, they have been an absolute mess. Harden's had a very good start to the season. We know the kind of matchup that Zubats always is going to be against Jokic. Very good playoff series a year ago between those two teams. But this is a tough spot in the schedule for the Nuggets.
We're getting to the you wouldn't think it'd be dog days. This is where I just feel like these guys like, all right,
well,
here we go.
Especially
road
on
trip,
second night of a back-to-back. You kind of hit this. By the way, in the Nikola Jokic era, Denver has the best win percentage on the second night of back-to-backs in the NBA since 2018. They're 61-31 on the second night of back-to-backs since really Jokic kind of took off back in 2018. That's a hell of a number right there. That is a testament to all of the hand-wringing and load management rage and Michael Jordan crapping on everybody stuff that some people like to do about the NBA. Well, Nikola Jokic is the antidote to all of that because that guy, he suits up, he plays hard, and his team is typically very good in those situations. Last year, they started out They were like 11-0, 12-0 on the second night of back-to-backs before they finally dropped one. So far this year, it was the Indiana game. Was the second night of a back-to-back. No Jamal, no AG, no problem. They still won by 17 points. I know the Pacers are a mess. Now you got to play a road date in LA against the Clippers. Should be fun. Jokic, amazing last night. Also, one more note on Jokic, Andy. First 10 games of last year, 381 minutes. First 10 games this year, 339 minutes. So far, through 10 games, he has played 42 fewer minutes of basketball this year.
Not complaining about that.
That's great. That's really good news.
We're not even a quarter in, are we?
No, we're not even.
Keep that going. That's a healthy amount of minutes not played.
I mean, mathematically, they're not even a full eighth of the way into the season.
I'm just saying that's a good way to start it.
Yeah, great start right there. Okay, so there is disconnect between Bo Nix and Sean Payton. Anecdotally, statistically, we all see it. Okay, the conversations have been animated. The open mic stuff has been spicy and curse word laden, so we know what's going on right now between Sean Payton and Bo Nix, his quarterback. By the way, handpicked quarterback, guy that he took, QB6, but took him with the 12th overall pick, highest QB6 ever taken in NFL draft history. We know that, but Sean Payton loved this guy, and he told anybody that would listen, I see Mahomes in him. Okay, I see shades of Breeze. Jake Plummer earlier today went on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane and talked about would the Broncos be better served to have Sean Payton simplify the offense for Bo Nix? I believe I'm setting up this context correctly. Okay.
And he relates it back to some of his own experience.
Okay, let's listen to it. Here we go. Jake Plummer this morning, legendary Broncos quarterback.
Thinking back to my career in '98, we had that Mark Trestman. Some of you may, a lot of you know Mark Trestman.
Yeah.
Mark Trestman, great football coach, a phenomenal, cerebral, very smart, intelligent coach that I was blessed to have been coached by in Arizona. We were struggling in '98, and he had just that. He had all these plays, all these things he wanted to do, and he'd get the play call in with 12 seconds left, and I got to go up and orchestrate this under high amounts of stress with not wanting to get a delay of game penalty. So we finally we scrapped all that, and he started just calling plays off the top of his head. As soon as the ball was down, he would relay it through my helmet, and I'd start calling the play on the field. And we went 8 games there, made that historic run, cardiac cards, made the playoffs for the first time in 15 years, and won a playoff game for the first time in 50 years with him just calling plays. We were in no huddle the whole time. I threw for close to 2,500 yards in the last 8 games of the season. So we were rolling. We were playing. We were making 80 plays on offense, and it was beautiful because he wasn't having time to overthink. Let's call this. No, let's call this.
So he talked about how they simplified it. They went that way, and he suggested that this is what he needs to do with Bo. And he specifically pointed to the formational things. And a lot of people have pointed out on Twitter, Bo isn't the first one to try to struggle with some of this. You're switching my personnel constantly. Who do I have in here? What does the play look like? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the receivers, you also get hung up with these guys. Who's supposed to go in? Who's supposed to go out? Now, they should all be there. You'd think it'd be smooth. I get that. Probably should be smooth.
They're pro
and I'm
football
sure
players.
when it was the Saints and it was Marcus Colston and a bunch of dudes that had, Kamara and all those guys that had played together a while, I'm sure it was a lot smoother. But that's not what you have right now. You got a lot of young guys, in the receiver room outside of Sutton and now Lil Jordan Humphrey, that you're trying to switch in and out. And sometimes they get one play, then they're in, then they're back, whatever the reason. Again, you can text in and say it should be smoother. They're professionals. Fine, I don't disagree, but it's not. And it's causing a problem. And it hasn't been fixed, and we're in November now.
And it's leading to is it directly a direct correlation? I don't know. But
clearly it stresses Bo out when he gets caught on the mic screaming at Sean again, get your formations in.
And it slows
personnel in
the process of the offense. It takes them longer to get in and out of the huddle, which probably messes up the rhythm.
Well, they can't get in huddle until everyone's in there and knows the play.
Probably an issue when it comes to the amount of penalties that they've had because they're playing out of rhythm. Okay, so that's, Jake Plummer cites Mark Trestman. As somebody that grew up a Bears fan,
You disagree with the assessment? I figured you might.
But
I kind of wondered what the reaction to that statement would be.
But hey, you know what? CFL legend Mark Trestman, he
was awesome.
He had to have some expertise to have gotten the job. Okay, Aaron Rodgers once told us Nathaniel Hackett was a genius. So what are you going to do?
Nope.
All right, so Sean Payton was asked today by
the man's voice against it.
So Sean Payton today was asked kind of about this, and he was asked by Troy Rank, friend of the program, can he make things easier on Bo Nix? That's what Jake Plummer is suggesting. Simplify, make life easier for Bo. Sean was asked, can he do that?
Can you make it easier for him?
Well, I think it's not just it's not Bo. I mean, I think it's part of the whole process offensively and constantly in our game planning this week. Certainly opponents vary what they do scheme-wise. This is a pressure team, and so our job each week, we're always looking to find easy completions. When I look at the touchdown reel on Mondays, I've said this to you before, sometimes you look at a play and you just say, player, he went up, made a great play. And then sometimes someone's wide open and you click that button, you save it, and that was scheme. And so we're constantly looking at, how can we find, those throws that fit the scheme and the defense you're attacking. Obviously, the penalties we've got to. We're doing a great job of not taking sacks, but when we're all of a sudden, 1st and 20, we've got to eliminate those.
Sean he's come back to this theme over and over and over again of the penalties are really the problem. It's the we're not on schedule, and that's the biggest problem with this offense. And there's some truth in what he's saying right there, because Bo does not take sacks. Like that remains the superpower of Bo Nix. He's been one of the least sacked quarterbacks in the entire NFL. So, Sean Payton will argue, and to be fair, every play caller will argue, well, if you put me behind the sticks, I'm bad at this, because guess what? My game plan is not contingent upon being able to make up for 1st and 20s. It's the thing that he said, was it after the Raider game or after the Texans game? I was looking at the wrong side of the third down play sheet, meaning he was looking at 3rd and long far too long and far too much in that game, and which means that it's a low percentage down and distance for the offense to be able to pick up. So right now, Sean Payton is trying, I think, to keep the focus large, and I would say on its face he's not wrong, but also it's clear this quarterback is swimming in pretty deep water right now, trying to operate this offense as it goes. And it's messed up his other, it's messed up his fundamentals, it's messed up his timing, it's messed up his rhythm, it's messed up his accuracy, and all those kind of things. And it's okay, how can you as Sean Payton, and I'm sorry to use this harsh term, how can you dumb it down enough to make it so it's just easier on Bo Nix?
I don't. Well, again, if the evidence says switching personnel out less and maybe just running a few groupings for multiple plays so they can get in a lather and a rhythm, which I think helps everybody, because, again, that's what we see in the 2-minute drill. They're not constantly subbing personnel, and they all seem to get in a flow, and then things just kind of happen. I realize 2-minute is not the rest of the game. We've been told 1,000 times why 2-minute can't work the whole time. I get that.
Yeah.
But I would say this. I'm going to go back to something I said last week. Friday, I believe. Something isn't clicking in this offense, and the reality is, as we've talked about today, your defense is too good to waste.
Right.
So whatever you want to fix in the offseason, fine. Fix it in the offseason. Take that time. It's not the offseason. Right now, you have to come up with something that'll work, that's consistent, to get you scoring enough points, that you win enough games, that this special unit you have is not lost, is not wasted, is not out in the first round, frankly, if you don't score points. And whatever that compromise needs to be, you better figure it out, because what you're trying to do now, as evidence of the Raider game, is not working.
So
it's not working.
In 2011, John Fox and Mike McCoy's solution was zone read.
Zone read and a high school style offense.
Yeah.
Full doses of Willis McGahee.
Yeah, and it mostly was just garbage until the fourth quarter.
It was.
When the defense would keep the game close enough, which this defense always does, and then they managed to somehow punch it in and win the football game.
I'm just telling you, man, they again, I relate it back to 2015 where Manning and Kubiak weren't feeling each other's chili, but they came up with the pistol formation. You like that?
I did.
Pistol formation to kind of ease what both wanted to get done. Manning wanted his look at the defense from behind, back from the center, and basically the running backs and Kubiak wanted them to have the two-way go, so that the back wasn't just on the hip to one side or the other of Manning. And they came up with the pistol. Something like this there's got to be some compromise.
Sean was asked today about how good Nix has been in the fourth quarter, but the way that he has struggled in the first three. Let's listen to the head coach on this one. This is from today.
I always appreciate how you look at numbers. Bo Nix is arguably the best quarterback in the league in the fourth quarter. First three quarters, he ranks near the bottom of a lot of stats. How do you see that?
And
what is the key, I guess?
No,
a little bit.
Well, look, I think it's our jobs, to offensively put ourselves in a position of starting faster. When I discussed this after the game, there aren't many times when a game's over, when you win even, where you're fully satisfied. You know that there's something bugging you. There's something, and certainly, you know, getting that balance, and the time of possession also to help our defense. And so, I like that this year we're doing better in these one-score games, and I think you gain some confidence. And if you tried to pick when did that turn, you might look at Philly, but to go where we want to go, there has to be improvement, and certainly we understand that.
I think there was a lot of nothing in there. It was a lot of platitude. The one kind of note that jumped out at me was talking about the importance of time of possession to help our defense. All the 3 and outs, Andy, like that's where it's so funny. This football season has just been so reminiscent of so many past Bronco years.
Weirdly, yes.
Yes. And like when he says time of possession to help our defense, that's when I start thinking about 2016. And that's when I just think about, like, okay, how much longer can this defense do this?
Well, here's going to be the problem with, and it's not just time of possession. With the Chiefs, for example,
yeah,
you need some long fields for them to work, and you can't be relying on Crawshaw to launch a 70-yard cannon every time, so that they're starting back around their 20 or something when you got a punt. Not only do you need to possess the ball so the defense can maybe get a breather and make their own adjustments, but you need to make sure you're at least getting that sucker pushed out towards midfield so they're not getting the 40 to start at, because that's going to be an issue. That's going to be an issue. Can't have it.
Well,
cannot give them short fields to work with because you didn't go anywhere when you started at the 25.
One good note, Harry Butker has not been as dependable this season as he has been in years prior. This is going to sound like oversimplified to me, Andy. This game this week against the Chiefs, it flat out comes down to red zone. This is red zone on both sides, okay? Do you get touchdowns? Do you hold them to field goals? And guess what? The Broncos defense has been excellent at holding opponents to field goals. Look at the Houston game, and look at the Indianapolis game.
Look at what they did last year in KC.
Right. So hold them to field goals. Do your thing, and then you got to score when you get down there. Like I have no doubt the Chiefs are going to move the balls between the 20s. I don't have any doubt of that. It's, can you hold them to 3, and then can you finish and score when it's your opportunity? But this isn't going to look like it did against the Raiders, where it's two teams just punting the ball back and forth to each other. The Chiefs will make plays. Mahomes is making more plays with his legs this year than he has in years prior. Rashee Rice has been a weapon. Kelsey has been good. They don't have a great run game, but it's dependable enough when they need to lean on it. And they have a lot of speed. They're going to move the ball on you. Do you hold them to 3, and then do you win down in their red zone? And then can you pull out a 20-17 football game?
And the anomaly, last week when you got a blocked punt, started in the red zone and went backwards, that better become an anomaly.
Yeah.
Because if that starts to become the norm, you're in real trouble. Because this offense has been good this year at taking advantage of prime field position when given it by the defense.
That was one of the worst drives of the game, too. That
year.
That missed throw to Engram.
Yeah, and Engram gave Bo a look like, what the hell was that?
Yeah, he skipped that thing to him. It was awful. Yeah, that was one of the – and then there was the bubble screen out to Troy Franklin where Bo, he hitched and then tossed it out there, but, the play stood no chance. I think it went for no gain or even a loss.
Yeah, well, that's just it. That's where they need to start getting – he needs to get going back to – and Sean's done it a couple times where he's scheming up stuff in that tackle box, between the hashes, if you will.
Nuggets Clippers tonight, plus, Andy, we got a note from Chris Bryant's agent.
Yeah, what to make of that?
Okay, I want to dive into some of this a little bit next as we continue to monitor the early stages of the Paulie D Pods era with the Rockies. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. Roller.bid is the website. That's where you get all of the latest auctions that are available for you to be able to bid right now. That includes currently open. Bidding is available on this City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment auction. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the industry leader here on the Front Range in city and county fleet vehicle auctions, well-maintained vehicles available at great prices. And yes, while the City of Loveland auction is going on right now, the big one, the December 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment auction, is coming up at the end of the month. And that's where they cull these vehicles from city and county municipalities all over the state of Colorado and all over the Front Range. And you can really get some great deals. I know Brian over at Roller Auction told me they're thinking this is going to be a really big one that they have got coming up. So make sure you are signed up and ready to bid at roller.bid/altitude. And that is the best way to sign up because that makes you eligible to win tickets from us here at Altitude. Right now, our giveaway is Avalanche Canadiens tickets, November 29th, catered suite. That's right, catered suite. You just got to sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. You get on the email list, you get eligible to bid, you can win Avalanche tickets, and you can get yourself a hot deal on a city and county fleet vehicle coming up at the end of the month.
That's right.
Nuggets and Clippers tonight. It's an 8:30 affair. We'll get you pregame coverage at 8 o'clock with Mark Bertinoli here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, as of right now, Jamal and AG listed as probable to play tonight. Okay, maybe.
Which usually means they're going to go, but we'll see.
Yeah. We'll see as we get closer to this game. It's a tough schedule spot having to play the Clippers in L.A. I'll tell you what, though, and something that I heard last night from Marlo and Hastings on the telecast that I kind of wonder about is because the Nuggets don't play again until Saturday in Minnesota. It's Wednesday in L.A., and they did say on the telecast the team is going to spend an extra day in Los Angeles. So if you're David Adelman, is that the carrot you dangle of I want this dub tonight. Let's go. And you guys can have at it.
Go have your fun in LA.
Exactly. You know, a lot of guys live there. A lot of guys are from there. Just like you guys go. And you get your extra day, and then we'll fly to Minnesota and we'll play the Timberwolves.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of wondered about that when I heard that note last night on the telecast.
Well, and also if you do have Thursday, Friday before you play again, you might as well play them, I guess. I didn't realize they had that long a stretch, which for some reason feels forever, even though it's only just 2 days.
Yeah.
It feels like the way they've been going.
In the rhythm of an NBA season, it is that's quite some time. Okay, I want to get to this note today. You sent this over. Patrick Saunders, who we had on the show yesterday, had tweeted this out earlier. We got a Chris Bryant note for you. Okay, Patrick Saunders. He's at the winter meeting, so he got a quote from Scott Boras. Scott Boras is there. Scott Boras, MLB super agent of Chris Bryant. Agent Scott Boras about resolution of the Chris Bryant situation with the #Rockies. It's a medical situation. I'm sure KB would love to play every day. Obviously, he has a medical infirmary. We've had him to a host of doctors. We'll see how it plays out. Okay, so here are the quotes from Bryant, from Saunders. This was in the paper, I don't know, 2 weeks or so ago.
Yeah.
Patrick got on the phone with Chris Bryant.
Right after he got reinstated, I think, from the 60-day
From the IL. Said that Bryant wakes up, tests his lower back every single day. Bryant said, quote, from his home in Vegas, I wish I had better things to tell you. It's not in the best shape, and that's pretty disheartening for me. It's exhausting for me waking up and hoping to feel better. I can't tell you the last time I woke up feeling I'm in a good spot. Close quote.
So even after not playing a majority of this, I don't think we saw him after May, right?
No.
So he didn't play already we're going on about 5-6 months of this, and he still can't give you that I feel better, that it feels normal. He's still struggling with it.
On the advice of Rockies head trainer Keith Duggar, Brian has been doing Pilates 3 times a week, hoping the training will strengthen his core and alleviate the pain in his back. He's also stepped away from baseball activities that he used to focus on during the off-season, saying, quote, I'm kind of a Pilates guru now. I'm trying to get to as good a place as I can on a normal day-to-day basis. The quote from Rockies trainer Keith Duggar, I've told Chris we were willing to search anything, everything, and everywhere to get him better. We're trying to strengthen his core muscle, and every week is an adjustment. There are short-term goals he's trying to reach, and then we move on. We're trying to find some stepping stones to try to move forward so that in December he starts some baseball stuff. But, and this is what Patrick writes, but right now Bryant remains discouraged. Quote, if you asked me 2 or 3 months ago, I would say my back pain was not affecting my everyday life, but now it is, which is really annoying to me because usually when you kind of just rest, it's supposed to get better. So maybe I'm at a point where I should just do a bunch of stuff to see if that helps me. Brian said it's not the torque of swinging a baseball bat that shoots the pain into his lower back. Quote, the twisting of hitting a baseball, I was able to do those things. That was never my concern. It was the running and hitting the ground with my feet and the compression into my spine. And it's the sharp bending over sensations when I'm diving for a ball or diving to get back to the bag. Those quick movements that are unorthodox, those always got me. Close quote. I mean, real quick. That's all that there is in baseball is quick, unorthodox movements.
Because you don't know where the ball's going.
Exactly.
You're just waiting to react.
That thing is flying at you at 100 miles an hour. You have to make a reaction, or you're on base and suddenly the guy's thrown over to first. You have to react like that. That's the entire sport. The entire sport
is quick twitch.
Quick twitch. That's it.
Yeah.
Clearly, what he's telling us is he can't play baseball.
Everything about baseball makes my back hurt.
Saunders writes, I asked Bryant if he and the Rockies might work out a similar deal to what Steven Strasburg did with the Nationals. When basically there was a restructure and some deferment of money and he was able to retire. KB said, quote, personally, I don't want to be involved in those discussions because I want to be a baseball player. That's the thing that eats at me the most. It's tough to describe. I've played this game for 30 years now, not professionally, of course, but it's all I've ever known. Adding, this past year, sitting back and having to watch was just sad, but watching the playoffs and seeing some of my friends still playing, that gives me the motivation to try and play so I don't have those conversations about retirement, thank goodness, because I don't want to. I just want to be a baseball player.
Yeah, bro, but it doesn't sound like you can be.
Yeah,
I get it. None of us wants to quit doing things that we can't do anymore. We can all empathize at that thought. But
we live in the city of Gabriel Landeskog. Okay,
yeah.
So like we get that whole part of it, but like.
But doesn't that also come off as, yeah, man, I ain't giving any money back. Scott Boras is my agent.
And I assure you, Andy, like some of this is Scott Boras coded.
Yeah,
right?
telling him, dude, you're not. Yes.
When you hear that language of like you don't even entertain answers to those questions, I promise you,
we will show up to work and do what we have to do.
In all seriousness, this is my guess, okay? Because I'm willing to bet you Patrick Saunders didn't just get KB on the phone out of nowhere. I'm sure it was just like, hey, can we talk? And that's when I'm sure a team at Scott Boras's office gets on